Am I the a-hole for jumping out of the way when my niece and nephew tried to push me into a pool, resulting in them falling in? This happened today. My folks decided to host a barbecue because I guess that's what older people do. I said no because I really don't like my two sisters, their husbands or their kids. My wife and I are child-free. Mum then pressured the wife. Long story short, we went. By the time we arrived, there were about 20 people there. My sisters and their husbands were already solidly buzzed, drunk really. My mum was spending 100% of her time trying to keep the nieces and nephews ages 7 to 11 more or less under control. My dad had strategically retreated to the whirlpool part of the pool with a small cooler full of beers. My wife and I made small talk with miscellaneous people, ate food and had a frozen margarita. Sisters and brother-in-laws took turns criticizing us for being late, not being in our swimsuits and screwing up the vibe. Whatever. Typical suburban summer get-together. About 45 minutes in, two of the kids ran at one of the neighbor guests who were standing next to the pool and pushed her in. She was at the pool steps stumbling in but didn't fall, so only got half wet. She was clearly very unhappy about it, but she didn't make a scene. Just went over to where the parents were, grabbed their towels, dried herself off and left. Sisters and brother-in-laws thought it was all great fun. A bit later, I was standing a few feet away from the pool chatting away with someone. I saw three of the kids running full tilt at me from the corner of my eye. Obviously, I was next. Not that it's terribly difficult to outwit young kids, but I just jumped out of their way at the last second. All three of them ran straight into the pool at full speed. Most of the other guests, including my wife and me, started laughing, but their mums, who I mentioned were pretty crap-faced, absolutely freaked out. What do you mean? Apparently two of the kids couldn't swim even though they were in swimsuits. Since I wasn't in swim gear, I stepped back from the pool and let other people fish the kids out. The kids were bawling their heads off like they'd lost a limb. At that point, all hell broke loose. The four drunk parents were yelling at everyone in general and me in particular for nearly letting their kids drown. Yeah, but they were gonna go in the pool anyway, weren't they? And also because two of the kids had been videoing the trick using their parents' iPhones, which were now at the bottom of the pool. Yeah, but how is this anybody's fault except the kids? One of the brother-in-laws got into the pool to try to retrieve the phones, but his BMI and BAC made that impossible. No one else volunteered to help. Unsurprising given that my sisters were still complaining at everyone. I told my sisters it was their job to watch their kids, and that if anything had happened to them, it would have been their responsibility, not mine. There were some pretty strong words on both sides. My wife and I left after the other brother-in-law fell over and face planted while yelling at us. Now they're saying that I should have let the kids knock me into the pool and have their fun and ruin my phone. So am I the a-hole? Side note, Dad of course never got out of the whirlpool. Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. The kids messed around and found out. If the parents' phones got ruined in the process, that's on them for not controlling their little helligans. I can see why you avoid family get-togethers. Hopefully next time your wife won't allow herself to get guilted into making you go. Yeah, how is this anybody's fault except the kids that were doing this and the parents? Like, oh yeah, I should have just let these kids push me into the pool when I'm not swimming just for their enjoyment? No, okay, that's not the answer. Am I the a-hole for pre-gaming my wife's dinners? My wife and I are both 32. Since we got married and moved in together 5 months ago, my wife has simply not made nearly enough food for me. This is not a kind of situation where I'm constantly agitated at her for incompetence or anything like that. I'd be more than happy to microwave a burrito. I'd be more than happy to whip up a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but I can't. My wife has every single night of our marriage done the same thing. She'll make me a tiny dinner. I'm talking like a Chinese chicken salad with 30 grams of chicken and 10 leaves of lettuce, arranged fashionably with dressing. When I finish eating, I'm still hungry because for a 230-pound man who works a physical labor job, it's not enough food. At first, I tried to openly communicate with her, but she always took it horribly. She'd adopt a 1,000-yard stare and then begin talking about how incompetent she is and how she can't even make her husband a proper dinner. I'd try to calm her down with, oh honey, that's not the case. I just eat too much. Or don't worry about it, I can make a bit more. I'd try to be overwhelmingly positive, but it didn't help. She would always just get incredibly disappointed in herself, cry and or take it out on me, and then she'd make the same exact amount the following day. After the communication route failed, I tried to eat her dinners as is. It became hard to sleep at night due to hunger, and I lost 7 pounds in the first month. Eventually, I figured out my own system. On my way home from work, I started swinging by a fast food restaurant and getting myself a burger. I'd pretty much pre-game her meals with some more calories. I figured it was a win-win, as what she doesn't know can't hurt her, and I could have my fill of food. I would eat on my way home, walk in the door, pick at the salad or quinoa or homemade mac and cheese that she made, compliment her for her delicious delicious cooking and later dispose of the wrappers discreetly. 2 days ago, I was on my way home and in line at a drive-thru, and my mother-in-law was coming out of the restaurant. She ran over and greeted me. I asked her in a humorous way not to tell her daughter where she saw me because she'd take it badly, and she agreed, but then she narked on me anyway. I got home to a furious wife who demanded details. When I provided the truth, she got extremely angry and looked legitimately hurt. I'm not good at handling confrontation, and I feel like I betrayed my wife in some way. Was I wrong here? Yeah, no, I don't think you're the a-hole, but do they just want you to cook or something? I don't know if I missed anything there, but did they say anything about them not cooking or something? Like, are they sick of cooking dinner every single night and like somehow not saying that or something? Yeah, I don't know, but like the top comment says, it's a little concerning that she goes full passive aggressive when you say something to her. It sounds like she has a really hard time when her carefully crafted mental image of herself is even slightly challenged. Not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for not wanting to give my wealthier sister the lion's share of the inheritance? Yesterday, my parents sat me, 31 male, and my two brothers, 32 male, 34 male, and my sister, 41 female, down to discuss their will. My parents informed us that they want to split it 5 ways. My sister gets 2 out of the 5, while the 3 of my brothers get 1 out of the 5 each. Their reasoning is that my sister sacrificed her childhood to our family, so it's only fair that she gets compensated. In our childhood, my father's business partner screwed him over, so there was a period where we were broke and in debt. My parents had to work multiple jobs to keep us afloat, and my sister babysat us while our parents worked. All she had to do was feed us and keep an eye on us. We were pretty calm kids, so all we did was play games and do our homework. It probably wasn't thrilling, but not exactly a tremendous hardship. I complained to my parents along with my brothers that it's insane that they want to give my sister that much over that, especially since she's financially the best off out of all of us. She doesn't have any kids and a dual income with her partner. My parents said they're disappointed in us and said we need to reflect on ourselves. My sister didn't say anything while my parents spoke, but texted us afterwards saying that she had zero intention of taking that much, but we were all a-holes. Am I the a-hole for feeling like this split is unfair? Definitely. Like the top comment says, you the a-hole. Even if she just stayed at home while you were there, she didn't have teenage freedom and she made sacrifices and took on responsibilities. It doesn't matter how affluent she is now, your parents are trying to pay her back for what they couldn't pay her then. Yeah, 1000%. Am I the a-hole for leaving my niece's wedding reception early and taking my gift back? I'm 45 male and I have a niece who's 22 and just got married last weekend. The family is blowing up with drama right now because of what I and my wife did. I must preface this by saying that my family can be pushovers. They really all hate conflict and will definitely let themselves be run over by someone else in order to not cause a fight. I'm not this way. The wedding was on Saturday, Catholic ceremony in a church that was at 3:30 p.m. The reception area was at a brewery about 15 minutes from the church. The reception was set to start at 5. Maybe this was stupid on the venue people, but they wouldn't open the bar or bring around the appetizers until the bride and groom arrived. Service ended around 4:30 and everyone was told to go to the reception. The wedding party had a limo to take them and a separate limo took the parents, grandparents and siblings. The couple is young and decided against family in the wedding party lull. It was 4 sorority sisters and fraternity brothers on each side. My wife and I drove. We got to the venue around 4:50 with the first family limo arriving around that time. By 5, I'd say all 150 guests were there, but no bride and groom. The wedding coordinator was getting pissed as it's now 5:45 and no wedding party. We were all just standing around with no food or drinks. Someone was able to get hold of the maid of honor around this point, and apparently the bride and groom told the limo driver to stop at a liquor store and then drive around on the highway for an hour so that the wedding party could get trashed. At around 6, the maid of honor said they should be arriving in the next 20 minutes. My wife and I looked at each other and said that we're out. We thought it was horribly disrespectful for them to do that. I told my brother that we were leaving and the gift was with us. He tried to plead by saying they're just kids, let them have fun. But I was having none of it. A few days after, I got an apology text from my niece, followed by an ask for the gift again. I said that I felt very disrespected and I didn't want to give a gift anymore. She snapped and called me an a-hole. Yeah, nah, not the a-hole. That's super disrespectful. Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. While I would have probably left the gift, I don't blame you for taking it. What they did was incredibly selfish and disrespectful. I think the fact that she immediately took back her apology and cursed you out when you didn't give her the gift speaks volumes about her character. That wasn't an apology. I'm assuming the gift was a check, and then OP underneath said it was, and precisely. She was apologizing until she got around to asking for the gift. Yeah, no, that's super gross, and you're definitely not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for paying for a lounge at an airport during a long layover. I'm traveling with 5 friends now and we're all traveling cheap. However, we had one long layover in an airport with a great VIP lounge. The thing about these lounges is that they have free food and liquor and comfortable chairs and shower facilities. I told my friends what I was about and they all said that they didn't want to waste money, so I went to the lounge by myself. I had some snacks, a few drinks, a quick nap, a long hot shower, and then I caught up with my friends at the gate. My phone was fully charged, I was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and a little drunk. When we started talking, they were complaining about the cost of everything at the airport. They asked why I looked so pleased with myself. I told them about my stay in the lounge. 2 of them got visibly angry. They said I was an a-hole for not telling everyone there was a lounge. They'd actually spent more on food and drinks than I had. Plus I had a comfy nap in a comfy chair and a shower. I said that lounges aren't a secret and that the internet exists. They could have looked up the same information I did. Wait, so you did tell them that you were going to go to the lounge? Or did you not tell them? Because if you said, oh hey, I'm going to go to the lounge, and they were like, oh nah, I don't want to waste any money, then yeah, definitely not the a-hole. Yeah, I don't know. On one hand, I feel like you could have explained it to them, and it sounds like that's what the issue was. But yeah, also, it's kind of on them. Yeah, most people are saying not the a-hole, and some people are saying everybody sucks. Yeah, not the a-hole, but a little bit of everybody sucks. Am I the a-hole for telling my son he and his fiance are spoiled? I'll try to keep this short. My male 57 son, male 23, is engaged to Peggy, female 22. They've been engaged for 5 months or so. Our culture dictates that Peggy's father and I share the cost of their wedding. Her father said that we should provide $10,000 each, a total $20,000 budget. I could afford this, sure, but this seems insane and extravagant to me. I said I would give 5, and he could give whatever he wanted. Peggy's father also put up 5. I told my son this, and he told me outright that it wasn't going to be enough. He said, I don't mind. I figured that me and Peggy would have to pay for some of the wedding. I asked what he meant. He said no way would they be able to do their wedding in under $10,000. I said my own wedding after haggling and deals only came out to around 7, so I don't think this is an issue. He argued against me and said that my wedding was 40 years ago. Yeah, that's a pretty good point. And prices were different. He outlined some prices and said the cheapest venue he could find was $5,000, and food alone was going to be $2 to $5 or $2.5. He again said that he didn't mind and he thanked me for giving them money for the wedding, but I honestly felt hurt that he thought we weren't giving enough. I said, how could food come out to $2,500? And he said that that was only around $25 per person. I suggested ordering pizzas or sub sandwiches, but he looked at me like I was crazy. I said, okay, well, we can just offer less for the photographer and the decorator. And he said that isn't how things are done. I said it is how things are done, and maybe if Peggy and him weren't so spoiled and expecting the best of the best for everything, then $10,000 would be plenty. After I said this, he just closed his eyes and thanked me for the money and basically told me to get out. I was complaining about this instance to my wife, and she told me I was being a stick in the mud and it's his only wedding. But my friends agree with me. Am I the a-hole? Yeah, 100%. Like the top comment says, yeah, you're the a-hole. He thanked you for the money and is planning on paying for the rest. How they spend their money isn't your business. Can you seriously not envision that prices have increased over several decades? Yeah, that's right. It's not like they were being ungrateful or something. It sounds like they were super grateful for the money, but they knew it wasn't going to be enough. But they weren't asking this person for more money. They were like, hey, this is amazing. Thank you. We can pay for the rest. Am I the a-hole for telling someone that his achievement just meant that he had rich parents? I, 23 male, have been with my current company for a year now. Recently, a new guy, Jack, joined our team fresh out of college. Last Friday, my manager invited everyone to a bar after work. There, Jack told everyone about an achievement that he obtained over spring break. He visited his 150th country, Cambodia. In contrast to everyone else who were asking things such as, what was the best or worst or strangest thing you ate? Which countries were your favorite? Any cool stories? I just said, good for you, and went back to my drink. Jack noticed me being quiet and asked me why I wasn't joining in. I said, don't worry about me, but Jack kept pressing the issue. I finally said, Jack, visiting 150 countries is cool and all, but it doesn't say anything about you as a person. It just means you had rich parents who could afford to travel internationally several times a year. I grew up poor, literally worked my ass off in high school, got a full ride merit scholarship, and did everything humanly possible to land my current 6-figure job. Rich people who think they're better than everyone else just because they had rich parents is a huge pet peeve of mine. Yeah, obviously, but my co-workers don't know any of that since I like to keep my work and my personal life as separated as possible. Jack got really quiet after that and left soon after. Now it's Monday morning and I'm wondering if I should have kept my mouth shut. Yeah, like I don't want to be rude, but this is all insecurities. They didn't didn't say that they were better than anybody else. Yeah, like the top comment says, you the a-hole. So, visiting 150 countries is really cool. There was no need to crap all over it and make a stink. He never said he was better than anyone else. You just assumed that because of your own insecurities. Yeah, and that's the thing about stuff like this. When you have that in your head, it's super easy to be like, oh, this person's an a-hole and they're trying to make me feel bad. And they're trying to rub it in my face that they're better than me and everybody else. But they're not. That's just the way you're thinking about it. Yeah, I feel like it was pretty unfair to do this. Am I the a-hole for humiliating my friend at my fundraiser because she outed me? I was at a fairly large fundraiser I organised tonight and it got completely ruined by my ex-friend. Let's call her Jenna. I'm quite open with my friends about my line of work, sex work, but I'm not with my family and those I don't know well. During the event, I was talking to a group and Jenna blurts out, she can donate so much because she makes so much making her videos. I was stunned. It became incredibly awkward. I pulled Jenna aside and I asked her what the hell? She said it wasn't a big deal. I told her it's a big deal to me. It's not her information to share. She tried dismissing it and I got angry and I told her to leave. It became a heated argument. After some back and forth, I told her that at least I work for my money and I don't need a rich partner that I don't even love to get the lifestyle I want. And that's true. She told me in the past that she's only with her boyfriend because he's rich. Yuck. She still refused to leave and continued to cause a scene. Eventually, I called security and I had her kicked out. After the event, I checked my phone. The argument we had got recorded, but only from part way through, so the bit about my work was missing. But there is the part with what I said about her partner and her being kicked out. It had been shared within our circle a lot. Jenna had blown up my phone. She's furious. Apparently, her boyfriend saw it and broke up with her. She told me I humiliated her and ruined her relationship. Am I the a-hole? Oh my god. No, you're not the a-hole. And that's so awful that the recording was probably making you look bad. And then all of these people are watching it. Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. Play stupid games and win stupid prizes. Maybe next time she'll think twice before throwing rocks from her glass house. Yeah, 100%. And also, imagine being with somebody and loving them and thinking they love you, but they don't love you. They're only with you because you have money. Yeah, that's awful. Am I the a-hole for ruining Christmas and being upset that the only gifts I got from my family were joke gifts? So, some background. My family likes to play pranks with Christmas and birthday gifts, and it's nothing new. I, female 21, as well as my 5 siblings from 29 to 37 years old, have all been pranked on our birthdays and on Christmas, and usually it's 1 or 2 gifts. This Christmas, though, I was the only person to get all joke gifts. For example, I unwrapped a MacBook from my brother, but when I opened it, it was just some chocolate, which I don't eat, so I gave it away. And the MacBook was actually given to my sister inside a bag that she wanted. Another quote-unquote gift was what I thought was a book that I put on my Christmas list, but it was actually just the book cover put on a dictionary. When I asked my mum about the book, she told me that she gave it to my sister-in-law. Nah, this is not good. I can already tell you're not the a-hole. This went on with each present that my siblings or parents had given to me. AirPods was just a charger block, adapter. The gift cards were used and they had a $0 balance. Oh god. It's not funny if you do it with every single present, a card with Monopoly money in it, and so on, totaling to about 12 different joke gifts. I realized I went out of my way to get everybody something they wanted, or they'd like, and I didn't get anything. At this point, I was bummed, so I went to the living room to watch TV with my boyfriend. At dinner, they were talking about how much they all loved their gifts, and when my dad asked me why I hadn't said anything about mine, I said there wasn't much to say. Everyone but my boyfriend laughed, and my mum said it was no big deal as everybody else also got some joke gifts. I told her every gift I got was a joke, and that the ones that they got were also followed by the real one. My dad told me I needed to relax as I'm making a big deal about it, and I'd have next Christmas to get the stuff on my list. Not wanting to go back and forth, I told my boyfriend I wanted to leave, and we can spend the rest of Christmas break with his family and then go home. My family got mad and told me not to go and to just stay because it wasn't serious. I left and I put my phone on Do Not Disturb during the drive, and by the time we got to my boyfriend's parents' house, I had several missed calls and texts from them calling me stuff like ungrateful, sensitive, and childish. They said I ruined Christmas and made my parents upset because I left. The next day, I exchanged and opened gifts with my boyfriend and his family, and one of the gifts I'd gotten was the book that I wanted, the book my mum pretended to give to me. I posted it on my Instagram story, and not even 0 minutes after posting it, my sister sent a screenshot of my story to the family group chat, and they basically got mad at me for leaving and telling me that I ruined Christmas over some presents. They told me that I owe everyone, especially my parents, an apology because my mum spent New Year's sad because of my actions? Now, I just want an outside party to tell me if I'm the a-hole here. Am I in the wrong for being upset about the gifts and then for leaving? After reading their messages and sitting on this for a few days, I'm now feeling like maybe I was upset over nothing and I need to apologize to them. I'm going to edit as there have been some misunderstanding. My Christmas list didn't include expensive gifts, nor was I upset that I didn't receive expensive gifts. I was merely upset because of being pranked with everything I got and being the only person who didn't get a real present. I also didn't do anything to my family which would warrant them doing this. The last big argument I had was with my sister, which was over a year and a half ago. Thank you for the replies, and I'll try my best to reply to comments while I'm at work. Editing once more to add, I participated in joke gifts when I was a kid. I haven't participated in them for the last 10 plus years because I didn't enjoy it or find it funny, which they do know. I'll reply with more information if needed when I'm on break or have time to reply. And I am familiar with the term scapegoat, but truthfully I don't understand, so I'll research that too. Yeah, I can't even express enough how much you're not the a-hole. And yeah, you're right, the whole joke present thing, it's not even that funny. And it's especially not funny if they repeatedly do it. And you said that every single one of your presents was a joke. And yeah, like gifting you the cover to a book that you wanted, but not actually giving you the book and giving the book to some other family member. That's mean. And like, yeah, haha, that's so funny. It's not even funny a little bit. And none of this is your fault. You didn't ruin Christmas. The top comment says, don't apologize. Your family sucks and you have done nothing wrong. I'd write something like this in the group chat. Happy New Year, guys. I understand that mum is sad that I left on Christmas, but you need to understand that you all made me sad on Christmas Day. I didn't receive a single thoughtful gift from you guys. Not one. Every single gift I opened was a prank where the joke was that you actually didn't get me something I'd like, but something intentionally got to upset me. My hope is that you all didn't just realize that every single gift given to me was meant as a joke, but it was, every single one. And it isn't being ungrateful to be disappointed in that, and I think you all know that. I'm ready to move on from this disappointing Christmas and believe that next year will be different, but I will not be apologizing for leaving on Christmas when you all hurt me. Yeah, definitely. And like that bit where they said their mummy's upset because of their actions, you did not make them sad. Like this comment says, because my mum spent New Year's sad because of my actions. No, your mum spent New Year's sad because of the consequences of your family's actions. They treated you as a joke for Christmas. A joke isn't a joke if the person it's aimed at doesn't find it funny. Honestly, it came across as sort of bullying. You're the only one to only get joke presents, and your actual presents were given away to family members. Your family sounds cruel, and if mummy is oh so sad, then maybe she should think about her actions and the actions of the rest of the family. They suck. Not the a-hole. I'm glad that your boyfriend and his family don't suck. Yeah, the bit that really got me was the fact that they still didn't actually give them the present, like giving them the cover of the book they wanted, but they did actually buy the book, and it wasn't like, oh, you know, I'll give you the book later. You know, like, haha, you thought you weren't going to get this, but you actually do. No, they gave it to another family member. That's not funny. That's mean. And yeah, have they lost their mind? How the hell are you meant to find this funny? Like, oh, yay. Haha. Really not that funny. Yeah, you're not the a-hole, OP. Am I the a-hole for expecting my date to cover the cleaning cost of a dress that he ruined? I, 27 female, am in a bit of a dilemma and I could really use some advice. I've been seeing this guy for a couple of months and we decided to go to a nice high-end restaurant for a date. Initially, I was going to wear a nice dark blue dress that I like to wear out, but he asked me to wear a different white dress that I'd shown him once as it matched his outfit. I've never had a guy ask me this. The white dress in question was a gift from my late grandmother and was quite expensive, so I was reluctant, but I agreed, and I just asked that we didn't go anywhere after where I might spill something on it or otherwise mess it up. He mentioned going clubbing after dinner, which is why I said that. I didn't want to risk messing the dress up, and he said we could just go to dinner and I could change out of it before doing anything else. Great. However, the evening took a turn for the worse when he accidentally spilled his red wine all over my dress. He'd gotten an unexpected call, and when he tried to quickly mute his ringer, his elbow hit his glass and it spilled all in the lap area of my dress before I could even react. It was completely drenched and stained. He was apologetic at the time and I tried to be cool about it, but inside I was devastated, especially since I'd mentioned specifically how I wanted to be careful wearing it. Later, I mentioned to him that the dress was very expensive and I asked if he'd be willing to help with the cost of cleaning or replacing it. To get it professionally cleaned and the stain removed would cost $100, which I asked him to pay half of. To my surprise, he got quite defensive. He argued that it was an accident and that I was being unreasonable for expecting him to pay for something like that, and that it was my fault for wearing it out knowing that it could have happened. You're the one who asked them to wear it. I feel like it's a matter of principle. Yeah, it was an accident, but the dress is ruined and it was extremely sentimental to me, not to mention a valuable dress. He thinks I'm being materialistic and making a big deal out of nothing. Now I'm not sure how to feel about his reaction. Am I the the a-hole for expecting him to cover the cost? No, definitely not, OP. They should. Yeah, like this comment says, you're not the a-hole. That's not a good sign of his character, in my opinion. I'd reconsider dating him, honestly, to put it mildly. Yeah, it was an accident on his part, but still, his accident and a costly one to a very sentimental gift from your late grandmother. If I was him, I'd be so apologetic and I'd promptly pay for the whole cleaning cost. Yeah, definitely, it's not a good sign of character, and I don't want to say it's a red flag, but it kind of is. Like the fact that the first thing they did was get defensive. Yeah, nah, no way. And like this comment says, if I was in that situation too, I'd definitely be so apologetic. And yeah, at the very least, I'd pay for it to get cleaned. The top comment says, not the a-hole. He should cover the entire cost, especially since it was made clear that the dress is both sentimental and delicate. Just because an accident happens doesn't mean there's no consequences. You are sure it was a mistake, right? I've got an alarm bell ringing because he was insistent on that dress being worn. Also, please don't stay with this guy. He clearly doesn't respect you and seems to think of you as an accessory. Am I the a-hole for picking a revealing bridesmaid's dress in order to get one of my bridesmaids to drop? So this has been a long thing coming. My soon-to-be husband has a sister, let's call her Mia. Now, Mia and I don't click very well. I am polite, but I wouldn't say that we're friends. I felt that I was forced by his family to make her a bridesmaid or she'll be sad. I'm gonna be blunt. Mia is fat and very insecure about it and has led bridesmaid dresses shopping to be a nightmare. Never could find something she wants and all the other bridesmaids and me liking it, so I gave everyone two options to vote on. Option 1 was getting a dress that can be styled in multiple different ways, or picking from a collection so everybody matches but they'll need to pay for it. Option 2 was that I'll buy everybody's dress, but I chose the dress and my decision was final. My 5 bridesmaids voted and option 2 won, so I picked out a blue strapless dress with a mini slit. I really like it and I knew Mia would have an issue with it. I sent a picture to all the bridesmaids and confirmed the right size before I ordered it, and this is where it blew up. Mia was pissed that I picked a revealing dress. This resulted in an argument where she thinks I'm a huge jerk, and I told her that she can step down if she has issues with the dress. She tried to get the family on her side, but everybody knows I gave them options and had watched me struggle to find something that everybody wants. Edit, she voted for the option where I pay for the dress. I truly didn't ask her since her and mother-in-law announced that she was going to be one of my bridesmaids at a family gathering. The only way to keep peace with the whole family was basically giving her what she wanted. I also have gone to 4 different shops to find a dress for everyone. Wait, so you didn't ask them to be a bridesmaid? It said at the end there, I truly didn't ask her since her and mother-in-law announced that she was one of my bridesmaids at a family gathering. So why didn't you say no to that immediately? Yeah, most of the comments are saying the same thing, but I don't think you're the a-hole. But I also don't feel like you should have let them be a bridesmaid if you didn't want them to be. And they said something there about the only way to keep peace with the whole family was to basically give her what she wanted. Yeah, but that's when you don't do that, you know? You shouldn't have said they could be a bridesmaid. The top comment says going against the grain, but I say not the a-hole. The a-hole here is mother-in-law and Mia. Mother-in-law for announcing Mia is the bridesmaid. Mia for being difficult. I'm fat, and if I don't fit the same dress as everybody else, I'd have voted for buying my own from a collection. Mia could still be asking for this if you are willing to compromise. Again, your fiance has your back. Sometimes the bridesmaids wear a dress they couldn't have picked out because they respect the bride's choice. Yeah, the mother-in-law and Mia are definitely the a-holes, but yeah, it doesn't sound like OP should ever have let them be a bridesmaid. Am I the a-hole for last minute declining to go to a friend's wedding that's dry on New Year's Eve? My buddy, 33 male, is getting married to a girl that our friend group is not in love with. He loves her though, so we support him. We've known for months that this was a New Year's Eve wedding. I RSVP'd yes months ago with my wife. Several friends and I operated under the assumption that there would be booze at the wedding, especially considering it was on New Year's Eve. Well, I found out yesterday that it's a dry wedding. Turns out that it is because of his fiance and her family. I asked my wife if she knew this and said no and was pissed. I texted the groom buddy and I asked. He confirmed it. I told him this is something you should have told us a long time ago. I told him that my wife and I wouldn't be going. We want to spend the night drinking. I texted the rest of my friends about this and oh boy, the group chat went off. This led to several more people backing out. This is not how a bunch of us expected to spend New Year's Eve. Really, the only ones that didn't back out are the 4 members of our 12-person group that are in the wedding. Groom buddy reached out to me and went off. Pretty much he's now overspending and catering. He's having 20-ish less guests show up now, and it's all last minute. I've been called an a-hole among other things for leading the charge in people not going to the wedding. Am I the a-hole? Yeah, I think you are. It's been a while since we've had one that actually is. Usually they're not the a-hole, but I'm pretty sure you are in this situation. Like what, 1 night without drinking? And also, it doesn't even mean that. Surely you could go to the wedding and then bloody drink later or something. But no, drinking on New Year's Eve is more important than your friend's wedding. The top comment says, I love drinking and I hate a dry wedding as much as the next guy, but you can show up to the wedding ceremony, spend an hour or two at the reception, and then go get drunk if that's an absolute must for you. Backing out last minute and letting your friend know he's not worth 2 hours of sobriety means that you're the a-hole by miles. Yeah, 100%, and it is on New Year's Eve, but it doesn't matter. Is that more important to you than your friend's wedding? It sounds like it is, but it shouldn't be. OP left a comment here that said it was a 5:30 ceremony and reception ends at 12:15 a.m. The comment under that says that's BS. That being said, I'd go to the ceremony and reception long enough to eat and bail by 9:30 or 10, and then go somewhere else to celebrate New Year's Eve. You're not obligated to stay the whole reception. Yeah, I feel like that's what should have happened. Go to the wedding, but yeah, if you're that dead set on getting drunk, then do it after or something. Or yeah, stay for most of it and then leave. But bailing at the last minute shows that you care more about drinking than you do about your friends, and that sucks. Am I the a-hole for cancelling the babysitter after my wife decided not to attend my work holiday party? My 38-mile work held our annual holiday party last Friday. It was held at one of those axe-throwing places, which I'd never done before, so I figured it would be pretty fun. My wife, 36 female, and I have 3 kids, 10, 8, and 5, so we don't get out of the house for dates very often. The holiday party was planned almost 2 months ago, and my wife agreed to attend with me. I suggested we make it more of a date by either going out for drinks after the party or catching a late night movie. She thought this was a good idea too. I also arranged for a babysitter to come and watch the kids that night. The day of the party, my wife got home from work and told me that she had a horrible day and was in a bad space mentally, so she didn't want to come to the party. I told her I was disappointed, but I understand if she does want to stay home. As I was getting myself ready to head to the party, I called the babysitter and I cancelled. I apologized to her and I offered to Venmo her an hour's worth of our agreed rate, $30, to compensate for the cancellation, and she agreed that that was reasonable. As I was getting ready to leave, my wife asked me when the babysitter was going to come. I kind of looked at her funny and I told her I just cancelled the babysitter because she was no longer coming with me. She got mad at me and told me that I knew she had a bad day and was in a bad mental state and needed some time to herself. I told her that I'd assumed that none of that meant that she was incapable of watching our kids and that I didn't think having the babysitter come when my wife was still home made any sense at all. She told me to call her back and see if she could still come and watch the kids, and I told her that if she wanted to do that then she can do it, but I'm not going to do it. She tried to argue with me about it, but I told her that I had to leave for the party. While I was at the party, she sent me multiple texts about how the kids were driving her nuts and the babysitter didn't answer her calls and she needed me to come home. She kept on blowing up my phone and I eventually left the party over an hour early to go home. When I got there, she kept on arguing with me about how I was an a-hole for cancelling the babysitter when I knew that she'd had a rough day. I told her I wasn't going to pay a babysitter just so that my wife can rest after a bad day. I told her she could have just thrown a movie on for the kids and relaxed. I told her she was the one who ruined our potential night out and that having a bad day at work is not a good enough reason to pay a babysitter like $150 to $200. She still thinks I'm an a-hole for cancelling the babysitter without talking to her first, and she's still mad at me for it. But I don't think that was an unreasonable assumption to make, considering that there would have been plenty of times when I've had a bad day and I'm still 100% capable of watching the kids by myself while my wife leaves the house. Hey everybody, can we call it with a purely speculative cheating angle? My wife goes to yoga class with 5 other mums out of our neighborhood, so unless they're all stepping out on their husbands or they're all in cahoots together, she's not cheating. Our neighborhood isn't a reality TV show and real life isn't like that. She's an introvert, and when she gets to her social limit, she doesn't want to go out. It's happened before, which is why I didn't push her to come out with me. No, I don't feel like you're the a-hole, OP. These 2 comments. The only answer here has to be not the a-hole. I don't know what the wife's deal is here, but all of that is pretty inexcusable behavior. Even cancelling on the work party alone from just a bad day already puts her in a-hole territory. Sometimes you have bad days, but you still have to show up for your partner and for your family, and I'm sure husband would like to still use that babysitter money to have a night out with his wife. And the comment under it, yeah, unless bad day means something truly bad. If wife were like a surgeon who lost a patient, if wife had a chronic health issue, and the bad day was causing a flare-up, etc. But yeah, you don't bail on 2 month in advance plans with your spouse, and I think that's where all the cheating comments were coming from. People were saying that it sounds like they had other plans, and that's why they were so frustrated. And OP also said here, we don't have date nights very often. It's been since before Halloween that we've had one. I don't get out of the house by myself very much, but my wife does a yoga class in the evenings once a week and also has a bi-weekly book club that she meets up with. I'm at home with the kids by myself on those nights, regardless of how bad my day is. Yeah, no, I don't feel like you're the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for not letting my husband eat the food that I cooked? My husband has a food insecurity and overeats even when he's not hungry, out of fear of it all being eaten before he gets to taste it. Every item of snacks or soda in this house that's brought is gone within a few days because he binges until it's gone, and he has in the past told the kids they couldn't have more dinner because there wasn't enough, just just so he could eat it later. I was at work for that one. I did make him get therapy, but it's not doing much good because he doesn't apply himself at all. He thinks it's pointless and refuses to do the steps that they provide. Today I bought stuff for lasagna and I bought myself a big salad because I can't eat red sauce. Within an hour of being home, he was already in the fridge asking if he could have my salad because he was starving. I said no originally, but he kept prying and said, come on, please, I'll share it with you. I said, what the F ever, and I walked off. He left me 3 bites. Oh no, I tossed it in the trash. This was not even 10 minutes before I started cooking. He said multiple times, I'm so full, or now my belly hurts, I ate too much. Oh my god, what is this? I ate too much, which is common for him, but I was still salty about it, honestly. Yeah, and you should be. So I only made half a sheet pan of lasagna, which would only feed the kids. Husband did say he was so full anyway. I give the kids their food 20 minutes later. I prep, so cooking takes 0 time at all. I tell them they can finish the pan off. My husband comes out and sees the lasagna and says, "Oh, that's what I'm talking about." I said, "Absolutely not. You just ate my dinner and you were full 30 minutes ago. This is the kids' food." I didn't say this in front of the kids. He says I'm a royal biatch because he needs the lasagna and it's going to send him backwards because now I'm withholding food from him. Oh my god, the husband is a huge a-hole. Are you joking? You're not the a-hole, OP. The top comment says not the a-hole. If he's going to therapy and refusing to do the work, then he's not really going to therapy. He's just making therapy adjacent hand motions. And you're right to be furious. However, being furious isn't going to help in the long term. Your husband's disordered eating is affecting the whole household. He wants to eat the children's food, even though he was full 20 minutes ago. Not only is he modeling atrocious behavior to the children, he's going to wind up sending them the same way, eating fast because somebody else is going to eat it if they don't. Yeah, which is what the kids have to do around him, because otherwise he's going to eat their food. It's time to stop doing this. If he doesn't want to change his disordered eating, he won't. He's getting everything that he wants right now. All the food that anybody else needs is his. He says I'm a royal biatch because he needs the lasagna and it's going to send him backwards because now I'm withholding food from him. Classic addict behavior. He isn't moving forward, so what is there to send him backwards from? I forgot to say this explicitly. It's time to defend your children from their father. Yeah, you're not the a-hole, OP. Am I the a-hole for telling my son-in-law's wife that she'll never take my daughter's place? I lost my daughter Abby 7 years ago. She was married to Scott and had 3 kids with him, who are now 11, 12, and 14. Scott and my grandkids stayed part of the family, and last year Scott remarried. His current wife is Beth. We all knew Beth for a few years prior to the wedding, and she was always very friendly, though at times she could be a little pushy. Scott would always handle that though. After they got married, Beth's pushiness got worse, and Scott appeared to have lost control. Beth was upset when she dropped my grandkids off one day that we hadn't added photos of her to our house, and commented as such. In our living room, we have a display that has photos of our kids and their weddings. She felt that her and Scott's wedding should be there. She was upset when my grandkids spent Mother's Day with us and our extended family, and we didn't include her. Scott wasn't invited either. Mother's Day is a difficult day for him due to a bad relationship with his own mum, but Beth said that we should invite her too because she's part of the family, and then she said that she's one of our kids too. I asked her what she meant, and she told me that she's obviously going to be one of our kids now that she's the mother figure for our grandkids. I told Scott what she said, and he was embarrassed and told me that he'd speak to her. Beth was also upset when my husband posted on Facebook to say something about our kids, and she didn't get mentioned as one of our kids, but as Scott's wife. We mentioned Scott and how wonderful he was to Abby and how wonderful he is as a father. For my grandson's 14th birthday, we were all together and he wanted a mum side photo. Beth attempted to get into the photo, and when Scott tried to remind her, she said that she's part of the family now. He pulled her aside and the photo was taken without her, but she told one of my sons after that she felt like we weren't treating her as a daughter, and then said Scott never treated her as a lesser wife. We saw them a little over Christmas, and Beth was upset that we gotten them a joint gift for her and Scott instead of getting her one alone. She told me she's tired of feeling like she's not really family, and she said that she feels like we always put Abby first when she's here now. I saw red after this, and I told her she can never take my daughter's place, and the fact that she ever thought she could is outrageous. She told me that the kids call her mum, and they think the world of her, so why wouldn't we? I told her the kids have always called her Beth when I hear them, and she turned around and said that's our fault because the kids should be calling her mum and they don't. She lost it from there. She stormed out, and I explained what happened to Scott. He apologized and left the kids with her so he could speak to her. I think they worked it out, but Beth said I was needlessly cruel to imply that she's not as good as Abby and doesn't deserve to be our daughter. Am I the a-hole? No, you're definitely not the a-hole, OP. Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. You're Abby's parents and not Scott's. You have a good relationship with him and your grandchildren, and that's wonderful, but she's not your family. She's Scott's and a stepmother to your grandchildren. children. She seems to be pushing boundaries and misunderstands that your relationship with Scott is based on the relationship that he had with your daughter, and you've included Beth in what you're comfortable with, but you're not obligated to treat her like your daughter. And her comments about being the children's mother and that your daughter is put first despite having passed is alarming. Yeah, and the comment underneath, it's bad enough that Beth is trying to erase Abby as the kid's mother, but to try and replace Abby as OP's daughter, that's disgusting and disrespectful. Are we sure Scott or Abby didn't cross paths with Beth before Abby died? Not saying Scott cheated, but Beth sounds obsessed with becoming Abby or taking Abby's life for herself. And the comment underneath, yeah, this is totally unhinged. Yeah, it is, and you're not the a-hole, OP. Am I the a-hole for kicking my daughter out of my house for being pregnant? I, 45 female, have a 27-year-old daughter. She has 6 kids between the ages of 10 and 11 months. There are 3 different fathers. She receives child support from 2 of them, and she's still with the 3rd one, and she has been for 5 years. My daughter works part-time, and her fiance is a chef full-time. They've lived with us for the past year and a half, due to getting evicted from their last home. The kids in them have her upstairs bedrooms. There's 2, but that's still crowded for 6 children. They're constantly asking me for help with phone bills. My husband and I haven't asked for any rent so they'd be able to save money and get a home, which I do not believe they're doing. I've put up with loud voices throughout all hours and waking up at different hours to cater to children because I love my grandchildren. I never complain to my daughter because I believe family is very important. It's just that my children are all grown up. My youngest moved out 4 years ago and my husband and I had hopes to remodel. We did not expect them to be living here this long. On Christmas Eve, my daughter gathered us all around and announced that they were pregnant with baby number 7. Everybody was all excited, but I felt dread. That would mean another child in our house with not much room. I looked over at my husband and I could tell he felt the same. We discussed it later and we decided that we were going to have to ask them to move out. Last night at dinner, I brought it up to my daughter and her boyfriend, and we told them they have 2 months to find a new place because we can't have another child here. My daughter started crying, saying that she couldn't believe that I'd throw her to the streets for having a baby, that this was completely unfair and not enough time. It's also kind of unfair to keep having kids in somebody else's place. I told her I was sorry, it was painful for me as well, but these living conditions were impossible. She demanded I give her more time or she'd go to the courts, and I told her, newsflash, the courts only give you 30 days. She then said my grandkids were going to be homeless because I was so selfish. She made a Facebook post where she was asking for rooms to rent, and her family don't give a crap about her. Am I the a-hole? No, you're definitely not the a-hole, OP. And the fact that they're not grateful for you is so bad. They have their 6 kids under your roof and you're not charging them rent, and they don't see an issue with them having their 7th child. So including them and their fiance, there's 9 of them, and they think you're being unfair. They've been taking advantage of you and now they're getting upset at you. And also, I know people can do whatever they want, but I don't know, maybe 7 kids is enough. Yeah, you're definitely not the a-hole, OP. Am I the a-hole for sending him a bill for $1,000 after him and his kid ate all of our food? I've been seeing Jack for 2 years now, but we live separately due to the kids and wanted to make sure this is 100% all in before uprooting them. I have 2 sons, 13-year-old twins, and 1 daughter, 11. He has 1 daughter, 13. We do weekend stays together twice a month so far, and there's never been any major issues. The girls have gotten into a few party arguments, but other than that, no big issues. I spend around $1,000 a month in food, and that covers me and my kids plus Jack and his daughter for the 2 visits a month. I do a lot of meal prep and a lot of couponing. Last month, my mother asked me and my kids to go to her place in Louisiana to help her move out of her home and into a 50-plus community. It made me feel more comfortable to have my house occupied in my absence, to keep the dehumidifiers and everything running. We've got huge moisture issues, and I don't want anything to mold or rust, so I asked Jack if he and his daughter wanted to stay at my place for 2 weeks, just to keep everything running smooth. I gave it a 2-week time frame, but I was unsure of how long it'd actually take. I knew the drive alone would be 2 days there and 2 days back. He agreed. I did my monthly shop before leaving, and I spent $1,092. I told them they could have some of the food when we were gone, so maybe this is my fault. But anyway, we got back 2 days ago, 4 days before the 2-week mark, and found my house in ruin practically. Dirty dishes on the counters and table, dirty clothes in the living room and bedrooms, mine and my daughter's where they slept. I keep my house clean, so this caused a lot of panic on my end. I grew up in a hoarder house, so I take pride in a clean home. But the one thing that truly tipped me over the edge was finding that they went through at least 90% of the food I bought before leaving. In less than 2 weeks, we were left with a single pack of hamburgers, all the veggies and a few boxes of pasta. Jack started scrambling when we entered the home, saying, "Sorry, I was going to clean before you got back, but I didn't expect you so soon." I gave a hush to please leave. He and his daughter left, but after giving it some thought, I told him that he had to reimburse us the $1,000 $1,000 worth of food that he and his daughter ate. I told him that their intake was absolutely repulsive, that I said he could have some, not eat everything in the house and leave us with nothing. He said that he'd allowed his kid to have her friends over, and they ate a lot, but he shouldn't have to give me $1,000, given that I told him they could eat the food, that I have more than enough money, true, and he doesn't, also true. I still want to be reimbursed, however, and yeah, we split up. Am I the a-hole? Edit to add. This may make me sound bad, but I wouldn't consider him house sitting as doing me any favors. All he had to do was dump out the dehumidifier when it got full. I could have asked the neighbor to do that for $200. He and his daughter live in a small apartment, and coming to my house feels like a vacation to them. Their words, not mine. I have a 2-story home with 6 bedrooms on the beach with a hot tub and a game room, cable and high-speed internet. They were essentially getting a free vacation, and the only thing they had to do was dump the dehumidifier once a day. I more or less asked for the $1,000 off principle alone. I don't expect him to give me the money, but since he wasn't understanding my viewpoint on why it wasn't acceptable, I asked him for the $1,000 so he could open his eyes and understand how big of a deal it truly is. I did the big shop before leaving because I had work obligations scheduled for when I returned, and going out and doing a big shop in the middle of 4 showings and mandatory seminars would have been a nightmare. I didn't buy any fridge stuff outside of what I knew they would eat. Everything I bought were non-perishables, boxed dinners, and meat for the freezer. I didn't leave him over the food. I left him because after I tried explaining why this was wrong of him, he accused me of throwing my privilege and money in his face, knowing that he's not as financially stable as me, and making him and his daughter feel bad for doing nothing wrong. I've never thrown money in their face. I've never asked him for anything, and I have paid for everything in the past 2 years because he couldn't, helped him with multiple bills and things that his daughter needed without any question. So he made me feel stupid, and I won't tolerate it. Wow, that's such a heavy one. I'm sorry, OP. But yeah, no, ultimately, I don't feel like you're the a-hole, and I feel like you know that, OP, but there's a lot of reassurance here in the comments. The top comment says, not the a-hole. Where I live, pet or house sitting would run about $50 a day, and my sitter provides their own food, so it'd cost me about $5.50 for 11 days. To feed a family of 4 in an expensive market cost me like $2,000 a month, so even if they consumed half of the food, that would be excessive in my opinion. And number 1, there's no planet where it should be a reasonable expectation that it was a free-for-all on all the food worth $1,000. And number 2, even with friends over, how did they eat that much between 2 people in 11 days? And 3, if I saw my house in a complete pigsty when coming home early with a house sitter, I'd probably have a stroke. They're supposed to care for your house in your absence, not frantically clean like a guilty teen 5 minutes before you get home. And the fact that this isn't just some stranger that you'd expect the bare minimum from, but rather your longtime partner, who you'd think would have more care about your belongings and your feelings, makes it even worse. And OP said underread, the worst of it is that most of the food was wasted. There were pots and pans left with all the food that they cooked. They didn't even try to refrigerate it after cooking for leftovers. And also, on top of all of this, allowing all the daughter's friends to come over without even asking you about it. Yeah, no, that's so bad. You're for sure not the a-hole, OP. Am I the a-hole for telling my parents to eat crap when they asked me not to let my stepsister have guys over anymore? I, 24 male, got my own place last year. More recently, my stepsister, 24 female, moved in with me. It's been great having her here. We get along great, something we already know. She pulls her own weight, and plus, living on your own can be pretty depressing sometimes, so that does help. I don't have any rules here for her since I want her to treat it like it's her house too. None of that my house, my rules type of crap that people play. I hate it. Last weekend she had a guy over. Our other sister, 15 female, video called us. We video call every night or two, and heard someone over and must have told our parents after the call because my mum mentioned us having guys over and how that's dangerous last time I saw her. Now my mum, dad and brother, 22 male, are calling and texting, pestering me to not allow my stepsister to have guys over. I basically only texted back, eat crap. She's a bloody adult and she can have whoever she wants over at her own house. Am I the a-hole? And OP left a comment here that said this. Yeah, definitely could have put it more respectfully, but unfortunately our parents aren't the type to listen if you aren't swearing at them. Well, yeah, there you go. I don't think you're the a-hole, OP. And like this comment says, not the a-hole, they sound overbearing AF. Yeah, 100% telling them what to do when they're not even in their house anymore. No, you're not the a-hole, OP. They can't be thinking they can do stuff like that. Am I the a-hole for telling my friend that if she couldn't keep up because of her disability, she just shouldn't have come? I, 26 female, have a pretty close group of friends. We have this one girl in our group, Sadie, 27 female. She has a disability that is mostly manageable through medication, but despite this, Sadie has a bad habit of forgetting to take her pills right before we do something that she isn't interested in doing. This time it was on a group trip we've been planning for over a year. Due to how high the cost of the trip was, we each decided to take take a day and plan an activity that the whole group would participate in. We also rented a van together to get to our destination, as that was the most ideal situation. The first issue with Sadie came up when getting to our destination. Due to the length of the drive, everyone was going to be driving an hour to get to our destination. Right before it was Sadie's turn, she had a flare-up and couldn't drive, so our friend took over. The next morning, my friend had planned a tour of the town. We all reminded Sadie several times to take her medication, as this was an expensive tour and we did not want it to be cut short. Well, she'd forgotten and the tour had to be cut short. This is when I got genuinely upset, because this was now my money being wasted, and during the week she had flare-ups pretty often. The actual fight that led to this post occurred on my day though. The previous day Sadie had no flare-ups. It was also her day to plan. This was because she'd set alarms to take her medication regularly so that she'd be okay. We all reminded her to please take her pills like that again. I decided to take all my friends on a trail ride on horses, as the trail rides in this town are known for being absolutely beautiful. We paid extra for a basics lesson prior to the trail. In the lesson, we were all paired off based on experience and performance in the small arena that they had. I got paired with Sadie. Well, a quarter of the way through the trail, she started having a flare-up. I told her that I would not be turning around, as this was expensive and that I was truly looking forward to this. She begged me to turn around. Finally, the ranger told us that I had to turn around with her, as she was my partner. In the car, I told her that she knew how important this was to me and that she should have just taken the pills. She told me that I was being ableist and that I didn't know what the pills did to her. We got into a huge argument in which I said, if your disability can't take being a good friend, then maybe you shouldn't come on these trips anyway. While I agree that was harsh, I didn't think I was in the wrong, considering that she had cost us so much money over the years for simply not wanting to do something. My other friends agreed that Sadie is inconvenient at times, but that I should have been more sensitive to her condition. I'm honestly torn on whether or not to apologize. Edit, after reading almost every comment, I spoke to Sadie on the phone and I apologized for the harshness of my tone. I tried to ask about more details on the medication that she does take and her condition in general, but she said that she doesn't share that information with anybody but her closest friends, as the symptoms can sometimes be embarrassing. I completely understood this and I did not push any further. We've decided to go out to lunch together on Friday so I can understand a little bit more about her condition and how it affects her. Oh wow, I love it when the post sort of resolves itself. But yeah, once again, I don't think you're the a-hole. The top comment says, not the a-hole. I also have a health condition that can flare up, and while I'm not sure what's up with Sadie, if she doesn't want to take her meds, then she knows that she needs to stay home. She was able to keep on top of them for her day, but no one else's, and just happens to flare up before her turn to drive. Were there any other flare-ups on the drive, or just when it was her turn? Yeah, and like the comment underneath that one says, not the a-hole. If Sadie had flare-ups that messed up her own day, then the problems on the other days are understandable. The fact that she's problem-free when she's doing something that she wants implies that you're being manipulated. She's messed up the planned activities and costing you money. You deserve to be able to take a trip without that one person causing most of the issues. Yeah, definitely, you had the right to get upset about this OP, and it also sounds like you handled this super well. And yeah, hopefully the lunch went good. Am I the a-hole for taking away my family's gifts because of something I overheard? Context: me, 31 male, and my long-term boyfriend, 30 male, bought a house together last June. I have a big family, 8 cousins and around 20 nieces and nephews, and I'm the oldest of my generation. I also have a pretty high-paying job, and so does my boyfriend. My boyfriend hasn't had any contact with his family for over a decade, and has been coming to my family celebration since before we were dating. Within my family, I'm known to be a bit of a splurger with gifts and stuff, and the kids are always excited for my gifts because they're usually big things, like Lego sets and things of the sort. Now with the story, so today, or yesterday, my family held a pre-Christmas celebration since we won't be able to meet up anytime this year after this week. It was held at me and my boyfriend's new house, the first family event that we've had here. My boyfriend really wanted to take part in the gift giving, so went all out with gifts, spending an average of $100 per person. He was so excited to give everybody their presents since we spent not only money, but also a lot of time picking everything for everybody. The festivities were a hit and my boyfriend and I stepped away for a bit to have some quiet time together. While we rested on the stairs, we overheard my cousin, 17 female, chatting with my niece, 15 female. They were joking around about a few family members and mentioned my boyfriend and how he was too gay to function. Honestly, we didn't mind it too much. It's a movie reference and their kids. But then another cousin, 24 male, came in and began making harsher jokes, which the kids laughed at. These jokes brought my boyfriend to tears and I refused to let that slide. When the gift trading began, I took them aside and I let them know that I wasn't happy with their comments and that they weren't okay to say. I told them to apologize to my boyfriend because it was unfair to him, and they refused because they were just jokes that we weren't meant to hear. Yeah, well, that's not what a joke is. I told them I didn't care there and they had to apologize. They refused again, and I told them that since they don't respect him, they don't deserve the presents that we got for them. This got them to backtrack and say they'd apologize, but I told them it was too late, but they should still apologize. This is where I think I might have been too harsh. The youngest of my cousins told her mum, my aunt, that I was refusing to give her and the other two their presents, and she was angry about it. She told the parents of my niece and the male cousin's dad and partner about it, and all of them made a huge fuss. Me and my sister kicked them out, and when they tried to grab their presents before leaving, I stopped them and I rushed them out the door. The whole thing fell apart after that, and it ended very abruptly. So am I the a-hole for kicking them out and taking away their gifts over jokes? No, definitely not. Not only are you not the a-hole, but you also weren't being harsh. You could have been way harsher before you started being the a-hole, because you're not the a-hole, OP. That's revolting behavior, and it definitely needs to be spoken up about. And also, if your quote-unquote jokes are making people cry, you've got to be the least funny person in the world. What I'm trying to say is what they said were not jokes. They were being bloody awful. And they only said, oh, we were joking and you weren't meant to hear it, when you started calling them out on it and saying that they're not going to get presents, so they don't feel bad. So yeah, not only are they huge a-holes, but they're also huge a-holes in your house. The top comment says, not the a-hole, not the a-hole, not the a-hole. How are you going to treat somebody so bad at their function? Personally, that would be a recension of all future invites of those involved. And the fact that they made it out to be a grab for the gifts is disgusting. They didn't even come for the family. They came to get free stuff. And that level of toxic is never invited to our events. I'd truly not buy them gifts again. And to treat your boyfriend in such a manner only shows their respect for you and your life. I'll say it again, not the a-hole. Court adjourned. Yeah, 1,000,000%. And never have them at your house again. Oh, that made me mad. Some people are so awful. Yeah, and like this comment says, so according to them, the problem was that you and your boyfriend heard the jokes, not that the jokes were hurtful to begin with, not the a-hole. Yeah, that's right. Like, yeah, maybe don't be an a-hole, you know? Am I the a-hole for checking my husband's dashcam footage on his car without his consent? I, 34 female, live with my husband, 37 male, and daughter, 7 female. My daughter and I recently went on a short trip out of state while my husband stayed as he had to work and was supposed to look after our dog. On the last day of our trip, we get a call from my husband, who was acting distraught and said that our dog Ellie had run away and that he couldn't find her. He claimed that he just bolted away from him in the park into some bushes and he couldn't find her. Our dog is quite small, a mini poodle mix and almost 13 years old. She is active, but it's really unlike her to run away from us. And I was suspicious, but I chose to believe my husband, and me and my daughter were in grief, but we didn't want to blame him. When we came back home, he seemed surprisingly okay, unlike us. Ever since the pandemic, my husband started working from home, and he's always been annoyed at how much attention we gave Ellie, and hated how Ellie begged to sit on our laps and his while he worked. A few days later, we get a call from an animal rescue in a neighbouring state, quite far from us, that says she's been found. I picked the phone, and it was our landline, which we almost never use these days, but it was the contact on the microchip. I told my husband, and he just said, "That's great, I'm so happy," but it felt kind of blunt and insincere. I said it is strange that she got so far, and he responded that someone must have stolen her and then abandoned her. This made little sense to me as to why that would happen. When he was out drinking with his buddies, I copied the videos from his dash cam for the days I was away, and I saw that he had indeed taken Ellie far out of state and clearly dropped her in front of his car and thrown a frisbee-like object into a field, yelled fetch, and then drove off without her. I was livid and I confronted him, and he just stupidly muttered how he dropped her there so she could find a farm and have a better life. And then the next day got really angry at me for viewing his dash cam and called me and my daughter a-holes. What? Yeah, so this isn't really like a question, is it? Of course not the a-hole. Oh, that's so sad. And you'd never be able to trust him again. Like the top comment says, keep your dog and your daughter and leave the husband in another state to find another family that he'd have a better life with. Yeah, that's unforgivable sort of stuff. Am I the a-hole for telling my wife that I'd be perfectly capable of doing what she does? I, 30 male, have a wife, 30 female, and a daughter, 7 female. I work in finance and my wife is a stay-at-home mum, as I earn sufficient for both of us. My wife is a great stay-at-home mum and takes great care of our house. I was lucky to buy a home as I earn well in a medium cost of living city. I love my wife, but she finds it humorous to say that I'm incapable of doing household tasks. We had agreed that she would do them, and when we decided she would stay at home, and I do stuff occasionally when we're both home if she asks me to, but then if, say, I load the dishwasher for her, she'll claim that I did it wrong just because I do it different than she does, and it still cleans well. The other day we were eating and she told me about her day and how she went grocery shopping and optimized the cost by buying specific items items at different specific stores and accounting for the cost of traveling to each store. And she made an offhanded remark that I would never be able to do that and said it in a "what would you ever do without me" kind of way. I replied back saying that of course I could do that. I handle complex decisions and calculations at my work as I work in finance, and that I have a master's degree and what I do involves more intellect than household operations. Even though I acknowledged and appreciate what she does, I would be capable if the roles were reversed. She got angry and seemed to think that I was calling her stupid when I wasn't, and then cried, and now I feel like an a-hole. She said she was a very good student and had she graduated she would be in my position as well. My wife and I met in college, but she was an international student studying physics and computer science, and she had issues with her loan from her home country and couldn't afford to complete it, and we got married then so she could stay. Initially she wanted to complete it later after finding the funds, but she agreed to be a stay-at-home mum when I got a good job, and I appreciate that a lot as we were able to have a kid early on while I was both completing my masters and working full-time. Yeah, nah, you probably shouldn't have said that. Yeah, like the top comment says, "You the a-hole. Your wife is a very smart woman who probably prepared her whole life for a challenging technical career, and now for better or for worse she's a stay-at-home mum with no degree or paying job. It's obvious that you're proud of your intellectual capabilities and the complex tasks that you tackle at work. It's obviously part of your identity and your ego, and your wife has none of that, even though that's what she wanted. What little source of pride that she has, her own spouse diminishes and minimizes. How would that make you feel if you were in her shoes? Would you consider supporting your wife to finish her degree? Am I the a-hole? I took $2,000 to get off the plane and I came home late. Delta gave me $2,000 to skip my flight. This is $2,000 that can be spent anywhere. The flight looked like it was going to get cancelled anyway. It did. So now I have $2,000 in a hotel stay, but my fiance is mad at me because I chose the money over coming home. But it looked like the flight was going to be cancelled. Not to mention, I called once and I texted once to ask her opinion, and she didn't answer either, so I had to make the decision by myself. She says because she's been in a semi-depressed state the last few days. It's crazy of me to ever make that decision. She hasn't communicated to me well enough how bad she really is right now. Last night when we spoke and she seemed better. Okay, that was probably the shortest post we've ever read, but no, definitely not the a-hole. Like, you making this decision with the information that you had, whether or not they're happy about it doesn't make you an a-hole. Like, if anything, yeah, there's not enough communication, but that doesn't make you an a-hole. And also, can't they just go home now with the $2,000? Like, isn't this a good thing? Am I the a-hole for telling my wife that my mum will never love her and to stop trying? I've been married to my wife for 2 years, and the best way to describe my mother is cold. She's not rude or anything, just disinterested in my wife. The best way I can explain my mum is that she's tired. She had a really hard life, doesn't have much affection left to give, and she rarely gets close to anyone. It's pure disinterest, and she can't bring herself to care about new people. She's a retired old lady that just wants to sit on the porch and not make small talk with people. We had a little get together at my mum's house. My mum doesn't like it when people bring food. She works all day to make a spread, and it's like her thing. She just wants to provide for the guests. My wife came from work and she brought food, potato salad. I stop her from bringing it in. The whole night she's just bothering her when she was on the porch, asking her if she wants to go on a shopping trip. When my mum asks for some quiet, she still talks on. When I was walking by, she asked me to take my wife away from her. This made my wife upset, but I did it since I could see mum was getting close to the end of her rope. We had to talk about what that was all about, and she just wants to be loved by her mother-in-law. She is being nice, so she doesn't get why she doesn't like her. I told her that my mum will never love her and to just stop. What she's doing is actively making her dislike you and to leave the woman alone. She called me a jerk and hasn't spoken to me since. Edit, I was told to include this comment from an info comment. Almost never. Most of the time if people join her on the porch, it's very little small talk or just join her watching the garden. She doesn't care how loud they are in the house or anything like that. She likes to watch others have a good time. More of an observer than anything. She asked for quiet with my wife since she was just going on for a while. My sister was out there and told me mum tried politer ways to ask her to be quiet and it didn't work. Also, the direct request didn't work with my wife and she kept going. Yeah, no, I don't think you're a jerk for saying this. Yeah, like this comment says. Honestly, it sounds like OP's wife hit the mother-in-law lottery. A mother-in-law that wants absolutely nothing to do with you but isn't necessarily rude or trying to make your life miserable. That's a blessing. And yeah, not everybody wants to talk a lot. That's completely fine. Also, this comment, a soft, are you the a-hole? Your mother-in-law cooked a feast for you and her. That's her way of showing love. That's what you should have said instead of saying that the love isn't there. Yeah, 100%. That makes a lot of sense. But also, at the same time, if the mother-in-law has tried to get them to stop talking like a few different times and they don't take the hint and they still keep trying to talk talk to them, then yeah, that's definitely a bit much, and I do understand why you said that to them. I'm keen to read your comments, guys. Am I the a-hole for overreacting after my wife lied about our baby's gender? I, 32 male, and my wife, 25 female, are expecting our first child. I've reacted in ways I'm now questioning, and I need outside perspective. Background: my childhood was a tumultuous one. Growing up, I always craved a strong male figure in my life. I never had that bond with my father, and I always envisioned having it with my son. My wife was aware of this deep-rooted desire. During her first pregnancy appointments, I was on an essential business trip. These trips, though draining, are critical since I'm the only breadwinner, trying to ensure a different life for my child than I had. In my absence, my wife and her adopted mother attended the checkups. Upon my return, she excitedly told me that we were having a boy. We invested emotionally and financially, a blue nursery, boy-themed items, even naming him after my late grandfather. However, a chance remark from her mother disclosed that we were having a girl. My wife admitted that she knew from the beginning, but didn't tell me, thinking she was protecting my feelings. I was devastated, feeling the weight of past hurts and fresh betrayals. In my pain, I cleared out the nursery, and in a moment I regret, told her mother that she wasn't welcome at upcoming family events, seeing her as part of the deceit. I acted out of deep-seated emotions and past traumas. I love my wife and I regret my reaction, but I feel lost. Am I the a-hole for how I responded? Yeah, like this comment says, why would you pack up the nursery? You're still having a baby. That baby will still need all the things in that nursery. Maybe this is a good chance for you to reconsider your attitudes to sex and gender, because spoiler alert, the baby doesn't care what color their clothes and blankets are. And then also, like the top comment says, everybody sucks here. I can't imagine why she thought it would be less painful for you to think you were having a boy and then disappoint you later. Getting your hopes up accomplishes nothing. That said, you very much did overreact in clearing out the nursery and disinviting her mother from coming over. This reaction is crazy, and you talking about this pain and devastation surrounding having a girl is probably the reason she was afraid to tell you, because she probably wants to be excited about this child and didn't want to deal with you acting like it's something devastating that it's a girl. Also, you're projecting way too much for an unborn child. What if you did have a boy, but he wasn't interested in this intense father-son relationship that you're craving? Can any real-life father-son relationship actually even live up to the one in your head that's supposed to heal your past wounds? Your kids are real people. Don't set them up for failure by having all these weird expectations for how they'll better your existing traumas. Yeah, 1,000,000%. Wow, that was super well said. Yeah, like it is bad that they told you were having a boy when you weren't, but yeah, obviously they didn't want to tell you about it because of a reaction like this happening. Am I the a-hole for not telling my roommate that I owned the house? Brief backstory. About a year ago, my last remaining grandparent passed away and my father inherited all assets, including a house. I've been saving for a nice down payment, at least 50%, so I could have a lower mortgage payment each month, thus allowing me to save money for travel. When my father inherited this house, which he had no interest in moving into yet, he offered to sell it to me for slightly below market rate, with the caveat that he and my stepmother could eventually move into the basement apartment. I agreed because they're both incredible people who are not at all invasive and would definitely give me my privacy if they lived there. So I paid a 60% down payment, financed the rest and moved in. So present day, about 6 months ago, I started considering renting out the finished basement apartment. It has 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a living room and a small kitchenette, sink and a fridge and a microwave, but no oven. A friend of mine said his brother was moving to the city and needed a place. He's a brand new teacher and doesn't make great money, so he needed a place that wasn't expensive. I offered to let him rent my basement for way less than market rate, $650, which would include utilities. He readily accepted and signed a year-long lease. Well, a few days ago, he asked if he could start paying the landlord directly instead of giving me rent money each month. I was under the impression that my friend had told him that I owned the house, so I was confused and I told him we don't have a landlord, I'm the owner. He got very upset and screamed at me for lying for over 6 months and taking advantage of him by making him pay so much rent. For the record, an apartment similar to the one in my house would be well over twice what he's paying me, closer to 3 times for something nice. He asked how much of my mortgage he's covering, and I said, why does that matter? You're getting a nice quiet place to live, access to a full kitchen and laundry room, and you're paying an amount that you can afford. My personal finances aren't really a factor here. He stormed out of the room and slammed the basement door and is still not speaking to me. I asked a few other friends and some family members, and most said that I'm wrong for having him cover my mortgage payments. What do you mean? Like they're paying rent. Only a few say that I'm in the right. So am I the a-hole for having my roommate cover $650 of my $775 a month mortgage? Edit to add, he has a lease, so I won't be evicting him over this alone. If he does any damage or becomes hostile, I'll look at the eviction process. But for now, he will remain unless he chooses to break the lease, which I'd allow him to do so if he wants. He also didn't bother to read the lease before signing. The lease clearly states I'm the homeowner. I didn't trick him or keep info from him. He simply didn't read what he was signing, and I didn't get the house for almost free, as some people choose to believe. My father sold it to me for about 75% of the value, more or less as an advance on rent that he and my stepmom will pay when they move in here in a few years. We already agreed that they won't pay rent every month, but they'll contribute to utilities and groceries at that time. I also made a 60% down payment, so I have quite a bit invested, as well as paying about $1,500 a month out of pocket for taxes, insurance and maintenance, and utilities, etc. Yeah, like the top comment says, oh my god, are they freaking serious? What is it that they think people do when they rent? They cover the landlord's mortgage payment? You're definitely not the a-hole, and quite honestly, do not renew the lease with this person. How entitled can a person be? I rented an Airbnb for a few months when I was new to the area. More precisely, I rented a bedroom. Yeah, I had access to the kitchen and a shared bathroom with whoever else were guests, and a shared laundry room and a pool, but still a bedroom. And that was more than what you're charging for a finished basement apartment. It sounds like your renter is gonna get sticker shock when he moves out. Tell everyone who thinks you're ripping the guy off to check the market rate for the area and then go kick rocks. Like what, were you supposed to let him stay for free? Again, not the a-hole, but I think I'd start looking for smarter friends. Yeah, for real, what do they expect? Like, do they really expect to let them live there for free? Surely not. There's a comment here from the person who made this. My family and friends think I should take it easy on him because he's a teacher and he's doing a good thing for kids, but I thought I was taking it easy by giving him cheap rent. Am I the a-hole for refusing to keep doing chores for my wife? I, 28 male, have been married to my wife Bella, 28 female, for 5 years. We both met and went to the same college. She was pre-law while I was doing animation. She graduated top of our class and went to a T20 law school. While she was in law school, I had a lot of trouble finding a job in my field, or a job at all really. I ended up working in a kitchen as a line cook to help support us, in addition to loans that she took out, while she was going to school so she could focus on her classes. Bella got a very good job in a different state after she graduated, so I quit my job and I haven't gotten another one since. We have no kids, a nice house for the two of us, and are overall living very, very comfortably. She works a very long hours, so I take care of most of the household things, cleaning, cooking, grocery shopping, repainting the walls, and doing other work and renovations. In the last 6 months, Bella started referring to me as her house husband around our family and friends. I've mostly been letting it go, but every single time it bothers me. I'm already insecure about not being able to find a good job, and this makes me feel even more inadequate. I finally got to the end of my rope when we were with her mother on Sunday, who still doesn't really approve of me, and they were talking about taking care of the lawn and garden, and she said, "Thank goodness I have a house husband for that, or I'd never find the time," and smiled at me, and then they both laughed, and it was humiliating. I didn't say anything at first, but I guess she could tell that I was really upset, and then asked me what was wrong. I told her that she needed to stop emasculating me and making it seem like I didn't contribute anything to the household. We were arguing back and forth, and she told me that she would stop calling me a house husband if I was going to get that upset about it, but that it was an untrue term and I needed to stop being so insecure. Bella refuses to apologize. I feel like she doesn't fully appreciate my value as her husband. I've stopped doing chores until she apologizes, and she's beyond pissed off. She's been coming home and cooking dinner only for herself and doing the chores I haven't, and then taking off to spend the night at a friend's house. I was talking to my sister about it, and she told me that Bella was wrong, but I was being immature in my response. The thing is, if I give in, she's gonna keep thinking what she's doing is okay. I don't even know anymore. Am I the a-hole? Yeah, you shouldn't have reacted like this. You went about this the wrong way. You need to communicate, and I don't think they're trying to emasculate you either, and if you have that much of an issue with it, like, either try and get to the bottom of it or go and get a job, I suppose. Like the top comment says, "Darling, you are a house husband. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Or being a housewife. Why do you believe that it's a put down or emasculating? It's an equal contribution to your family and household. It holds value. It permits your wife to work longer hours at her job without trying to also maintain the household. If you're truly unhappy in that role, do something about it. Look for work in your chosen field or look into going back for new qualifications. You the a-hole for getting upset about a factually correct statement." Also, like this comment says, "Nah, as a housewife myself, I'd be so annoyed if my husband said he has a housewife to take care of stuff. If it was, I'm so glad that my name takes care of all of that, it'd be fine. But to reduce your spouse to just their position rather than a person is demeaning." I agree with you, though. I do think OP abandoning his position as a house husband to manipulate an apology is what makes him the a-hole, not being upset about it. It's an immature way to go about it, especially considering that she has committed to not refer refer to him as a house husband anymore? Am I the a-hole for putting an outside lock on my bathroom to prevent my wife from using it? My wife, 25 female, and I, 31 male, bought a house together about 6 months ago. This is our first time living together. Our house is an old American house that has been reformed many times. As a consequence of this, it has a silly layout where there are 2 bathrooms right next to each other that share the same wall. When we pulled the trigger on buying it, we made an agreement that I'd take the bathroom on the left with the shower and she'd take the one on the right with a bath. Hers is much more spacious than mine. I soon learned though that my wife preferred to use my bathroom, but only to defecate. She'll go and pee or take a bath or do her makeup in her own bathroom, but when the time comes to have a bowel movement, she only wants to use my toilet. I usually wouldn't mind this, but the issue is that she sits very far forward on the seat, which does leave streaks in the bowl virtually every time she goes. Ew, what? If you're using somebody else's toilet, you should leave it cleaner than you found it. I first tried approaching this civilly by asking her why she used my bathroom. She gave me a vague answer about preferring it. Then I asked if she could at least sit back a bit more. She said that it was none of my concern how she sat on the toilet. Yeah, well, it is if they're cleaning it up. I offered to change bathrooms with her, to which she said no thanks. Then I asked her to stop using it and she said it was her house too, so she'd be allowed to go wherever she wants. I'm honestly tired of opening the toilet lid to see her poop stuck to the bowl. The day before yesterday, I installed a lock on the door that I could open with a key. At first, she didn't seem to take the hint. She asked me for a key to the bathroom, to which I said no. Then as she really had to go, she started to panic and asked me again and again to open it. I told her that she has a perfectly good toilet in her bathroom. She finally relented but came out of the bathroom extremely upset with me. She's been ticked off and demanding that I remove the lock since. Was I out of line here? No, not even a little bit. They obviously just don't want their bathroom to smell, so they're like, oh yeah, I'll just do it in yours. Yeah, like this comment says, not the a-hole. Why can't she do that in her own toilet? Does she not want to clean up her own mess? That's disgusting. Man, start doing it in her toilet. This is the only answer. Hit Taco Bell after a long night at the bars and absolutely destroy her toilet. Maintain eye contact while you do and then don't flush. Not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for telling my son that he can't stay with me when I found out why his wife kicked him out? My daughter-in-law is pregnant with my first grandchild. She's suffering from placenta previa. She's on bed rest. It would be dangerous for her to have the horizontal mumbo. So my a-hole son decided that he would cheat? What? She found out and she kicked him out of the house. He came to stay with us because she was having crazy pregnancy hormones. Every time he called her, they would fight, and after a couple of days, we told him to go see if she calmed down. Her mummy's staying with them, so we weren't worried about her. My wife called her to check in on it and found out the truth. I'm very upset. When I got home from work, I told him he needed to get out of my house. He wasn't someone I wanted to associate with at the moment, and it would be best if he wasn't near me. My wife tried to say that I was being too hard on him, that I should just give him a chance to work things out. Yeah, but they're actively ruining their relationship. They're not working stuff out. I can't even look at him. I don't want such a stupid boy in my house. My wife and I are still fighting about it, but I'm willing to die on this hill. No, you're not the a-hole. Like this comment says, not the a-hole. You have respect for your daughter-in-law and you have strong morals of knowing right from wrong. Looks like your son never inherited them. Like, that's revolting, and there are consequences for revolting behavior. Yeah, they're gonna have stuff to work out. Work out if they'll ever be able to trust them ever again, and probably not. And yeah, like this comment says, my wife tried to say that I was being too hard on him. Ask her if she would feel the same way if you were the one cheating on her while she was pregnant. Yeah, 100%. Am I the a-hole for making my daughter miss once-in-a-lifetime events, homecoming and senior prom, and delete all of her social media as punishment for bullying? Yesterday, I was informed that my daughter Sam was a part of a group of students who bullied another girl to the point that she had to switch schools. There was a racial aspect to the bullying which came as a complete shock, since my wife and I truly did our best to raise our 3 kids to be kind and honest individuals. I don't believe that a grounding and a confiscation of electronics is harsh enough for what they did. So I told Sam that she won't be allowed to participate in homecoming or attend senior prom. I also told her that she won't be getting a car for her 18th birthday either. Finally, I told her that she'll have to delete all of her social media accounts with either me or her mum watching. Sam begged me to allow her to go to senior prom because it's a once-in-a-lifetime event, and to keep just her Instagram account because it had pictures going back years and they weren't saved anywhere else. I told her that she shouldn't have been a racist bully. My parents are temporarily staying with us while their house is undergoing renovation. questions. They agree that what Sam did was completely out of line and must be punished, but they think that making my daughter miss homecoming and senior prom and forcing her to delete her social media is far, far too harsh. Yeah, this comment's good. What if you gave the possibility of earning things back? The point of punishing her is for her to learn from this, to become a better person. Often the best impetus for change is when people see that you change and reward you for it. So tell her that homecoming is gone, but if she genuinely learns from this and shows that she's a better person, she might be able to earn senior prom. She has to show real change and understanding. She's got to do something that will really drive home for her how much harm she's done and how wrong her actions have been. The person she is today, that person doesn't go to prom, but a kinder person who chooses to be a force for good in the world, a person who plans and helps and supports instead of tearing down, yeah, that girl could go to prom. She just has to make a plan with you about how she demonstrates that she's that person. The right kind of volunteering, like homeless outreach or Big Brother, Big Sisters, might help break down her walls and start seeing people as people instead of things to manipulate again. Might teach her some empathy. If it's affordable for you, working with a therapist who specializes in bullying, both to counsel her and to build her roadmap to redemption, would be an excellent idea. Let her download her Instagram pictures before you make her delete the account. There's a balance to that. She doesn't have to give up her only copy of important pictures, but she loses the online presence. Not the a-hole, but I think there are more effective things you can do than creating this big punishment that you can't back down from. Yeah, pretty much every single comment is not the a-hole. And yeah, actions have consequences. You know, it's the same as the last one. Definitely not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for charging my friends rent then keeping the money for myself? This will be my first year in college. When I got accepted, the first person I told was my uncle. We're very close because he took care of me when I was little because my parents had crazy work schedules. Anyway, my grades were good enough to get me in, but not enough to get me any scholarships. That means I'll have to take out loans for tuition and work for my expenses. When my uncle found out, he said I should just concentrate on school instead of working. But my dad, his brother, said that money is tight right now, so my parents can't help me out as much as they want to. My uncle has investment properties all over the place, so he said it's not a big deal for him to buy another one near my campus, which he did, and then he had contractors renovate the house so everything in there is brand new. He even had them install a bay window in the master bedroom just for me, and I got to pick out everything else like the carpet and the counters. He told me that he wants me to concentrate on school and not work. Instead, I can be his landlady and rent out the other 3 bedrooms and keep that money to fund my expenses. I have a group of friends who are attending the same school, so I made a deal with them. Studio apartments are going between $900 and $1,500, not including utilities, around the campus, with the expensive ones being closer. My uncle's house is 1 street over from the campus, so I can literally walk to class every day. I'm charging my friends $700 per room, or if they double up, $350 per person, per month, and split utilities evenly. They all jumped at the offer, and no one asked me any questions until recently, when one of them asked how much the overall rent was. I was honest, and I told them about my uncle and our deal. That blew up in my face, because now every one of my friends are calling me greedy for charging them rent. What? And then pocketing the money? We're all in a huge fight, and they all want to either pay nothing or throw a couple of $100 in for utilities. Wow, what do you mean? I cried to my uncle, but he said now that I'm an adult, I need to make my own adult decision. He'll stand by my decision. I don't want to lose my friends, but I don't want to disappoint my family with bad grades either. I thought I was being fair with rent, but literally all of my friends are calling me a greedy a-hole. Yeah, but that's because they don't understand. Update. Thank you for reading my post and giving me advice. I went to my uncle this time without crying, and I told him some of the advice given on here and asked him for his advice. This time he didn't tell me to make my own adult decisions and told me that he was waiting for this conversation. This is what we agreed to do. I texted all of my friends, or former friends, and I told them because of the arguments and hurt feelings, we can no longer live together. My uncle offered to work out a lease for me in the beginning, but I refused because they were my friends. Because no one signed a lease, we didn't have to break any. I was worried about them suing, but my uncle said that the law in our state requires anything to do with real estate to be in writing. Unlike other situations, real estate deals cannot be oral, so I'm good. This time I took him up on the offer of creating a lease for me to have new tenants sign. We spent the morning researching rent prices and making ads. My friends and I made the agreement at the beginning of summer. Now that there's only a couple of weeks left until school starts, we found almost nothing within 3 miles of the campus. There were some options further out, but nothing was cheaper than $1,200 for a shared room, and that was an old house with window AC units and 5 miles from campus. When the house was being renovated, my uncle had central air and heating installed. We came to a rent price of $1,300 and placed ads in several places, including Facebook. Within an hour, I got dozens of messages. It's 4 p.m. now, and I literally have over 100 messages. Many of them don't don't even need to see the house in person. Based off the pictures and location, they want to submit their application today. Some even offered to send me the deposit, and one person said that her dad will pay me the full semester amount today. My uncle gave me some advice that was exactly what you guys said. Never mix money with friends or I might lose both, and never tell anybody my business. He told me not to lie, but just keep quiet. Thanks again and have a great weekend, you wonderful people. Yeah, 1000%. Like the top comment says, you're not the a-hole. They're getting a great deal, but instead of focusing on that, they're seething with envy. Your uncle didn't buy and renovate that home so that your jealous friends could have a free place to live. He invested in that home so you could have a place to stay and an income while you're in school. Don't back down, OP. Your friends aren't entitled to a free roof over their heads just because you have one. Yeah, 100%. So entitled. And like, yeah, they're just gonna go somewhere else and have to pay even more money. Yeah, definitely not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for telling my wife that it's time that she went back to work? Throwaway account because my wife follows my main. My wife has been out of work since 2018. She had a mental breakdown during her 5th year of teaching. She's been going to therapy since, and we started marriage counseling during COVID. Reason for marriage counseling was because she thought I was pushing her too hard to go back to work before her and her therapist thought she was ready. I tried to explain many times that was not my intent, but realistically speaking, for me to keep up with expenses and retirement contributions, I pretty much have to take on extra shifts, which sometimes clock in at over 18 hours a day, and on average I've been pulling 84-hour weeks. I've been doing this since she stopped working. We recently had a fight because I had an extremely rough week and had a conversation again about her going back to work. She opened up with the same line that she always does. We don't feel that it's the right time yet. She feels I've made great progress, and if I rush it, I run the risk of losing it. The we being her and her therapist. I told her I really don't give a damn what her therapist has to say, and I'm sick of you hiding behind her words whenever this topic comes up. She started to cry, telling me that she doesn't like being this way either, and I'm belittling her due to suffering from mental health issues. I replied saying I don't intend to belittle you or not to take your issues seriously. The problem is I'm running myself ragged. And what happens if I have a mental break? Do you think I'll have the luxury of not working? No, I'll have to push through my demons. She said her therapist warned her that this would happen sooner or later, that I'd try to manipulate her into doing something that she wasn't ready to do. This is when I really lost it, and I just let it all out. I didn't say anything kind. I told her that she insults me for thinking what I'm doing is manipulation. I told her I'm working these extra shifts so that she can be at home and BS playing games. I told her during this entire time you haven't made a single effort to improve on certain skills. I told her that she still can't cook to save her life, and that I was sick of coming home after 12 or 18-hour days just to make us dinner because her idea of making dinner is pretty much a pre-made in the oven or ordering out. Among other things, that said, she stormed out of the house crying and yelling and shouting how I'm a piece of crap and would rather see myself comfortable versus her getting better. So here I am. I don't feel at the core that I'm wrong. And while what I said was harsh, I think it did have to be said. So Reddit, was I the a-hole here? Hey, I appreciate the replies. I'm going to leave a quick update to answer and clarify what I can. I apologize if I missed something. Thanks nonetheless. Yes, I have been to a couple of sessions with my wife and her therapist. To be honest, it largely felt that I was getting ganged up on. My wife brought up how I was always tired, so I explained that I'm working harder to maintain our home. When I suggested part-time work would allow me to work less, their counter suggestion was to cut things like saving for retirement and hold off on paying debt and tackle such things after my wife gets better. Then I suggested renting out the house to cover the mortgage, and we downsized to an apartment. Her therapist said such a drastic change to her environment could have a negative impact on her depression and advised us against such major life-changing events. During another session, she brought up how my suggestion that she tries cooking to save money so we don't order so much. She felt insulted because in terms of money coming in, I'm making slightly more than our combined income, and she was able to cover her expenses, so she doesn't understand why we're having such a hard time. I was honest, it has less to do with money per se, and more so the fact of the amount of hours I have to work to maintain the income. I told her I pretty much am working 2 full-time jobs. The cooking or doing things around the house was dropped fairly quickly, and then they became a critic on how I can't manage money since I'm making more. Yet I never had issues when she was working with how she spent. More or less every session became what I could do to help my wife. And I get it, her therapist has to look out for my wife, and generally my concerns are small compared to my wife's. My wife isn't a huge fan of our marriage counselor because she offers suggestions that go against her therapist. My friend has also suggested that I speak to a lawyer to see what my options are. After reading many of the comments and thinking back on everything, I think I am gonna do that. I love my wife and I know she's sick, but I'm good to no one if I keep up this pace. Yeah, 100%. Pretty much everybody in the comments are saying not the a-hole. Like, yeah, you're left with pretty much no options. The top comment says, not the a-hole. You sound like you're almost at the end of your tether. 12 to 18 hour workdays are not sustainable for you, and it sounds like she's not doing much around the house. Certainly she's not cooking. Therapy or not, for the past 5 years, she's basically lived a lifestyle where she gets to relax as much as she wants, and it's all subsidized by you. You have my sympathy for that, but let's be clear what your options are here. You can't force her to work, either in the paid workforce or keeping a house for you. You can ask, but you can't force her. All you can do is decide whether you're prepared to live with someone who does not pull their weight in the relationship. If you decide that you can't, then tell her that, not as a threat, but as an ultimatum, simply stating a fact, and you'll find yourself a lawyer. Yeah, and also like this comment says, not the a-hole. Ask her what about your mental and physical health. Also, are you sure the therapist is actually validating everything like this? Sounds a lot like your wife is just saying, but my therapist says, to sort of add weight to what she says, and to accuse you of manipulation is ridiculous. Yeah, and especially if this has been going on for the last 5 years. Am I the a-hole for calling my 8-year-old selfish? I have 3 kids, 7, 8, and 10, and my sister has 2, 7, and 10. We went on vacation together recently, and we took the kids to a zoo that also had a few rides. The kids went on the rides while my sister and I got coffee nearby. We told them to meet us at a certain table when they were done. My 8-year-old came to me much earlier than her siblings and cousins. I asked if the ride scared her, and she said no. She just skipped the lines. I asked her for clarification, and she said there was extra space on the ride. They asked for single riders to come up to the front, so she did that for all 5 rides. I told her the point of going with her siblings and cousins is to have fun with them, and that it was selfish for her to leave them so she could cut the line. I told her I understand why she doesn't have many friends if this is how she acts all the time, and she started to cry and ran to my sister. My sister ended up buying her ice cream and said that I was too harsh. She told my husband, and he's mad at me for speaking to her like that. Am I the a-hole for calling my daughter selfish? Yeah, obviously. What do you mean? Yeah, like the top comment says, I would 100% say you the a-hole. The kid's 8. Instead of treating this as a teaching moment, you tell your own child, I get why you have no friends. The hell is wrong with you? And the comment below, also, how about that's awesome that you feel so confident in choosing to go solo. Yeah, mean and negative for no reason. Am I the a-hole for not forcing my son to rename his hamster? So to start this off, my son is 11 and he's been begging for a family pet for a while. I finally gave in when I felt like we were ready to take one on, and also when I felt like he was ready for the responsibility that comes with one. I expected a dog or a cat, but he really wanted a hamster, so we spent a little over a week prepping, helping him study hamster care, and dedicated a sizable spot in our living room for necessities and home. We finally get around to picking one out at the pet shop. He's set on the name Sonic, but the lady ringing us up mentioned that the one he picked out was a girl, and that she could get him a boy if he wanted, and he just lit up and said, that's Amy. And that was that. We took Amy home. This was in March. My sister-in-law found out she was pregnant somewhere around that time, and last month I found out they were having a girl. Basically what happened was they were picking out names, and one of the names they narrowed it down to had Amy as the middle name. I made a joke of something like, hey, we already have an Amy at our house, trying to be funny, but sister-in-law didn't think it was. I didn't think much about it at the time, but a couple of days ago she asked to come by and talk. She started off by saying that the joke I made was in bad taste. I apologized for it, and then she suggested I change the name. I told her I didn't think that would go over well with my son, and then she outright demanded it be changed whether he likes it or not, because she wasn't going to have a child share the name with a hamster. I agreed to talk it over with my son to see what he thought, and of course he didn't want to. He even thought it was cool that his cousin would share the same name as his hamster. I tried convincing him to rename her Sonic even, or some other Sonic character, but he didn't want that. I explained how sister-in-law feels about this, and he felt a bit hurt because he thought that he upset sister-in-law, but he really didn't want to change the name and didn't understand why they couldn't just share it. Wow, this is not even a problem. And the fact they're making this into an issue is ridiculous. I told my sister-in-law that my son was set on Amy, and she blew up. I'll admit I got a bit defensive and I reacted poorly, but I essentially told her it wasn't a huge deal. It's not like anyone is going to make the connection, and by the time her child is old enough to know her name, Amy the hamster probably won't even be around. She said it was embarrassing because she would always know the connection in her mind. That's your problem. To which I simply told her if it was such a strong reminder of a hamster, then maybe it wasn't a name she should use for her daughter. My brother has told me that I'm being selfish for not forcing my son to pick another name. Oh, get out of here. Sister-in-law obviously thinks I'm an a-hole, and my mum has said the whole thing is childish. So am I the a-hole? No, you're not the a-hole, but yeah, the entire thing is childish 100%. Like this comment says, seems the name Sonic is available. Suggest that she call her baby that. that? And also, it's their cute pet hamster. Like, how is this a negative? Like, you can tell that their son is being positive about it, and they actually see it as a positive that they might share the same name. This could easily be a fun little thing, but they're making it into a problem. Am I the a-hole for telling my family how much my fiance earns after years of them making fun of his job? My family is very well educated and full of professionals, including several doctors and surgeons and dentists, etc. I have a good career and I make a good living. When I met my fiance, he was at my house to supervise a roofing crew the insurance company hired to replace my damaged roof. I instantly fell for him when he pulled up in his truck and couldn't keep my eyes off him for the rest of the day as he gave orders to his men. When we started dating, he was super vague about his job and I just chalked it up to him being insecure about me having a better career. I didn't care about our income imbalance. When we got serious, we talked about our future plans, and that was when he told me the full extent of his little construction company. I was shocked that his construction earnings is as much as my dad's surgeon salary. Gradually, he took me around to the handful of construction lots and shopping centers that he owns. His rental income combined with his construction earnings is double that of my dad's. He said that few people know about his finances and he expects me to keep what I know to myself. My parents disapproved of him since the first time I brought him home. My dad coined the term tool boy, and the rest of my family joined in whenever they talk behind my fiance's back. Ew, what? I can't stand people like that. They don't call him that to his face, but instead they make snide remarks. Once my mum said during dinner that they're thinking about hiring someone to mow their lawn, and then turned to my fiance and asked him what he charges. I always try to defend him and it's a constant battle. It's gotten worse since we're planning our wedding, and the other day my nerves just broke. Yesterday, parents were trying to get me into getting a prenup, and then my dad said, "You have to protect your assets just in case Tool Boy decides to go slumming." Yuck, what's wrong with these people? I lost it and I yelled at my parents. During our shouting, I blurted out his earnings and that he makes more than both of them combined, and then I stormed out. I told my fiance what happened, but instead of supporting me, he got mad that I told his parents that. I argued that I was defending him, and then we got into an argument. My parents and family are mad at me for keeping secrets. My fiance is mad at me for not keeping secrets. I'm stuck in the middle and I don't know what to do. Yeah, unfortunately, I think it definitely is a you the a-hole situation, even though the family sounds insufferable. Like this comment says, sounds like your husband likes to build relationships on foundations and merits outside of his finances. Meanwhile, your family looks down on anyone they deem lesser earners than themselves. I know whose corner I'd be in. Apologize to your husband and tell your family to stuff it. Sorry, but you're the a-hole. There are plenty of other things you could have said to illustrate how horrible your family was being. You didn't have to throw out numbers. Now, if your family starts acting better, he'll always know that it's on the basis of his earnings, not his character, and husband will always know that your knee-jerk reaction was to be like, but he does make money, rather than who cares what he makes me happy, he takes care of me, he treats me well, we're good partners with the same life goals, we love each other, support that or shut up. Edit, alright, I'll give OP some leeway, but I think there were still better ways to go about this. We're perfectly comfortable and happy with our mutual finances, which are none of your business. Am I the a-hole for demanding respect from my daughter-in-law, and if she can't, then she can get the hell out? I'm a young mother-in-law, I'm only 39, had my kids pretty young, and I am very lucky that my husband makes a lot of money, so I don't have to work. My husband and I decided I'd be a homemaker and be active in the community. That's what I've been up to, and I try to make the community a better place. Now, my older son is 22 and married, and I was really excited until I met her. In general, she's a very business-focused person and very blunt. I actively dislike her, but I try to be polite for my son's sake. A few examples of why I don't like her. Her wedding gift that I handed over saying it was from me and my husband. She responded back, "Just your husband, since I know it wasn't your money that paid for it." Wow, what? Yeah, you're not the a-hole in this situation. Saying I'm volunteering, well, that's not a real job since it doesn't make money. And passive aggressive, and yeah, I have talked to my son about it, and even once with her to try and clear the air. We had a get together last night and I made a homemade meal. When I was plating everything, she came up and made the comment, "No wonder I could make a home-cooked meal. I don't do anything else with my day." Oh my god, they sound awful. I lost it and I told her she needs to respect me or get the hell out of my house. She was shocked and then started to cry when I did kick her out. My son is pissed and we had a huge argument and he called me a huge a-hole. I need an outside opinion. Oh, hell no, you're not the a-hole. Like, yeah, it's one thing to be a blunt person. That's okay, but it's not okay to be straight up rude to people. Yeah, like to top comment says, not the a-hole. Wow, she's a total a-hole. Just because you don't conform to her business-focused personality doesn't mean you've done anything wrong. What you and your husband have works for the two of you, and you volunteer for the community. Whether it pays or not doesn't take away from your commitment and responsibility that you show to others. Daughter-in-law's a piece of work. What does your husband say to all of this? And they responded underneath, my husband hates her. I had to drag him to the wedding, only so it wouldn't destroy his and our kids' relationships. Yeah, wow, I can't believe they were this rude. And in your own house as well. That's so awful. Imagine saying that to somebody. Like, oh yeah, of course you can cook a good meal because you don't do anything else. Get out of here. How awful. And also, that's so obviously awful to anybody. And the fact that the son can't obviously see how awful they're being is a huge red flag as well. Yeah, nah, not the a-hole. And they should be apologizing to you ASAP. Am I the a-hole for telling my brother that it's pathetic that he can't do the basics of what his wife did? On my phone, sorry. I love my sister-in-law and brother. They have 2 kids, and my sister-in-law Rachel was kind of a stay-at-home mum. She worked from home part-time but also took care of the kids and all the chores. I was over multiple times and the house was spotless. Really, I thought she was just extra cleaning when she had guests, but no. When I had my kids, she showed me her schedule. She would wake up at 5 for meal prepping for the whole day. Like, she never stopped, and a lot of her tips helped me with my own home. Now, my brother lost his job and it was decided that Rachel would go back to work full-time and he would stay at home. The kids are in kindergarten and first grade. He has this on easy mode. I've been over to help sometimes since he just sucks at it. The house is always a mess. The kids are usually late to school. He asked me to drive them after the school talk to him, and he doesn't cook. It's just sad. He got in a huge argument with his wife since dinner wasn't done and she had to make it. He was ranting about how it's unfair and that he is trying. I told him that it's pathetic that he can't do the basic of what his wife did. He has 8 hours free and he can't keep the house clean. I told him that she'll divorce him if he doesn't stop being so lazy and figure it out. He left after calling me a jerk, and my mum is now on me for what I said. Thank you for the mac and cheese recipes. Updates. I love my sister-in-law. My mum apologized to me. Rachel sent my mum what the kitchen and house look like, the messages from the school, and apparently a text argument about how he shouldn't be doing this. She gave him 2 options, get his crap together or get out. I learned a lot more about the situation, and I learned he wasn't packing the kids' lunches the last 2 days. I think he just broke his marriage. Oh, I hope not. That's so sad if that's the case. And there's a comment here that says, I gave him a schedule and so did sister-in-law. I've been over so many times. He's not doing anything. The house is gross and the kitchen is the worst. Sister-in-law 28 and brother 31. Yeah, I don't feel like you're the a-hole in this situation. It sounds like it was the truth and it all needed to be said. Hopefully they sort it out and they start doing better. It'd be so sad if it didn't get any better. Am I the a-hole for telling my wife off after getting our daughter to cut her hair off, even after being told not to? My wife is currently battling cancer, and one of the things that she told me that she's struggling with the most was losing her hair. She's been given a near 100% chance of survival since we caught it early, but the chemotherapy has destroyed her hair anyway, and she had to shave what was left off it a few weeks ago. Not long after that, she suggested we attempt to get our 17-year-old daughter Anna to do so as well. Anna has long hair that she puts a lot of care into, so I felt it was inappropriate to ask her in private if she wanted to or would be willing to do such a thing. She told me that she didn't want to cut her hair, and I figured that was the end of it. However, yesterday they came home from a girls' shopping trip, something they do every so often, and Anna had a buzzed haircut. It struck me as odd after what she said, so after dinner I talked to her and she told me that my wife said that she would never forgive Anna if she didn't show her support by buzzing her head. I asked her if she was happy about it and she said that she wasn't. When I went to bed, I brought it up with my wife and she said it was Anna's choice to or not. I just told her how I'd said the situation. I told her off, saying that she needed to respect Anna's personal choices and that a 17-year-old girl being against shaving her head wasn't exactly out of the ordinary. However, my wife simply said that it was to show support for her. I've been sleeping on the couch since. I love my wife and I understand that she's going through something traumatic. However, her attitude comes off as very manipulative to me, and that's not behavior I feel I can personally accept. I'm not sure if I can move past this to continue the relationship. Am I the a-hole? Yeah, pretty much like this comment says. Your wife's illness is tragic, but not an excuse to emotionally blackmail and ignore your daughter's body autonomy. Frankly, her behavior is very jealous and cruel. Yeah, I hope they're supporting the daughter because that's really not good. Yes, super toxic. Am I the a-hole for how I, 37 male, reacted to my son, 17 male, coming out to me? It's been pointed out that my title wording has the post seem worse than it is, so I apologize for that. It wasn't my intention. So I've always known that my son had an interest in men. He was slow note on the pickup of incognito mode, and from the searches that he made, I figured that he was at least bi-curious, if that's the proper term for it, since he hit puberty. Well, last year he started bringing a boy around, and it was obvious they were dating, to the point where I figured that he knew I knew, and it wasn't a big deal to anyone. Well, apparently I was wrong. After school yesterday, he and his boyfriend came up to me and said there was something really important they needed to tell me. My son said that they were dating and had been for a year. Well, I was surprised that he wasn't aware that I knew, and was a bit thrown off. My mouth moved a little bit faster than my brain and said, well, that's pretty freaking gay. Well, now I think it was peak comedy since it is in fact gay. However, I understand that using the word gay in that way gives it a very negative undertone, hence the mouth faster than brain comment. Now, my son and I are usually pretty edgy with our humor, this being fairly tame for the stuff that we joke about. While probably not appropriate for the situation, it wasn't our norm for a conversation between us. However, he and his boyfriend were very, very upset and they left. I'm probably the a-hole, but I thought I'd check and see if you had some advice on what I can say to fix it. He currently won't respond to my texts or calls. Yeah, okay, so definitely shouldn't have said that. And in this situation, they're definitely the a-hole, but in the long run, I'm sure it's going to be fine. Yeah, like the top comment says, you the a-hole for the wording. I won't lie, as someone who has been out and proud for years, that joke made me laugh my ass off, but your son needed support more than humor. In the grand scheme of things, I was expecting much worse from the title, so I think if you just apologize and explain that you meant it in a humorous way, and that you fully accept him and his partner, you and your son will be fine. Yeah, 1000%. You didn't have any bad intentions, it just wasn't the right time to say that. Am I the a-hole for walking out of a wedding I was a part of and ruining the day? I dated my ex-boyfriend John for 4 years and got serious enough where we started planning for our future, wedding and kids, etc. I thought we were pretty happy, but last year he dumped me pretty suddenly. I tried to figure out what went wrong, but he said it was personal and that I should respect his space. During this time, my best friend Stacey and her fiance Tom were my rocks, letting me crash at their place and just being overwhelmingly supportive and loving. When Stacey asked me to be her maid of honor, I thought it was a no-brainer and I happily took on the task. Fast forward to what happened this weekend. The morning of the wedding, Tom asked me to meet him super early for breakfast, before all of the festivities. I thought it was weird, but I assumed he maybe wanted to pass something on to Stacey. What happened instead was that Tom let me know that a few days prior, Stacey admitted to him that she had an affair with John, which led to my breakup. He said that Stacey wanted to come clean to start their marriage fresh, and that he was forgiving her to move forward. He'd gone back and forth between telling me and finally decided to spill the beans. I guess he had expected me to forgive Stacey too because the affair was so long ago. The opposite pretty much happened and I just walked out on the wedding. It ended up causing a huge mess because I was pretty much running the whole show. Stacey made me do everything, so she didn't even know what was happening on certain times or who to call. Not only that, but everyone realized that the maid of honor wasn't there. She had headshots and bios of the party on her wedding page, and news of the affair eventually got out because her cousin knew John. Stacey and Tom have been slandering me online now, saying that I ruined their once-in-a-lifetime moment. You ruined it by having an affair, are you joking? Some of their friends are on their side saying that I should have handled the situation more privately, and at least stuck out the wedding since it was so last minute. I personally don't know what Tom expected, but either way, I've been bombarded with texts and I heard that Stacey's been so upset that she's had to take time off work, which does make me feel like an a-hole, especially since I've just been ignoring her calls. Yeah, 1000% this comment. No, Stacey, you ruined your once-in-a-lifetime moment by cheating on Tom and screwing my boyfriend just before the wedding. You cheated on your husband and you cheated on your maid of honor. You betrayed everyone close to you. I'd copy and paste that everywhere on the internet, every online slander. I'd post it 1,000 times each time she posted anything about me. That'd be the boilerplate response, not the a-hole. Yeah, honestly, and how are they the ones who are upset? How can they not for a second be like, oh, well, I guess I shouldn't have cheated on my husband? Like, what? That's so hilariously sad. They literally betrayed you and their partner, which led to your relationship ending. Obviously, your partner cheated as well, but now they're the ones who are upset at you? Nah. Yeah, like the top comment says, hard not the a-hole on this one. Was walking out of the wedding the day of a nice thing to do? Not really, but what did they expect would happen by telling you? And on the wedding day, they knew that they were playing with fire. They chose when to tell you this information. Simply walking out because, whoa Nelly, I bet there were a ton of conflicting emotions, was pretty adult. You didn't cause a huge scene. You simply extricated yourself from the situation, not the a-hole. Yeah, it sounds like they handled it super well. Am I the a-hole for not letting my girlfriend eat the naan bread that we ordered? My girlfriend and I got takeout from from an Indian restaurant that we like to order from, usually when our budget allows us. This place is really the only good Indian place anywhere near us, but it's very pricey, and so we try to keep our order small. One entree for me, one entree for her, and a side of naan bread that we share. The thing is, the side of bread isn't very much, and the entree just isn't the same without it, so it seriously annoys me when she eats the bread without dipping it in her curry. It's such a waste of the little bread that we get. I can already tell where this one's going. I told her this before, but says it's not my concern how she eats her food. Yeah, 100%, except it is my concern because she's wasting a shared side. No, it's still not your concern because she can do whatever she wants with the half that's hers. Whatever, I let it go each time. This time she didn't order curry like she usually does. She got biryani, rice and meat. So I was happy that I would get the bread to myself. While we were eating, she reaches over for the bread and eats a piece on its own. I got annoyed and I moved the bread away from her, and I told her that she doesn't need the bread since she isn't eating a curry and doesn't need bread, whereas I am eating a curry, so I do need bread. Wait a second, you can 100% eat naan bread with this. Also, that her entree comes with rice and she can eat that. She got offended and ended up threatening not to pay her share for the food next time. She also called me a greedy a-hole and took her food and ate the rest in our bedroom. My friends are split. One of them says I'm in the right and it's too much carbs for one meal for her to have bread and rice, but the other friend essentially also called me a greedy a-hole. It's been hours and she's ignoring me. Am I the a-hole? Yeah, of course. What? Like, wasn't the deal from the beginning of this that you split the food? Well, you split the naan bread. So if you're using that logic, you only own half of the naan bread, and they can do whatever the hell they want with the other half. And just because they're not eating a curry doesn't mean they can't eat it, obviously. Yeah, the top comment, in this situation, you're a gigantic a-hole. You don't get to decide for someone how they eat their food. If you're splitting the bill, she gets to eat some of the bread, regardless if you think it's been wasted. Go say you're sorry before you're single, you the a-hole. Yeah, well, hopefully it doesn't come to that, but yeah. And yeah, obviously in this situation, even though it is a bit pricey, get your own naan bread so you don't even have to think about this. But yeah, if you're splitting it, you don't get to decide what they do with it. 100%. Am I the a-hole for thinking that my wife overreacted when an elderly lady touched our kid? Hey Reddit, I need a tiebreaker vote here. Our family and friends are divided. My wife and I went shopping. I went to a different aisle to get some jerky. I heard my wife scream, "Help!" So I ran over and she was freaking out because an elderly woman hugged our son. You can tell that the woman was harmless. The woman's son came along and profusely stating that she had dementia and she meant no harm, that she tends to view every child as her child. I said it was okay, and I myself apologized for my wife's overreaction. During this time, I was not paying attention and my wife called 911 and called over security. It became a huge mess for all the parties. What? Because my wife was not letting the issue go. You could also tell the son was extremely embarrassed, as was I. I was trying to relax my wife, but she kept going on a complete meltdown rage, saying that his mother should be in a home if she can't keep her hands to herself. What if she got our kid sick or tried to kidnap him, got combative and hurt him? All of which I agree, yeah, are possible outcomes, but I told her none of that happened, so let's just leave it. Security states since the wife called the police, we had to wait for them to show up so they can file a report as per their store policy. About 25 minutes later, police showed up and asked what happened, and my wife explained everything. You can tell the police were like, what the hell's wrong with this woman? I felt nothing but disappointment. Police took the statement and started laughing as they left, gave the son of the elderly mum a fist bump and said sorry. My wife was upset that I didn't have her side. She was upset how I took the side of the son instead of her. No, it's not about taking sides. It's about what obviously makes sense. I explained that his mum was clearly sick. It was a harmless gesture. And I explained that she was the one that acted unreasonably. I did acknowledge her concerns, but nothing bad happened. We could have just let it slide and went on with our day. She told me that I failed as a husband. No way. So we ran the story by our family and friends. It's a 50-50 split. So my brother-in-law said it would be a funny story for Am I the A-hole? He frequents the subreddit, so Reddit, was I the A-hole? Sorry, I forgot to add our kid is 19 months old. Oh my god, not the a-hole, 100%. Like the top comment says, not the a-hole, good lord. Your wife's initial concern was justified, but after the situation was explained and an apology was offered, she should have dropped it. There was no reason to call 911 or even store security. You didn't fail as a husband. You were acting rationally. And yeah, blowing it completely out of proportion is super irrational. Yeah, definitely not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for kicking only my sister-in-law out, which meant that she had to fly home early from vacation? I, 29 female, have a half-brother, James, 37, James is married to Lindsay, 35, and they have 2 kids, 4 female and 2 male. I invited James, Lindsay, and the kids to visit me this past week, and they were meant to stay until next Friday. Lindsay and I have always gotten on fine, except for the fact that she's always had a weird attitude to me, being a stay-at-home wife or mum. She always asks me if I'm gonna ask my husband before making non-essential purchases, or ask me if I feel bad relaxing while he's working, or suggest that I do things for him as a thank you to him since I'm apparently not doing anything else. Whoa, yeah, they need to mind their own business. I know that James and Lindsay are big on splitting costs, and while he pays for everything for both kids, he won't pay for Lindsay, despite making like 25x her salary. Being that that's the relationship they're happy with, I just roll with the comments, because my marriage must look weird to Lindsay. However, there is a line. A few days ago, we were sitting on our rooftop drinking wine after the kids went to bed. Lindsay was admiring the view and made a comment about how much our apartment cost. James must have told her, and asked if my name was on the deed. She then said half of X amount penthouse just for lying on your back. Wow, what? Sex work is way more lucrative than I thought. Both my husband and James laid into her for that comment. I was obviously furious, and I told Lindsay first thing in the morning that she had to get out. She wasn't staying here after speaking to me like that, especially when she wasn't even apologetic. I felt bad for ruining James and the kids' trip, but both my husband and I were way too angry to have Lindsay there. Yeah, like the one we read before. How do you think it's okay to say something like this? Gross. The next morning, Lindsay asked if she could stay. She said that James wasn't willing to end the trip early and wanted to stay, but she couldn't afford to stay in a local hotel. She blamed her comment on the wine, but her apology and explanation seemed so insincere and was clearly based on having no choice. I told her this and said that even if she did mean it, I just needed some space from her, and I didn't want her around after what she said, because when put on top of what she's been saying for years, it's obvious what she thinks. James then said that he wasn't paying for her hotel because it was her own actions that got her kicked out, and she'd have to fly home early and he'd fly back with the kids as planned, which is what happened. Lindsay has since laid into me over text and social media. Oh my god, this is so bad. Oh, what's that? The consequences of my own actions? God, how frustrating. Laid into me on text and social media for forcing her to go home early without her kids. Both my mother and James have said I was wrong for kicking Lindsay out. James's mother said I should have just let her stay for James's sake and not invited them back. My mother says I should have kicked all of them out because now Lindsay has to be away from her kids. I don't think I'm the a-hole for kicking out the person who made the comment, but not the person who defended me and innocent kids. Did I handle it like an a-hole? No, definitely not. Yeah, the top comment, because it was her actions that got her kicked out. There, this and that. That's all that's needed, and all that's needed to be said. She accused you of being a sex worker, and while it's nothing wrong to be one, it's not something you say to the innkeepers while you travel. She disrespected you, your husband, and your home, and you threw her out. Good riddance to bad rubbish, not the a-hole. Yeah, and it's not just that comment they made. All the other comments as well about how they feel like they don't do anything and stuff. Like asking if they feel bad because their partner's doing all the work and they're apparently not. Yeah, so awful. And this is literally a consequence of their actions, and they obviously can't take responsibility for it. And yeah, who are you to comment on somebody else's relationship? Am I the a-hole for telling my sister her son is only special to her? I, female 26, have 3 older siblings. This is about my older sister Abby, female 37. Abby has a son, 5, and I have a daughter, 1. Abby's dealt with years of fertility issues and had probably 10 plus miscarriages. Then she had a son, and of course, it was Abby's miracle rainbow baby. We were so happy for her, but then it leads to Abby spoiling her son and letting him get away with everything because he's a miracle and he's special. Everyone's always bit their tongue when it comes to her son because of that. On Saturday, I had my daughter's first birthday party. It was mostly family, and a few of my close friends were invited. I invited Abby and her son because everyone else in our family was invited too, so I felt bad excluding her. We had different activities for the kids to do. Abby's son didn't like any of them. He was upset none of the presents were for him. He didn't want to eat any of the food that we had. He then decided to try and push the cake off the table because apparently he was mad that the cake wasn't his. I got super upset at Abby for allowing her son to act that way. She went on to say that her son is special. Yeah, but that doesn't mean you let them act like this. I said that her son is only special to her, which is understandable, but to everyone else, he's a spoiled brat, which shouldn't be overlooked because he was your special miracle baby. Abby called me a biatch and left crying. A few family members have since called me an a-hole because I've never dealt with a miscarriage, so I don't know how painful it was for Abby to deal with the years of that before her son. It's not that I don't realise her son is special to her, but it doesn't give the excuse for Abby to allow him to act like a spoilt brat. Oh my god, no, 100%. And yeah, they are special and they are a miracle and it's super beautiful. But yeah, who wants their special child to be a spoilt brat? Like, yeah, they can be a miracle, they can be special, they can be amazing, but it doesn't mean they should be acting like this, because if they are, the only way they're special or different from anybody else is in a bad way and not a good way because they're acting like a brat. Yeah, like this comment says, not the a-hole, and you're 100% correct. While he is her miracle baby, no one else in the world is going to coddle him except her, and she's raising him to be a spoiled, entitled brat, which will only bring him issues later in life. He needs some manners and discipline, and your sister needs a wake-up call. What's she going to say to the police when he gets arrested for his bad behavior? But officer, he's my miracle baby. He didn't mean to steal or assault someone or whatever stupid thing he did because he thinks he can get away with it. It's better she realizes this now than when he's older and there are real life consequences to his actions. Yeah, 100% not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for calling my daughter's father spineless and his girlfriend creepy over their name choice of their daughter? A little bit of context for you all. I ended up falling pregnant with my 10-year-old daughter during a drunken hookup with a friend in my mid-20s. Not the most glamorous or flattering truth, but it's the truth all the same. When we found out, we decided to keep the child and co-parent while remaining friends. We were never a couple and we didn't want to be one either. 4 years ago, he began to date his long-term girlfriend and they moved in together last year. She fell pregnant and I've been supportive to them both as much as I could be without crossing any lines. I've encouraged my daughter to help out whenever she's staying with them during the pregnancy and to behave. I've also made it clear that I want the children to have a close relationship despite having different mothers. I've even said that if they were comfortable with it on nights I have my daughter, if they ever want time alone, I'll babysit once they have the baby, so my daughter can spend time with her sibling. All in all, I thought everything was great and I was excited for my daughter to have a sibling, as she's always wanted one, but I had no interest in having another child. 3 days ago, my friend and his girlfriend had a daughter. They asked me to bring my daughter to the hospital to meet her little sister yesterday alongside others of the family, so I did that, but when they introduced us to the baby, I was shocked. The name they used was my daughter's name. She didn't seem to have any issue with this when she introduced the baby bold as brass. My friend seemed uncomfortable and wouldn't look at me directly. I asked them what they were playing at which point my friend's father said that he'd take my daughter down to the cafeteria to get something to eat and left with her. My friend told me to calm down and not overreact, while his girlfriend told me that she didn't see the issue and it was a pretty name. I asked him if they'd name the baby for my daughter, trying to understand the logic, but his girlfriend said that no, it was just a pretty name that she liked. I then asked if they planned to use a nickname or a middle name when addressing her, and her response was that she didn't see a need for that. I told them they were being ridiculous and that they couldn't do this. I then told his girlfriend that I found this creepy, and I told my friend that he was spineless if he was happy to go along with this. He tried to claim that our daughter could use a nickname or something, but I shut that down immediately, asking why it was more reasonable for a girl who has used that name for a decade to shame her name compared to a baby who had no concept of what a name was yet. His girlfriend told me I was being a biatch talking to her like that after she just gave birth, and asked the nurses to remove me, saying I was being disruptive. Maybe my temper is running a little too hot though, and maybe I was too harsh on her when she just gave birth. It's just so weird. Edit, I'd also like to state, I know that what they want to name their child is their choice. They could have called her Dinosaur for all I care, but this one name that should be off limits or adjusted. They even have the same surname as they have the same father. Something about it felt malicious and deliberate, like she's trying to replace my daughter, and for them both to spring it on us like that at the first meeting, no, that was weird. Yeah, you're definitely not the a-hole. That's super weird. Yeah, like the top two comments. Not the a-hole. From the outside, it sure does read like she wants to replace her partner's affection for his first daughter with his new baby. Of course it's creepy. And the suggestion that the 10-year-old should use a nickname. Wow, talk about audacity. And yeah, it's not the ideal place to be talking about this, but you know, what else are you meant to say? Like, oh, they have the exact same name. Okay. Yeah, it's unfair on both of the kids. Am I the a-hole for fainting at my aunt's wedding and ruining it? I, 21 female, attended my aunt's wedding a few weeks ago. I was not part of the wedding, just a guest, which I was fine with. Before the wedding, everyone was advised to drink lots of water and eat beforehand because it was going to be an extremely hot day that day. The wedding started at 5 p.m. and I had absolutely nothing to eat or drink until then, except maybe a granola bar, because I was extremely busy that day. So when it was time for the wedding, I was already tired and hungry. About 30 minutes into the wedding, which was at a church by the way, I was feeling uneasy and lightheaded, so I excused myself to go to the washroom. As I was walking, I got that feeling that I was about to collapse. The next thing I can remember was coming to and seeing lots of people surrounding me, including the bride and groom. Apparently when I fainted, I fell onto the photographer who was crouched down near me. Not only that, but he dropped a camera lens and it broke. To be honest, I don't even remember seeing the photographer, but I may have been too dizzy or something to have seen him. The wedding was a bit of a cheaper one, so the photographer was a family friend of the groom's, who only had one camera with him. The bride was just in tears that she won't have any good pictures from her wedding. The photographer insisted that he could drive home and grab a different one, but it would take too long. The bride was indeed mad at me, but I feel it was a bit harsh as it was extremely embarrassing for me already. Fainting never even crossed my mind as something that would happen at all. They did get pictures, but they were on cell phones. Am I the a-hole? Well, kinda, but not really, but also a little bit. Yeah, like the top comment says, I mean kinda you the a-hole. Sorry, you obviously didn't mean to faint. That wasn't in your control. But your own admission that you didn't eat or drink all day, even though you knew it was going to be a very hot one, and you'd been advised to take precautions, and you didn't really seem to feel bad about breaking the photographer's camera lens when you did fall, because it was a cheaper wedding. It's a very soft of you the a-hole, since none of this was intentional, but it does sound like you were negligent and not particularly concerned about the consequences for other people. Am I the a-hole for firing my brother after he proposed at my wedding? So, a bit of background. I own a plumbing company and I hired my brother 3 years ago. He was jobless after the pandemic and I offered him to come work for me. He was 22 at the time and is now looking to become a master plumber and start his own business. At my wedding, in which he was the best man, he decided that during his speech he would give us all a big surprise and decided to propose to his longtime girlfriend. Me and my wife were appalled. We both felt like he stole the shine from our day. Everyone else in our families were so excited and kept taking pictures with her, looking at the ring, etc. I decided to fire him the very next day. He still doesn't understand why. He says I'm being selfish and irrational, and our parents agree. They're saying that business should be separate from our personal lives, but I just can't overlook what he did and how he ruined our day. Am I overthinking this? Edit, I should have mentioned this, but he will be getting severance. He is still my brother, and I wouldn't let him lose his home over this. But as a small business, I can't imagine seeing him every day at work. Not now, at least. Edit 2, I reached out to him and we plan on speaking later today in person. Edit 3, I love all the people who say you've been looking for a reason to fire him, or you're just jealous. He was my best man. I never felt upset about him opening his own business. In fact, he had my complete blessing. This job was only supposed to be to get him on his feet again. I'm so happy he liked the field and wants to go further in it. There was no malice before this incident. Wow, okay, this one's sort of complicated. Like, yeah, I don't think they should have proposed at your wedding, but I also don't really feel like you should have fired them. Is that too far, or is it justified? Like, on one hand, I understand, but also, you know, not really. Let me know down below what you guys think. It is marked as not the a-hole on here, but there are so many comments saying that everybody sucks, and I can kind of see where everybody's coming from. Am I the a-hole for requiring that guests change clothes before they sit on my furniture? I'm 20 male and I live alone. I'm a very neat person. My mum kept our house pristine growing up and I helped her for as long as I can remember. I recently moved out into my own place, and something that I started thinking about was how many germs from outside would track into our houses. I always change out of my clothes as soon as I get home, but whenever I have guests they don't, and I have no idea where they've been or what their clothes have been exposed to. About a month ago, I bought a bunch of those clear disposable raincoats and I started telling people who I invited over that they could bring a change of fresh clothes to change into, or wear one of the coats before they sit on my furniture. What? I also offer to wash the clothes that they change out of if they want to. Do you mean people visiting or people coming to stay? My girlfriend doesn't have a problem with this and started just leaving clothes at my place. My mum and my little sister have also been okay with this new rule, but I invited a friend over yesterday. I told them about the clothes thing before they came, and when they got here they were surprised that I actually enforced it and said, "You've got to be messing with me." I told them, "No, I'm serious," and then they left. They haven't been answering my messages either. I was talking to my mum about it today and she said it was pretty excessive and unreasonable to expect everybody to do. Yeah, 100%. I disagree, but I'm kind of double guessing myself. Am I in the wrong here? Yeah, you can't be expecting people to do stuff like this. Yeah, and especially if it sounds like they were coming over to visit. Yeah, like these comments say, I don't want to judge because this sounds like a potential mental health concern. I used to struggle with this too real bad, and it's not really something to be judged for. And the top comment says, "You the a-hole and you need therapy." I don't say that disparagingly at all. I sincerely think you'd benefit from professional help. You the a-hole, and it seems like you have OCD, my friend. Yes, there are germs out there, but the likelihood of them doing harm to you is near zero. This type of thing gets worse over time, so get some help now. Yeah, I don't want to bloody diagnose somebody on Reddit. They definitely are in the wrong if they expect everybody to do this. And yeah, like pretty much all of the comments say, something like OCD would probably make a lot of sense. Am I the a-hole for ending my childcare care agreement with my sister because I don't want to care for her future stepkids who I never met. I, 27 female, am a stay-at-home mum to my 2 little boys aged 5 and 1. I also take care of my sister's 2 children ages 8 and 6 after school and during summer break. She sends snacks for all the kids and pays me a small amount of money. I never asked for a lot because it was never a big deal to me, and I enjoy seeing my niece and nephew, but now things have changed. My sister is engaged and her future husband lives out of state with his 2 children. My sister already told me they were hoping that I'd take care of them. I asked when I'd be meeting the kids and she said they fly in just before the wedding and I would start right away. I told her I'd like to get to know the kids first and she said they want to start on the right path with being a blended family, and that means treating the kids the same. She said they want them to have that after school time together. I told her I understood, but I would not be comfortable taking care of kids for extended periods of time when I don't know them and I will have met them 1 or 2 times before that, and that I would not be comfortable. My sister asked why I can't just embrace a big change and throw myself in. I told her if she was willing to give me some time to get to know the kids. She said no. So I told her firmly that she'd need to find someone else to take care of the kids. My sister told me I was really showing that I only consider family those who are related by blood, but I'd feel the same if my brother came back home after several years and asked me to watch his kids who I've never met and they're blood related. For me, it's just a position that requires a close existing relationship for me to be okay with. Am I the a-hole though? Nah, I don't feel like you are. That's a pretty big ask. The top comment says not the a-hole. My sister asked why I can't just embrace a big change and throw myself in. That's an unreasonable demand. Also, have you tried asking her why she can't let you meet the kids first? Something seems funny about that. Sure, she's getting married, she's busy, and they're out of state, but she might be hiding something too. Does one or both of the future husband's kids have difficult or extra care requirements? I'm getting a big feeling that she's trying to push you into agreeing so it's harder for you to back out of once you find out whatever she's hiding. What I'm guessing is one or both of the kids have big behavioral problems or big care needs that are demanding, like medical conditions, developmental problems, etc. Stuff like that can be really demanding and rough, and entitled people all follow the same trickster pattern where they intentionally conceal this and they try to force someone to agree to dealing with it in advance. So if that person later tries to back out, they can play the "but you already agreed" card. If this happens, try and remember, no matter what trick she falls back on, that she tried to manipulate you. If this isn't the case, then fine, but she's still being pretty unreasonable. And the original poster says, not that I'm aware of. She knows the kids have yet to meet and won't be meeting until she flies out for the wedding, which is when he's moving him and the kids in with my sister. So that could be part of why she's being this way. She doesn't want me to question if the kids will get along okay. Yeah, wow, that's so interesting. I didn't really think about that. It does definitely seem like they're trying to rope you into it in advance. But yeah, either way, it is pretty unreasonable. Am I the a-hole for not wanting to pay the extra money my mother-in-law put for a gift that I didn't even ask for? My mother-in-law bought me a new coffee machine. I don't know why, as the one I have is still working fine, but whatever, I accepted. Before leaving, she told me I needed to pay her $30. I asked why, and she said that she planned on putting only $50 in the gift, but the cheapest coffee machine she could find was around $80, so I needed to put $30 in for the machine. That confused me, because if she planned on only putting a certain amount in the gift that I once again didn't ask for, then why not give up the coffee machine idea and buy something that actually was $50? And she said she didn't care about paying more if it made me happy. I said, well, clearly you do, otherwise you wouldn't ask me to pay the extra $30. Yeah, what? She said it was just a matter of principle, and that if I had manners I'd pay her. She then left. She later texted my husband that she was waiting on the $30 and would take back the coffee machine if I didn't, making issues out of nothing. I told my husband to respond that she could come take it back because I was not going to give her $30. My husband is not okay with that because he got attached to the machine, whatever that means, and to just give her the $30. I told my husband if he wanted to keep the machine, then he should give his mum the money that she wants. He said I needed to do it because the gift is originally mine, even though I never asked for it. He said I was making this harder than it needed to be and was selfish to not pay the extra $30 for the coffee machine that his mum got me, especially knowing that he likes it. What do you mean? How? I have a hard time saying how I'm wrong, so I'm coming here because there might be a chance that I am in the wrong. Should I just give his mum the $30 like she asked and be done with it? No, definitely not. It was a present they were buying, and yeah, once again, that you didn't say you wanted, and now they want you to give them money? Nah. The top comment says, not the a-hole. Your mother-in-law and husband want you to pay for a gift that you didn't want and didn't need. Don't pay her and tell her why. You didn't want a coffee machine. Your old one is fine, and why should you pay for a gift that you didn't want? Tell your husband the same. Yeah, 100%. And why doesn't the husband realize this? This comment, not the a-hole, and what the hell, your mother-in-law? Mother-in-law, here's something that you don't need. I need need you to pay for it. OP, no thanks. Mother-in-law clasping pearls. The impertinence, have you no manners? Here, I brought you something you have no need for, called it a gift, and then insisted you pay me for it, and you refuse? OP's husband, pay for it, I wanted. What kind of family did you marry into? Yeah, they need to know that they can't do stuff like this. And also, husband, if you're attached to this coffee machine, why don't you pay your mum the money? And yeah, I feel like that's enough of this subreddit for today. So excited for something wholesome. The man in the chair is Mr. L. Mr. L lives in the assisted living home next door to the shop. He has a memory disease that if you tell him something today, he forgets. So if you tell him again tomorrow, it's like new information to him. His brother used to come to the shop and pay me every week to cut his hair. And then later, Mr. L will come back and ask me, did his brother pay me so we can get a cut? I would always say, yes, sir, your debt is already paid. Mr. L's brother died 5 years ago and he doesn't remember. He still comes every week and asks me if his debt is paid. I always still say, yes, sir, your debt is paid, and cut his hair. I know Mr. L's brother is in heaven looking down, watching out for us. That's payment enough. Some things are better than money. Amen. Whoa. Yeah, like this comment says, I don't have a signed permission slip for this Phil's trip. Yeah, wow, that's so beautiful. Don't worry, fish, I'm gonna take care of you because I know one day you'll do the same for me. I don't care what it costs, just make this man well again. Yeah, that's so cute, and the way that Peter looks as an old person really suits him. We love this man. I gave this embroidery as a gift to my religious grandma and she loved it. I saw that. She doesn't know what a meme is, but she likes the fact that this piece has a Jesus, and I think that doesn't offend her faith. Wow, that's so cute. Oh yeah, this one. I don't know what's more upsetting, that my wife uploaded my snoring to Spotify, that 44,000 people have listened to it, or that she took the time to release an instrumental version. Dave Don't Snore and Dave Don't Snore instrumental. There's a comment here that says, looked it up. The instrumental version isn't bad, but I prefer the original. That's so funny. My nephew is 5, I'm 33, female. A few months ago he asked me, Auntie Franny, are you a grown-up? I got really quiet, cautiously looked around, put my finger to my mouth, and told him, I'm still a kid, but you can't tell anyone because no one knows. His eyes got huge and he loudly whispered, I knew it. Now every time I see him, he comes up to me at some point and whispers, don't worry, I haven't told them. And then proceeds to ask more questions about my life as a secret kid. Wow, that's so funny. And good on you for thinking of something like this to say. That's amazing. If 99% of the human population thought you were ugly, about 80 million people would still find you attractive. Wow, that's so interesting. Are you listening, nice guys? It's not your appearance, it's your personality. No, but for real, that's so interesting. Definitely never thought about it like this. Am I the a-hole? I have stage 4 cancer and I said no crap to what I thought was in-law's weird and insensitive comment. I have stage 4 cancer with young kids and a wife. Probably gonna die within 1 to 2 years, so my fuse is shortened with certain people. In-laws say to me, it must be so hard for your family and what your family is going through. I want you to know this is not your fault. They've said something similar to me before and I just said I know and moved on. This time I couldn't take it and I said no crap. It's pretty obvious I didn't deserve cancer and I know it's not my fault for getting it. She became upset and told a few people I was rude to her. Should I apologize? Am I misunderstanding what point she was trying to make? The only way I can think of taking it is that there could be a thought in people's mind that it was my fault for getting cancer and making things so hard for my family. I'm young, I've lived a healthy life, not that I would deserve cancer, even if I didn't, so I don't get it. Am I being overly sensitive? Was she just looking for a goodwill hunting moment? I honestly don't get her point. And like the top comment says, not the a-hole, focus on your health and well-being. Her feelings about your response to her foolish comment are hers to manage. If anyone is owed an apology, it's you. You may want to reduce your exposure to this person. You don't need her extra drama. Oh my god, no, 100%. Yeah, a strong not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for taking back a shawl that my wife made for a bride-to-be after she was uninvited from the wedding? My wife Lena crochets a lot and often gives it to friends and family. When her second oldest brother got married, she made the bride a shawl to wear over her dress. The bride loved it, and ever since, Lena has made shawls for everyone in her family that's getting married. Now Lena's older brother George is getting married again. Lena doesn't have a relationship with George as he was abusive to her as a child, but if she has to see him, she's polite but distant with him. She doesn't want to cut off the rest of her family because of George. I work with George, and while we aren't friends, we are friendly at work. Lena encouraged this. When George got moved to my team, I was going to request a transfer, not wanting to expose Lena to George, as my team do a lot of get-togethers with our significant others others. As it's a family wedding, Lena's mum asked her if she could crochet a shawl for George's fiance, and Lena agreed. It was arranged that once it was finished, I would take it to work to give it to George so that Lena didn't have to see him. Earlier this week, the shawl was completed, and I emailed George at work to let him know that I was going to bring it in today as the wedding is tomorrow. When I got into work this morning, I gave George the shawl and I let him know that Lena and I were looking forward to the wedding. Come lunchtime, Lena called me to let me know that George's fiance had called her and told her that she was no longer invited to the wedding, citing the place that they're having the wedding and the reception at as too small for the number that they have coming, so they have to make cutbacks. However, I was still invited to the wedding. I was mad at this because they clearly only invited Lena to get a shawl, which to me is just rude. If they had outright asked her to make one, she probably would have done because she loves to crochet. On my way out of work, I noticed that George wasn't at his desk, but the shawl was. I was still mad that they used Lena to get a shawl, and I just shoved it in my work bag. I left a note on his desk telling George since Lena was no longer invited, the shawl and I would no longer be attending either. On my way home, I told Lena what I'd done, and I asked her if she wanted to go out instead, so not to waste having a sitter. Lena was upset that I'd taken the shawl as it was causing an uproar in her family group chat, where people were calling her petty because I took it back. Lena wants me to give it back. I don't think I should. They don't deserve Lena's kindness. However, at the same time, I don't want Lena to be upset with me over George and a shawl. Am I the a-hole for taking back the shawl? Edit. I've messaged the group chat letting them know that I took it, and if they should be pissed at anyone, then it should be me, but I would also do it again because no one gets to be an idiot to Lena. Yeah, no, I don't think you did anything out of line. It was so rude of him to do this. Yeah, the top comment, not the a-hole, I would have taken it back as well. It was so rude to uninvite your wife but still allow you to come. No point giving the shawl back now. What's done is done. I think it's awesome that you're standing up for your wife. I think your wife needs to stand up for herself more in the future because the family is 100% using your wife. But yeah, definitely not the a-hole. Good on you for standing up to them. Am I the a-hole for not disclosing to my daughter that she wasn't breastfed? Pretty much the title. I, 45 female, and my pregnant daughter, 23 female, were discussing the upcoming baby. She asked me how hard breastfeeding was, and I told her I never did. She asked me why, and I told her the only two people I knew who breastfed complained about it constantly, and it didn't really seem worth the hassle, especially since her dad left me and I had to go back to work 7 weeks after she was born, and I only got an extra week because week 6 was Christmas week. She was upset and accused me of hiding this from her. I said it never came up. So she's all mad and has a call into her doctor to see if she's at a disadvantage because of this, and I should have disclosed the facts before she got pregnant so she knew that she was malnourished. She was never malnourished. She hit all of her landmarks in infancy and was very healthy. I think she's being ridiculous and she thinks I'm a total a-hole. Am I the a-hole? Nah, definitely not. The top comment says not the a-hole. My guess, your daughter has been talking about how superior breastfeeding is and how she thrived under it to her circle of friends. I'd guess that she probably also judged one or more other mums for not doing it. Now that she knows the truth, she's upset because she built her self-image around it. She might have even accused other people of malnourishing their kids with formula. It's a whole thing people do for some bizarre self-important reason. Yeah, well, that's an interesting thought because it sounds like they took it personally. Like, yeah, they had the belief that they were breastfed. That'd probably explain why they reacted like this. But yeah, no, I don't think the mum's the a-hole. Like they said, it never came up in conversation, so why are they just gonna say this? Like, hey, just in case you get upset about it in the future, you weren't actually breastfed. Am I the a-hole for leaving the table after what my father-in-law said? My 26 female husband, 29 male, and I were invited at the in-laws for dinner yesterday. Everything was going great until my mother-in-law brought up my husband's player phase in high school. My mother-in-law was just jokingly being like, honestly, him in high school? I never thought he'd actually settle down with somebody. And my father-in-law was like, yeah, even less with someone like you. What? I asked him what he meant by that. Both my mother-in-law and husband were then like, please no, in a, oh god, he's gonna mess up way. My father-in-law said, well, you weren't exactly his type in high school, you know. My husband tried to make him stop after that, but my father-in-law added, not saying you weren't pretty enough or anything like that, you just wouldn't have caught his eyes. I got up from the table and I went to the bathroom. I wasn't even in there for 5 minutes and my husband knocked and told me that we were leaving. Once we were home, my husband received a text from his mum saying that my reaction was childish and disrespectful. Oh my god, who are they to talk about disrespect? And they wouldn't be invited again until I apologized? Oh no. My husband replied that I'd only apologize if my father-in-law apologized first. He didn't get an answer, but his sister texted me that I needed to apologize ASAP because I was putting my husband's relationship with his parents at risk over a misunderstanding. It's not not really a misunderstanding. Yeah, like this comment says, Pops put his foot in his mouth past his kneecap. Now mother-in-law wants you to apologize for Pop's jerk-ass statement to make everything nice again. Not the a-hole. Yeah, 100%. And by the way, that's a beautiful comment. It completely sums this up. Like, yeah, mother-in-law wants you to apologize for Pop's jerk-ass statement to make everything nice again. But surely the in-laws can see that they shouldn't have said that. Am I the a-hole for letting my brother and family stay with me after a flooding, but not my niece? I, 37 male, have been married to my husband, 41 male, for 4 years. I came out to my family as bi when I was 16, and from the very beginning they were nothing but supportive, and to this day almost my entire family accepts me for who I am. My niece, 20 female, is the only exception. She's my brother's 43 male daughter, and despite her parents showing no prejudices against the LGBTQ+ community, she doesn't make a secret of her homophobia. I don't know where her beliefs stem from, but the day I first introduced my husband, then boyfriend, to her family, she's been very hostile towards us. She was 14 at the time. She refuses to speak to my husband, barely even acknowledges us at family gatherings, and despite her father constantly chastising her, frequently uses the F slur to refer to members of the LGBTQ+ community and calls same-sex relationships disgusting. Oh my god. Due to a severe flooding, my brother and his family have been forced to evacuate their house. My husband and I have a guest room and a sofa bed in our living room. So when my brother asked us if his family could stay at our place for a while, I told him that him, his wife, and their younger children, 13 female and 12 male, were very welcome to stay as long as they needed to, but that we weren't comfortable letting his older daughter stay with us. He seemed to have been expecting that answer, and he told me that he understood my reasons. When he broke the news to his daughter, she was furious. Wow, you're furious? Asking where else she was going to stay and that she had nowhere else to go? Yeah, well, maybe don't be homophobic. Are you joking? From what I know, my brother offered to help her pay for a cheap hotel, but she doesn't want to dip into her savings because she doesn't work, and she's been living with my brother rent-free. Apparently, she's been staying with a friend for a few days now, and she's been telling her mother how awful it is there. My brother is still supporting my decision, but his wife has started trying to convince me to let her eldest daughter move in. She's been pushing me to get over her comments because my niece is still young and naive. Definitely not, and that she couldn't have known that her actions would have major consequences. She's advising me to be the bigger person and not let my quote-unquote hard feelings for her daughter stop me from helping a family member, because that would be an a-hole thing to do. Hey, do you want to talk about being an a-hole? It's a mess around and find out situation. Like, these are the consequences of your actions, you know? Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. She's living with the consequences of her horribleness by having to stay somewhere that she doesn't like because she couldn't keep her mouth shut about her disgusting views on same-sex relationships. If I were you, I'd say that you're happy to let her stay as soon as she genuinely and honestly proved that she no longer feels that way towards you and your husband. I would never let someone who disrespected me and my husband stay with us, family or not, unless they were literally about to be on the streets, which she isn't, and even then it'd be the very, very last option. And also this comment, not the a-hole. Oh, what her mother meant was, she didn't realize she'd someday need the person she was dehumanizing. Tough crap, this is the find out stage. Don't deny her this important life lesson. Yeah, that's a really good point. It's a huge life lesson for him. Yeah, definitely not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for blocking an Airbnb's view of my home? I've already posted this asking for legal advice, but I thought I'd ask for moral advice too. Last year we bought a historical property with a fair-sized chunk of land. The previous owners had run it as a small hotel, but they couldn't keep up with the pace at their age anymore. We turned the property back into a private residence. A main country road runs right by the longest edge of the unfenced garden, so we decided to plant hedges for privacy and to block off access in case my nephews visit and they play football, etc. There's a small gardener's cottage right at the edge of this line, which was sold separately when we bought our home. We made sure to keep any bushes between us and them on our side of the property line. We were unaware that the elderly couple had sold the cottage to a relative of theirs and that he'd planned to turn it into an Airbnb. We only know this now was after a summer of growth. The owner had finally noticed the small hedge and had realised what we'd done. He and the couple have sent official looking letters stating that we're impeding their reasonable enjoyment of the property, as they'd planned to market the cottage as part of the property with the views of a historical landmark, and once our hedge is at full height, that view will be greatly diminished, if not almost entirely gone. So am I the a-hole for potentially damaging someone's income by planting these hedges? No, the reason that you're putting them there is a very good reason. It's an unfenced garden. Like, yeah, you want some privacy and you want something there that acts as a fence. That's completely understandable. And yeah, it's your property. Like the top comment says, not the a-hole. They'd planned to market the cottage as part of the property with the views of a historical landmark. Too bad. we're impeding their reasonable enjoyment of the property. No, you're impeding their enjoyment of your property, as is your right. Yeah, absolutely, it's your property. Definitely not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for buying my biological daughter a car, but not my stepdaughter? Before my daughter Christina, currently 19 female, started high school, I made her a deal that if she kept above a 3.9 GPA for her freshman through junior year, I'd buy her a car up to 20 grand, on the condition that if her GPA dipped below a 3.9, I'd take it away. She kept a 4.0 during high school, so I let her pick out a car before senior year. During her sophomore year, I met my now wife Jenny, now 40 female, and her daughter Emily, 17 female. Emily started her senior year a couple of weeks ago, and a few days ago she texted me asking when I was going to take her to look at cars. This took me by surprise, as I didn't realize she expected a car. Yeah, why would she expect a car? She has a 2.7 GPA and spends more time curating her Instagram than doing her homework. I explained to her that Christina received her car as a reward for good grades, not as a given. I later felt bad because I guess I didn't give her the same incentive that I gave Christina, and I told her that if she could get a 3.9 GPA with her senior year grades and get into an accredited college or university, I'd let her pick out a car upon graduation. I thought this was a fair deal, or even unfair towards Christina, since I made her keep a 3.9 for all 4 years of high school. But Jenny pulled me aside after Emily went to school and told me I was being unfair since Emily had different circumstances than Christina. Oh my god, there's nothing unfair about offering to buy someone a car. For background, Jenny's ex-husband and Emily's bio dad was a very wealthy man who spoiled the crap out of her. Everything she wanted, all she had to do was ask for it for the first 12 years of her life. Yeah, what, so now you're expected to do that? She didn't try in school because her dad promised that he would get her into any college she wanted and give her a job at his company afterwards. Then, when Emily was 12, her dad was arrested for serious tax fraud. Essentially, he's in prison now and Jenny has some money of her own, but nothing compared to the life of luxury that they were both used to. I think Emily's very hurt by what happened, and she also hasn't had the chance to develop a work ethic. I told Jenny I think my only wrongdoing was not helping Emily develop a work ethic sooner, and that my hope is that she rises to the occasion, cleans up her act and gets the car. I also said I would do everything I could to help Emily research colleges and perfect her application, but Jenny wasn't having it. She and Emily have both been giving me the cold shoulder the past couple of days, and they still think I'm treating Emily unfairly. You're doing so much for them. I really don't know what to do. I want to give Emily a goal that's challenging but attainable, but at the same time I don't want to put a strain on my relationship with my family. What the hell? You're being so generous. And by the way, you don't have to be, but you are. And the fact that they don't realize that is awful. Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. You're amazingly generous to make this offer to Emily, a person who you've only known for a few short years. The conditions are absolutely fair and reasonable by any measure. No one's owed a car. Jenny is way off base here and is being an a-hole for demanding this. She's undermining her own argument. Her solution to Emily not having developed a work ethic is to, what, give her a car instead of developing a good work ethic? No, full stop. I'd keep the offer on the table as a take it or leave it. If Jenny's more focused on spoiling her daughter and trying to make you the bad guy, you should take a very hard look at your relationship with her. She looks very bad in this light. Yeah, that's terrible. You're being so generous. Am I the a-hole for wearing scrubs even though I'm not a nurse? 5 years ago when I finished high school, I got a job as a kennel technician at a pet store. When I got the job, I was told to go get a few pairs of scrubs and that I need to wear scrubs to work every day. I help people out around the store just like all the other employees, but my main job was to help the vet take care of puppies. Obviously, the vet did the heavy lifting and I was just there to assist. I don't know for sure why I was required to wear scrubs when the most medical thing I did was give the dogs their medicine, and I'm pretty sure it was just so the kennel techs looked professional. The owner was a bit pretentious and was always concerned with appearing professional. 3 years ago when I started college, I had to quit my job at the pet store. I was determined to pay my way through college and not take out any student loans. As much as I loved that job, it did not pay very well. When I quit, I got rid of all the shirt scrubs, but I kept the pants because, as it turns out, nurses have been holding out on us and scrubs are really comfortable. I treat them like sweatpants. They're comfortable and just something for me to wear around the house on my day off, but I would never go out in public wearing them. Fast forward to 2 days ago when I went out to check the mail while wearing some of my old scrubs without even thinking about it. Our neighbor who lives in front of the mailboxes was out watering her garden and she perked up when she saw me. She got all excited and told me about how her daughter was a nurse and how she knew that I was in college, but she didn't know I was going to college to be a nurse. So I of course cut her off and said, "Oh, I'm actually in college getting a degree in history," and I go on to explain why I had the scrubs on and all that. To say that she was mad about me wearing scrubs would be an understatement. She compared it to AITA stolen valor when people dress up like veterans and first responders when they aren't. She went on and on about how hard her daughter worked to become a nurse and that nurses have earned the right to wear scrubs. I was honestly a little baffled because I wasn't trying to pretend to be a nurse, and now one of my neighbors who I barely know is lecturing me in the middle of our neighborhood. She posted on Facebook that afternoon that she saw someone out in public wearing scrubs, and that when she talked to them it turned out they weren't even a nurse. It was very clear that she was talking about me, but I do appreciate that she said it was a stranger at a grocery store, since she is friends with a lot of people in our neighborhood. I didn't even consider that I could be in the wrong until I saw how everyone who was commenting on her post was agreeing with her. So am I the a-hole? Nah, no way. Like the top comments say, not the a-hole, your neighbor is gatekeeping pants that are worn by nurses and doctors and vets and dentists. Hell, I wore them when I worked at a plasma donation center. Yeah, nah, definitely not the a-hole. This is such a non-issue. Am I the a-hole for looking out for my new co-worker by telling her that her food might be upsetting to others? I, 32 male white, am potentially in trouble at work, but I don't really think I deserve it. My co-worker Anna, 23-ish female and Asian, is new at our office and she brings her own lunch on days we don't have a food truck. On Thursday, yesterday, she brought in a homemade stir fry and used our shared microwave in the break room to do it. I was in the room when she took it out of the microwave and it smelled heavenly. I asked her about the recipe and she told me it was just a bunch of ingredients and spices thrown together, as to not waste any veggies that might go bad soon. When I was telling her how good it smelled, I also mentioned that some other people at the office might think it would be too smelly or ethnic, as in racist people tend to look down on ethnic things. I've read those kind of stories on here about microaggressions when it comes to people of color and the food they bring in, and I wanted to warn her that she might not want to bring it in anymore so it doesn't happen to her. I emphasized that it smelled good to me personally though. I guess a couple of other co-workers in the room overheard our conversation, because after Anna left the room, some of them sort of quietly told me how it was inappropriate for me to have said that. I told them that it's true that ethnic food gets ridiculed for smelling too strong, and that I disagreed with the sentiment, but I also think she would face less harassment if she didn't bring in that food anymore. One of my co-workers then said that I was the only one harassing her and making insinuations that her food is problematic, plus the fact that she hasn't even been bringing in her own food since she just started last week, so there couldn't have been an opportunity to have had this hypothetical harassment happen to her. I just wanted people, yes, even the a-holes at the office, to make her feel welcome. I left work that day not thinking anything of it until the following morning, where I hear from a different co-worker that Anna talked to our HR department about the conversation and how she was hurt. I'm a bit frustrated as to why she didn't talk to me about it first, since it was a misunderstanding and that I'm looking out for her. I did notice that today she was trying to dodge me, which is unusual and a bit heartbreaking. I just want to work things out. I wanted to be a friend to her and help her out, since this is one of her first jobs out of undergrad, but this has been blown out of proportion and now my co-workers think I'm racist, but I really try my best to be an ally. But then again, what do I know? So am I the a-hole for telling her that her food might be a bit too much for other potentially racist people in the office to handle? Edit. Some people have said to edit this post to add this. Yes, I get it. I'm the a-hole. What I said was really stupid. If it means anything to you guys, I remember entering the workforce as a young man shadowing a-holes, and I didn't know how to express how crappy I was treated, since I thought it was normal to be treated a certain way or overhear certain things. I just thought she was a sweet girl who didn't deserve to see the nasty side of corporate life so quick, but I guess I ended up being like the guys that made my earlier career so god-awful. Anyway, I want to apologize to her in the most HR-friendly way this Tuesday. Hopefully she doesn't quit, but I also don't want to be the one that gets fired. Fingers crossed. Thank you for opening my eyes, and I hope to do my due diligence to be a real ally. Yeah, this comment. You the a-hole. Your co-worker is a grown woman who's been Asian her entire life. Do you genuinely think she's unaware that racism exists? All you did was put her on edge around co-workers who may not have even been racist. Congratulations, you're the one who created the microaggression. Yeah, 100%, but the good thing is they know this, and they're gonna go apologize, so hopefully that goes well. Andy, I'm pretty sure we all know what time it is. That's enough of this for today. Let's read something wholesome, shall we? The second dish you need to prepare: biscuits and gravy. I thought Alton said brisket and gravy. This is the single saddest thing I've ever seen on Cutthroat Kitchen. The contestant didn't speak English as a first language. Due to this, the judge didn't judge his dish as biscuits and gravy, but as brisket and gravy, and the contestant moved on to the next round. After this, Alton started explaining the dish that he was asking them to make in more detail to make sure that it didn't happen again. The correct way to react to language miscommunication. Yeah, definitely a wholesome mistake. I thought you said brisket and gravy. This Australian man built a tricycle that allows his disabled wife to go for bike rides. Oh, that's so bloody beautiful. And they'd have so much fun on their bike rides as well. well. That's such an awesome idea. Am I the a-hole for not giving up my seat and embarrassing the woman who demanded my seat? A few years ago, I, 16 female, lost my leg in an accident. I've been using a prosthetic leg since then, and because my family is well off, it's a pretty advanced one to the point where it just sort of looks like I have two normal legs, but that's whenever I wear long trousers, which I usually do because I'm really self-conscious about showing my prosthetic. These days, I can pretty much do anything I like without issues. Walking, running, going upstairs, etc. The main issue is keeping my balance when there are sudden changes in movement in places like trains and buses, which is where the topic of this post comes in. I was riding the train and I sat down in the seat reserved for disabled, elderly and pregnant women. It was pretty busy, so there were no other seats available, and a few stops later a woman came up to me telling me I needed to move because she needs that seat and I shouldn't be sitting there. I told her I was sorry, but I needed the seat myself. She got all argumentative that I just need to get up because the seat is meant for the elderly and I'm just a lazy child who's more than capable of standing. I again apologized and I said I really needed the seat myself. She left and got the train conductor, who also told me to get up from the seat. I was really done with being treated this way now, so I rolled up my trouser leg and showed my prosthetic, and I told her I wasn't gonna move. She suddenly got very red-faced and mumbled something before she got off at the next station. Am I the a-hole? I could have said I have a prosthetic right away, but it's a really touchy subject for me and it makes me feel very self-conscious. That's why I always wear long trousers, so nobody can see or has to know. Yeah, no, definitely not the a-hole. They were pushing you the entire time and you still handled it super well. Like the top comment says, not the a-hole, we're all built different. I would have pulled up my pant leg and been like, are you serious? But you did it differently and more politely than I would have done. You can't possibly be an a-hole for handling it more graciously than most would. Am I the a-hole for leaving menstrual pads in a visible place in the bathroom? My husband 30, his friend 30 and I are currently on vacation, sharing a rented apartment with just one bathroom. Yesterday I got my period and I bought some pads. I left them on the bathroom counter in a semi-sheer bag where they weren't even visible. However, my husband thought it was inappropriate and could make his friend uncomfortable knowing that someone in the apartment is bleeding. Oh no, dude. I argued that menstruation is a natural process and should not be considered gross or dirty. Women shouldn't be shamed or stigmatized because of it, as this has historically caused women to suffer. My husband didn't respond, but I'm still wondering if I was in the wrong for leaving the pads this way. Edit, can we get any feedback from males? My husband says all the responses are from females, and that's why I was voted not the a-hole. That's 100% not why. So first of all, if you're a 30-year-old man and seeing a pad makes you uncomfortable, what's that all about, you know? And also, they weren't just sitting out on the sink or something. They were in a bag where they weren't even visible. And like this comment says, not the a-hole. Maybe if you left the used pads unwrapped on the counter, that would be an issue. But menstrual supplies are just a normal part of human existence and your husband needs to get over it. Yeah, pretty much. It's not really an issue at all. Am I the a-hole for not wanting my wife to refer to me by my first name when talking to my kids? My wife recently started using my first name when referring to me to our preteen kids, as in Steve's gonna pick you up from school tomorrow. I asked her not to when I first heard it, saying I don't really like when you use my first name to the kids. Can you say your dad or dad? She said Steve is your name, I don't see the problem, but I eventually got her to see things my way. A couple of months go by and I'd heard her say it periodically, like Steve can pick what to have for dinner. Finally today she did it again and I said, babe, I know we talked about it before, but can you please just say your dad when talking to the kids? And she says, it's totally subconscious, it's not like I mean to. You're probably gonna have to remind me again like 50 times. At this point I said that's not really acceptable. If you hear me and respect my wishes, it doesn't need an excuse or hedging. You can just say okay. She started getting upset, yelling, and said I was being difficult and should just accept that she can't control it. I didn't think it needed a big discussion and finally diffused the situation by saying, sure, I believe you'll try. It just sounded like a cop-out for no reason, setting us up for the same discussion sometime down the road. Am I the a-hole here? And I left a comment here that says, info, I am the father of our kids. I don't think she's cheating. I've downvoted negative comments on here or speculation. We love each other. The main question was about her reaction to me doubling down. It could have been seen as a criticism, like her best isn't good enough, but I called BS, which she then took exception to. Was it an a-hole thing to not accept her explanation? I feel like the verdict is in. It's okay to stand up for how I want to be represented. I'm gonna work on arriving at that without making her feel like she's not enough. But yeah, why have they suddenly started using your first name? I can understand why you're upset about this. That's super strange. Am I the a-hole for being mad over double standards in my marriage? A week ago, I asked my daughter, 8, to quickly watch her brother, 10 months, while I picked up some stuff from the floor that I've been working on during his nap. She rarely gets asked to watch him, as I feel that he's my job, not hers. Hubby came home and saw that she was watching baby and went off on me about how I was irresponsible. Accidents happen quickly and she wouldn't know what to do in a choking event. These are all reasonable fears, so I made the necessary changes to ensure that I'm there to watch him at all times. Today, Sunday, I asked him to watch the baby as I started baking a large order. I came into the room and noticed he was alone watching TV. I asked him where the baby was and he replied that our daughter was watching him in her bedroom. Her bedroom is on the opposite side of the house, and with the TV blaring, you could definitely not hear what was going on in her room. I pointed out to him how he yelled at me last week for the same thing, and then he replied that was different. When asked how, he replied, she wants to look after him. She came to ask me if she could. I was so mad. I didn't leave them alone for prolonged periods of time. I was literally in and out of the room during all that time that I was cleaning up, but that was neglectful and dangerous because I asked her to watch the baby, while at the same time it's perfectly okay for her to be left completely alone, rooms away with the TV on, because she asked him, so somehow that would mean that she pays closer attention to him. Like accidents don't happen when you choose to look after a baby. He's now mad at me, saying I'm overreacting and that I'm still in the wrong while he's not. I accept that I was in the wrong asking her to watch him, but am I wrong for being mad about the double standards? No, of course not. And yeah, double standards is 100% what this is. Like this comment says, not the a-hole. If it's not safe in his mind, it's not safe whether your daughter wants to do it or not. He's absolutely in the wrong for being inconsistent when it benefits him. And like the top comment says, not the a-hole. Rules for thee and not for me. He's obviously applying a double standard and doubling down when confronted. Yeah, and the fact that they're getting upset at you about this is kind of unbelievable. They're not in a position to be getting upset at you for this. Am I the a-hole for telling my daughter that life doesn't stop for others because hers isn't going well? I have 3 kids and my daughter, 27 female, hasn't had the best luck in her romantic life. She's gotten cheated on many times and her previous relationships were unhealthy. I also believe she's in a toxic relationship with her current boyfriend. My nieces and nephews, along with my other kids, are all happily married, some starting their own families. It was my sister's birthday recently and she and her husband had planned the trip for the family. She helped with expenses if needed, but for the most part, everyone paid for themselves. My daughter was the only one going by herself. We did things as a family, but there were times when we split up to do something with just our partners. So sometimes my daughter was by herself or basically being a third wheel. At the end of the trip, my daughter complained to me about how she hated going on the trip, that she felt like it was a cruel joke that she was there by herself, and that the others should not have shown affection to their partners when she was around. This is not the first time she complained about something like this. She's done it after holidays and birthdays as well. I'll admit, I'm tired of my daughter complaining about this, so I told her that just because her life isn't going well doesn't mean others will stop living theirs. She hasn't talked to me since, and that was almost 2 weeks ago. My husband is on my side, but I'm worried I'll lose my daughter. Am I the a-hole? Edit, she was allowed to bring a friend. Edit 2, my daughter isn't single, she has a boyfriend. Edit 3, thank you for all the responses. I didn't expect so many. I plan to try and reach out to my daughter and talk. Right, okay. Yeah, like the person who wrote this did make a lot of sense in some of this, but also they shouldn't have said that their life isn't going well. And also the other person shouldn't expect couples not to be affectionate around them. This one is marked as everyone sucks. And yeah, like this comment says, everybody sucks here. I don't have a lot of sympathy for her demanding people not showing any affection for each other in her presence. And a lot of what you say is valid. However, I don't understand how on a family vacation, all the couples are going off and leaving her all on her own. That sounds wretched, and I can empathize with how sad it is to watch everyone else be stable and happy. When that's not at all available to you, you could acknowledge the validity of her feelings while encouraging her to accept the right of others to be happy. Am I the a-hole for telling my sister why bluntly she's not the next guardian of our new baby if something happens to me or my husband? Me and my husband recently had our first child. After IVF treatments, thousands and thousands on fertility, and a few miscarriages, we had her. Our family's proud and it's just a blessing to have her. Our family, my mum and dad and my 2 sisters and their significant others and kids, gather every other Sunday for lunch where grandma cooks and everyone can relax and the kids can play. I was holding my daughter when business came up. Me and my husband own a business and insurance. My parents parents are the beneficials if something ever happened, God forbid. My husband has disavowed his family since he was 16, so it's just my side. One of my sisters, let's call her Kay, suddenly said, "That's weird. Why are our parents the ones to inherit money if something happened to us when they're older and retired, while she's struggling to pay her bills?" Kay has been engaged for the last 11 years to a man that's 25 years her senior and is very odd. She had 5 kids by him. She and her family get evicted yearly due to the damage they do to the apartments and are overall struggling. In my opinion, something that they do to themselves. She refuses to work and allows her kids to rampage. She's also recently gotten in trouble legally because she was selling her food stamps for cash and was caught. I immediately tried to change the subject, but my mum didn't notice and said, "Well, now with baby, if anything happens, we'll adopt her and the business." My sister snapped and demanded why she wouldn't be next in line to raise the baby. You know, in the event that me and my husband died. I tried to change the subject again. She demanded why I trust our 70-year-old parents with a baby over her, an experienced mother. I snapped too. I told her how she's getting evicted every 6 months, how every time she thinks her boyfriend is about to leave, she gets pregnant. Years ago, she had a CPS case against her for leaving her 2 toddlers in a running car at a gas station. I had some low blows, I admit. Her kids are always dirty, snot down their faces and knotted hair. Their teeth are rotting out of their heads. She gathered her kids and left. My other sister sent a not cool text, and my family had 2 members that died in 9/11, and we have a family gathering every year. So my parents are asking me to apologize and put this behind us so we can focus on that tomorrow. No, I'm sick of it. She's calling out my new parenting when she's barely hanging on. She used to drop her kids off on her doorstep, barely clothed, and then return the next morning. And she's upset that I don't want to give her guardianship if me and my husband died. Yeah, nah, not the a-hole. Like this comment says, not the a-hole. Me thinks someone was sniffing out a potential payday. Don't apologize. I don't know why people are so obsessed with phony apologies. And yeah, of course they're sniffing out a potential payday that's dependent on their family members dying. Yeah, that's awful and super uncomfortable. Am I the a-hole for telling my son that he has to wear clothes? My son, male 19, loves to wear just underwear in his room for whatever reason. He'll put on a shirt and pants if he has to step out to the bathroom or come to the kitchen or talk to anybody, etc. But otherwise, he's just in his underwear. I, male 48, have told him multiple times that I dislike this and that he has to wear clothes in the case that his mum or I have to come into his room. He says that if we start knocking, he'll throw something on and then it'll be okay. I told him he still has to wear clothes, and then he made another excuse and said it was too hot. In the summer, I tend to set the thermostat to around 85 or 87 to save money. I turn it down to around 80 or 82 once the sun goes down, because then it takes less energy. He says it makes him sweat when he's just sitting around and not doing anything. And I rejoined by saying, if it's so hot, go spend a couple of hours outside and see if it still feels hot. We live in Oklahoma and it routinely gets up to 100 in the summers. He rolled his eyes at this and we just kept arguing. I'm wondering now if I'm the a-hole. 87 is 30 Celsius, I think. Yeah, that's pretty bloody hot inside a house and not outside. No wonder they don't want to wear much. Yeah, like the top comment says, you the a-hole. He's not naked around the house, and why do you actually care? 87 degrees in the summer, that's torturous. Your ridiculous temperature requirements are the reason he's only wearing underwear. You want him to get dressed, keep the house at a humane temperature, and that comment's got 40,000 upvotes. Of course they're not going to want to wear much. And yeah, they're not walking around the house naked. It's not even an issue, is it? Am I the a-hole for letting people know on social media the reason I wasn't at my dad's wedding? I, female 18, was pretty close to my dad, closer to my mum, but I often visited my dad about 3 to 4 times a week. A few years ago, he started dating Anna. Anna and I always got along. When I proposed, I was happy. Anna seemed like she would be a great stepmom. Well, a few weeks before the wedding, after I had bought everything, the dress and the shoes, etc., my dad and Anna said they needed to talk to me. Anna and my dad decided to have a child-free wedding, which I get especially for young kids. Well, turns out that child-free means no under 18. On the day of the wedding, I was still going to be 17, so therefore I'm not allowed to be at the wedding because Anna wants to stay true to the child-free rule, even for the daughter of the groom and her about-to-be stepdaughter. The funny thing is, my 18th birthday is just 2 days after the wedding, but still I wasn't allowed to go. The wedding was last weekend, the 12th, and my birthday was yesterday, the 14th. I haven't talked to Anna or my dad since they told me I couldn't attend the wedding, since I wasn't an adult. My mum ended up taking me on a birthday vacation, and yesterday I posted birthday pictures on Facebook and said, finally an adult. I'm so glad that my dad and Anna didn't allow me at their wedding since I was under 18. I feel more mature since yesterday. The family was freaking out, asking if it was true and bashing my dad and Anna for it. I later got a bunch of text from my dad and Anna calling me immature and a selfish brat, and that's why I was too immature to be at a wedding. I was talking to some friends and they said I was kind of an a-hole for doing that, and I should have just let it go. Oh my god, definitely not the a-hole. Imagine you're the dad that's getting married and you're not inviting your own daughter to the wedding. Yeah, you're definitely not the a-hole. And like this comment says, no children was made for you. I'm sorry, but let that sink in. She made that rule to keep you out. You now know where you stand in their marriage. You don't. I'm so sorry. Not the a-hole. I personally think it was epic. Harsh, but epic. And they deserved more than that. I would even update it with the pictures of their texts. Am I the a-hole for leaving itemized tips to compensate for my wife's behavior? My wife and I in our 30s dine out every once in a while, but not too often because of my wife's annoying habit that was inherited from her family. She always complains and sends food back if it's not absolutely perfect, and makes needless requests and substitutions. She doesn't have allergies or sensitivities. It can easily take 5 minutes for her to just order her own food, and sometimes I've already finished my meal by the time she gets her food because she sends it back and asks for modifications, etc. I know restaurant staff don't appreciate it. I've tried talking to her about this, but she doesn't see an issue with it. Anyway, we make decent money and we use our combined fun fund on dates and dinners. I recently started writing down what my wife does on the receipt and then calculating a tip, in addition to the normal gratuity, to compensate. So to a receipt I might add, complained about not having this beverage plus $5, asked her 5 different questions about a single menu item, $5, asked for a new drink because too much ice, $5, sent the meal back, was exactly what she ordered, $5. She didn't notice me doing it in the first 2 or 3 times, but last night she noticed I was spending a lot of time writing up a tip amount and asked me why. I showed her what I wrote. She's been mad at me since, saying that I'm embarrassing her to the staff. I told her that she's embarrassing us both. Am I the a-hole? Petty maybe, but am I an a-hole? Edit to add, my wife is otherwise a very nice and caring and generous person. She does always say please and thank you, even for her most absurd requests. Annoying each other like this is our love language, but this time she is pretty mad. Update, alrighty friends, we've had our laughs and we've shared our perspectives. Since my wife frequents this subreddit, I went ahead and showed her this post. With that said, I'd like to address a few things. First, she and I both know that any posts on this subreddit are peepholes into people's lives, but not display cases. Yeah, my wife's behavior when dining out is bad, which is why I try to think of a way to point it out and make up for it. That said, she's not a bad person. Learn to separate the two and you'll get far in life. Secondly, when I say she was, is mad at me, I don't mean that she's deeply hurt and distraught. She's calling me an a-hole, yeah, but that's normal for us. If this was something that was actually hurtful to her, I wouldn't be sharing it online. Anyway, she would like for you all to know that she's taking your responses to heart and she's going to be more mindful of how she dines. She would like to add that she didn't think it was a big deal before because, as she puts it, she doesn't think twice about meeting expectations in her line of work, even if they are above and beyond the norm. She's just happy to meet demand, but she recognizes that not everyone feels this way. She's going to try and be a better customer. She said reading this was brutally eye-opening, but we both also found some laughter and had a good discussion. Wow, that's so funny. And yeah, definitely not the a-hole. These comments, not the a-hole. Challenge her to going out to dinner without a single complaint. I wouldn't go out with her again if she does act like this. You're a gem, not the a-hole. And the original poster said, I was going to carry a spray bottle to spritz her each time moving forward. Your idea might be better though, I'll consider it. This one is so wholesome. And yeah, I feel like it was a smart way of showing them what they're doing. Am I the a-hole for telling my wife I don't care about her dreams? My wife wants to be an influencer on TikTok and YouTube. She's been creating mummy content and content about her day-to-day life. When she told me this is something she wanted to do, I didn't have a problem. I only said that I don't want our children, 4 male and 2 female, in any of her content. I didn't monitor her channel because it didn't really seem necessary. I recently watched her channel because I thought it'd be cute to see what she does in her day-to-day life. I found our children's faces in almost all of her content. I told her straight up she needs to remove all of her content. She said that she knew I wouldn't agree, but she doesn't think it's a big deal. I don't like children content. I feel like a lot of the time when you see that children make profit, they become less of your kids and more of a product, and your interactions become more performative. And I can see the same thing has happened to her because she posted a video of her getting her 2-year-old out of a tantrum and how she deals with it. But how was your first instinct to record and hold a camera while our baby's crying? She started crying, saying that she built this up and this is her dream and deleting her content will ruin it. And I said I simply don't care. If you don't delete it, I'll consider a divorce. I know a lot of people have children on their social media and I don't mind an Instagram or Facebook post, but to make videos seems too intimate to share. She told her friends and even hinted on her social media accounts that she has an over-controlling and narcissistic husband husband that doesn't want her on social media? I'm currently being ridiculed by her friends. Am I being over controlling or narcissistic? Edit, someone asked me what kind of content. The content isn't really harmful, just her feeding them and playing with them. But the two types of videos I have problems with are her recording our children's tantrums, and our 2-year-old still doesn't like clothes. We're trying to get her to wear them more, but our house can be hot, so she's in a diaper a lot. I don't like the videos of our daughter in her diapers. No, you're definitely not the a-hole. And also, you're not a narcissist. You're trying to protect your children. And the fact that they're calling you narcissistic for this is hilarious. Like, that's not what being a narcissist is. Yeah, like these comments. She has an over-controlling and narcissistic husband. No, talk to a lawyer. Your kids are not props, not the a-hole. Yeah, I mean, narcissists are only concerned with themselves, whereas he's obviously concerned for his kids. Do people just pick out words with the most syllables so they think they sound intelligent? Yeah, that's really not good, and that's definitely enough for today. 1000% time to read something wholesome, guys. His little spoon grew up real big, but he doesn't mind. Oh, that's so cute. There's so much more to cuddle now. My dog's favorite toy is Santa, so we brought her to see him. Aww. Oh my god, Santa, you're my favorite. That's straight up adorable. My son has loved my cat since the day he was born. She tolerates that love in a way I never thought possible. Wow, they're best friends. That's so cute. Like, wow, doesn't the water look nice today? And the cat just meows. Wow, a lot of cat ones today. I had to deal with a clog in the sink this morning. Oh no, what are you gonna do? Definitely don't turn the taps on because they'd probably freak out. That's a beautiful place to end today's episode, guys. Am I the a-hole for telling my husband and his family not to call me a nickname? So my name is Lucy, 28 female. My husband, 31 male, has always been super fond of nicknames and has given me plenty of them. They constantly change and I've never minded any of the ones that he's given me before. They're all quite harmless, usually food or animal related, but they tend to stick for a while. His family also uses nicknames. They occasionally give me one too. It's often the same one my husband uses if it isn't too sappy. Again, I don't mind them. In fact, I usually find it quite cute and endearing until recently. My husband started calling me Lulu. Let me give you the context. I was called Lulu growing up exclusively by my mother, and she passed away not long before I met my husband. I took her loss pretty hard. I told him that it has a lot of emotional significance for me and that it doesn't feel right to hear anyone else say it. He respected that for years and so did his family, but recently his sister has been referring to me as a Lulu whenever I wasn't there, according to what I've been told. Why? And I guess he naturally picked up on it. It's irritating because it's not like he forgot about my reasons behind it. He'll hesitate before saying it. I've reminded him calmly a couple of times that I would appreciate he not call me that. There's plenty of other things I don't mind him calling me. Nothing that had emotional weight. The other day he said that he didn't see the big deal anymore. Wow, how dare you, dude? It had been some years and I should be over it by now. That it's just a nickname. Yeah, but why the hell would you call one of your loved ones something that they've repeatedly told you they don't like and they're not comfortable with? Like, why do you even want to call them this so bad? He said it lightly, like he was trying to let me down easy, but it stung. Maybe I overreacted, but I was hurt by it. I packed a bag and I'm currently staying with my sister. He and his family texted me saying that I'm doing a lot over a little nickname, and I'm thinking maybe they're right. I want to get past this because it feels pretty petty at this point. Am I the a-hole? Well, if it's so insignificant, why don't you stop calling them this? Like, what's the husband doing? Stop calling them something they're not happy with. Like, they're literally calling them something that they've asked them not to many times, and they're getting upset at them. How dare you, dude? Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. If nicknames aren't a big deal, then why can't he let this one drop? Why do he and his family have to keep the one nickname that causes you pain? Why isn't that a big deal? You're the person who gets to decide when you're over your mother's death, not him. Yeah, 1,000,000%, and you're not wrong for feeling this way, and that's not something that you have to get over either. You don't have to ever be comfortable with somebody calling you this. The husband and the family need to get a grip and have some respect. Am I the a-hole for giving my future mother-in-law 3 days to pay me for a new wedding dress, or else I show the family a photo of her wearing it? So, I'm getting married to my fiance soon. I bought a wedding dress weeks ago. My future mother-in-law kept pestering me about trying it on, but I firmly refused. I finally shut it down after she offered me $100 to let her try it on. Her reasoning for persisting so much, she says it's because of her love for weddings wedding dresses and her obsession with them. Fast forward to yesterday, I came home from work early and I found my fiance at home. He freaked out after seeing me and tried to prevent me from going into my room while trying to text somebody on his phone. I opened the door and I was shocked to see his mum standing there wearing my dress. I instantly pulled out my phone and I took a photo of her in it. She and my fiance freaked out after I told her that she needed to pay me for a new dress in 3 days or I'll show the whole family the photo. She started crying and she left, and my fiance blew up at me saying I can't be serious and that I overreacted because his mum just wanted to try the dress on. No harm done, but I refused to listen to him because in my opinion the dress should only be worn by the bride and the bride only. Quite frankly, I felt disgusted looking at the dress again. I don't want it anymore, and so I think it's fair that she pays me after she ruined it for me. He yelled at me and told me to wake up and stop treating his mum like if she was the enemy. We had a fight after he failed to get me to back down, and he's been staying with his mum since then. I felt awful, but I spent $3,000 on this dress and I worked hard to get it. I can't stand looking at it, but people in my family think I'm escalating things and risking my relationship with not only my future mother-in-law, but my fiance as well. Am I the a-hole? Update. Oh my god, this blew up, and so I thought I'd add some updates. My fiance called and offered to pay for the dress himself so we can end the conflict, but he wants me to hand him my phone so he can delete the photo himself, swear that I don't have any copies to use against his mum later, apologize to his mum, and lastly, he asked that I quit the family group chat and log out of Facebook for at least a month. I haven't responded yet. P.S. He called with his offer and conditions hours ago, but I didn't want to include this in the post, but now I did. Also, I'm not sure if I'll agree because I don't want him to pay for it. I want his mum, the one who wore it, to pay for it. Not being vicious, but I'm trying to hold her accountable. Yeah, 100%. You should not be apologizing to them. They should be apologizing to you. And yeah, they do need to be held accountable for this. And the fiance as well. Talk about not respecting your boundaries. They're 100% in the wrong for this as well. They went behind their back and let their mum do this, and now they're trying to get them to apologize to their mum. Yeah, like this comment says, not the a-hole, but the problem isn't your future mother-in-law, it's your fiance. He let her in. He was gonna lie and hide from you that she tried it on. He's defending her actions and he disrespected your belongings. He didn't care about your feelings and still doesn't. He's shown that he doesn't care about your boundaries. He decided that his mother wanted to try it on and decided that was more important than your feelings, and that's not gonna go away when you're married. Yeah, like I don't want to speak on somebody else's marriage, but there's some pretty serious red flags here. Am I the a-hole because I got my daughter an $80 dress? My family just got back from a week-long cruise and there's still some tension about this. My wife and I took our 20-year-old son, 16-year-old daughter, 13-year-old son, and 7-year-old son. Our eldest spent most of his time on the vacation doing his own thing, having breakfast and dinner with the family, but being seldom seen otherwise. My wife and I enjoyed spending time with our kids, but we also did some couples activities. There are clubs on the boat for kids, and our 13-year-old really enjoyed them, but our 7-year-old didn't and kept wanting to spend the day with his sister, who had given carte blanche to do her own thing as long as she ate with us, and answered when we messaged her. She was a good sport and took our little brother on most of her adventures, swimming with him, taking him to trivia, and doing the animation classes with him. I felt like this was sweet of her, and it showed a great deal of maturity. The second to last day of the cruise, I took her to the gift shop and I told her to pick out whatever she wanted as thanks for looking after her brother. She was so excited and ended up picking out a dress. The dress was $80. She wore it to dinner that night, and when she told her mum I bought it for her, my wife gave me a weird look. After dinner, she asked me why the hell I did that. I explained that it was a reward for looking after her brother. She said we can't buy an $80 dress for our daughter and nothing for our sons. I said we didn't get them nothing. We took them on a cruise. My wife said that I'm an idiot. I don't think so. We got some trinkets for the younger boys, about $20 worth of stuff. My wife thinks I messed up and said I should apologize to the boys. I refuse. We took our adult son on a vacation that cost thousands of dollars. He's got no reason to resent his sister being rewarded for being thoughtful. If we got our 7-year-old and 13-year-old a really expensive souvenir, it would probably be lost or broken. She still thinks I was an a-hole though. Clarification, a lot of commenters seem to think that we asked our daughter to babysit her brother. That's not really the case. What kept on happening was that she'd tell us her plans for the day, and our 7-year-old would say that he'd rather do that than go to the kids club, and she would agree to let him come with her. So it was more of her being just a nice sister than actual babysitting. She always had the ability to drop him off at the club. That's why I wanted to reward her, because I thought it was so sweet of her not to do that and to make her brother feel good about his cool older sister that actually wanted to hang out with him. Yeah, definitely not the a-hole like the top comment says. Green flag, green flag. What a thoughtful way to acknowledge your daughter. You're right, you're 20-year-old son got a free vacation, as did your 13-year-old and your 7-year-old. Your daughter graciously did a service for the family. Not the a-hole. Your wife doesn't seem to want to recognize that your 16-year-old daughter is not the built-in babysitter. What extra service did her brothers do to warrant extra gifts? At least she didn't make a scene in front of your daughter and addressed it with you privately. I just read your edit. I think I like your daughter even more. No one asked her to watch her brother. She was just nice enough not to say no when he said he wanted to hang out with her. Am I the a-hole for always turning down hangouts with my friends when they're asked to bring their kids? I have a friend group of 7 women from uni. I'm the only one that's child-free, but 1 is childless, 2 are pregnant with their first, and 3 have kids. We as a group rarely meet up. I've seen all of them maybe twice in the last year, and we all live in the same city. Every time someone asks to meet up and we finally find a date, everyone is available. One of the mums always asks if they can bring their child or children. It's usually 1 or 2 mums, as the third actually wants to have a kid-free evening, and before anyone else can even answer, the other mums all say yes. All 3 mums have husbands who can watch their kids, but somehow they never manage to find someone who can babysit, as they call it. So at this point, I've stopped answering until they set a time and a place. Someone has asked about kids and I say I can't make it. I hang out with them one-on-one or in a smaller group instead. Well, a few days ago, we agreed to finally meet up. No one had asked about kids and we were having a barbecue and a wine night. Well, who shows up with their 8-year-old? Yeah, one of the mums. I didn't hide my annoyance and one of the girls asked me why. I just waved it off and 30 minutes later, I excused myself and left, said I didn't feel well. In those 30 minutes, we hadn't had any adult talk. We were just entertaining the kid. I'd rather go home than do this for another 3 or 4 hours. After I left, I think they realized that this was a pattern and I got a text from most of the girls in the group, some calling me an a-hole, others just saying they were annoyed at me for leaving, with the third mum having my back, and asked to meet up later in the week to have a proper wine night. I don't hate kids at all. I work with them every day and I don't want to spend my time off relaxing with friends, having to entertain other people's kids again. Am I the a-hole? No, you're not the a-hole. You're having a wine night. You don't bring your kids to this. Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. Wine night with friends from college pretty definitely means no children. But yeah, if you weren't straight up rude to them, I don't think you're the a-hole. It's pretty a-holey of them to message you and call you an a-hole. Am I the a-hole for saying again after my sister announced that she's pregnant with twins? My 21 female sister, 32 female, has been married to her husband, 33 male, for 8 years. They already have 6 kids total, the last one born 5 months ago. Yesterday, my sister had announced that she's 3 months pregnant with twins, and while everyone was congratulating her, I said out loud, oh my god, again? Can't your stupid husband leave you alone? I didn't mean to say it out loud, but it slipped out and my sister looked at me angrily and she literally dragged me into another room and asked, why the hell did you say that? I told her that she and her husband have been pregnant every year for the last 8 years and that she needs to take a break. I was worried about her having so many babies in such a short time and I didn't want anything bad happening to her. She then said, how about you leave us alone and worry about your own crap? This is my life, so F off. My mother told me that I should apologize for being rude, but I told her that I won't apologize for showing concern. But now I just can't help thinking that maybe I was being an a-hole and sticking my nose into other people's business. I was just worried, but maybe I was being a jerk. What? Is this one for real? Yeah, like the top comment says, you the a-hole. I said out loud, oh my god, again? Rude behavior, but somewhat understandable. Can't your stupid husband leave you alone? What's wrong with you? You said this out loud and you still think you may not be the a-hole? Get out of here with that nonsense. Edit, yes, I do babysit my sister's kids sometimes, and all 6 of them at the same time whenever they need me to and I'm available. They pay me $30 to $50 an hour, but their kids are pretty destructive and they don't respect other adults like they're supposed to, so it's a full chore watching after them. I'm aware that the stupid husband comment was inappropriate, but I have almost no filter, and my stupid mouth says stuff before my brain can stop it. Yeah, might have to work on that. And I've seen some comments talk about the ages and assuming that my sister is 21. I'm 21 female, my sister is 32 female, and her husband is 33 male. Update, I apologize to my sister for insulting her husband and making that rude comment, but I told her that I'm still worried about her having so many kids back to back, and that I'm just concerned in general about her health and well-being. She actually forgave me, and she said it's because 1, I'm her younger sister, 2, she knows about my problem with keeping my thoughts to myself, and I am working on myself, and 3, she knows that I'm concerned for her and she appreciates it, but she assured me that she's fine and said that this pregnancy wasn't planned, and her husband plans on getting a vasectomy because they both want this pregnancy to be the last. For those asking in the comments, she and her husband can afford to have kids. He runs a very very successful business, and she is still co-partner with her best friend in a company that they both started before she got married. How she manages to juggle being a full-time mum and work there is beyond me, but she does. That's why I babysit sometimes when the nanny isn't available 24/7. Her husband was the only one who initially wanted a big family, and my sister just went along with the idea, but that's their business. Yeah, okay, so obviously you were in the wrong in this situation. It is nice that everything seems to be okay now that you apologized. Yeah, like this comment says, you the a-hole, but it needed to be said. You're a good a-hole. And yeah, even though in this situation they were wrong, I feel like they're not an a-hole. Am I the a-hole for demanding that my twin sister either changes her lifestyle or make sure that everyone knows that we're two separate people? I, 20 female, have an identical twin sister, Emma. We live together in an apartment while away from home for college. We've always been very similar, not just in appearance, but also in the things that we enjoy. As stereotypical with twins, I guess. Except for when it comes to relationships. I'm not interested in relationships at all, not emotional nor physical. Emma is the complete opposite. Ever since we started living here, she's been bringing another random guy or girl or both home like every other night. It makes me extremely uncomfortable, but since it's her own life, I don't think I really have any right to judge. Yeah, this is why you don't live with your siblings. The problem is it's really beginning to affect my own life. Not only do I have to listen to her going at it every time, oh god, we have very thin walls, but since we look practically the same and even our names are similar, if her name was Emma, my name would be Amelia, I'm getting attention intended for her as well. She has a reputation with how easy she is to sleep with, and people are approaching me thinking I'm her. My messages on social media are being filled with all kinds of obscene language and nude photos. When I reply saying I'm going to report them, they get confused because of the good time that we had last night. Anytime I meet someone new, they only seem to be talking to me because they think I'm my sister and they want to have some nighttime fun. And as a result, I don't have any friends. I got really fed up with it yesterday, and I told my sister that the way she acts is ruining my life. I told her she either needs to change her lifestyle, somehow make sure that whoever sleeps with her won't bother me, and make it clear to everyone that we're not the same. In response, she told me I need to mind my own business, that I shouldn't be such a prude, and that I could probably use, in her words, some you-know-whatting myself. It kind of escalated from there, resulting in me calling her an S-word, which is definitely an a-hole thing to say, but I lost my cool. Anyway, am I the a-hole for demanding that my sister change her way of living, or otherwise make sure her interaction with people doesn't affect me? No, you're not the a-hole, but you can't keep living together. And yeah, like the top comment says, clearly you and your sister need to stop living together as soon as possible. You don't just have lifestyle differences, you have different values, and you're awfully judgmental towards each other where your values differ. I don't see how you can live comfortably in the same dwelling. I don't think that either of you has to change her ways. What you have to do is find new roommates. There's nothing wrong with the way either of you wants to live. It's a personal decision. What's wrong is that each of you wants the other to adopt something far closer to her own way of life, which isn't gonna happen. Yeah, 100%. Like, the other sister wants them to be more like they are, and obviously the same in reverse. But yeah, that's not gonna happen, and that's only gonna cause more issues in the future. Am I the a-hole for not letting my niece help in the bakery anymore? I, 35 female, own a small bakery. I'm very happy with it, and I'm proud of my work. I have 2 employees who work part-time, and for the most part, it's just me. My sister-in-law approached me at the beginning of summer and asked if I'd let my niece, female 11, help out in the bakery over the school break. She's been getting really into baking and loves watching content creators baking, and was apparently just dying to be able to job shadow or help out in a bakery. I was hesitant, but I said yes, and I hated it. Every single minute that my niece spent in my bakery this summer was the only time that I've ever had any regrets opening my business. Whatever the opposite of helpful was, that was what my niece was. My employees didn't enjoy her being there, and I didn't enjoy her being there at all. We were 3 very grumpy people all summer. I had hopes that she would get better, but she didn't. I thought many times about telling my sister-in-law that she couldn't come back during the summer, but since I'd made the promise, I kept up with it. My sister-in-law stopped by the house yesterday to drop something off for my husband. She told me that my niece had absolutely loved her experience this summer and wanted to know if she could come back a couple of Saturdays a month. I told her that unfortunately that wasn't going to work, and that going forward I didn't think it was a good idea for my niece to help out. I told her it just wasn't productive for us. Yeah, and that's a really fair enough. My sister-in-law was unhappy. She told me that my niece had loved her summer at the bakery and was so looking forward to continuing. Yeah, but that doesn't mean they have to. I told her I was sorry, but I had a business to run and I couldn't keep having her help out. This dissolved into a shouting match that my husband eventually broke up. My sister-in-law and mother-in-law have been sending me nasty messages about breaking a girl's heart. My husband husband said that my niece called him very upset, but he stands by me and understands that I can't let this bring down my workplace. So am I being the a-hole? God, no, you're not being the a-hole. This is your business. It's not their business, and it's not some random thing that you just do for fun. It's your business, and they should be grateful that you let them join with you for summer, and they should be super understanding that you can't do it anymore. The fact that they feel entitled enough to be able to tell you that you should be letting them help out from here on out is, yes, super entitled. Yeah, like this comment says, not the a-hole. You run a legitimate business, not a daycare. You're there to make baked goods for customers, not babysit a child who probably shouldn't be there in the first place. And I'll be honest, if I went to a food service place and I saw a child running around behind the counter, I'd probably be taking my business elsewhere. And OP responded to this. Yeah, I agree with you. Me and my employees and I really felt like it destroyed our image a bit, but we're in a smaller town and there are several shops and restaurants around town where that's tolerated, so it's not 100% out of place where we are, but not something I personally like. Yeah, and you shouldn't be made to feel bad because you're not comfortable with this. It's literally completely up to you. And yeah, I feel like that's enough for today, guys. It's wholesome memes time, and I'm so excited. When your grandma's a badass and also loves to crochet. Wow, that is so cool. The top comment says, please credit Stephanie Percorni, the crocheter who made this. Her name is on one of these photos, but it's easy to miss. She's designed a lot of cool crochet costumes and garments. I'm in a Facebook group with her, and she's amazingly talented. Gonna tell y'all what I can hear now that I've got my hearing aids. Birds, they chirp, and it's so beautiful. Faraway cow moos. My friend has this in his backyard, and to say I cried is an understatement. My best friend's singing voice, chickens, chicken noise, and me sobbing. The filter for my fish tank, bubble, bubble, bubble. Wow, that's so beautiful. I probably take them for granted because I hear beautiful stuff every single day. But yeah, wow, there are some really beautiful sounds in the world. That's so awesome. Ludwig on Twitter. I gave a random small streamer $1,000 as part of my most recent YouTube video, and I woke up to this email from his mum. Hey there, this is Jack's mum. I had to reach out and thank you for making his day, in brackets life. He woke up this morning and told me his life had changed. He has 3 older brothers who are equally as happy as Jack is. He's the most genuine kid, and what you see is what you get with him. The minute Jack started playing video games, he's wanted to write or stream or be a YouTuber. I think he's on the right path. Thank you for helping make a 16-year-old kid's dream come true. Wow, that's so awesome. Yeah, wow, so wholesome. Am I the a-hole for telling my sister it's her fault that her son is being bullied? My 26 female sister, 33 female, has 2 sons, Bracken, 13 male, and Neville, 11 male. My husband, 24 male, and I went to a basket raffle at our local library this past weekend with my sister, Bracken, Neville, and Bracken's girlfriend, 13 female, and my sister's husband, 33 male. The raffle's held every year and has many local businesses and organisations donate baskets to help raise funds for the library. There are all sorts of baskets, from free messages to gift cards to sports jerseys and so much more. Bracken got some tickets for all the sports related ones. He plays baseball and has done this every year, and he's been pretty successful in the past. Bracken then went around with his girlfriend. I was hanging out with my husband, sister, and the rest of the family while looking at the baskets. When Bracken and his girlfriend came back to us, shortly after this, while still looking at the baskets, we saw some sciencey baskets with projects and books for kids and adults. This type of stuff is what Neville likes. It was going fine until in that section they had a few baskets that were aimed at girls in science and STEM. When Neville saw the baskets, he called them stupid and started making some pretty awful comments about how girls are too dumb for science and that's why they needed special baskets. He made some more comments like this is why robotics club is all boys. My husband and I just dismissed it, but we could see a few people giving us looks, and Bracken made a comment telling Neville to shut his mouth. Right, so Neville is 11 and Bracken is 13. The raffle happened, Bracken won a lot, the rest of us didn't. On the car ride home, my hubby and I were asking each other where Neville could have learnt that language, and we were stumped. Last night, I got a call from my sister, and she seemed stressed. She was telling me about how horrible Neville's first month of middle school was. She was telling me how he was being targeted and bullied. I asked her to explain what happened, and she just started crying. I asked if she could give the phone to someone else. She gave it to Bracken, who told us that she wasn't telling the truth. He said that kids were mocking Neville for what he said at the raffle. Bracken admitted he was telling his friends about it, who then spread it around to the 6th graders. Some of the kids in Neville's grade were calling him creepy and weird, and were doing it to his friends as well, who defended his comments. My sister quickly grabbed the phone from him after. After she calmed down, she asked me what to do. I told her that this was on her, and it's her fault for not correcting Neville's behavior. She said that she didn't know why he said it, and said that she can't just take away his phone or friends. When I mentioned both a possible source, she just doubled down and said that she needs to teach Bracken and his friends not to gossip. I told her she was being ridiculous and hung up. She tried calling back and I didn't pick up. Then I got angry messages. Am I the a-hole? The top comment, I thought this was going to be about bullying because she named her son Bracken, but not the a-hole. Yeah, I feel like it's not the a-hole, but they also should have said something. But yeah, obviously, where they said they need to teach Bracken and his friends not to gossip, that's not the answer. You need to try and get that attitude out of, what was the other kid's name? Neville? Yeah, like this comment says, everybody sucks here, except Bracken. There's an 11-year-old falling into the misogynistic, sexist rabbit hole. Poor parenting. No one, including you, your husband, and his mum didn't say anything, instead ignored his comment. I applaud Bracken for at least telling him to shut up. Bracken, not gonna lie, is the only one who made sure that Neville knew what he said was wrong. Even if it caused bullying, I bet Neville knows what he said was wrong now, because of Bracken. I just see it as a bully learning lesson. You're not wrong though, your sister should have put some sense in her kid's head, but at the same time, you ignored what Neville said. Sure, she's the parent, but he needs to know everyone disapproves of his situation, which includes you. Yeah, I feel like there's definitely some truth to that as well. Am I the a-hole for not backing down on my daughter's teachers calling her the proper name? My daughter, Alexandra, 14 female, hates any shortened version of her name. This has gone on since she was about 10. The family respects it, and she's pretty good about advocating for herself should someone call her Lexi or Alex, etc. She also hates it when people get her name wrong and just wants to be called Alexandra. She took Spanish in middle school. The teacher wanted to call all students by the Spanish version of their name, provided that there was one, so she tried to call Alexandra Alejandra. Alexandra corrected her and the teacher respected it. She had the same teacher all 3 years of middle school, so it wasn't an issue. Now she's in high school and she's still taking Spanish, and once again the new teacher announced if a student had a Spanish version of their name, she'd call them that. Alexandra corrected her, but the teacher ignored her. My daughter came home upset after the second week. I'm not the type of mum to write emails, but I felt I had to in this case. If it matters, this teacher is not Hispanic herself, so it's not a pronunciation issue. Her argument is that if these kids ever went to a Spanish-speaking country, they'd be called by that name. I found this excuse a little weak, as the middle school Spanish teacher was actually Hispanic, who had come here from a Spanish-speaking country, and she respected Alexandra's wishes. The teacher tried to dig in her heels, but I said that if it wasn't that big of a deal in her eyes that she calls her Alejandra, why is it such a big deal to just call her Alexandra? Eventually she gave in. Alexandra confirmed that her teacher is calling her by her proper name. My husband feels like I blew this out of proportion, and Alexandra could have sucked it up for a year. The school has 3 different Spanish teachers, so odds are she could get another one for her sophomore year. Am I the a-hole? Yeah, I don't know, because on one hand, yeah, like they're standing up for their daughter, and if they don't want to be called a certain name, then fine. That should kind of be the end of it, but at the same time, they are in a Spanish class, and it's such not a big deal. There are some interesting comments here though. The top comment says, my husband feels I blew this out of proportion and Alexandra could have sucked it up for a year. She could have, but she didn't have to. Good for you for having your daughter's back. Too bad your husband didn't. And then there's also comments like this one. Everybody sucks here. Converting names in a foreign language class is a common thing, even when it's a complete swap like this in a French class. It's not a personal attack or a disrespect right off the bat. The middle school Spanish teacher probably gave in because it's not worth the hassle dealing with parents who think every kid's demand must be met, which honestly is what this high school teacher probably should have done for their own sanity. Your husband is right that you and Alexandra are overreacting to the situation. Your email isn't going to help either. And then comments like this one. I'm Puerto Rican and I have a cousin whose name is Alexandra. Nobody's ever insisted on calling her a different name. Not a big deal, not the a-hole. Yeah, I feel like that's the right answer. Let me know what you think, guys. Am I the a-hole for yelling at my mentally handicapped cousin for cutting up all of my dresses? So recently my aunt, female 41, and her son, male 13, came home to my country from Sweden. We have a spare room where my dresses are hung since my room is a little small. They're sort of hidden away on a rack in the corner, so you have to pull them out to see them. My aunt and my cousin were going to sleep in there, which I didn't have a problem with. He's mentally handicapped, I don't know really what it is, and practically acts like a 7-year-old, which is a little annoying, but I don't blame him or anything. When I woke up in the morning, I was really hot and everyone was downstairs, so I walked into the spare room to find a dress, only to find practically every single one with cuts and parts of them on the floor. I freaked out and I instantly knew who it was, since my aunt and my mum wouldn't do something like that. I stormed down the stairs and I screamed at him, which attracted my aunt and my mum to come immediately. I couldn't be calmed down at all since I bought all of these dresses with my own money. He started crying and my aunt hugged him trying to console him whilst my mum started yelling at me for making him cry. He even admitted to it after a while, and even then they consoled him. My mum offered to pay for some, but it's only enough for like 10 dresses, and I had over 30 dresses. Oh my god. Besides, I can't find some of my favourites in stores since we're getting closer to winter, and the fact that I was proud that I paid for it myself. Some of my family, including my mum and aunt, are telling me that I'm in the wrong and I need to apologise to him, but I really don't think I'm wrong. Am I the a-hole? For some context, I'm a 16-year-old cis woman and I haven't seen my aunt and cousin for a little over 2 years. We have a shared desk beside the dresses that have a few scissors here and there. My mum and I forgot about them when they came, so we didn't hide anything away. Yeah, definitely not the a-hole like this comment says. Dear mum and aunt, if my cousin is incapable of bearing responsibility for his behaviour, then he's incapable of being left alone without parental supervision. As the adults in the situation, it's your responsibility to fully replace the property that was lost when you left someone unsupervised who you know should not be left alone. Here's a list of what was lost along with the total price. If they complain about the price, you can remind them how many hours of your life you worked for that money. Yeah, it's 100% the parents' fault. And also, what sort of logic is that? Like, you should apologise, and then what? Is something like this going to happen again? And then you're meant to apologise again? Yeah, the parents need to take responsibility 100%. Yeah, like these comments say, not the a-hole. I'm sorry I yelled. I know he can't control himself and it's not his fault. However, I'll need all of my clothing replaced. And the comment under it, depending on his exact issue, he may actually be able to control himself. Though based on his mum's reaction, I'd say that he rarely, if ever, has to. Yeah, definitely not the a-hole. Like, yeah, of course, you be as understanding as you can be, but their aunt can't be acting like this is okay. Am I the a-hole for laughing at my biological parents' face when they told me that leaving us was the hardest decision they ever made? My biological mother's side and biological father's side have 2 marriages between the families. One of them is our bio parents, and one of them is between my bio mum's brother, 55, and my bio dad's sister, 54. My biological mum, Linda, and my biological dad, Chris, actually have met in my uncle and aunt's engagement dinner when both of them were 16. Linda and Chris are still complete wrecks. My biological dad was the troubled one of the family, who would have problems with school or work, and my biological mum has addiction issues since she was 14. When they met and started to have a relationship, both sides of the family tried to break them up. They eventually sent them to different countries, but they stole $50,000 from their families, managed to come together and ran away when they were 19. They got married in a third world country and they had me, 25 male, and my twin brother when they were 21 years old. They thought that we were dead weight, so they left us in the hospital and they went into another country. Luckily, they've checked into the hospital with their passports, so the hospital was able to reach into the embassy. Then they found my grandparents and they brought us back home, and we've been raised by our uncle and aunt since. We call them mum and dad. My parents were charged with child abandonment, but after 10 years of being MIA, the charges were dropped and our families also didn't try to look for them. 2 years ago, they showed up at my dad's parents' house in a completely renovated look. Turns out they finished their education, had stable jobs in the country, started to get mental health treatments, and they were sober for 9 years, and they've basically put themselves together. The first 6 months, they've only seen their parents in public places, and then they were accepted into the houses. A year later, they've met us when we were 24. Me and my twin brother started to have a relationship with them, and we're somewhat cordial now. Last week, our abandonment topic was open, and Linda said it was the hardest choice they ever had to make. I started to laugh uncontrollably after that, and when they asked, told them that they had multiple choices to come back, and they didn't, and our families were right not to trust them, and they would always have the eyes on them, and they should accept this at this stage. Linda started to cry, and they left shortly after. All of the family except my brother think I was being too cruel and I should apologise, but I think they had to hear the unfiltered truth. Am I the a-hole? If I'm understanding what I just read, definitely not the a-hole. They left you as a baby, and they didn't come back until you were 24? Definitely not the a-hole. Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. They abandoned you in a foreign hospital. If they'd left you with your family and then tried making something of themselves, it would be forgivable. I don't really think what they did is, yeah, for sure not the a-hole. Have we had any a-holes today? I don't think so, but who knows what the future holds. Am I the a-hole for not letting my boyfriend wear my t-shirts? I, 20 female, and my boyfriend, 20 male, share pretty much everything. I like my t-shirts oversized, usually a men's medium so they fit him. Recently he started playing paintball. Oh, here we go. And started wearing the t-shirts I bought. He says it'll wash out, which it sometimes does. He'll go get clothes covered in paint paint and wait 2 to 3 weeks to wash it. Oh my god, what? He wore my black cargo pants, which really ticked me off because I like the way they fit me. I told him I don't want him wearing my clothes anymore. We got into an argument and I said he should buy his own clothes, which hit a nerve because he doesn't have a job. I make more than enough money to support us and money isn't the problem. It's the fact that he has no problem ruining clothes that he didn't buy. I do feel bad for arguing and bringing that up because he has no income. Am I the a-hole? Hey bro, if you're gonna wear somebody else's clothes, don't go paintballing in them. Are you joking? This is the most obvious thing I think we've ever read. You're not an a-hole for not wanting your clothes to get ruined. Am I the a-hole for yelling at my husband over bread? Whenever I buy something out of the ordinary with a specific dinner purpose in mind, my husband manages to find it and eat it. I'm sure if I was planning to bake something and bought yeast, I would come home to find him completely distended and surrounded in empty yeast packets. I usually stick to the same grocery list every week, and if I feel like it, I buy something out of the ordinary that's obviously an ingredient for a larger meal. He could at least ask before devouring it. Last night, I bought 2 baguettes, which I've only ever purchased to make French bread pizza for him and our kids. I bought these at 11 p.m. and they were not even here after 12 hours when I saw them on the counter. With the first 6 inches ripped off each loaf, I scanned the house and I saw my husband chewing. If it had been one loaf, okay. If he'd used a knife, maybe. But the fact that he didn't ask if they were going to be for dinner and then rip the top off both of them, no, this is so frustrating. That was the final boss bloater in The Last of Us that lumbers out of the hole and rips that guy's head off. This is unforgivable. He insists that I should tell him when I buy things if they're for a specific purpose. I say that I'm already taking on the burden of grocery shopping and cooking, and the least he can do is ask. Am I the a-hole here? Edit some information. We have 2 snack cabinets that he is free to snack from, not to mention whatever's in the fridge. 2, the bread was in a cabinet that is mostly ingredients. There was regular sandwich bread for the taking that was unharmed. For those who have stated this is like raccoon behavior, it really does feel like I'm running a wildlife rehab operation, but the only patient is a 37-year-old software programmer. To the dude who said that my husband is going to leave for another woman who will give him peace, tell me that you're still bitter about how things ended with Sheila without telling me that you're still bitter about how things ended with Sheila. Yeah, that's bloody ridiculous. Edit. Wow, I was not expecting this to blow up, or for so many people to have such strong feelings about bread. Thank you for all your input, especially my sister who unexpectedly chimed in. This may be the most validating experience of 7 years of living together. I shared this with my husband and he accepted his a-hole status and apologized. We're going to work on communicating better and he's going to work on his weaponized incompetence. He wants you to know that he occasionally cooks rice and beans and lately has been making us late night quesadillas when the kids are asleep. But most of all, I was just hungry, my husband. Well, at least they realize they're in the wrong, because they 100% are. And yet to rip the top off them and to do that to both of them, like what good is the rest of it for somebody else? That's uncivilized behavior, 100%. But yeah, it sounds like everything's okay now, so that's good. Am I the a-hole for missing my brother's gender reveal? I don't think I'm an a-hole, but I'd like some input. I, female 31, have a brother, male 23, who's gonna have his first baby. My family, meaning my mum, dad, and sisters, my husband, and myself, are all happy for him. We met up at my mum's house early September for dad's birthday, and he and his girlfriend were mentioning the upcoming gender reveal in October. I told him a specific date in October that I already had an event to go to. A friend of mine is celebrating her birthday by bar hopping downtown in a party bus. We're all going to share the cost since it was quite expensive. He assured me that it was going to be on a Sunday. Time skip to yesterday, he sent off the invitation to the gender reveal via our entire family's WhatsApp group chat, and it was the exact day of the party. I responded by asking why was it on a Saturday and that I had a previous commitment that I had to RSVP to. His response was, I guess a party bus is more important than a gender reveal. I reminded him that we'd already talked about it. My aunt chimed in reminding us that it is her and another cousin's birthday. He said that he won't change the date because some of his girlfriend's relatives are coming from another state. Will I be the a-hole if I miss his gender reveal? Absolutely not. And they're being super rude about it as well. They're being all snarky about it. Oh, I guess a party bus is more important than a gender reveal. Like, not to be rude, but it might be, you know? And you're not in the wrong because you already told them that you can't go on this day, like a long time ago. And how rude of them to expect you to just cancel your other plans. Yeah, like this comment says, not the a-hole. You had plans. You told him you were busy on a specific date. It doesn't matter what the plans are. You already made them before he planned this. It's an invitation, not a summons. You aren't required to go. Yeah, nah, it's super unreasonable for them to expect you to go, especially when you've been super reasonable and you already told them that you can't go. Definitely not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for not buying my girlfriend a new jacket after throwing her old one away? I feel like we don't even need to read read this one. With the start of this month, my girlfriend and I moved back to my childhood home for a few months, and since nobody lived in my old room for quite a while, it was very cluttered. So a few weeks before we moved in, I went to my old room with my dad to get rid of a bunch of old stuff that I didn't need anymore, like old clothes and just other junk I found in there. In the meantime, my family put some of my sister's clothes in the closet, as well as other stuff that I wasn't entirely sure whose they were. So while I'm there cleaning and throwing stuff away, I see a woman's shirt and a jacket in one of the closets. I take a picture and I send it to my girlfriend and I ask her if they're hers. She responds, "No, they're your ex's." Me, very funny but wrong. At this point, I put my phone back in my pocket, throw the clothes away, and continue clearing out the room. Next time I look at my phone, I see that my girlfriend, shortly after my last message, wrote that they are mine, yes. Now at this point, the trash bag with their clothes alongside at least 5 other trash bags are in the public bin, so I didn't feel like going and picking through the trash trying to find them, and I left them there. My girlfriend has been unhappy since this happened, mentioning a few times that I should buy her a new one, but I really don't think that's fair, since I feel like it's almost entirely her fault for them being thrown out because of her joking with me not in the best moment. Nah, not really though. Today she sent me a picture of the same similar jacket from a store and asked if she can use my money to buy it. I responded that I'm willing to pay for half of it, to which she responded, "I already paid for it once before." Am I the a-hole for throwing away the jacket and not wanting to buy a new one? Yeah, 100%. And if you weren't willing to get it out of the bag again, then you should be willing to buy them a new one. That's the price you pay for that, you know? I feel like you could have found the bag again, so you didn't chuck it out, but you did end up chucking them out. So I feel like it sort of makes sense that in that situation, you'd be like, "Oh, okay, I'll buy her a new one." At the end of the day, even though they did message you a little bit late or something, you still threw their jacket out. Even though it was a misunderstanding, you could have got it back. So yeah, I do feel like that's wrong in this situation. And I also feel like that's enough Am I the A-hole for today, guys. That was so fun, but it's so absolutely wholesome memes time. So yeah, let's read something not concerning. "Sir, don't worry, our tech team is working very hard to have your computer fixed as soon as possible." Oh, the cutest tech team in the world. Beautiful little babies. That's so cute. Today I learned that my 5-year-old defines perfect as when something makes someone really, really happy. I hope everyone has a perfect day. Damn, that's so awesome. Your 5-year-old is definitely onto something. At 5 years old too, that's awesome. I feel like I could barely function when I was 5. Nothing's changed. I had some trouble with cooking pancakes on the stove today, so I thought about resorting to the rice cooker to cook the rest of the batter. Welp. It looks like food out of Animal Crossing or something. Would it taste really good or awful? I'm not sure. Sometimes you save them, and sometimes they save you. Yeah, wow, that's so true. I'm sure you guys know from my Facecam episodes, but I have Nez and Jin in this room here with me, and Chico in another area. But God, cats are really good company. Like, they're either always doing something funny, so they're super entertaining, or yeah, if you are sad about something, they sort of take your mind off it. Very much recommend. Not my Jeep or dog, but I thought everyone would like this. That's such a nice thing of the owner to do, and also everybody else gets to see their cute dog. Yeah, love that so much. Am I the a-hole for giving my son non-vegan food behind my wife's back? I'm 32 male and my wife is 33 female. We've been married for 8 years and we have a 12-year-old son together. About 6 years ago, my wife decided to go vegan. She was sent the documentary Dominion by a vegan friend of hers, and ever since has said that non-vegan food is revolting and refuses to eat it. After a long conversation, I agreed to go vegetarian and be vegan in the house and around her, which she was happy about. She also decided that our son should be vegan, which after seeing a dietitian I also agreed with. Things have been fine with this arrangement until a few months ago when I began finding wrappers from non-vegan candy and even burgers from McDonald's in my son's school bag, which he'd been buying with chore money. I had a conversation with my son and he confessed he felt lonely and excluded eating vegan around his friends, and that they always had much better looking candy than he did and it wasn't fair. I decided I didn't want him spending his pocket money on snacks and throwing out the vegan snacks that we actually bought him instead of buying games, etc. It made no sense, but I also know the way that my wife feels about non-vegan products, so I began buying my son what he wanted on our way to football practice instead. Long story short, my wife recently found out what's been going on and completely flipped out. She called me an animal abuse enabler and a few other names and said I was corrupting our son. Now she's not speaking to me. Our son panicked and told her I had bought the snacks for him and he didn't know they weren't vegan. I don't blame him for that. He doesn't want to be in trouble with his mum. Am I the a-hole here? Nah, definitely not. Your wife is 100% 100% in the wrong. It's not something that you should force upon everybody. And they're being so extreme about it. Yeah, the top comment, not the a-hole. I think my answer at this point would be, our son is old enough to decide what he wants to eat and what his dietary preferences are. If we put him into a situation where he feels he has to hide things from us, that's on us. If your wife is confronting him about this in any kind of intimidating way or trying to make him feel guilty with the same phrases she's using on you, I'd prioritize your son and his needs and well-being. Crap like this can cause a lot of problems. Yeah, nah, definitely not the a-hole. You're looking out for your son. They're obviously majorly uncomfortable about this, or being made to feel majorly uncomfortable and guilty, which, yeah, is not good. Am I the a-hole for going on vacation without my husband? My husband, 32 male and I, 29 female, planned a week vacation to New Orleans in the US. We, but mostly I, have been planning this for months. Back in March, I told him I'd plan most of it, where to go and what to do. All he has to do is make sure that he had the week off and buy the plane tickets. I spent the last few months researching what to do. I booked a hotel room, made reservations at places we wanted to try, and I made a list of all the sites I wanted to see. Every few weeks, I'd check in with my husband to see if he'd asked for the time off and brought the tickets yet. He would say he was waiting for the plane ticket prices to go down. 3 weeks ago, I reminded him again, and he said he got off work for the days, but he'd forgotten to get the tickets. He looked online, and the tickets were close to $1,500 a ticket. He said he was going to wait some more to see if they'd go down. Last week, I asked if he'd bought them yet, and he said no. We looked again, and the prices were still high. He said he wasn't willing to spend that much on them and asked how much money I would lose if I just cancelled everything instead. He offered to have a nice staycation instead. I told him I wasn't willing to cancel everything because I spent so much time planning it. We argued and we didn't come to a conclusion. I wound up buying just one ticket for myself, and when I flew out Saturday, I told him I was still going, and he acted all surprised that I didn't want to stay home with him. I'm in New Orleans now, and he's blowing up my phone saying that I'm an a-hole for still going without him. He was trying to get a ticket to come too, but I told him if he came, he's getting his own hotel room because this is now my vacation away from him. Am I the a-hole? Yeah, I don't know about this one. $1,500 plane tickets. Like, I feel like it needs a lot more context. Obviously, the husband should have been organized, and plane tickets usually get more expensive, not cheaper. But like, is the husband super worried about money or something? Because that's going to be an expensive lot of plane tickets, and obviously that's not all the cost. There's going to be so much more stuff on top of this. Like, there's definitely a communication problem, and I don't like how they went and they said that it's a holiday away from them. It just does not sound healthy, you know? And also, how much cheaper were the plane tickets before? Were they much less than $1,500? Because that's an insane amount of money for tickets. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they're the a-hole, and it does say not the a-hole on here. Did the husband just not want to go? And if they didn't want to go, obviously they should have said something. It seems like a communication problem, I feel like. Was this all mainly your idea and you were sort of putting it on your husband? I feel like it's sort of complicated. But yeah, I feel like it's not the a-hole, but also really unhealthy, you know? Like this comment says, it sort of looks also like they have some sort of separate finances. So maybe he was willing to throw OP's money at the wind so he could save the plane ticket money. In my opinion, he didn't want to go to begin with, and instead of communicating, he came up with this insane plan. Good for you for going no matter what. I wonder if this is a common occurrence in their marriage. Am I the a-hole for telling my son he needs to get over us missing his wedding? My son got married a few years ago. He lives on the other side of the country than us. He got a great job opportunity after college, so he moved down. 2 years ago, he got married to Jenny, and what I heard, it was a beautiful wedding. So the whole issue started when we were trying to get there. The wedding was on Saturday and our plane left Thursday night. Well, it got delayed and then delayed about 4 more times, Friday morning at this point, and then all the planes got cancelled due to a storm. When that happened, it was obvious that we were not leaving and driving there would take too long and we'd still miss the ceremony, so we informed him and he was pissed. We sent our well wishes and we could FaceTime if he wanted. He told us no, and we saw a video of his getting married. Now, the present day issue is that anytime we get in an argument or he wants us to do something, he pulls the "we missed his wedding" card. We were talking over the phone and we were talking about hosting Thanksgiving this year. He got mad saying, "Why won't you visit us?" And I told him we don't have the money for the trip and we just saw him in July. Since it was unclear, yes, we visited him and went to him. More detail in a comment. We got in an argument and he pulled the "you missed our wedding, it's the least you can do." I told him enough and that he needs to get over it. He called me a jerk. My daughter learned about it as she's on our side, but I don't know. Edit to make it more clear in the July part. Also, because it has been asked a lot, yes, we looked into other airports and the planes were grounded also. We're from Maine and the store was going through our state and then riding down the east coast. We weren't getting a flight, and yeah, we looked. It basically blocked travel for 2 days. If we did go down a state or two, we'd be following the storm and we wouldn't get a flight. Nah, not the a-hole. It sounds like you did everything you could do. There was a comment comment here somewhere that said it was a 30-hour drive. Like, yeah, it sucks to miss their wedding, but it sounds like you couldn't really do anything. It's not fair that they keep making you feel bad about it. Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. It sounds like you and your husband made all of the reasonable efforts to get there, and it just wasn't gonna happen. Personally, I would have still drove to at least have gotten to the reception and celebrate, but that's just me. That being said, that's a big milestone that you missed, and it's gonna take time for him to get over it, but it's not fair for him to use it as a weapon against you anytime that things don't go his way. He needs to find a way to make peace with the situation without lording it over you for all time. And they responded, we thought about it, but we decided we wouldn't be able to do the 37-hour drive. We didn't feel like it was the safest option since the storm was happening and it's a super long drive without any breaks. We would have had to do no breaks to get there for the party, and even then we were unsure that we'd make it. Yeah, super unfortunate, but not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for telling my overly sheltered niece that Santa isn't real? My sister Ray, female 42, was trying to have a kid for a long time but struggled with infertility. After years of trying and money spent on fertility, she finally had a miracle baby. Since Ray and her husband view Sue's existence as a miracle, they treat her as one. Yeah, we've read similar stuff to this before, and it's not good. From the time that she could vocalize her want, she got everything that she wanted, and as a result, Sue is kind of a nightmare. Whenever our family gets together, we have to do whatever she wants. We have to eat whatever she wants to eat, whatever movie she wants to watch, and we can't do anything outside, even though the rest of the family loves the outdoors, because Sue hates nature and will literally scream if she gets so much as a bit of dirt on a shoe. We had to stop doing Christmas together because she'd throw tantrums if my kids got something that she wanted. I kept telling Ray that she's only setting Sue up for failure by spoiling her. Sue has no friends at her school because she doesn't understand that other kids aren't going to give her whatever she wants because they don't see her as a miracle the way her parents do. She also has a bunch of mannerisms that other kids that age grew out of years ago. She still picks her nose in public and whines and whimpers when things don't go her way, still shops at Justice, and still believes in Santa and the Easter Bunny. Ray won't listen to me and says I should let kids be kids, ignoring the fact that Sue will be a teenager soon. Last weekend we all gathered at my parents' house and Sue was writing a letter to Santa, like she did every year. Of course, it was pages and pages long with a list of the most outrageous things a 12-year-old could think of. I wasn't planning on saying anything, I never do, but one day while Ray was away, Sue and my son Finn, male 9, came running to me. Sue clearly had been crying and Finn looked rather smug. They both asked me if Santa was real. Normally Sue would never ask me to resolve her issues, but her parents weren't there, and I wasn't going to coddle her the way her parents did. I said Santa wasn't real. The minute Ray got home, Sue ran to her crying and screaming that I told her that Santa wasn't real. Ray tried to calm her down and told her, of course, that Santa was real and that I was lying. When Ray put Sue down for a nap, yeah, you read that right, she scolded me. She said I had no business trying to parent her child. I then told her that she wasn't parenting her child, so someone had to. Maybe the first step to self-awareness for her is learning that Santa isn't real. I was hoping that Ray would wake up and see the reality of the situation, but now she's just ignoring my texts and calls. When I told my husband about everything, he wasn't as supportive as I thought he would be. He agrees that Sue is unbearable, but it's not my place to fix that, and what I did probably did more harm than good. Should I have just said that Santa was real and not gotten involved in this situation? Yeah, like obviously they're raising their kid to be an entitled brat, and that's not good in any way, but I don't know, I don't feel like you should have said anything here. Like, you're not an a-hole, but I sort of feel like this sort of stuff is definitely for the parents, even though the parents in this situation should definitely say this, and they're obviously doing a lot of stuff wrong. It's still not your job, but also then you'd be lying to your son in front of your niece. Yeah, I don't know, because on one hand, they're 12, they're gonna find out pretty soon anyway, and they were just sort of confirming what their son asked them. They weren't being like, hey, Santa's not real, but also on the other hand, like they could have sort of avoided answering it, or said they didn't know, or to like ask their mum or something. But is that your job? Like, I don't know. Am I the a-hole for selling our house without informing my wife? My wife and I have been married for many years, but before we got married, I'd built up a substantial wealth. When we got married, I opted for a prenup agreement and complete separation of assets. She also had significant premarital wealth. Besides the house we currently live in, I still own a beautiful apartment in the same city that I usually rent out, but it's currently vacant. Over the past 2 years, we've had many discussions about moving to a smaller town and getting a house near the beach. 2 months ago, we bought the house for our upcoming move. We've already made the renovations we wanted and bought the furniture, and we'll be moving into the new house soon. Since we won't be living in this city anymore, I didn't see a reason to keep the house we currently live in, and I sold it without notifying my wife. How do you even do that? Considering it's solely my asset, I didn't see the need to inform her in advance. Plus, selling and buying property is always a stressful process. this. How was your day, honey? Oh yeah, very good. I did this and this and this. I also sold our house. Like, how does that not come up in conversation? On the day I finalized the sale, I told her that I'd sold the house, and she was furious with me for not letting her know. She mentioned that she still needs a residence in this city and intends to come here frequently. I explained to her that I still have the apartment, which we can use whenever we need to be in the city, so there shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, but this isn't something that you keep private, and even though you own it, they still live there. She remains upset with me, claiming that I didn't treat her like a wife by not involving her in such an important decision. On the other hand, I believe I didn't leave her without an address in the city, and the house was always exclusively my asset. Just as she has her own wealth, she argues that it's a completely different situation because it's the house that we've been living in, and we're moving in the next few days. Am I the a-hole? Edit. I'm impressed that there are over 3,000 responses. Just to clarify a few things, we have about 45 days to move out of the house, and we already had our move to the new house scheduled for the upcoming days. I thought she agreed to sell, as we both agreed that the house was too big and required a lot of maintenance, so selling it was always the next step. Yeah, of course you should have brought this up. I can't believe that's even a question. Yeah, like this comment says, like, this is your wife, whom you live with and presumably have for years, and you basically just pulled the rug out from under her. Living arrangements changing should not be a unilateral decision like this, and they certainly shouldn't be sprung on someone out of nowhere. Yeah, nah, there's got to be more to this. Like these comments say, OP is definitely hiding the reason why they didn't tell their wife. Nobody can be this obtuse. Yeah, I mean, this wasn't just that he didn't tell her, he had to actively hide it. There's a lot that goes into selling a house. Yeah, 100%. So why did they feel like they should hide it? The next one is called, am I the a-hole for suggesting my wife lower her standards so that she'll be less overwhelmed? My wife, 37 female, and I, 38 male, have 3 kids, 12, 10, and 8. She's in a constant state of being overwhelmed and very easily irritated, constantly complaining about how it's all too much. I'm of course happy to help and do my fair share for the kids or the household, but it's never enough because her standards are too damn high. She insists that one of us has to be up at 6:45 every morning to make sure the kids are ready, and make sure they're ready for the bus, which comes at 7:45. I told her they're old enough to not need that much help already. They can all dress themselves and pour themselves some cereal and milk. There's no reason we have to be up. She says that cereal isn't a good enough breakfast, they need something more substantial, especially the 12-year-old, and the 10-year-old has ADHD and will definitely struggle with that help in the morning. And anyway, she wants to see them off and kiss them goodbye for the day, so she gets up and I don't. Then she gets upset that I never give her a morning off, when all she needs to do is just take the morning off when she wants and let the kids handle themselves. Also, she's super strict about screen time during the week and is exhausted and snappy from arguing about it with the kids, and upset that I don't support her strict limit of 2 hours a day. That's not very strict, is it? I say that as long as homework is done, why not until bed? She says it's not healthy for them. They need to play outside or with games and toys, read some books, just entertain themselves in more ways than one. I agree they should enjoy other things, but not seeing why we should make such a rigid limit. She also likes to get out on weekends and do stuff like zoos and museums, etc., but then complains about the planning for the outing and how grouchy the youngest gets by the end of it. And again, I say let's just chill at home and voila, you've cut the work. I'm an engaged and active parent. I'm not trying to get out of it, but I don't think I should have to help my wife dig herself out of her own created holes. She creates the stress for herself and then turns to me to alleviate it, which I think is unfair. Am I the a-hole for telling her she needs to do less and then she won't need this level of help? Yeah, there's nothing unreasonable about what they want. 2 hours of screen time a day, that's plenty fine. Being up by like 7 o'clock in the morning, that's not that extreme. And yeah, God forbid they want to do some stuff on the weekends. Like what? Yeah, like this comment says, I'm an engaged and active parent. Does anybody but you think this? You the a-hole. Breakfast, a screen time limit, and weekend activities are absolutely normal standards. Yeah, 100%. That's super reasonable. So reasonable that you're not gonna want to lower your standards, because then you're getting into lazy territory. Am I the a-hole for shutting down a girl's attempt to diagnose me with an eating disorder? I lost my leg when I was very young from a hospital-acquired infection. I have a prosthetic leg which I use for walking and another one for running and exercise. When I was on my parents' health insurance growing up, I got refitted pretty regularly as I grew up. Now I'm too old to be on my parents' insurance, and while my company's insurance is considered very good, getting a new leg or getting adjustments for my body weight are still expensive. I expect to be paying a fortune if I get pregnant, so I try my best to stay the same weight, and if I gain some weight, I can immediately feel it becoming less comfortable to walk. Anyway, a friend's girlfriend and I were talking, and she began remarking on how I'm not eating much. Okay, here we go. Somebody who needs to mind their own business. We were out to dinner, and I was having a soup and a salad, and everybody else was having baby back ribs and stuff. I'd stolen a few from my boyfriend's plate, but generally I was trying to eat lied. I said I was trying to lose a few pounds and she immediately assured me I was beautiful the way I was and I didn't need to lose weight. I told her I know I am, but losing weight helps with my mobility. She began diagnosing me with an eating disorder, saying I must have had a delusion and I was very heavy and having issues walking. I was pissed and she sounded super condescending and blurted out that she had no business talking down to me about my weight, even if it was to tell me to not change it. The other people overheard and the girlfriend got really embarrassed and left with the friend soon after. My boyfriend thinks I should have explained why I need to keep my weight the same, but I don't think I have to pull out my disability to get her to shut up. Wearing long loose pants, it's often hard to tell that I have a prosthetic leg. I don't know if she knew, but I didn't feel like justifying why my weight needed to stay the same. But am I the a-hole for shutting down her attempts to diagnose me with an eating disorder? Wait, so what did they say? That you must have a delusion or something? Yeah, it's not anybody else's place to speak on stuff like this. Definitely not the a-hole. It's so rude and frustrating when you know why you're doing something and other people are like, oh, well, you must be doing it for this reason and this reason and this reason. And yeah, that's not their place to say anything. And a lot of the time it's just them projecting as well. Am I the a-hole for not returning a gift that my brother-in-law bought for my daughter because my sister wants it for her child? Pretty much what the title says. My 31 female daughter, Maddie, just turned 4. We had a family birthday party for her, including my mum, stepdad, sister Liv, her husband Stephen, their 5-year-old Callie, and my brother Jay. We were all except Stephen staying at our place overnight, but Stephen had a family event the night before, so came the day of the party. When he arrived, he brought Maddie's birthday present, which was one of those motorized ride-on cars. Liv didn't say anything, but she was quite clearly surprised, but I didn't take it too seriously because she did say that she'd left Stephen in charge of the presents, since he has the more flexible schedule, so I assume she just didn't know what he got. I also noticed that Callie was upset and wanted to play with the car a lot. 2 days ago, I got a call from Liv asking me if I could return the car to them, as Callie really wanted it. I thought this was way out of line to ask, and I said no. Liv is now saying that I'm the a-hole since I could easily afford to buy another one for Maddie, but she and Stephen can't. I could buy another one, but it was Maddie's gift. I think it's absurd that she's asking for it back. My parents say since it's causing issues, I should give it back, or give Callie one also, but I think this whole thing is ridiculous. Am I the a-hole? Nah, definitely not. Like the top comment says, not the a-hole, your sister is really rude. I think she's pissed that her husband bought an expensive gift for your child and used her child as an excuse to get it back. Yeah, they're 100% in the wrong. And yeah, that's super rude. And the original poster commented, my daughter likes it. She'll use it until she finds something else she likes, I guess. It wasn't something she ever asked for. If in a few months my daughter doesn't want it and Liv still does, I'll just give it to her. Yeah, definitely not the a-hole. And I feel like that's enough for today. So ready to read something wholesome. I love the sound cats make when you touch them and they're not expecting it. You know the one I mean. The activation noise. Yeah, it's so cute, isn't it? Cats in general are just so beautiful. Guys, my grandma lost contact with her best friend 40 years ago and she moved, and after years of searching, we finally found her and they reunited. Wow, that's so beautiful. Oh, love seeing stuff like this. Forever best friends. That's so awesome. 911, what's your emergency? Dog. My owner is gone for 0.2 seconds. 911, have you tried eating the couch? Oh, we don't deserve pets. They're too beautiful. I want my rats to grow up with positive role models, so we watch Ratatouille together. Gravy was really into it. Oh, little Gravy. I hope Gravy's having a good day today. Am I the a-hole for laughing when my son came home from meeting his girlfriend's parents because he chose to behave like he does at home? My son burps a lot while eating. I've tried telling him multiple times that it's rude. I've told him to slow down so he doesn't swallow air with his food. I've told him that it's disgusting. My wife will instantly jump in to defend him. She'll say that's just the way he is, and it's not his fault. The thing is, he can control himself when I remind him. He just chooses not to. He just went on a date with his girlfriend last night and she tore him a new a-hole. It was his first time meeting her parents since they live in another city. They went out to a fancy restaurant and he burped it all the way through supper. Oh my god, what? He came home almost in tears from her chewing her out for behaving like a jackass in front of her family. I heard him telling my wife about it and I laughed. She asked what was so funny and I reminded them both that I had tried dozens, if not hundreds of times, to teach him table manners and he rejected them and she protected him. I said that now he's a grown man and he had to learn the hard way. They both think that she overreacted and that I'm an a-hole a-hole for being amused by this? No, you're not, 100%. Definitely not the a-hole. Like you said, you tried to tell them so many times. And yeah, who would have thought that burping all the way through a meal is a bad idea? And the idea of them doing that and thinking it's okay is sort of funny. The top comment says, not the a-hole, I also laughed at this. How old is your son? Doesn't matter either way, there are times for this behavior. Dinner at a restaurant is not one of those times. Girlfriend did not overreact. Hopefully he learns a valuable lesson from this. And OP responds and says 22. Oh my god, that makes it even better. They're 22 acting like this is okay. Yeah, oh my god, they need to learn that they can't do this. And yeah, of course, your wife needs to stop defending them. You know, nobody's an a-hole in this situation, but yeah, they need to know they can't do this. And yeah, that's 100% right. The girlfriend did not overreact. And also, they said in this and in a comment that he is able to control himself when they tell him to. So yeah, maybe don't burp all the way through a dinner. What a beautiful start to the video. Am I the a-hole for saying not again and not being happy for my daughter's pregnancy? I wrote this on my phone. My daughter got pregnant the second year into college and it was not a good time. My husband and I stepped up so she could finish college, which she did. She just graduated and just got a job. The problem is at the moment she cannot afford childcare or rent since her job kinda sucks. We're hoping she'll be able to move out by the end of the year, and she told us today that she is pregnant again. When she told us, I said, not again. She asked if I was happy for her, and I told her no, that we will not look after another kid, and we already wanted her to find her own place by the end of the year, or next summer at the latest. She's pissed at us, and we got into an argument, and she thinks we're a-holes. Yeah, right, but they're relying on you to look after the kids, aren't they? Do I have short-term memory loss? Yeah, they said we were hoping she'd move out by the end of the year, because they're helping him out with their kid right now. The top comment says, maybe unpopular, but not the a-hole. You helping with childcare is a privilege, not a right, and you already did well by her with her first kid. It's selfish to keep having them if you rely on other people to pick up the slack and your responsibilities. Yeah, and that's not an unpopular opinion that has 30,000 upvotes. But yeah, of course you'd want them to be happy for you and excited for you, but not if you're relying on them to look after them. That's just irresponsible. Am I the a-hole for telling one of my daughter's classmates' mums to F off about what I put in my daughter's lunch? No names in this are real. For some context before the story, I, 38 female, cook Asian foods pretty often for dinner, and for my daughter Lily, 7 female lunches at school. This is because my family enjoys these foods. I like to cook these foods, and my mum cooked a bunch of these foods growing up since she's half Japanese. Oftentimes I'll either give my daughter some leftovers from last night's dinner plus a fruit or veggie and a snack, or I'll make her a quick bento box or some other thing really quick. So after school one day, my daughter wanted to play on the playground for a bit before we went home. I said that she could play for a few minutes and she ran off to play. I was waiting next to this other parent who we'll call Deborah. While I was waiting, Deborah came up to me. Deborah, are you Lily's mother? Me, oh yeah, I am. Why? Deborah, well, your daughter's lunches have been bothering my son, and I'd like to ask you to pack something else. Me, what? How are they bothering him? She then started talking about how her son was complaining about my daughter's lunches smelling terrible, and that he thought it was disgusting. She also said her son didn't eat most of his lunch because he was so grossed out. Me, okay, I understand your son doesn't like the smell, but can't he just sit somewhere else? Deborah, are you kidding me? My son shouldn't have to put up with whatever crap you make your daughter bring to school. It's disgusting. And she started making more vaguely racist comments, but I was fed up at this point. Me, listen, I understand your son might not like my daughter's food, but he can very easily just not sit next to her. I'm not changing what's in my daughter's lunches because you and your kid don't want to exist near Asian food. F off. She angrily stomped off with her kid then, and my daughter finished playing soon after, so we went home. I talked to my husband about it, and he said that maybe I shouldn't have told her to F off to avoid her bothering us in the future. Am I the a-hole? No, let's not go too far. Yeah, like the top comment says, F off was the nicest thing you could have said to her, not the a-hole. Yeah, I don't think you could be any less the a-hole. Like, how dare they come up to you and say stuff like this? That's so entitled and awful and rude, and also racist by the sound of it. Yeah, hugely not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for not having much of a reaction to my daughter coming out and introducing us to her partner? My daughter's 23 and she requested dinner with us because she had some important stuff to tell us being my wife and I. She introduced us and came out. My wife was emotional, gave her a big hug and told her how proud she was. I, on the other hand, didn't react to her coming out. I honestly didn't care about that part. I was honest, her partner was cool and she was very interesting. My wife told me I was rude for ignoring our daughter's announcement. I told my wife that I don't care who she's attracted to, all I care about is that she's happy. I tried to explain that I don't care about this stuff, people like who they like and I don't need labels for it. Love is love. She said that my view is slightly homophobic because it shows that I'm not acknowledging a different view. I don't see it in that way. Am I the a-hole? Should I apologize to my daughter and her partner? Edit for added context. I didn't treat her situation as any different from her brother's. I took the time to get to know the person they're with. My wife feels I should have treated it differently because they're different situations, and ignoring the fact doesn't help. Update. Thank you for the input. Everybody's right. I should have just asked my daughter. I'll see if she's free tomorrow for some coffee and I'll have a chat with her. I'm sure my wife's words just got to me, but only one way to find out, right? Thanks again. Update. Since it's always bothered me when people would ghost on threads without giving updates. Didn't have much time with my daughter. She had a prior engagement, but we had some coffee. We spoke about the evening. As I suspected, she didn't have an issue with it, and she also felt it was self-explanatory when she introduced her girlfriend. She corrected me since I said partner. They view each other as girlfriend and girlfriend. The coming out was more so her girlfriend's idea, and my daughter said she was going to reach out because while she had no issues with my reaction, her girlfriend thought it was a bit weird how I kind of brushed off the response and treated the situation as if they were a straight couple. My daughter didn't try to explain that it's just the person that I am, explained how she preferred my non-reaction versus making it a big deal, and she told the story about how she came to me first when she had her first period because she knew that my wife would make a huge fuss over simple biology. I told her I made an Am I the A-hole post and we laughed over some of the comments. We're going to arrange another date and time, and this time we'll have a more special event for the sake of her girlfriend, since she did feel slightly offended by being treated as if they were a straight couple. My daughter had no issues overall, but I will correct course. She was slightly disappointed I didn't make a dad joke about her coming out. I did express that my love for her would never change, and I told her I hope she didn't wait so long because she thought I'd think differently. She just told me I never told you because it was not important to her. She knew I wouldn't care either way. I doubt I'll add more updates after this. I might check in every so often. I do appreciate all the varied viewpoints, and please understand it was not my intention to marginalize the hardships that LGBTQA+ face in this world. I know it may be a selfish and self-centered view, but I simply treat others how I wish and want to be treated. I hope everyone has a wonderful week. Yeah, definitely not the a-hole. Definitely disagree with their wife thinking it's homophobic. Yeah, the top comment. Not the a-hole. I'll never understand what's homophobic about people treating gay children exactly the same as they treat straight children. Isn't that the ideal that we're striving for? Yeah, definitely not the a-hole. It sounds like you could have been a little bit more excited for them, but that's about it. And the updates they posted sounded really good as well. So they're making sure everything's okay, and they definitely care. The next one is called Am I the a-hole for telling my daughter that she's a disappointment? I have two daughters, 23 female and 20 female. They're both so beautiful and smart. I really love them both. I always wanted them to be strong and independent women who could stand on their own feet, and I tried to raise them that way. They were both interested in volleyball. I always supported their interest. My youngest is still playing in a team and also studying at a good university. She's really hardworking, and even if she doesn't succeed in playing professional volleyball, she'll definitely have a good job. My older daughter quit both sports and school when she got pregnant at the age of 18. When she first told us that she was pregnant, I was very upset, and I advised her to have an abortion because having a child at such a young age would completely disrupt her life. She didn't want to have an abortion, and my wife supported her decision. To be honest, I was very insistent on her having one at the time, but when I saw that she remained determined, I dropped the issue and I supported her fully, even though I didn't want to. She got married fast with the baby's father, and then decided to stay at home and take care of her child, and her husband started to work. I never wanted my daughter to be financially dependent on her husband, but I never voiced it either. But of course, my daughter knows that I'm bothered by this. Yesterday we were having dinner with my daughters and my wife. My wife and daughter started talking about being a mother. My wife told her that even though I wanted her to have an abortion, I love my grandson very much now. My daughter asked me if that was so, and I said, of course, I love him. I really love my grandson, but my daughter knew that I was bothered by her situation, so it didn't sound sincere at all. My daughter said I could give an honest answer. I told her that I really love my grandson, but that I was disappointed that she became a mother at such an early age, had left school and her job, and was now dependent on a man. She didn't argue with me, but the rest of the night was a bit tense. At the end of the night, she went home and my wife started a fight over what I said. I told her that she was the one who wanted an honest answer, but my wife is sure that I'm an a-hole. My younger one agrees with me, but says I was rude to say it out loud. Edit, I'm not sorry that my daughter doesn't live the life I want. I'm sorry that she lives dependent on another person, and I can't say that their marriage is going very well. They chose the sport they wanted to be interested in, the university they wanted to go to, or their hobbies, etc. I didn't force any of them. All I wanted was for them to be self-sufficient. I also told my daughter that I'd pay for a babysitter if she wanted to go back to school or get a job. Yeah, she's only 23 years old and could still have a career, but she's not doing that. Edit number 3. Since yesterday, I've received many comments about what a good father I am and what a terrible father I am. It's okay. In the second edit, I posted it in the comments. I said I'd apologize to my daughter, which which I did. It was a long conversation, but I don't have the time today, so I can't go into detail. Also, no matter how much I go into detail, some people here seem to be very interested in making things up, so it'll be a wasted effort. In short, I apologized and I explained to her that I'm more worried than disappointed. Thankfully, she understood. I reminded her again that I love her and I'll always be there for her. Also, my suspicions about their marriage turned out to be correct. They don't have a good marriage. Her husband has suggested therapy, but she doubts it'll work. This time I didn't tell her what to do. I told her that I'd support her in whatever she does. I told her that if she wants to go back to school or work, my offer of babysitter still stands, and if she wants more from me, I'll always do it. So I'm still the best father ever. Love heart. The top comment says, I'm going to give you some serious advice and I hope you listen to it, OP. I'm the daughter in this situation. I got pregnant when I was 16. Was it a great idea? Absolutely not, but once the decision was made, it was done. Well, my mum was exactly like you, consistently bringing up things like how she thought my life would be different. She was disappointed I became such a young mother. She had such bigger plans for me. It's such a shame I didn't listen to her when she told me to abort, etc., etc. for years. Well, guess what? Now I'm 37, I'm happy and successful, and my daughter is 21 now, and one of the best people literally on this planet. But guess who I haven't spoken to in 4 years because I got so tired of listening to the crap over the years? That's right, my mum. If you value your relationship with your daughter and grandson, it's time to let go of the dreams you had for her life and focus on being a supportive and kind part of the life that she has now. And OP responds and says thank you. Yeah, wow, this has been a wild episode. This one's all over the place too. There are so many a-hole comments and so many not the a-hole comments. Like this comment, I was prepared to call you an a-hole from the title, but after reading what you have to say, I'm going not the a-hole. As a parent, we all have dreams for our children. We want to see them do better than us and to have it all, and it can sometimes be difficult to accept when we see them falling short of that perfect life that we've pictured. You would only be the a-hole if you treated your child and grandchild differently because of it, refused to drop it, or in any way did not accept the choices made by your child, who does have the right to want something different. It doesn't seem to me that that's the case here. Your daughter was unsatisfied with your initial statement about loving your grandson and pushed for clarification. She then went on to assure you that being honest was okay, so you were honest. You didn't call her a failure or a disappointment. You spoke of your feelings in what I would consider to be a non-judgmental manner after being pushed for it and assured that it was okay. While you're not entitled to push your choices and values onto your adult daughter, you are entitled to your feelings about those choices. Am I the a-hole for forcing my brother to buy me a new engagement ring? I'm 26 male proposing to my girlfriend 24 female on our 4th anniversary, September 30th. I've been planning this for about a month and I picked the ring a couple of weeks ago. The one I got was on sale, so I managed to get it at a surprisingly low price. Last weekend, I told my brother, 33 male, about my plans and I showed him the ring. He informed me that he was proposing to his girlfriend 29 female as well. The next day, my brother came to my apartment while my girlfriend was out. He asked me if he could borrow my ring to propose to his girlfriend. What? I thought he was joking at first, but no. His plan was to propose to his girlfriend, explain that he was using my ring as a placeholder, and then take her to pick her own ring later. His reasoning was that he didn't want to spend too much money right away in case she didn't say yes. I'd never heard of placeholder rings, so I said no, and the conversation moved on. On Tuesday, he proposed to his girlfriend with my ring. He'd taken it before leaving my apartment. I got distracted at work and I didn't notice it was gone until his fiancée sent a picture of herself wearing the ring to our family group chat. Okay, so this one is obviously not the a-hole already. I called him to ask about the ring and he immediately apologized and said he'd keep his promise and give it back to me. But at this point, my girlfriend had seen it and his fiancée had posted about it on social media. Oh, what? So it was pointless for me to propose using the same ring? We fought about it, and while he confessed that while he told his fiancée the ring was a placeholder, he didn't tell her where he'd gotten it from. I felt more angry and betrayed about him going behind my back and taking the ring after I said no than the fact that he actually stole it. I also know his fiancée enough to know that she wouldn't like to learn that her engagement ring had been stolen from me, so I told my brother that I'd tell her the truth if he didn't buy me a new engagement ring. He fought against it for a few hours but finally gave up and agreed. We went to a different jewelry store yesterday and I picked a new ring. I managed to stay in the price range, but the new one was still $100 more expensive. My brother bought the ring but is still accusing me of being inconsiderate and childish. He's insistent that he could have given me the ring back had I given him the opportunity, and I didn't need to threaten him to spend so much money on me. He's now refusing to talk to me. Oh my god, the audacity! I don't know how to feel about this anymore. I'd usually talk to my brother about these sorts of things, and it's surreal that he's the one that I'm fighting. I can't tell my fiancé obviously, and many of our friends overlap. The only other person who knows about this is our mum, who's divided. How? She thinks what my brother did was wrong and I'm right to be pissed at him, but I didn't have to stoop as low low as I did by threatening his relationship? Am I the a-hole? God, no, you're not the a-hole, and I know this is going to be the last post of the episode. We have to read something wholesome after this. And like this comment says, not the a-hole. He stole your ring. That was a choice that he made, and that's also the choice threatening his relationship, not your reaction and words. It's completely fair if you never trust him again, since he also decided that having that ring was more important than a good relationship with you. Yeah, and the truth about this is going to come out eventually anyway. Like, it's an awful thing to do, but also an awful plan. And yeah, that's enough for today, guys. So ready for something wholesome. I went to a shelter to get a cat, but I left with a pair of best friends. This was their first night home. Oh, that's so cute. I don't even know how to react to reading something like this after what we've read today. Way too wholesome. Oh yeah, this one. A shark can hear a struggling fish up to 800 feet away. Honey, we can't afford groceries this week, but at least we could afford your father's pills. Knock knock. And the shark brings them groceries. I've read this before a long time ago, but that's so cute. And yeah, thank you, Shark, for being so amazing. And that was by Sam Pratt at Russell Jimmy's. My kink is husbands and wives who are still portrayed as very much in love with each other, because even after years of commitment and kids, they still talk to each other, go on fun random adventures and try new things. No resentment, no portrayal of marriage as a chore, just actual love. Did you mean Bob's Burgers? Wait, I think I've read this one before as well. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, that's right though, and that's so beautiful. There needs to be more stuff like this. Like, yeah, portrayal of people that are actually in love. My girlfriend said, "Is there basketball on?" and then put on the game and walked away. 2 hours later, I'm like, what is she doing? She's napping. She turned it on to keep me occupied like a toddler. Wow, that's so funny. Love that so much. Like, oh, is there a basketball game on? Okay, bye. I'll see you in a few hours. Toddlers are so pure. She doesn't understand that we help her with certain things because she's little. She thinks that everyone just helps each other like that. So she tries to blow on my food and cut it up for me and tries to help me put my shoes on. Oh, that's so cute. The cutest thing is when you encounter a toddler in the wild and they try to help you. So you have to kneel there and nod very seriously while they lecture you about traffic or holding hands or whatever. The other day, a little girl stopped dancing to make sure I knew how to correctly press the elevator button at my apartment complex. "It lights up, see?" she said. I agreed that it did light up and thanked her sincerely for letting me know. It made my whole day. Wow, that's bloody adorable. Just so you know, okay, this is how you use the elevator. Just in case you get stuck, press this button, okay, and you'll go up or down. People who have found their friends' secret Reddit accounts. What was the most shocking thing you found out about them? I found my wife's account. It wasn't a secret account per se, but then again, I didn't know she even had an account to begin with. Turns out she's a really nice person who posts positive and uplifting things to people who usually need to hear it. 10 out of 10 would marry again. Oh, that's so cute. I can't get enough of people in love. It's so nice. The first story today is called Am I the A-hole for refusing to stop kissing my own baby? My husband, male 25 and I, female 25, have a 6-week-old daughter. She's our first baby and the first grandchild in both of our families. We're advised by our pediatrician to not allow anyone besides ourselves to kiss our baby for the first 8 to 12 weeks minimum. This has been communicated to both of our families who have been respectful of this, as well as our other boundaries and rules, despite a little bit of grumbling about it from his side. Last weekend, we were over at my in-laws' house and I just finished breastfeeding my daughter, so she was all sleepy. I kissed her forehead before settling her to nap on my chest. My mother-in-law noticed and immediately remarked on it in a super passive-aggressive manner. "Oh, I'm so glad that we're able to kiss the baby now. Did your pediatrician update the rules?" I was super confused and I asked her what she meant and that the pediatrician's recommendation hadn't changed. She then accused me of violating the rules by kissing my own baby. I told her that the recommendation was that no one besides myself and my husband kiss our daughter, and she argued and heavily implied that I was being dishonest because I'd previously said nobody can kiss the baby, rather than nobody but my husband and I can kiss the baby. She went on and on about this until I snapped that it should have been obvious that the rules were told her. So what, they're upset because you didn't quite say the right thing? That's not you being dishonest. She went on and on about this until I snapped that it should have been obvious that the rules we told her regarding our baby were about what we would and wouldn't allow other people to do. She called me a hypocrite, so I got up and shut myself in the guest room while my daughter daughter continued to nap on me. A little while later, mother-in-law came in and quote-unquote apologized, saying that it was a knee-jerk reaction and she was just confused and upset. She said she understands now that the rule only applies to other people. She then asked me if I'd avoid kissing my baby in front of her until she's allowed to do so as well, because it's upsetting to see me doing that and knowing that she can't. I told her I can understand that it's frustrating to have a strong urge to kiss a baby and not be able to. Is it? Personally, not gonna stop kissing my own baby for the sake of her feelings. Mother-in-law's calling me disrespectful and a hypocrite, and has gotten sister-in-law on board with this as well. Am I the a-hole? Oh my god, no, of course you're not the a-hole, and I'm pretty sure you know that. The mother-in-law needs to relax. It's not that big of a deal, and to cause a bloody argument about this is so ridiculous. And also, it's your mother-in-law, so your partner should definitely be talking to him about this. But yeah, definitely not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for calling my friend's girlfriend creepy because she won't stop bringing up my race? I, 25 female, have a group of friends, all 24 to 26, 8 in total. That includes a guy, and I'll call him Nick. Nick has a girlfriend, I'll call her Josie, 24, and they've been dating 8 or 9 months. Nick introduced Josie to the group about 6 months ago. Both Josie and I are mixed race, the rest of the group is white. Ever since we met Josie, she's made really out-of-pocket comments to or about me concerning racially related stuff. Things like asking me if and why all of my friends are white, questions about my mother's African background, comments about how I do my hair, like how I shouldn't straighten it. I always try to steer the conversation away from these topics and laugh it all off, but she brings it up so often. Nick says she's only trying to find a foothold in the friend group, but I don't see why she can't try to get to know me or anyone in the group as people instead of bringing up this irrelevant thing that we have in common. I also pointed out to Nick that Josie and I may both be half African, but not the same country in Africa. It's wildly different cultures. Even if I was raised in an African culture, which I wasn't, it wouldn't be one similar to her, so it's really grasping at straws. And that's to say nothing of the fact that it makes me uncomfortable. Anyway, over the weekend we all had a boat day and we were having lunch. We were talking about school, and I mentioned that one of the schools I went to had predominantly Asian students. Josie asked if there were many black students in my year, and I said yes, but I didn't know them well. She then asked if the reason I wasn't friends with them is because they thought I wasn't quote-unquote black enough. I don't know if it was that comment or the countless ones before it, but I just felt so angry that she would once again take a conversation that everybody was participating in and make it into a race thing for no reason. I said, no, Josie, that's not why we weren't friends. Frankly, the only person I've ever met who's obsessed with my racial identity is you. And just so you know, it's really creepy. Josie tried to stutter an apology, but I said the only apology I was interested in was it not being brought up again, and my boyfriend jumped in and changed the topic. Nick later took me aside and said I'd really upset Josie and she was just trying to bond with me. He said she has trauma, he didn't go into detail, about her race, and by humiliating her, I'd made her feel really uncomfortable. I told him that that wasn't my problem and I'm not going to be Josie's emotional support colored friend, and if he thought I should be, then I wasn't sure what that said about how he views me. Nicky's now mad at me for insinuating that he's racist, and 2 friends have taken his side. I don't think I was wrong for wanting Josie to respect me like everyone else, but evidently people think what I said was harsh. Was it? There's a comment here that says, did you ever have a conversation with her before you snapped? And I feel like that's a very good point, because you could have had a conversation before doing something like this. This one is marked as not the a-hole, and it is overwhelmingly not the a-hole. And yeah, it sounds like a lot of projection on their part as well that you don't want to be a part of. But yeah, I feel like if anything, you shouldn't have done it in front of everybody and you should have said this privately. But that's about it, I feel like. The next one is called, am I the a-hole for telling someone I never desired a daughter and I didn't try for a girl? Weird question, but I have 4 sons. They're 14, 12, 8, and 4. The older 2 are biological and the younger 2 were adopted after a birth complication made us infertile. I was at the park over the weekend with my younger 2 boys. I got to chatting with another couple and I mentioned that I had 4 boys. She said something like, oh, you poor thing. I wanted a girl too, but he, pointing to her husband, didn't want to have a third. I told her that I didn't try for a girl, and if I wanted a girl, we could have put that in our adoption paperwork, but we didn't have a gender preference. I had no strong desire for a girl, and I love having sons, so she has no reason to feel sorry for me. It rubbed me the wrong way that she said poor thing, like my boys aren't good enough for me, and she said it right in front of them. Yeah, right, okay, so that's rude. They already have to field questions about being adopted. They shouldn't have to feel bad about their gender too, you know? Anyway, the lady got upset, told me I was being rude for no reason, and walked away. I spoke to my sister-in-law about it, and she also felt I didn't handle it correctly. She has 3 girls and 1 boy, and said it's just a normal thing that people comment on. She said that people tell her that her son's going to be feminine because he only has sisters, and she shrugs it off, so I should have done the same. Am I the a-hole? No, it was definitely rude of them to say that in front of your boys. I've heard people say stuff like this before though about having boys. Like they're sort of saying that it must be hard to deal with them because they're boys or something. Like, whoa, you've got 4 boys? That must be a handful. I feel like it's that sort of energy, you know? But yeah, you don't say that in front of them. It's just an unnecessarily negative sort of thing to say. Like, why couldn't you say something positive about this, you know? The top comment says, not the a-hole, I'm one of 4 girls and people always used to say to my dad, did you want a boy to play with? Right in front of us. They even say it to me when I mention I am one of the 4 girls. It always stung a little. Like, why wouldn't he want 4 daughters? We're great, and it still drives him mad, and he used to slam that one right down and make the person feel really stupid for saying something stupid, which made me feel better and confident. He's a proud girl dad and used to always finish by telling people how he must have been a saint in a past life to have been blessed with all girls. You did the right thing, and your boys deserve to know that they're wanted and they're not a consolation prize. Yeah, 100%. The next one says, am I the a-hole for refusing to make sure things are equal between my daughter and stepdaughter? My wife and I each brought a daughter from previous relationships into our marriage. Despite being only a year apart in age, our daughters were completely different, and that's why I'm here. My daughter's always been athletic and outgoing. Growing up, she played basketball, softball, soccer, volleyball, and even golf. In middle school, she picked up tennis and never looked back. I paid for her to have private lessons, and when she found out how much I was paying for those lessons, she decided that's what she wants to do as her teenage job. She's now a junior, is one of the best players on her high school team, and teaching tennis lessons. She teaches elementary school kids and charges $75 per hour per kid. With her skills and outgoing personality, she has a waiting list of kids and makes about $1,200 a week. She could make more, but I limit her hours so that she can concentrate on school. My stepdaughter is reserved and not very athletic. We always tried to sign her up to the same sport and team with my daughter, but she either objected or quit a couple of weeks in. I get it, sports aren't for everyone, so I never made her feel bad about it. She recently turned 16 and got a job at a burger place nearby. She's making $13 an hour and brings home less than $200 a week. My daughter recently decided that she wants to be independent by buying her clothes and electronics with her own money. Obviously, she can afford the latest styles and gadgets. She recently bought herself the top-of-the-line Mac. My stepdaughter's jealous of her sister and has been pretty vocal about it. While we were in bed last night, my wife said it was unfair one is making so much more than the other. No, it's not. I answered that there's nothing we can do about it and it's a good life lesson for the girls. My wife then suggested that we have my daughter use her money to help my stepdaughter buy the same things, or we cover the pay difference between the girls. I was laughing because I thought she was joking, but she wasn't. We whisper argued for about an hour before we went to sleep. This morning she brought it up again and said I'm refusing because I'm playing favorites, and that's an a-hole move for a parent. What? We argued until we had to leave for work? Your wife is completely wrong about this. Update, thank you for reading my post and giving me your input. I've read most of the replies during my lunch and I'll get through the rest after work. I'll answer some common questions. We tried to sign my stepdaughter up for the same sports as my daughter because we thought it would be a bonding experience. We also wanted to get her out of the house and meet people because she spends most of her time in her room playing World of Warcraft. We didn't make her participate, but we asked that she try things for at least a couple of weeks and then she can quit if she wanted to. We tried to get her to sign up for things that she enjoys, but she always refuses. Before getting this job, she spent so much of her free time playing games, so I'm at a loss to think of any marketable skills she could leverage into tutoring. Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. What is fair is not always what's equal. Your daughter has skills that are in demand and her salary reflects that. Your stepdaughter is starting out on a typical student career path and her salary reflects that. Forcing your daughter to fund your stepdaughter would be the height of unfairness. Your wife needs to stop trying to turn your home into a crab pot and let her daughter figure out where her own talents lie. My brother-in-law has a doctorate with a well-paying job in his field. His wife is in high fashion and they live a dual income, no kids life. They're buying real estate in New York. My husband and I are civil servants with children to raise. According to your wife's ideas, my brother-in-law should be sending me palimony checks every month to support my children. After all, he's my husband's brother. That's not life and she would do a disservice to her daughter with her bad ideas. Yeah, 100%, and it's so understandable that you laughed when they said this because you thought they were joking. I would have done the exact same. Like, what do you mean? Punish your daughter because she's doing well? No, okay? And also, imagine if you did have a stepdaughter and you felt entitled to be able to say what they should do with their money and that they should give their money that they worked for and earned to your daughter. The audacity. Am I the a-hole for refusing to give my 17 female cousin, 8 female, my heated blanket? So I have an 8-year-old cousin who we'll call Katie for the sake of the story. For my 16th birthday, my friend Jasper gave me a heated blanket because I mentioned how my room can get freezing whenever it wants. It's pretty much a red blanket that plugs in. You pick one of 4 settings and it auto shuts off after 3 hours, so it's not a fire hazard. Safe to say, I love this thing. I'm actually using it right now, lol. So 2 days ago, my aunt and uncle and Katie came came over for dinner. I asked Katie if she wanted to play a game on her Switch. She excitedly said yes, so we went up to my room and set it up on my TV. Just my luck, my room was freezing cold, so I set up my heated blanket for Katie while my heater slowly heats up the room. When they were about to leave, Katie came running to me with the blanket, asking me if she could take it home. The thing is, they have 2 dogs who ruin stuff in 2 seconds, while she doesn't take the best care of her stuff either. Understandable since she's 8. I nicely took it from her and I said no in the nicest way possible. I told her it was a birthday gift that Jasper gave me. She looked disappointed but smiled. She's met Jasper, and aside from her parents and I, he's got to be her favorite person, and he absolutely adores her. She's told Jasper and I that we need to get together and get married so that she can see him more often. She ran over to her parents and got her stuff on, and my aunt and uncle asked me why I couldn't just give it to her. Oh, come on, what? I said again that it was a birthday gift from Jasper. They just said that I could have given it to her and Jasper or I could get another one. Are you out of your mind? Why should they do that? God, people can be so rude. I don't want to give it away since it was a birthday gift from my best friend, and he had a hilariously hard time getting it. He paid for it, but he had to ask his mother to order it, and tried his best to not mention that it was a gift for a girl, since you can probably tell how she'd respond. I stood my ground and I told them that I would not be giving it to them, and they just huffed and left. Later they texted me saying I was an a-hole. Oh my god. And I should have just given it to her. I was older and I should have been the bigger person, but the thing is, Katie had no problem with me saying no, so I have no idea what their problem was, but the way the a-hole was thrown around, it reminded me of this place. So Reddit, am I the a-hole? Yeah, it sounds like the aunt and uncle are just nasty. Oh my god, that's infuriating. I don't even understand how they feel like they can say that. Like, oh, you know this belonging of yours? I feel like you should give it to our child. What do you mean you don't want to? Yeah, not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for allowing only my twins at my wedding, but no other children? I'm getting married soon and I've decided that I don't want children at my wedding, except for my 7-year-old twins. They mean a lot to me and I want them to be a part of my big day. They'll be with the babysitter the entire time at the reception, so they won't be a bother to anyone. My siblings have young kids and they were really upset about my decision. They said it's unfair for me to allow my kids but not theirs. They accused me of being selfish and said I should either invite all the family children or none at all. They even threatened not to attend my wedding if I don't change my mind. I think they're being dramatic and I believe I have the right to choose who I want at my wedding. I love my nieces and nephews, but I don't want them to disrupt the atmosphere of the celebration. I also don't want to exclude my own kids because they're my children, and I want them to witness me marrying their father. Am I the a-hole for allowing only my twins at my wedding, but no other children? No, I don't think so. Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. Anyone with a brain can accept that the bride and groom's kids are a special case. It's understandable to want a child-free wedding, but also, yeah, of course you want your own children to be there. Obviously, if it wasn't their children, it'd be different, but if it wasn't their kids, they wouldn't even be asking for it. Yeah, no, I feel like this is definitely understandable. You don't want your own kids to not be there, but you also don't want there to be lots of kids there. Am I the a-hole for not giving my husband food if it was made with a blender that he was mad about me buying? So I bought myself a nice blender. I work part-time at home and I also watch the young kids that are too young for preschool. Due to me staying home, I cook a lot, which I enjoy, so it's not a big deal. Now the issue is that he was pissed at how much the blender was. It was $1.25. This annoyed me greatly since I use my fun money for it and it's a household tool even if he won't use it, and I thought we were over it, but I pulled it out again to make a smoothie and he made more comments about a waste of money and a stupid buy. I had the conversation with him about the whole situation again. He made even more comments next time I took it out and I'd had enough. Now every time I make something using a blender, I don't give him any. It came to a head today. I made a soup and I used the blender. I told him I used this stupid blender to make it, so he can't have any and needs to make his own food. This caused a huge argument and he thinks I'm a petty jerk, but I've told him so many times to not call my purchases a waste. Am I the a-hole for taking it too far? And this post made me really start thinking about my marriage. I'm asking for couples counseling and if things don't change, I'm done. Yeah, I don't feel like 125 is that bad for a blender, is it? And also, like you said, it was with your fun money, which means extra money, doesn't it? As in, like, it's not going to put you in a hard position financially if you buy this blender. So why do they feel like they even have a say in this? You can spend your fun money on whatever the hell you want. Yeah, definitely not the a-hole. And they said in a comment that every single time that they see it, they comment on it. That's so frustrating. Yeah, not the a-hole. The next one is called, am I the a-hole for leaving during an intervention that I never agreed to? This happened on Friday. I'm so beyond upset right now, and I've got no contact for the immediate future with my mum. My 36 male sister Jane, 34 female, have no relationship. She's my sister by blood only. I'll try to be as unbiased as possible here, but she did some pretty crappy things when our father died. Things like withholding information about his estate, attempting to sell his home and split the profits profits with his fiancée against my knowledge, not actually being physically there when he died in hospice, etc. Afterwards, she would continuously gaslight me to the point that I went no contact back in 2018. My life has been so much better without her in it. My mum, Brenda, 60 female, is not a fan of this. She was divorced from my father, and even though I loved him so much, I have to admit that he wasn't the greatest parent in some aspects. We did live with him. My sister and I not having a great relationship is mostly in part his fault. Brenda doesn't like that her two only children have a dead relationship and is constantly trying to fix it. After being in therapy, I've started learning how to erect and enforce boundaries. I don't like it when my mum attempts to fix our relationship, and I call her out on it gently each time. For example, a few weeks ago, she mentioned how she wasn't going to name neither me nor Jane as the executor until we fix our crap. I calmly told her that I didn't think that was appropriate to say or do, and that I didn't like how she isn't taking into account my feelings and why I chose to go no contact with Jane. My wife and I flew in to go visit Brenda this past Friday. My wife and I recently had a son a year ago, so we wanted to visit his grandma. We walked in and we were met with half the family standing there, including Jane, who was sitting, claiming that they were doing an intervention on my relationship with Jane. I was speechless. I looked at my wife, who was just as flabbergasted as I was. I said, I'm not doing an intervention, and this is enormously inappropriate. My mum went into this tirade of how I'm a grown adult and this behavior is childish. I need to make up with my sister so we can put all of this behind us. We immediately left, and my mum followed us out while asking why I couldn't do the adult thing and just talk to my sister. Baby was crying. We got into the car and booked a hotel. I booked a new flight for tomorrow, and I'm trying my best not to look upset for the baby. My wife says that she has nothing to do with this and would never sanction this if she knew. My wife's phone and mine have been blowing up non-stop, with the family accusing me of being a drama queen and hurting my mum's feelings. The only family member I didn't go no contact with is my stepdad, who sent me a simple apology text. With all of these text messages, I'm starting to doubt myself. My next therapy session isn't until next Friday, and I'm not sure how I feel. Am I the a-hole for going no contact with my mum? Oh my god, no, definitely not. The top comment says, wow, no, not the a-hole. That was absolutely inappropriate and wildly asinine on Brenda's part. I understand that she wants her kids to get along, but the time for ensuring that they did was when you two were young, not when you're both grown-ass adults. The fact that Brenda did that when you had your new baby with you, essentially putting the baby in the middle of an extremely emotional and potentially volatile situation, says a lot about how little Brenda cares about the emotional well-being of others. I'll definitely send Brenda a letter or email explaining how that made you feel and outlining that you'll no longer be accepting contact from her unless she stops trying to fix things. If she replies with an argument, you let her know that she's now no longer welcome to contact you, and you block her and you move on with your life. Yeah, wow, this is a very strong not the a-hole. There's another comment that says they ambushed you, and yeah, they 100% did. Yeah, definitely not the a-hole, but it definitely is time to read something wholesome. I feel like that's enough am I the a-hole for one day. I can't even believe the stuff we've read today. Someone once introduced Jeff Goldblum to me at a party by saying, this is Chris Kelly, and he said, my god, of course. I couldn't believe it. He knew who I was, and then he proceeded to say, my god, of course, to every person that he was introduced to. I love Jeff Goldblum. Oh, that's so cute. My god, of course. Pinky and the Brain were based on two producers at Warner Brothers Animation, and I can't get over how they really just drew these guys as mice without changing anything else. Yeah, wow, that's unbelievable. I feel like we might have read this one before, but I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, how interesting. They're literally the same. I'll make sure to put a photo of Pinky and the Brain on the screen. Unbelievable. If you enjoyed the time that you wasted, then it's not wasted time. Yeah, 1,000,000%. And it's really hard to not feel bad about quote unquote wasting time. But yeah, that's so important to remember. You enjoyed this, so it wasn't a waste of time. Am I the a-hole for telling my son that that village you wanted doesn't exist since you burnt it to the ground? This is a bit complicated. I'm a stepmom to 5 wonderful kids. I became their stepmom when the oldest was 9. I adopted all of them but one, and that's Nick. He never wanted me to be his mum, which is fine. The moment he turned 18, he made it very clear that he doesn't care about me at all. I wasn't invited to his wedding or any holidays and so on if he was hosting. My last straw was when he told me that he will come to Christmas that I was hosting if I left, so we're very low contact. Along wrong with that? He's blown up every single sibling relationship. He has 2 girls now and he called me up. This was a surprise and we started talking. After a while, he started complaining about not getting help at all to raise his kids. He asked me to watch them on Sunday and step up as a grandparent. I told him that the reason the village doesn't exist to raise his kids is due to him burning that village down. He called me a jerk and hung up. My husband is iffy on the situation but told me it's my call since I would be the one to watch the kids most of the time since he travels often for work, so I'm posting here. Okay, so there's a lot of context missing here, of course, but from what it says here, it sounds like you're not the a-hole. They've wanted nothing to do with you, and now they're surprised that you don't want to help them. Of course you don't want to help. And like the top comment says, what has your husband been doing for the last however many years? Does he have a relationship with his son? How did y'all function before Nick turned 18? Where's Nick's mum? There's too much missing here, but based on just the information, it appears that Nick is meeting the consequences of his choices, not the a-hole maybe. And they respond under this comment, husband has a low contact also, but due to a different reason. He didn't have a great relationship with his siblings, but they tolerated each other. Nick's mum said that I'm out and basically gave up her rights. I've never talked to her and I don't think the youngest has even talked to her. I have no idea what she's up to. I feel like this comment really sums this up. Not the a-hole. He called to complain that he isn't getting help. He didn't call saying that he regrets that he messed up relationships. He wants something from you. He doesn't want you. This sucks, and please prioritize yourself and the people in your life who actually care about you. Yeah, this entire time it sounds like they've just been difficult for no reason. Am I the a-hole for telling my parents that if they give my brother money, I'll stop giving them money? My female 32 brother 35 is trash. He has multiple baby mamas and is a deadbeat. He also is the apple of my mum's eye. He can do no wrong and is just misunderstood. My parents are retired and on a fixed budget. I do well for myself and I help them out. I give them maybe $500 a month to help with groceries and bills. Every once in a while I give them extra for an unexpected expense. No questions asked. My mum asked me for $2,000. I sent it to her. Strangely enough, I ran into my brother at a family wedding that I'd been told he could not afford to attend because it was a destination wedding. Weird. Funny story, he actually missed the wedding because he hooked up with some rando on an excursion and went to their resort. It was our cousin's wedding and my aunt was pissed. She had to make special arrangements to get him included on the trip since he only had the money last minute. She said that my mum shouldn't have given him the money if he wasn't going to show up. Then she shut up after she saw the look on my face. I enjoyed the wedding and I had a great time. When I got home, I went to see my parents. I asked my mum why she had asked me for the $2,000. She lied and said something for the house. I asked her what, and she couldn't say. I told her what my aunt said. I told her and my father that from now on, I wanted receipts for any money I gave them. I said I've got no problem helping them out, but I'll be damned if I'm going to work my ass off for her to give my money to my piece of crap brother. She started crying and my dad said that they weren't children and didn't answer to me. I agreed and I walked out. I didn't talk to them for 2 months. My aunt called me yesterday and told me that my parents were thinking of going to the food bank since they didn't have any money. I said that I'd given them $2,000 a couple of months ago and that was more than my family of 3 spent on food in that time. She said I knew damn well that they'd given my money to my brother. I told her that he should probably pay them back then. She said that I was being a biatch. Am I the a-hole? Oh my god, no, not even a little bit. It's 100% the parents' fault. Like, do they really expect you to give them money so they can give money to your brother? Do they expect you to be okay with this? Or was this a one-off thing that isn't going to happen again? Definitely not the a-hole. And like the top comment says, OP, you're not the a-hole, your parents are. They've created this monster and now you're supporting him. They're using you as a cash cow. Yes, it's true, they don't answer to you, but if you're footing the bill, then they damn well better tell you where the money's going. And your aunt calling you a biatch is funny. If she cares so much about your parents, she should be footing the bill, which I highly doubt because people are always one to talk but never to sign the check. Stand your ground and let them suffer a little so they understand. They won't die over eating some food from the food bank. Yeah, not the a-hole, and you gotta stop giving them money. It's totally the parents' fault, and also completely enabling your brother. Yeah, that's not your fault. Am I the a-hole for explaining to a man who refused to mind his own business what happens in graphic detail if I drink regular cow milk in my latte? I had some tests to have run at my local hospital today. In the hospital is a coffee place. It isn't Starbucks, but it's a local place that has a few locations in my area. When I was all done with my medical stuff, I decided to treat myself to a coffee. I got in a long line behind a man that I noticed kept on muttering about something. I noticed every time someone in front of him ordered a coffee with some sort of plant milk, he would mutter louder. Finally, he was up to order. He looked around and loudly said, I want a regular drip coffee with real milk, not this frou-frou BS that everybody drinks these days. The barista rolled her eyes and got his coffee. He was standing nearby messing with his drink or something. I ordered a latte with oat milk. I was kind of waiting for him to say something, but I wasn't officially instigating because I always get oat milk. The guy looks at me and says, you know that's not not milk, right? I said, yeah, I know. He then says, it won't kill you to drink regular milk, right? It's good for you. Now here's where I might be the a-hole. I said, yeah, it won't kill me, but I don't want to, oh my god, Hershey squirt all the way home. I don't want to poop myself from now until there's nothing left in my stomach. So if you don't mind, I'll take my oat milk latte and I won't poop myself, thanks. The guy threw his coffee away and left. The barista was in shock. Now I feel bad, and my husband said it was kind of uncalled for, but he also laughed so hard when I told him. I get so annoyed when people decide they have some out-of-pocket thing to say to me. No, I don't feel like you're the a-hole. They 100% deserved everything you said to them. You know, like obviously it's super gross, but that's what they deserve. Like the top comment says, well, he did ask and you let him know in no uncertain terms that there are horrible stomach and intestinal symptoms. Some people need to hear it and be disgusted in order for them to leave others alone and shut their mouths. What's his problem anyway? You each get your coffee the way that you each like it, and that's that. What do I give a crap if you drink oat milk? As long as you don't force me to drink it, I don't care. Not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for audibly saying bruh when my sister announced that she was pregnant again? Hello, I'm female 16, a younger sister to Laurie, 26 female. Me and Laurie have never been close since we had different dads. I was an affair baby. She always resented me for ruining her family, but whatever. Laurie has 6 kids. Yeah, 6. Twin boys, Beck and Joe, who are 7, planned. A girl, Liliana, who's 6, unplanned. Another girl, Angel, who's 5, planned. Another boy, Keith, who's 2, planned. Another baby boy, Carl, who's 9 months, not planned. Despite the fact that Laurie is incapable of taking care of these kids, 4 of them were actually planned. Because she knows that my pushover mum will give her money and watch the kids, my mum even quit her job to do so, even turning her workroom into a nursery for Carl. We're pretty well off, but we can't do this forever. I try not to judge and I just ignore Laurie like she does me, even though when my mum is busy doing something like changing a diaper, I have to step in and help, especially with the twins since they're very rough with each other. Tonight at dinner, Laurie's boyfriend joined, a father to just Carl, as well as Laurie's father. This wasn't abnormal, so I didn't think anything of it, until my sister said that she had exciting news. I wish she would have said something else, but I knew what she was gonna say. I'm pregnant, she would say. Everyone went dead silent until I said, bruh. I didn't even mean to say it out loud, but come on. Laurie gave me a death stare and said if I wanted to say something, I should just say it. So I did. Laurie, this is your, I take a moment to count, 6th child. You know we can't keep supporting you. Without mum, you'd be on the streets and you know that. Look at mum, she's so tired. She's always taking care of your kids and so am I. I'd bet that I've changed more diapers than you have, you selfish biatch. She began to cry and ran out into her boyfriend's car. He follows her and drove. My mum then began to cry and she left to go get Carl back to bed since he woke up. It was just me and Laurie's father. He began to yell and told me that I was a brat and Laurie was a great mother, and then he stormed off. As I'm sitting here in the morning watching the boys, I'm thinking, was I too obnoxious? My mum says that a lot. I don't mean to be because of my autism, but come on. Please give me some feedback, Reddit. Am I the a-hole? No, I don't feel like it. You can't be having 6 kids and be expecting other people to look after them. Like, how bloody irresponsible can you get? Oh, hey guys, I've had my 14th child. I'm just gonna pass them off to my other family members because I can't look after them. Yeah, that's not good, and obviously nobody else was saying anything. The top comment says, not the a-hole. If it were me, I would completely stop helping watching the kids, but I can't stand when people pawn their kids off on family members. It really pisses me off since it happened to me as a kid. My parents decided to have more kids when I was 10, 14, and then again when I was 17. Guess when I moved out? 17. Yeah, and the fact that their mum quit their job so that they could look after their kids. Yeah, I don't know, it's not a nice situation, but somebody had to say something like this. Also, the thing about Am I the a-hole is half of these might not even be real, but assuming that it is, then yeah, I feel like it's not the a-hole. And yeah, it's pretty overwhelmingly not the a-hole in the comment section. Am I the a-hole for abandoning my daughter on vacation? My wife and I have always dreamed of celebrating our 40th anniversary with a luxurious vacation. Just the two of us, reliving the romance of our early years. We had it all planned out for years now, and we're excited beyond words. Enter our adult daughter Jane. Jane and her husband got wind of our plans and promptly invited themselves and their 2 children. Oh my god, get out of here. 9 female and 5 male along. I originally put my foot down and I told them this trip was just for us, which upset her some. But my wife has a hard time saying no to Jane, as she's the youngest of our children and our only daughter, and she didn't want to hurt her feelings, so she reluctantly agreed to let them join. I wasn't thrilled about it at the time, but I wanted to make my family happy, and I knew my wife was okay with the idea of a family trip. Even if she was heartbroken we wouldn't get our romantic trip, we went along with it. The place we were originally going to go was not child friendly, so we changed course and we decided on an all-inclusive family friendly resort. We paid for the resort and our grandchildren's plane tickets. Jane and her husband only had to pay their own airfare. And what, they didn't feel bad about this? Oh, I hate this so much already. Here's where things get complicated. As the vacation got closer, I started having a change of heart. I realized that our 40th anniversary was a once-in-a-lifetime milestone, and I wanted to honor it in a way that was true to our original plans. My wife and I might not be able to afford a trip like this again for quite some time, and it's something we always wanted to do. So without consulting anyone, I switched our tickets last minute to go to the romantic destination that my wife and I had originally planned for. I didn't tell Jane or her husband. I didn't even tell my wife until the day before our flight left, which was the day before Jane's flight left for their vacation. It wasn't an easy decision, and I feel guilty about it, but I wanted our 40th anniversary to be the special, intimate celebration that we'd always hoped for. We called Jane after we landed to tell her, and she was extremely upset, to say the least. She seemed to have the idea that we were going to look after our grandkids, so she and her husband could have alone time, and now that I abandoned her, they would have to do it all by themselves. I hung up on them when my son-in-law started shouting, and my wife and I enjoyed the rest of our trip. They came back the same day that we did, but haven't answered any of our texts, and Jane seems to be ignoring me. My wife told me that she vastly preferred our trip to the family trip, but she still doesn't like how Jane is mad at us and wants me to apologize. I'm not sure I want to after learning that Jane and her husband were using us for free babysitting and a free trip, but I feel like I just need to keep the peace. Am I the a-hole for changing our trip destination last minute and leaving Jane and her family to fend for themselves? No, definitely not the a-hole. It's your bloody anniversary, for God's sake. It's not a free holiday for them. And the fact that they didn't even feel guilty about completely changing your plans that you had with your wife? No, not the a-hole. The top comment says, not the a-hole. What part of the 40th anniversary trip did your daughter and son-in-law not understand? Oh, boo freaking who. They wanted to spend time alone and designated the grandparents to babysit on what should have been their special trip. If your daughter and son-in-law wanted alone time on a trip, they could have gone on a different trip and politely asked you and your wife to watch the kids while they were away, not try and hijack your trip. Don't feel guilty, OP, not even for a second. You and your wife have done the parenting of your kids, and now it's time to start enjoying life as a couple again. Sure, you're parents and grandparents, but you're still a couple, and you deserve to enjoy falling in love with each other all over again with romantic trips that do not include your offspring or grandkids. Your daughter needs a swift kick of reality right in the tuchus. She had the audacity to invite her family to your romantic weekend with the express purpose of securing babysitters so that she could enjoy herself without any thought of her parents. The entitlement is mind-boggling. Yeah, that's right, and that has 27,000 upvotes. But also, to be completely honest, it's definitely an a-hole move to do this without telling anybody, and overall, I feel like it's still not the a-hole. Like they said in the beginning of this, they invited themselves to this. It doesn't get much more a-holey than that. Am I the a-hole for refusing to let my wife name our kids something stupid? Me, 25 male, and my wife, 23 female, are having our first child together. She's currently 9 months pregnant and could give birth anytime in the next couple of weeks. The only major fight that we've had during her pregnancy happened a couple of days ago. It was about what we were going to name our kid. It all started when we found out the gender of the baby. We didn't do a gender reveal and decided to find out the gender at one of her checkups because we didn't want to spend time making 2 lists of names and then having to get rid of one after. So after we found out that we were having a boy, we sat down together and we made a list. Almost all the names that she suggested were normal until one that caused me to write this post. She suggested that we name our son Mune. She told me that the name was from a movie she watched when she was younger and it always stuck with her. I told her the name was a little out there and he would get made fun of for it. She claimed that he wouldn't, and we started going back and forth trying to decide whether to add the name to the list or not. Eventually she agreed to keep the name off the list. We picked some that we liked and I thought that was that. Later on in her pregnancy, her mum decided to throw a baby shower as it was her first grandchild, and my wife's pregnancy was almost over and we hadn't celebrated once. It was fine for the most part until we started to open the gifts. Most of them were normal baby things like diapers and bottles until we got to her mum's gift. My wife opened the gift bag and pulled out a blue handmade blanket. It seemed normal enough at first until my wife unfolded it, and lo and behold, there was the name Mune written on the blanket. When I saw it, I was pissed, but I didn't want to cause a scene, so I stayed quiet. After that reveal, I had family members come up to me and ask me about the name and why I hadn't told them. I didn't know what to tell them as I didn't have a clue about this either, and just had to embarrassingly tell my family, which pissed me off even more. Once the event ended and me and my wife went home, I started to question her about the name. She got defensive and told me that it was a good name and that I was overreacting about it. Oh my god, what? You're not overreacting even a little bit. Your wife doesn't get to solely choose a name if you're not happy with it. I brought up the earlier points and I told her it was a stupid name for a kid, and if she wanted to name something Mune so bad, she could use that name for a dog. She got upset and called her mum to come get her. After she left, she called me and told me that she wouldn't be coming back for a while. Everyone I've talked to about this said I'm not the a-hole, but now that my wife has been gone and I've been thinking about it, I feel like I could have handled the situation better. Am I the a-hole? So your partner wants this name that you are not interested in, and when you thought that it was over and you weren't going to choose that name, she's still secretly planning to use it without even telling you? Or did they just not tell their mum about it or something? You don't give somebody a blanket with their child's name on it if it isn't going to be their child's name. And this is not an overreaction. Yeah, the top comment. You are not overreacting and you're not the a-hole. Tell your wife this, or better yet, have her read this. Naming a baby is a 2 yes or 1 no situation. You do not name a child something that your partner does not agree with. You find a compromise. This is the start of many necessary compromises in life, and it's a total a-hole move to unilaterally decide on a child's name despite your partner's misgivings. You need to put your foot down hard on this, because what she's doing is 100% not okay. She's absolutely not mature enough for motherhood if she can't find a reasonable compromise on this. I'm a mum to several kids, and there are names I have loved that my husband has not loved, and there are names that my husband has loved and I haven't. We've always landed on a name that ended up being a great fit for our children. They might not have been our first choices, but it's not about winning. It's about finding a name that you both love and will be a good fit for your child, no matter what career they might have in life. And Chief Justice Mune doesn't have any weight. The only thing a name like Mune is good for is if your kid ends up like a drummer in a metal band. Yeah, and like the comment under it says, she and her mum pulled a power play on you, and that in itself is an a-hole move. Yeah, and a huge one at that. This could be one of the most unreasonable ones I feel like we've read in a long time. Not unreasonable on this person's part, but unreasonable on their wife and their wife's mum. That's unbelievable. It's your child that you have together. They don't just get to choose everything, especially their name if you don't like it. Am I the a-hole because I told my parents to choose between living in my garage or a nursing home? I don't drive and I live in my forever house with my dogs. My kids are grown up and I'm a widow. I converted my garage into a legal guest house with everything a person needs for when the kids visit. Independent washroom, kitchen, everything. My parents have recently asked me if they can move in with me. I agreed, and I talked to my kids to let them know that if they came to visit, the garage was taken so they would have to stay in the house. My parents showed up on the appointed day and the kids showed up with their families to help get them moved in. And they actually had already arranged a hotel for one family so that we wouldn't be crowded. My parents were confused as to why we were moving their stuff into the garage. I told them that was where they were staying. They said that they thought they could move into my house since I have 5 bedrooms. I explained that I actually have 2 bedrooms since one room is my office where I see clients, one is my private office and one is my hobby room. The spare bedroom is mostly for my dogs. They said they wanted to live in the house, not out in the garage like Fonzie. I said it was a take it or leave it situation. If they didn't want the garage, they could move into a nursing home or something. They're upset that they're living rent-free in a private guest house that is fully up to code. Yeah, it's not a garage anymore. Yeah, you're 100% not the a-hole. The top comment says, wow, your parents are spoiled. A rent-free up to code apartment sounds pretty sweet. If it isn't good enough for them, they can make other arrangements. But if you let them into your main house, it'll become their house and you won't be able to get away from them. Not the a-hole. And they respond and say, I see clients in my house. It's a professional thing. I can't have my mum and dad interacting with them. Yeah, well, that's kind of the end of it then, isn't it? Why do they feel like they can just move in? I feel like that's enough of this subreddit for today, guys. That was an absolute adventure, but it's time for something wholesome. Man opens up a pub, starts taking stray kitties in, and ends up with Bristol's first cat pub. Oh, what? That's so cute. Surely that would be good for business as well. Depends if you're a cat person, of course. But if you could choose between a normal pub and a cat pub, 100% the cat pub. I'm really proud of my lasagna. I think Gordon Ramsay would approve of it. And Gordon Ramsay on Twitter, looks great, Natalie. And would you look at that? Gordon Ramsay does approve. That's so cute. My grandparents went from, we don't need a damn cat, to did you set up Lulu's spot for dinner? Oh, Lulu is so adorable. So guys, what are we having for dinner? Am I the a-hole for going through my friend's closet to find my wedding dress? 2 years ago, my husband and I were doing some renovations to our house. I didn't want my wedding dress to get damaged or lost in the process, which, considering that we did lose a few things during the renovation, I was right to be concerned. My friend offered to keep it in her closet until the renovations were done. After we finished the renovations, I asked my friend for the dress back. She kept saying that she'd get it back to me, and I kept on asking, and she'd make up excuses. I found it weird. Now, my sister is getting married and she wanted to wear the dress. This was our mother's dress, dress and we always agreed that we'd each wear it. I told my friend I needed it back. She claimed that she couldn't find it. I was perplexed. How does it just get up and walk away? She apologized and offered to pay me for the cost of the dress, which I turned down because it wasn't about the money. The dress was sentimental and I felt terrible that my sister couldn't wear it. My friend and her husband went away. I was there to water their plants and feed their dogs. I decided to go look myself. The closet was very cluttered. I eventually found the dress. I can totally believe that she missed it where it was and she wasn't being malicious. The box was tucked behind a few larger ones containing seasonal clothes. I texted her saying I found the dress. Instead of being happy for me, she asked me why I rummaged through her closet. I said I just wanted to double check. She told me that I had no right to go through her stuff. I said that because of her clutter, my sister almost didn't get to wear a dress that she always dreamed of. My friend told me that I could have asked her to look again, but I pointed out that it took 2 years for her to even look for it in the first place. Am I the a-hole? No, I don't think you're the a-hole, and especially because of that last bit. They didn't even look for it for 2 years. They should be bloody expecting you to go and try and find it yourself. Yeah, but there's no way that they weren't trying to keep it. They 100% knew where it was. I don't believe for a second that they didn't find it after 2 years. It doesn't matter how cluttered it could have been in there. If you took like 20 minutes to genuinely like take everything out of there and try and find it, you would have found it. Yeah, like this comment says, lol, so interesting that she knew exactly where you rummaged to find this lost dress. OP, I mean this in the nicest way possible, but you're being naive. She was trying to keep your dress, simple as that. If all you had to do was go through the closet in her house, it wasn't lost or misplaced. It was where she put it and she knew that. Not the a-hole, but this person isn't your friend. Was your friend over during the renovations? You might need a second chance to rummage at her home before the returns. I'm trying to imagine if I was in this situation and I had something in my house that meant a lot to one of my friends, I'd be searching for it until I knew 100% that it wasn't in the house. And I feel like that's what the issue is. Yeah, like this comment says, this is why the friend is an a-hole, not because she wanted to keep the dress. I don't think she did, but because she clearly doesn't care enough about her friend's feelings or belongings to do a thorough search. Oh, and then getting pissy about it. Yeah, true, if they didn't know that it was there, but they just couldn't be bothered trying to find it, that's also bad. I feel like the person who wrote this is not the a-hole and the friend is definitely the a-hole. Either way, they're the a-hole. Like if they knew it was there and they didn't want to give it back, they're the a-hole. If they didn't know it was there but they couldn't even be bothered trying to find it after 2 years, then they're still the a-hole. Story number 2 is called Am I the a-hole for telling my wife that my son will always come before her? My 32 male wife, 30 female, is concerned over our financial situation. I think her concern is misplaced, but I told her that my income isn't going to change anytime soon. So I asked her what we wanted to do about it. She suggested that when my son, she's his stepmother, turns 18, we should start charging him rent. I immediately shut that idea down and I told her that we'd have to think of something else because there's no way I'm charging my son to live in our house. She said it was reasonable since I was paying most of the college tuition, but I told her there were alternatives. I suggested that we stopped eating out so much because it's $50 to $100 per meal, but she didn't like that idea. I suggested other things which she rejected, so I told her I'm open to suggestions, but my son isn't going to be a source of income. She told me I should think more of her than my son. That made me a little mad, so I told her that my son will always come before her. She called me an a-hole after that and hasn't talked to me since. Did I overstep? No, I don't feel like it. I feel like if you're in this situation, you shouldn't be asking them to think more of you than they do of their son. And like the top comments say, not the a-hole. If she can't cut out eating so much, there's no way the next step is charge an 18-year-old rent. Is she working? Can she get a better job? And OP comments, she doesn't work. And somebody else comments, problem solved. Yeah, that's so wild. The fact that instead of them being like, oh, maybe I should get a job or try and make some money, they expect their partner's 18-year-old son to start paying rent. So what, like all the money that their 18-year-old son makes? You know, like how much money are you making when you're 18? But what, they should pay rent before they get a job? Nah, definitely not. They're for sure in the wrong, and you're definitely not in the wrong. And of course you care about your own son more. Story number 3 is called Am I the a-hole for kicking my 72-year-old mother-in-law out of the house at night because she threw away my stuff? I, 36 female, live with my husband, 41 male. I have a decent relationship with my mother-in-law. Compared to a lot of the horror stories I hear from friends, she's quite sweet and warm. She is, however, a little over-controlling, overprotective maybe. I'm not sure of the exact word, but she has some very strong ideas about things and no sense of boundaries. For example, when she stays at our house, she takes over the kitchen completely and insists on cooking all of our meals. She cooks wonderfully, but she won't let me help her at all and puts everything away in the wrong places and then insists that her way is more logical. Right, okay, yeah, that's definitely frustrating. She only really comes for holidays though, and I do like her a lot, so I don't mind putting up with these mild annoyances. I'm currently pregnant with our little girl, who'll be born in a few months. This is a miracle. I really didn't think it'd happen, especially so late, but we got lucky. When my mother-in-law heard, she was super excited and said that she'd come over to help us get ready for the baby. She offered to stay for the next 6 months or so to help out, because my husband and I both work long hours and it would be hard to handle the baby on top of this. She is also pretty emotionally invested in this because she truly sees herself as part of our family. She arrived a few days ago and set herself up. Then she started with the cleaning. I like to collect stuff from garage sales, like little sculptures and books and baskets, stuff that a lot of people will consider utter junk. Our house is definitely overstuffed, but it's reasonably tidy and doesn't seem like a hoarder's house or anything. My mother-in-law, on the other hand, likes everything to be surgically clean. Yesterday I came home from work to find the house like a war zone. She went through my cabinets and cleared out everything that she considered junk, and had apparently made several trips to Goodwill before I got home. I was really angry and I asked her why she'd ever do this. She said the house has to be tidy for the baby, and it'd be dangerous for the baby to be in my cluttered house. Then she took the next huge bag of stuff and tried to walk out the door. I kinda lost it, and I told her she could get out right now. She was shocked that I was serious, and she said that she doesn't have anywhere to go and it's so late. It was about 9:30. I booked her a hotel room and I called a taxi. My husband came home an hour later, and when I told him what happened, he was furious at me. He says I disrespected his mum and was ungrateful for everything she's trying to do for us. Am I the a-hole? And what, you don't think your mum was disrespecting you guys by throwing your stuff away? And it says here what she gave away: a bag or two of my clothes that supposedly aren't even practical, a box of books, a bunch of paintings, some pillows, dishes, and a whole drawer of my rocks. Yeah, no, this is not their issue to fix. Imagine their house is super cluttered and they are doing a good job making it less cluttered. It's still not their place to do that. You can't just give away people's stuff because you think it's junk and not even ask them about it first. The mother-in-law crossed all sorts of lines. Like, you don't do that when you're in somebody else's house. Yeah, no, I don't feel like you're the a-hole, and I also don't feel like you should let them stay at all. You stood up for yourself and that's the right thing to do. Your husband should definitely have your back in this situation, and yeah, it's not good that they don't. Okay, story number 4. Am I the a-hole for telling my daughter I told you so, and I'm not fixing it even though it'll cost her thousands to fix it? My son pointed me to this website. I have a 26-year-old daughter named Ava. We helped her put a down payment on a house and she's changing things in the home. I've told her so many times to hire a professional if it's not a DIY project. I've had to fix so many of her projects and I put my foot down telling her that I will not help her from now on. Ava mentioned changing the tile in the bathroom and I told her that she should hire someone for that if she isn't using a stick-on tile. Well, she went and tried to do it herself on her own and made a huge mess of the bathroom. She called me up and asked me if I could fix this. Oh no. I told her I told you so. We've done this dance way too many times and she needs to hire someone to fix it. She told me that it'll cost her thousands to fix and I could do it. I told her no again and she called me a jerk. And now she has a messed up bathroom since she needs to save up for someone to fix it. And she thinks that I'm a jerk. Oh my god, that's so frustrating. Learning how to be a super good tiler is something that would take a super long time. And it's something that you hire a genuine tiler to do. It's annoying how people discount stuff like this. And they're like, oh, I can do it myself. It's not that simple. Like, if you had to do some electrical work in your house and you weren't confident about it, you call an electrician because that's what they do, you know? End up with some super out of level tiling and stuff, and then a tiler just has to fix it anyway. Yeah, no, you're not the a-hole in this situation. It's a life lesson, you know? And yeah, I don't know, I suppose you could teach yourself how to tile or do something like that, and if it works out fine, then that's awesome. But yeah, me personally, I don't feel like that's something I'm gonna do myself. People work their whole lives doing stuff like this. Story number 5 is called, Am I the a-hole for bluntly telling someone why their disabled son isn't allowed in my muscle car? I, 26 male, work full-time as a driving instructor. Due to the location of my school, the bulk of the people I work with are from a rehab center next door. This has sadly led to my current situation with my aunt over her disabled son, 14 male, who attends a day program they host. It started a month ago when I picked up the Mustang I had pre-ordered through a dealership. Upon seeing it, she began to ask if I could take her son for a ride in it. No matter how many times I tell her no, she refused to accept it and would try to guilt trip me. Things peaked this week when I bluntly told her that I work 50 hours a week and I don't have time for her crap. When she kept pushing things, I snapped and I told her that her son is the last person that I want near my car. I then went on to tell her all the reasons why he would never be allowed to ride in my car. These reasons are that he can't control his bladder and bowels, and that his stimming may break things. When I told her this, it only made things worse, as she only got more upset and pushy with me. I wound up having no choice but to cut contact with her. However, it only made things even worse. I now have several other family members from her side coming after me. I do not believe that I'm the a-hole here. However, I'd like an outside opinion. Am I the a-hole? I feel like already from the amount of times that they kept on asking you and didn't take no for an answer, that they're already the a-hole. And also, people guilt tripping is so frustrating. Yeah, no, I don't feel like you're the a-hole. At the end of the day, it's your car. And also, you politely said no a few times, obviously, but they kept on pushing and pushing and pushing and guilt tripping you. And somebody commented, do they have some kind of huge violent flailing as a stim? And OP commented, yeah, in the form of aggressive headbanging and kicking. While he's never injured anyone to my knowledge, I don't want the risk given his age. Yeah, and that's super understandable. Story number 6 is called, am I the a-hole for going on vacation when my in-laws visit? My husband and I have been married for 23 years. I've always had kind of an iffy relationship with my sister-in-law because she's made it known for years that she wishes that my husband married his college girlfriend and not me. Oh god, how awkward. Over the years, we got to the point where I couldn't call her super close, but we were friendly enough to text and would also hang out solo when one of us visited the other. Last year, my father-in-law got very sick and needed specialized care. My husband wanted him to live with us during his treatment and during recovery, and I agreed. Sister-in-law made it clear that she did not want him at her house. I was able to go part-time at work during this time, and so by nature, I became the primary caregiver. It wasn't fun, but I did care for my father-in-law, and I was happy that he and my husband had time together. On the other hand, my in-laws, especially my sister-in-law, definitely became a problem. My brother-in-law and sister-in-law were very much in denial when it came to his health. When my father-in-law had appointments, I would keep everyone informed, mostly via a text chain because it was easier, and mostly stayed out of decision-making because he's not my father, and I wanted to respect that. Sister-in-law and brother-in-law started treating me like hired help. For example, when father-in-law needed to go to a skilled rehab facility after a stay in the hospital, I ran around touring facilities and I spent hours on the phone, and when I let everyone know my findings, my sister-in-law said, we'll discuss as a family and we'll get back to you. Excuse me, I guess I'm not family? Instances like this happen more and more, and neither brother-in-law or sister-in-law made any effort to come see their dying father. When I would occasionally express my feelings to sister-in-law, this doesn't concern you, go get your nails done or something. Eventually my father-in-law passed away and I cut off all contact with my in-laws. There was no blowout, I just stopped responding to the group chat and I stopped actively trying to be in their lives, and made my husband start shopping for birthday gifts etc. for them, and told him to leave my name off the cards. My husband wasn't thrilled about the rift but understood where I was coming from, and I told him many times that he can have whatever relationship he wants with them, just to leave me out of it. A few weeks ago my sister-in-law sent me a text apologizing for everything because she was in denial about my father-in-law and she hopes that I'm doing fabulous. I sent her a message back acknowledging her apology and thanking her for the time and effort that she put into reflecting on the situation, but I did not initiate further conversation. My sister-in-law now wants to come and visit and stay with us for a few days. I told my husband that she's welcome to stay, but I'll be going to see my best friend during that time. My husband was taken aback and said that he understands, but it really upsets him that I want nothing to do with her, and it isn't realistic for me to avoid her forever. I really don't want anything to do with the people who don't consider me family. So am I the a-hole? Okay, so let me get this straight. After all of this time, the only time that they're gonna apologize to you is when they want to come to your house and stay there? Is that not the most sus timing of all time? Like, hey, I really want to come and stay at your house for a few days, is that okay? Oh, that's right, I better apologize and then maybe you'll let me stay. I feel bad even saying it, but I don't feel like they're sorry. Yeah, the top comment, not the a-hole, she's not family. When she visits, please go and visit people who like and respect you. And also, I think her apology is fake. She's apologizing because she wants a free place to stay. Yeah, 1,000,000%. And they're making it bloody obvious as well. And also, once again, your partner should have your back on this. And what was your partner doing the entire time that you were going through all of this stuff? Yeah, no, you're not the a-hole. Okay, story number 7 is called, am I the a-hole for telling my son that he's not coming on vacation because he didn't check his emails? I'm planning a family Thanksgiving vacation and a really good deal came up to go to the Cook Islands. I emailed my son, 20-year-old Ollie, on Friday and called Sunday to see if he wanted to go. He's in college and I'm not wasting money on a ticket if he didn't want to go. I needed to know by today because I have to get visas for my 16, 11 and 8-year-old sons. Well, he didn't, so I bought the package, but now he texted me saying that he wanted to go. I said too late, already bought the tickets. Next time check your email or answer your freaking phone. He said that most people communicate on text. I said, well, most people don't get to go to the Cook Islands. Now his mum, my ex, is trying to tell me that he's Gen Z and text is their primary communication format. Had I texted him, then he would have responded. I'm well in my my 40s and I check all of my communication formats because I don't want to miss anything. What? They just didn't want them to go, did they? I'm sorry, but say you want to get a hold of your son, why the hell would your first option be to email them? The only thing that makes any sense here is that they were trying to set them up to fail because they didn't want them to go. Like 100%. Why would you email them? The top comment says, you the a-hole on many fronts. 1. You emailed him on Friday. Hardly surprising that he didn't check his email over the weekend. Number 2, you called but you didn't leave a message. So he says a missed message when he's out with his friends or on a date or watching a movie. Surely you don't expect him to call right back. And 3, then you arrogantly complain that a missed call from you is more important than a message. What a load of crap. Unless you never call him just to catch up. My kids would never call me back without a message. And then he calls you on Monday, likely after catching up with his weekend emails, but you just shut him down. You could have said, let me see if there are still affordable plane tickets, rather than punishing him for not following your rigid rules to the letter. And 5, it's over a weekend and he responded in a reasonable time frame. Give him a break. You gave him far too little warning to justify kicking him out of a once-in-a-lifetime family vacation. It's quite clear that you don't care if your son goes on the trip. Your whole post sounds like some stupid controlling power trip. Get over yourself and find some way to make this right because your attitude is quite unreasonable. Yeah, and like this other comment says, you the a-hole, dear God, is this organising a family holiday with your children or closing a business deal? 1 email and 1 phone are the only chances that your college-age son gets to go on a family vacation? This is incredibly sad. Yeah, it is sad. I was thrown off immediately as soon as they said email. Literally none of my family members have ever emailed me, and I don't expect them to ever email me, you know? I don't even think they have my email address. That was the first red flag. Okay, the last one for today. Am I the a-hole for quote-unquote outshining the bride? So I, 27 female, am a black African woman. I'm living and working in Germany for a fixed period on second med. While here, I became quite friendly with a colleague, 60 female, and she invited me to her daughter's wedding. I was excited as I've never been to a white wedding. I asked if there was a dress code or a colour scheme to adhere to. Since it wasn't specified on the invite, I was told the code is dress to impress. Bet. Day of the wedding, I understand the assignment. I wear my traditional wear, which is really beautiful and obviously not German. The garment is green, so no problem there. Or so I thought. I get a lot of questions and compliments at the wedding, which I genuinely downplay because it's not my day. My colleague seems colder than usual, but I pay it no mind since she's the mother of the bride and could be preoccupied. The bride is downright rude to me, but again, I give her grace. I congratulate her and I thank her for including me, and I get a tight one of these sorts of faces in response. Wow, that's already so frustrating. I keep to the edges of the room as the music isn't really my vibe, and I'm observing how European weddings work. I leave around 8 after 5 hours and I go home before the wedding finishes. Monday, I walked into whispers in the office, people acting strangely and more reserved than usual. An office friend pulls me aside and fills me in. The bride's mother is fuming. My outfit was too extravagant, over the top and inappropriate. I drew attention from the bride and I commandeered the room. I was rude and disrespectful. She's told people all about it, apparently. I approached the mother of the bride and I asked to speak, but she says that she has nothing to say to me. I ask her why she has so much to say to everybody else about me, but not to me, and she calls me an insolent child. I explained to anyone who scolds me that this was my first white people wedding. I specifically asked what to wear, and I followed the guidelines. Where I'm from, there's no such thing as outshines the bride. Weddings are a fashion show and a chance to wear your best and brightest clothes. They told me this isn't Africa, which was racially coded, and people here have manners. I laughed and I told that person to go to hell. So she's telling people I lack remorse for my behavior. Oh my god, what? I'm wondering if I'm really the a-hole though. Edit, the dress inspo I showed to my tailor is now on my profile to help you. Edit 2, I'm about to board a flight. Someone told me to go back to my country, so I'm doing just that. Thank you for the feedback. I'm guessing not the a-hole, but I could have inquired further and done more research. Fair. Some of y'all are so pressed about the white person wedding. It literally means it's the first wedding I've been to where the bride, groom, and the wedding party are white. It's really not that deep. Thank you for the engagement and see ya. Yeah, you're so not in the wrong. And the fact that they told everybody about this at work as well. How bloody unprofessional and immature. The top comment says, the mother is at fault here, not only for being a gossip and giving you bad advice, but also for inviting you to her daughter's wedding. The couple should be inviting people, not the a-hole. And yeah, they told you to dress to impress. Like, did they not mean it? Yeah, they handled that awfully and so immaturely as well. Imagine telling everybody that you work with about this. Yeah, no, you're definitely not the a-hole a-hole, and that's definitely enough for today. Time for something wholesome. People have been telling me that I look like Ryan Gosling. What do y'all think? Well, my man's posted 2 photos of Ryan Gosling like we wouldn't even notice. It's pretty unfair that you posted the same photo twice. Princess treatment. Good morning, baby. There she is, the love of my life, the girl of my dreams, my sleepyhead princess. I love you. Good morning. Thank you for being you and loving me. This comment, my dog every morning. That's so funny. But yes, that's very cute. The house nearest puts these bears out each day, doing a different activity every time. It's all I live for currently. Wow, that's so awesome. Doing the ironing and the vacuuming. I have no idea who these people are who do this, but you already know that they're absolute legends. More people need to do stuff like this. Am I the a-hole for making my oldest pay back a $3,000 dress that she ruined? My oldest, Bethany, 16, has a step-sibling, Maria, 14, almost 15. Bethany and I are all white, while my husband and Maria are Mexican descent. They've been in each other's lives since they were 6 and 7, and overall the relationship is good until recently. Maria's quinceañera is coming up, and my husband and his ex-wife took her to get her dress. The dress and the alterations came out to around $3,000. My daughter has been very jealous of the whole party. I've informed her that it's a part of the culture, just like when she had a huge Sweet 16 party with her friends. I spent more time with her to try to make her feel better about it, and got her own much cheaper dress for the party. The party is supposed to be in 2 weeks, but my daughter, after an argument with Maria about the TV, she scribbled Sharpie all over the expensive dress and ripped the back of it. Long story short, everyone was pissed. I gave money to my husband and his ex to try to get a new dress ASAP. I informed my daughter that she's going to need to get a job and she's going to have to pay back the full price of the dress as punishment. We got in a huge argument over it, and the whole situation isn't fair that I'm choosing Maria and being a huge jerk. Am I being a huge jerk? No, definitely not. They ruined the dress. Yeah, like this comment says, not the a-hole. Your 16-year-old destroyed somebody else's property. It's her responsibility to make restitution. This isn't taking sides, it's good parenting. And it wouldn't be a bad idea to impress upon Bethany that if this were the property of someone that wasn't a family member, the police or court system would have probably been involved. She's fortunate that her parent is willing to work out a repayment plan with her instead. Yeah, definitely, you're not the a-hole in this situation. That's bloody awful that they got that jealous and they did this. Sad, really. And also, OP left a comment here. I spent a lot for her Sweet 16 party. Around $4,000 for the venue and all that. Her party, I think, is around $6,000 in total, but the cost is split between my husband and his ex, so we really spent $3,000 on her party. The difference in the dress I got her is a lot. I only spent $450 on a dress that she picked out for the party. You wear basically a prom dress as a guest to a quinceañera, not the huge fluffy dress that Maria is gonna wear. Yeah, and when you have this information, you're even less of the a-hole. It's not like there was thousands of dollars spent on Maria, but nothing on Bethany. There was heaps spent on Bethany. Yeah, that's so awful. Story number 2 is called, Am I the a-hole for giving a fake name at Starbucks? Alright, so I, 22 male, think this whole thing is ridiculous, but my girlfriend, 21 female, is really angry at me, so here we go. I don't like giving my real name at places like Starbucks and similar stores when they shout out your name when the order's ready. I can't even tell you why. I have a normal, reasonably common name that I like fine enough, but for some reason it majorly creeps me out when a barista shouts my name through a room full of strangers. I guess it's a, at least to me, harmless quirk that I have. So whenever I'm at a store where they want your name, I say it's Tom. That's literally the name that I use. Nothing inappropriate or outlandish, just plain Tom. I know that I'm meant when they call it, as I always use the same one, so there's no confusion or anything. They yell Tom and I get my drink or my food, and it's never been a problem until now. A couple of days ago, I was at Starbucks with my new girlfriend and I ordered our drinks while she sat down. I gave them my fake name as always, and when our order was ready and they shouted Tom, I went and got it. My girlfriend was a bit confused and asked me if I went and got somebody else's order, which is fair enough. So I explained the thing to her and thought that was that, but she got really angry. She says it's really disrespectful to lie like that, and that I'm making everybody in the store out to be creeps who will do something bad if they know my name, which is not at all what's happening. I just don't like it when they yell my real name. Yeah, that's not what's going on. It's not disrespectful, so I found a harmless way to get around it, but she can't see it like that. She thinks I'm a pathological liar who is way too suspicious of everybody, and I need to stop. I really can't see the problem that she has. It's really not that deep. I don't think I'm hurting anyone, or am I? So yeah, I'm really confused by her reaction and asking myself if I am the a-hole after all, and for some reason I can't comprehend. So Reddit, am I the a-hole for giving a fake name? No, you're completely not the a-hole. This does not matter. No one's gonna think about it. Nobody cares. It's literally just a name that they're gonna say. The top comment says, I guess not the a-hole. I don't think it's disrespectful. None of the Starbucks employees will know or care if you use a fake name, but it's definitely weird that you think it matters in any way if a handful of random strangers hear a first name with no confirmation that it's actually your name. And OP responds underneath, yeah, I know it's weird. I don't even think it matters. Like, logically, I know no one will even remember the name, but it feels creepy to me, you know? Yeah, well, that makes it even more fine. Like, you're not super paranoid or nothing. It's just a little thing that you prefer. I guarantee nobody cares about this, except obviously their girlfriend. And like this comment says, my husband gives the name Batman. Yeah, like, isn't that a thing? People doing stupid names for their orders? Like, no one cares. Story number 3 is called, Am I the a-hole for telling my sister that she absolutely cannot bring her service dog to our wedding due to my wife's allergy? I, 32 male, am getting married to my long-term girlfriend Gemma, 30 female, at the end of November. First of all, congratulations. Now, me and Gemma are having a small wedding with only close family and friends invited, mainly because we don't want it to be an inconvenience to others, and choosing a venue is really hard due to Gemma's allergy. Gemma's allergic to dogs and is terrified of them due to a freak accident when she was younger. That's also when she found out she was allergic to them. While her allergy isn't deadly, even when taking anti-allergies, her face will get significantly swollen, have red marks all over it that are visible even with heavy makeup, and she'd constantly sneeze. Lockdown was a blessing in a way because she could wear a face mask while helping with allergies. She's still trying to wear face masks to help her, but can't always do it inside as people immediately think she's ill and don't really want to have us in their restaurants or cafes. And to the issue, my sister Kate has diabetes and a service dog Lenny to help her. I absolutely adore him and Gemma is not scared of him either. However, due to Emma's allergies, I've reminded Kate not to take Lenny to our wedding. I was dropping some parcels for her this week as she was away, and they were sent to my house, as I believe that my future wife should be able to enjoy her day without the swelling, which would be hard to avoid due to the venue being quite small and private. Gemma gets the reaction even if there's a dog in the same supermarket, even if it doesn't touch her. My sister has reminded me he's a service animal and I can't ask her to not take him, but I've told her that he's still a dog and being a service animal doesn't miraculously cancel my wife's allergies, and she knew about them from the start. I'm not asking not to take him to any family get-togethers. I'm only asking to not take him to our wedding. My sister and my mum both called me an a-hole and they're not talking to me, and they've threatened to not come to the wedding, which I said is fine as I value my wife's comfort more. But still, am I the a-hole? What the hell does your sister want you to do? Is this a joke? Yeah, like the top comment says, so what's your sister's solution? Having your wife suffer at her own wedding? Is this some kind of dominance play? It's true you can't ask someone to not bring a service dog, but you can uninvite your sister. You have to stick up for your wife, and it's good that you're doing so. I'll predict the future now and say that you'll have to do that more often later on, because your sister and your mother will blame your wife for choosing her stupid health over your sister's dog. Not the a-hole. Prepare for more fights in the future. And also, like this comment says under it, not the a-hole. There are ways that your sister can check her blood sugar without her service dog, like before she got him, but there's no way for your wife to be allergy free when the dog is there. So the sister has a medical alternative. Your future wife does not. And overall, she can decide to just stay home. It's the bride's wedding and she has a right to have a day without coughing and swellings and to have nice memories to look back to. Sister is just a guest. I never understand how they pull others in it. Yeah, no, your sister and your mum are way out of line, and I'm sorry you have to deal with that. Like, they're making it unnecessarily hard and difficult. Am I the a-hole for telling my husband that he's much fatter than me and he can eat the healthy fast food? This is driving me insane and I'm wondering if I'm overreacting, so I'm posting here. Also on my phone, I've had a crap day and I got a call that my husband was going to grab takeout and asked what I wanted. I wanted a fried chicken sandwich. When he got home, he got me the grilled version. I asked why and he told me that he was looking after me and my weight. Oh god. I admit I lost it and I pointed out that he's much fatter than I am and that he's the one with a gut. I took the fried sandwich and took a bite. This resulted in a huge fight and he called me a jerk and left. Update, he found the post and we're gonna have a long talk. Like, oh, I'm trying to watch your weight for you? Nah. Stay out of other people's weight, dude. Yeah, like this comment says, not the a-hole. He basically called you fat and took it upon himself to make a good choice for you based on that belief that you did not ask him for, and then he gets mad when you point out that he's fatter than you and take the sandwich that you wanted in the first place instead of the one that he bought you. Oh, that's so gross. And also, they obviously don't understand how it even works either. It's not like you're gonna eat one fried chicken sandwich because you didn't eat the grilled version and you're immediately gonna gain heaps of weight and be unhealthy or something. thing. Yes, so unnecessary. And yeah, what? They're allowed to eat it, but their partner isn't? What were they trying to achieve with this? Yeah, they're 100% the a-hole in this situation. The next one is called, am I the a-hole for refusing to re-sign a lease weeks before leaving my pregnant sister homeless? I, 23 female, have an Irish twin, 24 female. We've been living together for 2 years. She's a single mum of a toddler. When we first moved in together, the apartment was only in her name, and she let me live with her. I was finishing dental assisting school, and I couldn't qualify for an apartment on my own. I still paid half the rent and utilities, but after graduating and getting a job, I became an official added roommate to the lease last year. I make a lot of money for my age, so when my sister was struggling to pay her half of the rent, when her job cut her hours significantly, it was a no-brainer to start paying more. I could easily afford all the rent, so covering another 25% is nothing. Plus, I love her and my niece. My sister has no help whatsoever from the father, so I help her as much as I can. He works under the table, so he doesn't get his wages garnished for child support. I've watched her struggle to afford daycare and food for her baby, so I also help her with that. 2 days ago, my sister sits me down and tells me that she has news. She's pregnant. My jaw dropped. I ask who the dad is, and then she starts crying. I didn't expect her to say her deadbeat baby daddy. I was shocked, and she continued on her explanation. She saw a girl commenting under his post, and she went on her page and saw that they'd taken pictures at the same place at the same time. The girl also posted him for his birthday weeks later saying, "Happy birthday to my fiance." She messaged her letting her know that he's a deadbeat and got blocked. Then her baby daddy called her saying that she's a crazy biatch, and that led to them getting a hotel room and they slept with each other, all to prove some point to his fiance that he's not loyal. Oh god. And that she can have him whenever she wants because she sent her proof after they slept together. Oh god, gross. But the fiance stayed with him. As she's telling me this story, I just sit there upset. I started asking her if she went to the doctor and how far along she is. She said she did stop by a PP and got a scan. She's 9 weeks. We live in a blue state, so abortion is legal here. I told my sister that I wasn't going to be re-signing the lease unless she got an abortion. She looked at me with so much disgust and started crying harder. She called me an evil biatch and said I'm a horrible person for making her choose between her baby or having housing. I told her that with her hours now, she can't afford even half the rent, let alone the daycare that she splits between me, our dad and aunt, and to understand the position that she's putting me in, since the responsibility is falling on me. She told her family and they're pissed, saying that I'm heartless to even ask her that, and that I shouldn't punish her, and if I should sign at least 6 months so she can get her crap together, since 5 weeks isn't a lot of time. I said no, she's ungrateful for all the help I've done, so I'm out. They're saying I'm an a-hole since when I didn't qualify, she let me live with her, even though I paid half. I can't believe they slept with this person just to prove a point to their fiance that they can have them whenever they want. And didn't they say they told them afterwards? Yeah, she sent her proof after they slept together, but the fiance stayed with him. Like, doing that is so not a flex. Like, that's gross. And yeah, like this comment says, not the a-hole. She gets to choose to sleep with a deadbeat and raise his baby. You get to choose to move out. It seems fair. Your family who thinks she needs to support can jump in at any time and pay her rent. Also this comment, not the a-hole. It's your sister's mess due to her poor decision making. You're not responsible or obligated to keep providing for her. Other family members are more than free to open their homes up to her or subsidize her living costs. You were harsh, but not an a-hole. Yeah, I feel like that bit where they said you're not responsible or obligated to keep providing for her. That's kind of the bottom line, isn't it? Like, you shouldn't be responsible for any of this. The next one is called, am I the a-hole for telling my vegan sister that she can't serve only vegan food at our family reunion? Hey all, I'm genuinely torn about this and I need some clarity. Every year our family has a reunion where different members host. This year it's my younger sister's turn. She's been vegan for about 3 years and is quite passionate about it. We all respect her choices and make sure that there's a good variety of vegan options whenever we have family gatherings. When she announced that she'll be hosting, she also said that the entire menu would be vegan to align with her beliefs and that it's a chance for the family to try something different. Some family members were excited, but others, including many of the older folks, were pretty upset and felt like they were being forced into her lifestyle, even if only for one meal. I spoke to her privately and asked her if she'd be open to including a few non-vegan dishes for those who aren't keen on a full vegan menu. She got quite defensive, saying that it was her chance to showcase veganism and that for one meal everyone can give it a go. I respect her beliefs, but I also do think that forcing an entire family to adopt her choices, even if only for one meal, isn't fair. She's now upset with me for not being supportive and says I'm not respecting her choices. Am I the a-hole? Update. Wow, lots of good thoughts. I thought I'd answer a couple of questions here so they're not lost in the comments. 1, there's no set rota. The hosting goes to whoever wants to host the most. Hasn't hosted before. In this case, she wanted to host. Number 2, we've managed to come to a compromise where so people can bring their own food, as long as it doesn't contain meat, which I think is fair. For some more context, she works at a well-known UK fast food place, so has no issues handling or preparing or serving meat, although I get that this can be different from home. Yeah, I feel like your sister's right, because they're hosting and it's only for one meal. Like, obviously they should respect everybody else's choices, but the only way that they wouldn't be respecting everybody else's choices is if they tried to make your entire family vegan, but it doesn't sound like they're doing that, and you and your family can eat vegan for one meal. Yeah, like this comment says, have to go with you, the a-hole. It's one meal and she'll be serving food that everybody can eat, and it's perfectly possible for her to be an amazing host without catering to people's preference for meat dishes. If a friend whose religion forbids pork invites me to their place for breakfast, the fact that there's no bacon with my pancakes isn't them forcing their beliefs onto me, but if I ask them to provide bacon because it's my preference, I'd for sure be disrespecting their beliefs. Am I the a-hole for telling my sister-in-law that she should cancel the baby shower that she was planning for me, and that would prefer not to have one where she doesn't respect my boundaries? My husband and I are expecting our first baby in a few months, and my sister-in-law offered to throw us a baby shower. I was really in love with the idea, and I accepted, and then my mother-in-law got involved, but my sister-in-law disrespected the one clear boundary regarding the baby shower that I had, and she refuses to let it go despite being told by not only me, but mother-in-law and my husband as well. She insisted that my half-sibling should be invited, as well as finding bio family from both sides and inviting them. This is an absolutely never thing for me. I did not invite them to my wedding, and I have not seen or spoken to them in several years, but she's going extremely hard on the but family argument. Background, I'm an affair baby. My father cheated on his wife and I was the result. His wife kicked him to the curb and he and my mother stayed together. I was born and they did not care of me, and when I was 3, I was removed from their care by CPS. None of my biological family wanted me. My mother's family were supposedly good Christians who couldn't stand the thought of an illegitimate affair baby, and my father's family were not in the position to take care of such a young child. My father's ex-wife ended up taking me. I'm not sure why. The fact she was paid to take care of me was possibly the reason. What I do know is that I was not loved. My half-siblings ranged from 11 to 17 at the time, and they all hated me. It was made so clear to me from a young age that I was never to call her mum, and I was never to call them my brothers and sisters. My father's family was still in their lives, and they knew how I was treated, and they wouldn't even report it to my caseworker. I mentioned it once or twice, but I think that she found it easier to dismiss a kid's words. My childhood was miserable, and I was seen as a burden and as someone who should have never been born. My half-siblings continued visiting their mum as adults, and they all made it just as clear that they couldn't stand me and were disgusted by my presence. I just left when I was 16, and nobody ever reported me missing or came looking for me. My sister-in-law knows my background, and she knows that I would never want them in my life again. But push she continues to do, and I spoke to my mother-in-law and she tried to take over, but sister-in-law insisted that she had offered first. When she brought it up again, I told her to cancel the shower, and I'd rather have no shower than one thrown by her when she can't respect my boundaries. Mother-in-law stepped in and is now hosting one, but sister-in-law is pissed because she had to spend a while planning and had paid for some stuff already. Mother-in-law said she'd give her the money back, but sister-in-law said I was in the wrong and that I should appreciate her for wanting to give me back my family. I told her I had no family until I met them, and she needs to accept that my blood relatives do not want me, and I do not want them. I know she keeps telling my husband how wrong I was, and he keeps defending me, but I feel bad about the tension now. Am I the a-hole? No, absolutely not. This tension is not your fault. And like the top comment says, I mean, you already know the answer, right? Not the a-hole. The arrogance of your sister-in-law, though. Imagine being that full of your own self-importance to directly go against your wishes because you think you know better. Yeah, 1,000,000%. You're completely in the right, and they are so out of line. Am I the a-hole for leaving my stepdaughter's birthday party after my husband threw out the cake I made for her? I, a female, have been married to my husband Jeff for over a year now. He has a daughter 12 with his deceased wife. When I first met Jeff, it was obvious that he was struggling as a single parent. For my stepdaughter's birthday, he'd usually get a cake from the bakery, and this has been the case since her mum passed away. I thought I'd bake her a cake for her 12th birthday that was last week, as a gesture to show some motherly love and support. Jeff agreed, and he told me what his daughter's favourite flavours are, and what she likes, and so on. I baked the cake in the flavour that she likes and the icing that she likes, but one thing was missing, and that's blueberries, and I couldn't include them because I went to the nearest store and they didn't have any. I was running out of time and I couldn't get them, so I just ended up having the cake as it is, thinking that it wouldn't be a big deal. The party started and Jeff was busy taking care of everything else. He then came into the kitchen and asked to see the cake before bringing it out. I showed it to him and he got so angry when he saw that there was no blueberries on top. Oh my god. He went on and on about how I didn't fully commit to making the cake and that he trusted me to take care of it, and just basically saying that he should have ordered one from the bakery. We got into an argument and he ended up taking it and throwing it in the trash can. I was stunned as he said, "You know what, forget it, I'll get one from the bakery." I blew up and screamed at him. He told me to stop, but I went upstairs, I got dressed and I left. He tried getting me to stay, but I refused and I went to my parents. He later called and texted about how I overreacted. Oh, how dare he? And how I hurt him and my stepdaughter by leaving. Also said that I created this situation by not properly making the birthday cake just because I didn't put blueberries on top. I refused to respond, but my parents say he was justified since he must have felt pressured from the stress of making his daughter happy on her birthday. He keeps trying to speak to me, but I don't respond. Am I the a-hole? Did I overreact? No, of course not. You didn't need to do any of this, but you were putting in extra effort and you were showing that you care. And the way he reacted was bloody awful. And also, having no blueberries on a cake would probably make it better, not worse. It was so immature of them to chuck out the cake. Yeah, no, definitely not the a-hole. And like the top comment says, not the a-hole. You went out of your way to research what kind of cake your stepdaughter would want. Put in the effort to bake a cake after agreeing with the dad on you baking the cake. And you baked a lovely birthday cake. It was just missing one kind of decoration because you couldn't source it in time. He went nuclear and threw out your cake. Yeah, I wouldn't have stayed around after that either. It's a childish and vindictive and aggressive and hurtful way to deal with what he saw was less than a perfect situation. He seems extremely overprotective of his daughter. She's 12 and would probably love this cake even if it didn't have blueberries. Even if she had noticed and said something, she could have been told that the shop ran out, and at her age she should be able to understand that and learn to deal with that kind of disappointment. Yeah, if that even is disappointment. Are you pushed aside in other parenting situations too? How is your relationship with your stepdaughter? It's only been a year and he already treats you like this? I'd reconsider this marriage. Yeah, like the comment underneath it says, not the a-hole. 1, no cake in the history of cakes has been ruined by not having blueberries. 2, I've been around people who would get this anal about blueberries. It's never about the berries, it's about control. And number 3, it's a huge red flag. Watch out for how easily he comes unhinged about other little things. And if it's always your fault, look up the characteristics of narcissist and see if he fits the bill. Yeah, and he sent them a message and he didn't apologize. He told this person that they overreacted. That's so frustrating. Am I the a-hole for telling my daughter-in-law that she wasn't invited since she's an embarrassment at dinners, since she's a picky eater? My son's on my ass, so I'm writing here for different opinions. My son has been married for 2 years at this point. We get along about as well as water and oil. I just keep my distance because I don't like dealing with her. She's a horrible picky eater. I don't even know why, but truly, I don't care because she's a pain at restaurants. We try to go anywhere and we have to change places multiple times so she can have something to eat. She makes the waiters go through hoops so she'll have something that she likes. And if anything's wrong, she'll complain about it or pout in the corner. Example, she got a quesadilla, removed everything on it, and when it came out, she sent it back because there was sour cream on the side. It wasn't touching anything and she made a huge deal about her food being wrong. She doesn't have allergies either. What really made me dislike her is that she complained about the food at a funeral. They had a sandwich spread but went on about it's gross multiple times. So I had a dinner yesterday and I invited everyone but my son's wife. Son wasn't invited either, but he was on a business trip. My other daughter-in-law posted it online and I got a call from daughter-in-law. She was pissed that I didn't invite her and asked me why. I told her it's due to her being an embarrassment at dinners and I won't be inviting her to dinners. She called me a jerk and hung up. Now my son's on my ass and I'm wondering if I should apologize or not. Edit, I'm gonna say it. It doesn't matter if she has an eating disorder or is on the spectrum. Both those groups know how to act at a funeral or a restaurant. It may be harder, but they can. Edit number 2. So to make it clearer, I have 3 daughters-in-law and 1 sister-in-law. We all have a good relationship besides this one daughter-in-law. 3 out of 4. It's not me that's the issue here. They don't like her either. Also, I find the threat of I better bend down to her or I won't see her kids such a stupid threat. I'm already a grandma and if she withholds her kids, then that's on them and would be depriving the kids of grandparents on my son's side. Okay, so I can feel a lot of frustration in this, but yeah, ultimately, I don't feel like you're the a-hole. Yeah, like being a picky eater is one thing, but this is super inconsiderate. Yeah, the top comment, not the a-hole. She openly complained about the sandwich spread at a funeral. That's all you have to point out to her and to your son, and to anyone else who challenges you on this. She either behaves at mealtime like a decent human being, or you, for one, will not be inviting her to dinner. Yeah, they're making it everybody else's problem, and that bit about the funeral is awful. And yeah, like this comment says, she could be being discreet and considerate about it and setting limits for herself, but she's not. She's acting like a spoiled child, pouting and whining and having no consideration for how her behavior affects fellow diners and restaurant staff. Said simply, picky may possibly be accommodated for, even if it is a pain, but rude and inconsiderate shouldn't be accommodated, especially when it's utterly predictable. You should make this distinction situation clear to anyone coming to you supporting her. When you know that she's going to make the experience miserable for everyone in a completely needless way through selfish behavior, why should she be invited? Even accommodating polite pickiness should have its limits. You don't waste everybody else's time endlessly and ruin the flow of the night because you can't get exactly what you want. The next story is called, Am I the a-hole for telling my daughter if she hates her stepmom so much that she is free to leave? My daughter is 20 and in college. She has a dorm on campus, but she doesn't live there. I love my daughter, but she can be a lot. Drama follows her everywhere, and I was hoping she'd grow out of it, but it never happened. Due to this, she's gone through multiple friend groups, and as she puts it, they're jealous, so she doesn't have college friends. Now, I married when she turned 18. I was never married, and her bio mum wasn't in the picture, so this was an adjustment, but I want to make it clear I did the right steps. I introduced them when I was serious, 2 years in. I spent more time with her. I didn't force them together. We made boundaries for my wife, like punishment comes to me, not to her. When she was struggling, I got her into therapy and did Succession with her. She stopped when she hit 18 since I can't make her go. My daughter's making it impossible for them to get along. If my wife tells her that food is ready, she gets pissed that she's bothering her. If she doesn't tell her, then she's pissed that she wasn't invited. It's contradiction after contradiction. I have talked to her, my wife has tried to do what she's asking, and then she gets pissed that she did it. It's impossible. Now to the main issue, my wife's birthday was yesterday. I put out her presents and cake on the table. I had to work, so I left it. I came back and all her presents were opened, and my daughter was eating a piece of cake. I asked her why the hell she would do that. She told me that she doesn't deserve birthday presents. Oh, how dare she? This is when I had enough, and I told her that if she hates her stepmom so much, she can leave. That she has a dorm, and I don't want to see her until an apology to me and my wife. She started crying and called me a jerk. I've been getting lots of text messages from her, and I'm doubting my decision. Who does something like that? That's bloody awful. Yeah, like this comment says, an adult woman just deliberately ruined another's birthday because she doesn't like her. This is no longer passive behavior. She actively did something to hurt you and your wife. She isn't a child, and stop treating her like one. Show her that actions have consequences, and remind her you don't have to forgive her for acting out in malice, not the a-hole. Yeah, that's wild. I can't believe they did that. Opening somebody else's presents and eating their cake. Yeah, and I feel like you're 100% doing the right thing. The last thing you should do in this situation is enable this sort of behavior. And also, like this comment says, not the a-hole. When I read they have a dorm on campus but doesn't use it, I was like, what the hell? What a colossal waste of money. And now I get it. She would be eaten alive behaving like she does in any other social situation, and probably has. She ran home where she's allowed to continue being a crappy person without any consequence. At 20, with that stunt, her bags would be on the lawn in almost any other house. You're doing her no favors with the excessive understandingness. She's gonna have a hard road ahead. The next one is called, Am I the a-hole for refusing to change my daughter's clothes at a birthday party? I, 34 female, have 2 kids, 8 male and 4 female. My daughter's name is Aurora. My husband, 36 male, and I chose that name because it was slightly similar to my late father-in-law's and worked well with our last names. It had nothing to do with the princess from Sleeping Beauty. In spite of that, we've had fun with that movie in the past, and ever since my daughter realized that she shared names with the Disney character, Princess Aurora has been her favorite. Our family went to Disney World in July, and while there, we bought my daughter a Princess Aurora costume. She adores it and wears it whenever she has the chance. 2 weeks ago, one of Aurora's friends at school held a princess-themed birthday party. She encouraged her friends to wear costumes. My daughter wanted to go as her favorite character, which didn't surprise me at all. When we got to the party, the birthday girl came to greet my daughter, and she was also dressed as Princess Aurora. I didn't know what her costume was going to be prior to the party. I got worried for a second, but the birthday girl was actually really excited. She said that they look like twins. It was adorable. They ran off to play, and I forgot about the costumes for a while. About 30 minutes into the party, I was at a table. Okay, so let me guess. It's going to be a problem with their mum. About 30 minutes into the party, I was at a table with some of the other mums when the birthday girl's mum came up to me. She asked if I'd brought any spare clothes for Aurora. I said yes. I always bring an extra shirt and shorts for her. She then asked me to change my daughter into the spare clothes and out of her costume. Oh my god, how dare they? Their daughter, the birthday girl, is happy that they're wearing the same costume. Oh, the mum's making an issue out of nothing. The mother explained that she'd hired a photographer to walk around taking pictures of the kids and was also planning on getting a group photo near the end of the party. She didn't want anyone wearing the same costume as her daughter in these pictures. Whose party is this, you know? Is it your daughter's party or is it your party? Sorry, this is so annoying. This party is about their daughter. Their daughter is happy that their friend is wearing the same costume. The mum is the only one that has a problem with this. She didn't want anyone wearing the same costume as her daughter in these pictures. She also thought that her daughter might get jealous since my kids get to share her name with her favorite princess. Now, if the birthday girl was the one who had a problem, I might have considered changing Aurora into her spare clothes. But no, she was genuinely excited they were dressed the same. It also didn't feel fair to force my daughter to be the only one without a costume in a party full of children in princess dresses. I said no, and I explained my reasoning to the girl's mum. She insisted for a few minutes, but I held my ground. Some of the other mums started to back me up, and she eventually got up and left. When I went to pick up my kids earlier this week, I ran into her friend's mum. She accused me of ruining her daughter's party. Oh, get out of here. By allowing Aurora to wear the same costume as her, she told me she doesn't think she'll ever be able to look at the pictures without being disgusted by my behavior. I thought she was exaggerating, but I'm starting to doubt myself. Our conflict has found its way to the mum group chat that we're both in, and opinions over there are divided. Some think that having two girls wear the same costume is no big deal. Others think I should have changed my daughter's clothes. Am I the a-hole? Do they not realize that what they think doesn't even matter in this situation? And also that applies to the other mums as well. It doesn't matter if you don't like it. What does matter is the birthday girl's opinion, and the girl whose birthday it was super happy about it. And also, did the mum even go and ask their daughter if they were happy about it or not? Yeah, no, you're definitely not the a-hole. They're creating a problem out of thin air that doesn't even need to happen. Yeah, like the top comment says, now if the birthday girl was the one who had a problem, I might have considered changing Aurora into her spare clothes. But no, she was genuinely excited they were dressed the same. It also didn't feel fair to force my daughter to be the only one without a costume in a party full of children in princess dresses. This is it right here. It's the little girl's special day. If she was bummed and wanted to be the only Princess Aurora, understandable to a point, and maybe just let her have what she wants on her birthday. An entitled mum who just has to have pictures a certain way, get banned. She accused me of ruining her daughter's party by allowing Aurora to wear the same costume as her. She told me that she doesn't think she'll ever be able to look at the pictures without being disgusted by my behavior. Laughing my ass off. Imagine prioritizing some photos over your daughter's good time at a birthday party. Parents suck, not the a-hole. Yeah, 100%. They were only thinking about themselves and creating a problem that isn't even there. The next one says, am I the a-hole for not telling my boyfriend that I own the building we live in? Hi, obviously a throwaway for privacy. Also, I'm new to posting, so I hope I do this correctly. When I was 18, my dad gifted me a house with 2 stories. I'm extremely thankful. We're not upper class, but my dad bought this house for a cheap price a long time ago. It was his grandmother's cousin's house. I know this is an extreme privilege, and I'm forever grateful for this. The layout of this building is like an apartment, but it's a house. So basically, each story has its own separate entry, its own kitchen and bathroom. I live upstairs while I rent out the downstairs. My boyfriend 25 male moved in with me about 3 months ago, and we've been together for about 6 months. I haven't asked him for money, neither for utilities or to pay me any rent. The only thing he contributes to is groceries that we split 50-50. I've not brought up that I own the building, as it's not something I tell many people. If people ask me, I of course tell them that I own it, but if they just assume that I'm a renter, then they can believe that. The topic of a landlord and the renter downstairs of the owner of the building has not been something that we've talked about. This last Tuesday, the renter came up to tell me that her freezer has stopped working. I answered the door and my boyfriend heard us talking, I suppose. I went downstairs to take a look and we came to the conclusion that she'd have to buy a new one, send me the receipt and I'd give her the money. She was super grateful for this solution. When I went upstairs, my boyfriend asked if it could be fixed and I told him no, but she was going to buy a new one and I'd pay for it. He looked at me like I was crazy and asked me why the hell I'd pay for her freezer. I told him that because I'm her landlord and the freezer was there when she started renting, I'd stand for the cost. He just asked me if I was serious, to which I said I was. He began screaming at me, asking me why the hell I would hold this information from him and that I was an evil person. I said I was sorry for not telling him, but I didn't think it would even matter. He said he couldn't believe that he was together with someone who's a landlord, that all of us just use people for money and that the only thing we people care about is money and would rather have people be homeless than offering affordable rent. The downstairs is 1 kitchen, 1 bath and 4 other rooms. I'm charging $500 in rent. I understand that many people have had trouble with landlords, but I try my best to be a good one. He demanded that I give him 50% of the money I make from rent, or else I was just as bad as he thought. Was I really the a-hole for not telling him? He hasn't talked to me since Tuesday, and I've tried telling him that I'm truly sorry, but he doesn't answer me at all. Edit to add that I certainly did not expect this to blow up the way that it did. I've tried to read as much as I can. Thank you all for your advice and support. I've talked with him and I'll update later tonight when I've had time to process everything that went down and try to write it out as best I can. For the people who were worried about my safety, I called my dad who was sat outside in his car when I talked with my boyfriend, and I am safe as of right now and I hope it'll continue that way. Thank you yet again to everyone. Edit number 2, update posted. Sorry for the rushed update and weird writing. It's explained in my update as to why. Thanks yet again. The update says, I read as much as I possibly could, and after thinking about this, also about previous stuff I brushed off, I decided I'd break up with him. It may seem like an impulsive decision, but after everything I felt that the sooner the better it would be, I texted my dad and I explained a bit of it to him. him. I asked him if he'd be willing to drive to my place and sit in the driveway when I was going to talk with my boyfriend, and he, without hesitation, said yes. I thought about what I'd tell him and how I'd lay it out. I was extremely nervous about how it would go, and I was not going to lie, I was scared, especially after all the people telling me I should be careful and that he may try to hurt me. When I got home, he was already there. I just greeted him, and he of course said nothing. I texted my dad. My dad got here, and I sat down on the couch beside my boyfriend. He didn't know that my dad was here. I can't recall the exact details of the conversation, as my mind tends to blank out in stressful situations, but I'll try my best to recite it. Me, I think we need to have a talk with each other if this relationship is going to work. Him, so are you ready to apologize? Me, I'll apologize for not telling you that I lived in my building, which I have apologized for many times already. I'm not going to apologize for not giving you a part of my income. Him, and why is that such a big deal to you? If you don't rent it out for the purpose of taking people's money, you should have no problem giving any of that money away. Me, I really try to understand how you think. You think I'm in this for the money, and you think I'm a bad person for renting the downstairs, but yet you want money from it? Don't you understand that it seems like you're just in it for the money? I rent out the downstairs for $500. If you really believe all landlords are money grabbers and not good people, would you like to donate half of it to charity specifically for housing? Around here is where the calm, collected and fine conversation ended. My memory from all this is still all over the place. The gist of it is him telling me I was crazy for even thinking that he wanted anything to do with the money for selfish reasons, that I should just trust what he says. He said he regrets ever meeting me, that he would make sure all of my friends knew how I really was. Oh my god. He said that they were through. He threw my keys at me. He tried punching a hole in the wall unsuccessfully. By this time, I'd already texted my dad, who came in to see what he was doing. My boyfriend just laughed and told us both that he never wants to see us again and that he was out. I know this is extremely rushed, but it all happened so fast and it was incredibly stressful. There was much more said and much more done, but in all honesty, I don't have the best recollection of everything. I tried to write out all the important stuff, and if in a few days I have managed to take care of my emotions and calm myself down, I'll at least try to comment and answer questions if any of you have any for me. The conversation I tried to recite seems very cold and emotionless. In reality, it was more emotions than other words. I just tried writing it out as best I could. However, I'm safe and he can't come in here because he threw his key at me, so he doesn't have one anymore. He's now my ex-boyfriend, and I'll contact him in some time asking about when he should be able to pick up his stuff. I don't know where he's staying, and neither do I really care. I'm so sorry. How awful. So not only did they want half of your rent income, but they were already living there rent-free. Obviously, it's all over now, but the top comment says, let me get this straight. He must not have offered to pay half of the rent, because then it would have come up and you would have told him, right? He's living with you rent-free. Up to now, we thought that you were paying the entire rent. On what planet does he deserve half of the tenant's rent money? Please reconsider this relationship, not the a-hole. Yeah, so sorry you had to go through this, but at least you know what they're like as a person now. Like, that's awful, and the way they reacted, unbelievable. And OP responded to the top comment and said, no, he didn't offer to pay for any of the rent. If he even offered, I would have explained to him that I own the building. In hindsight, I should have told him that it was my building that he'd be living in with me, even if he didn't ask me or not. I think that his outburst really showed how he was. I thought about breaking up with him, but also thought I was maybe overthinking it. If it comes to that, at least I learned something for future relationships. Yeah, that's unbelievable. They didn't even offer to pay rent. Yeah, stuff like this is so sad, but it sounds like you've got a good attitude about it. And yeah, on that note, I feel like that's enough of this subreddit for today. Let's read some wholesome memes. For the past 3 years, my wife has made me a Yoshi cake for my birthday. They're always terrible, but I don't care. No, don't say they're terrible. They're bloody beautiful. But true though, that's the thing about cakes. They're allowed to look terrible because they usually taste incredible anyway. But yeah, that's so beautiful and so thoughtful. But yeah, don't say they're terrible. They're beautiful. Dad, keep that dog away from me. 2 weeks later, Dad. Aww, they're my best friend in the entire world now. I know I said I didn't want a dog, but I was 100% lying. I love this little fella. Am I the a-hole for saying that I'll call social services if my sister-in-law keeps leaving her child at my place? I, 30 female, have a half-brother, Enzo, 40 male. We're not very close since we were both raised with our respective mothers, but he's always gone out of his way to help me with anything I've needed. Enzo married his wife, Steph, 33 female, 2 years ago. Steph has a daughter, Alice, 4, with her ex, but has sole custody. And Enzo and Steph have a 7-month-old son, Teddy. I also have a 3-year-old daughter. Enzo and Steph moved to the city that I live in when Steph got pregnant. And Since then, Steph developed a habit of showing up at my apartment building unannounced. It became a problem and I talked to both her and Enzo, and she stopped until she gave birth. Now she often comes by unannounced to leave Alice at my building for babysitting while she has to run errands or something. She's had her carpool drop Alice off at my apartment before. My poor housekeeper's a wonderful woman who's had to deal with Alice arriving unexpectedly while I'm out, and I feel terrible about it. I've told the concierge not to let her up and say that no one is in, but then I'll arrive to Alice waiting in the lobby, which is not safe, and the concierge has told me that I can't make them responsible for a child. Steph keeps on saying that she only does it when she's desperate, but I don't see how she can be that desperate to run errands at least twice a week, and frankly, I'm not a nanny. If she is desperate, she needs to hire some help. I've spoken to Enzo about it, and he's always extremely apologetic and says he'll talk to her, and I believe he does, but he also works during the day and can't police where she is at all hours. I reached my breaking point a couple of days ago when I returned from lunch to find Alice at home, having been dropped off since she had a half day at school. I apologized profusely to my housekeeper who'd spent time playing babysitter and called Steph. No answer. I called her several times, and then Enzo, who was on a business trip and distraught over the situation. Steph eventually turned up a couple of hours later and I went ballistic. I said if she ever leaves Alice at my building again, I'll call social services and I'll call them every single time she drops Alice off with me until they do something, because this is not my job and she's an irresponsible and neglectful parent. She burst into tears and begged me to help out with Alice, but I said no, and I reminded her that I never said yes in the first place. She just kept dumping her kid here. Steph kept on trying to guilt trip me, but I was too exhausted and upset about the situation to be receptive, and eventually my husband had to tell her to leave. I feel bad because, as I said, Enzo has never been anything but the most accommodating person where I'm concerned, and maybe treating his wife like that was harsh, but at the same time I chose to have one kid because I don't want another one. Steph can't use my house as a daycare. Was I too harsh? Oh no, definitely not. None of this is your problem. Like, yeah, you like Enzo and they've always been good to you and stuff, but you're not the one who's making this a hard situation. Steph is, of course, and the bloody audacity to leave their daughter there all the time, even if they did message you and be like, oh hey, you know, can I drop them off? Because they do it so often, that would already be bad enough, but they show up unannounced? Yeah, no, they're 100% the a-hole. I feel like this is one of the most obvious ones we've read in a long time. Like, yeah, how could you be the a-hole in this? They are being an irresponsible and neglectful parent, and it sounds like they needed to know that. Yeah, 100% not the a-hole. Story number 2 is called, Am I the a-hole for telling my kids that if they don't go to my wedding, I won't be attending theirs? I'll start at the beginning. My ex-husband was a good father, but a terrible husband. I divorced him when my oldest was 14 and my youngest was 10. Well, he ended up spiraling and the kids were exposed to that. I was blamed for ruining dad. He got better after a few years, but ended up doing it again when he learned that I was dating. So the kids kept trying to get me not to date since it will affect their dad. It was an awful time since to the kids, I was still responsible for what he did and reacted to things. In the end, I just kept my dating on the low end, which wasn't hard since I wasn't introducing the kids to men anyway. All I had to change was not posting on social media. Also, yes, I sent the kids to therapy. They all stopped when they hit 18, or my middle child refused to talk, so I pulled him. The oldest is now 25 and the youngest is 21, and I got proposed to. They were not happy and they were pissed I was doing this to dad. Lots of talk later and I thought it was good. The wedding is in 2 weeks. I got a text from my kids saying that they won't be at my wedding, that they need to support dad during this time. I'd had enough and I texted them that if they don't come to my wedding, it'll damage our relationship and I will not be attending their own weddings when they get married. They were pissed and it started an argument and all of them think I'm a huge jerk. I truly hate that I can't do anything that makes me happy since it'll affect my ex. Sorry for errors, I'm on phone and not a native speaker. Update. I realized I'm okay letting them go. I can't do it anymore. I sent a text saying it's up to them if they go or not. If they do go, I have hope to fix this relationship. If not, I'm just done. I can't keep playing this game. It's for everything. Anytime I have something good, his feelings have to come first. I can't do that anymore. It hurts too much. I could tell them everything he's done, but I don't feel like blowing up their image of him. Update 2. Someone private messaging me convinced me to lay it all out for them, so I did. Well, I got my response. They called me a liar, even with showing old screenshots that were in our divorce case. I think it's over. Thank you for everyone that tried to help. I've known this was a no-win situation. I said screw it, and I sent every single thing, including this post. Yeah, once again, of course you're not the a-hole. You're not responsible for how this makes your ex-husband feel. You're allowed to live your life and move on, and the kids are not being supportive, and the ex-husband is responsible for how he feels about it. The top comment says, not the a-hole. They're adults now, and they should realize that you're under no obligation to stay single to appease your ex. They're not the only people who've had parents divorce, and yet it seems like they can't get over it. And if after all this time time your ex is still emotionally impacted by your personal life, then he needs to get on with his own life and get help because it's not healthy. Also, assuming that they want you to go to their weddings in the future, are they expecting you to go solo and not bring your husband? Yeah, you're not in the wrong at all here. Am I the a-hole for telling my brother he can't raise his child in my house? I, 27 male, have had dreams of being a homeowner for as long as I can remember. I actually started saving for a house since I was 18. I bought does 3/2 mean 3 bedroom and 2 bathrooms? I am assuming so. I bought a 3 bedroom, 2 bathroom house 3 years ago, and while it's not the best house, I'm beyond blessed to own my own house, and home ownership is everything I always hoped it would be. To be able to come home and have everything exactly where I left it. To be able to play video games all day and have no one tell me otherwise. It feels like I'm free and I'm in control of my own life, which is what I've always ever wanted. About a year ago, my older brother, 36 male, and his wife, 30 female, asked to move in with me because while they can afford rent, they don't want to pay $2,000 a month for an apartment. Oh, okay. While I did not want them here, I reluctantly agreed because I can't tell my own brother that he can't live with me when I have 2 empty rooms in my house. Wait a second. You can 100% say no. It's your house. That's the whole point. I reluctantly agreed because I can't tell my own brother that he can't live with me when I have 2 empty rooms in my house, knowing that he'd let me live with him if I had ever asked him. And I was also fortunate enough to have family to live with when I was saving to buy the house. I didn't charge them any rent or ask them for anything, but they give me around $400 a month to help out. My brother and his wife have been trying to conceive a child for a long time, and were finally successful in doing so. They're expecting in a few months. While I'm extremely happy for them, I also do not want them living with me. I did not buy my house for them, I bought it for me. Oh my god, surely they're not going to expect to be there with a child. I didn't sign up for having my living room filled with baby toys and having my gaming room turned into a kid's bedroom. I didn't sign up for my fridge being full of milk for a kid that isn't mine. This leads me today where I've asked them to move out before the birth of their child. They were both extremely offended and hurt that I told them this. Oh, get out of here. My family also seems to think that it's wrong of me to ask them to find their own place when they're expecting a child. Am I the a-hole for asking my brother to move out? No, not even a little bit. Edit, thank you everyone for all the replies. I'm not one for responding to messages, but I want to let you all know that I've read your responses and I appreciate your feedback. Yeah, no, definitely not the a-hole. And the fact that they feel like it's okay and what they get to live there because they don't want to pay for rent, and also bringing a child into this. No, and that's so bloody annoying. Super disrespectful. The top comment says, not the a-hole. Your home is your sanctuary. You've been generous to let them live with you and save money for their own place. A baby completely changes everything in the house. They're loud. We'll have to eventually baby-proof. Parents will tell you to be quiet and not wake the baby, etc. You could have given them a warning that if they had a baby, they'd have to move out. But it is your home and you have every right to control what happens in your home. It somewhat sounds like they're planning to spend years living with you. I wouldn't want a baby invading my space. And it's kind of disrespectful of them to just assume that you'd be okay with them having a baby. Yeah, 100%. Plus, they shouldn't have been trying to have a baby when they don't have their own roof over their heads. And if people are upset with you asking them to leave, then those people should house the soon-to-be family of 3. Yeah, it's not like they signed a bloody lease with you or something. You're just being nice and letting them stay there. And yeah, like that comment said, it sounds like they have no plan of leaving, which never would have been the plan to start with. That's so unbelievable. Can't they see it from your perspective? I can't believe the audacity of some people. Sorry, this one really annoyed me. Think about if they did have a child in the house. It would barely even be your house anymore. You'd be like third wheeling in your own house. You'd have to plan your entire life around the baby. There'd be baby stuff everywhere. The parents are going to be way more stressed and they're probably going to ask you to help out with stuff. It's a completely life-changing thing to do. And yeah, they can't be doing that in your house. Yeah, definitely not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for not serving a full meal at my birthday party? My husband and I hosted a 29th birthday party yesterday and invited 6 of our friends, 3 couples that we consider our core friend group. I had come across the concept of molecular food pairings a few months ago, and I was really intrigued by the idea. Some of the recommended pairings require expensive ingredients like caviar that I can't justify buying on an average day, but my birthday seemed perfect, so that's what the theme was, a molecular tasting party. I put together a total of 15 courses, but they were very small, just a few bites each. There was also a moderate amount of other snacks laid out and cocktails. My husband and I both had a really good time. We ranked the pairings, had drinks, and played card games. I thought everybody else enjoyed themselves too. This afternoon, we got a text that was presumably sent to the wrong group chat that said, "Can we just be honest and say that the whole thing was weird? She's like this every year. The rest of us just go out. How has she not gotten the idea yet? It's rude." Oh my god, they think you're being rude? Another person replied, qualified. At least last year she made an actual meal. I'm mad I even bought a gift. Oh my god, and these are friends? It doesn't sound like it. I sent a WTF back and the whole chat has been silent since. I don't know what to think. It really hurt my feelings, and I don't even feel like they like me at all if they talk about me like that. But also, if I'm making people feel like they're forced to participate in things they think are weird, that's a selfish thing to do too, and maybe they are right. No, they are not right. They are 100% in the wrong, and honestly, if I were you, I would not consider them friends. And talking about you behind your back like this, like what are they in high school? Yeah, no, they suck, to be honest. The top comment says, not the a-hole, and I think for your birthday you got the gift of learning that these people aren't your friends. If they were actual friends, they would have had a conversation about how you are like this every year, instead of talking crap about you behind your back. Going forward with a new group of friends, if you do something not mainstream, I would say, hey, I'm fascinated by the idea of XYZ. My husband and I want to host this. Would you be interested in coming? This way, if they don't, you still get to do this. But also, expectations will be set that people know they're coming to something unusual. I was invited to a blind eating experience. I'm claustrophobic and I have a very specific and deadly food allergy, so I said no, and I said why. I actually googled molecular food pairings and I've gone down a weird rabbit hole. I showed my fiance the article I was reading and he wants to do this now. Am I the a-hole for making a if he's not ready on time he stays home policy against my wife's wishes? My wife, 31 female, and I, 33 male, have a 3-year-old boy. He currently goes to daycare during the day. I generally drop him off, and then my wife's mother will pick him up. My wife can't drive, so she unfortunately can't take him. I found that if I get my son out the door by 8:45, I can get him to daycare and then be on time for work. Unfortunately, my wife tends to drag her feet with getting him fed and ready, so she's caused me to be late multiple times. I'm in a field where I simply can't be late, and therefore the situation is unacceptable. I've been late 4 times since he started going to daycare, and my wife has only gotten less consistent. Last Wednesday, I realized that if I waited for my wife to get him fully ready, I'd be late to work. I simply walked out the door. She called me screaming angrily, but I told her that if she didn't want him to stay home, she should have had him ready on time. The next day, she managed to get him out right on 8:45, but on Friday, it became clear again that she was going to cause me to be late. I just walked out the door. She texted me multiple times, and when I got home at around 11 p.m, she had a lot to say about it. I don't think I'm the a-hole for my policy, seeing as I simply can't afford to be late to work, but I wonder if there's something I'm not seeing here. The top comment says, wait, you leave at 8:45 a.m. and you don't get home until 11 p.m? I'm not saying you're wrong, more info is needed, but it's starting to make sense why daycare is necessary. And OP said, I have 2 jobs. We can't afford our current lifestyle and daycare on my daytime job salary alone. And their partner doesn't work. And also, like they said, their kid goes to daycare during the day. And OP is working 2 jobs to support them. Oh, I feel sad for him. This is not a good situation. But yeah, in terms of whether or not you're an a-hole, I feel like if you communicated this well enough, then no, you're not the a-hole. But I feel for you though, because this probably isn't sustainable and it sounds like you've been put in a pretty bad situation or ended up in one. This comment, not the a-hole. This is completely and utterly ridiculous. You're working 13 hours a day, not getting home until 11 p.m. and then doing chores before you go to bed. Your wife doesn't drive, doesn't work, doesn't look after the kid all day and still can't get him sorted on time so that you can take him to daycare and be at work on time and not lose your job, the job that's paying for her entire lifestyle to do nothing. This is a bigger problem than the kid not being ready on time. This is a come to Jesus talk with your wife. Yeah, 100%. Like, hopefully the wife is okay. I saw a comment that said she suffers from anxiety, but yeah, this seems like you're gonna burn yourself out so bad. The next one is called, am I the a-hole for drinking on my designated driver nights? Me and my group of close friends go out to drink reasonably often, and we all take turns being designated driver in a rotation of sorts. The issue for me is that I'm heavily visually impaired, to the point where I can't and never will be able to legally drive, even using bioptics or other assistive tech. Instead, on my nights, I pay for an Uber or a taxi for all of us, which others have said is a completely acceptable option for them. The problem comes up with me drinking on my nights. Even though I'm not actually driving and can't reasonably be expected to, one of my friends expressed that it's not fair that I get to drink on my nights when everybody else holds back on their nights. In my view, it's not unfair at all. If anyone else wants to drink on their own night, they're more than welcome to pay for an Uber the way that I do every time it's my night. They just usually choose not to. Am I the a-hole? I'm no alcoholic or anything, and I'm more than fine going through an event or an outing without drinking, but I also don't see the point in holding back when I reasonably could have one. Yeah, no, you're not the a-hole. The circumstances are different. You're saying that you can't drive anyway, so you driving is buying an Uber, which you don't have to be sober for. And what, the friend is jealous because they can't drink if they're gonna drive? But yeah, like they said, they can order everybody an Uber as well and still drink. Yeah, no, you're not the a-hole, and that's super strange that they're jealous of you drinking. Would I be the a-hole for removing my 23-year-old son from my life insurance and not including in the will because he disowned me? I, 43 female, am currently serving in the army for over 18 years. I have 3 children, 25 female, 23 male, and 17 male. Over the past few years, my 23-year-old son has been genuinely upset that I won't transfer my GI Bill to him. Those unfamiliar with the military, service members are able to transfer their education benefits to their spouse or children after serving a certain amount of time. However, I accidentally exhausted my GI Bill. My daughter and older son never really showed interest in college, nor were my son's grades the best. Once my son moved out after high school, our communication was minimal. Our relationship prior to him moving out was also strained. As a parent, I hope I'm not the only one to say that my son and I just didn't really get along and could never seem to connect. As he got older and got worse the older he got. About 2 years of him going no contact, he messaged me, not to ask how we were doing or anything, but straight to the point that it's my fault that he no longer qualifies for grants due to our incomes combined, and why did I not transfer my GI Bill to him? I informed him that I exhausted it and that he was more than welcome to speak to a recruiter. He then said I should have set 50 to 100 aside each month to pay for his college. At this point, I called him entitled and I told him I don't owe him anything once he moved out of my household. A summarized conversation. We go no contact again for a little over a year, and recently another message straight to the point, asking how I exhausted my GI Bill. Again, told him that he can go see a recruiter about it. Nonetheless, this conversation still ended on that I should be responsible for his college. Let it be clear, before I joined the army, I was a single parent having my first child at 17, living in poverty, making less than 11 grand a year. I joined the army at 25, paying for college tuition out of pocket was never an option. I did the best I could as a parent, and I know I would never win Mother of the Year. In both conversations, I did apologize for the mistakes I made along the way, but this conversation ended with him stating he doesn't view me as his mother and blocked me on everything. He made it clear to his sister that he does not view me as his mother and I'm nothing more than an egg donor. It's time for me to update my life insurance and do a will, and I'm considering excluding him. Would I be the a-hole? I don't know about this one. I don't feel like I can even really say. I feel like there's a lot missing here. I don't feel like they're gonna disown them for no reason. There has to be so much more context to this. But yeah, I suppose that's not what they're asking. Cause yeah, would you be the a-hole if you took them out of the will? I don't think so, but yeah, there's obviously a lot more issues going on behind the scenes. The next one says, am I the a-hole for refusing to make vegan mashed potatoes? So I normally host Thanksgiving, but we do it potluck style. I did the turkey and homemade mashed potatoes for about 40 people. It's a lot. I normally wouldn't have mind, but my brother, since being put out of the nest, shows up empty-handed every damn holiday. He doesn't even buy gifts for Christmas or anything because he's broke. That's fine, but it seems rude to me when everyone brings something, even if it's a bottle of soda or wine. He invited his girlfriend and basically demanded that I make part of the mashed potatoes vegan. Normally I wouldn't care, but my brother doesn't do crap, so if I told him that if he wants a special dish for his girlfriend, he can make it. Our older single brother literally does an amazing ham and Brussels sprouts dish, so it's not like my younger brother was taught that men can't cook, so I think he can manage the vegan mashed potatoes for one. My brother called me a biatch and is threatening not to come to Thanksgiving now, and my mum feels like I should do a compromise. I said okay, and my brother can host it at his apartment with his 4 roommates because he wants to act entitled over mashed potatoes. My mum backtracked when she realised I will not be disrespected and host a meal that I have done for the last 5 years, but my brother still refuses to come. Yeah, no, you're definitely not the a-hole. And like the top comment says, compromise by asking your mum to do the vegan mashed potatoes, not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for quote-unquote poisoning my housemate who ate my food without my permission and ended up in the ER? I, 19 male, recently moved into a shared place and there's someone who keeps stealing my food. At first I thought it was just a mistake, but even my leftovers were being eaten. It was very clear that the person was doing it on purpose. I spoke to my housemates about how I would just prefer to be asked first, but they were nonchalant about it and nobody admitted to doing it, and I haven't caught anybody in the act, so I just tried to ignore it, as it only happened every couple of days or so. A few days ago I came home from work with a carton of eggs that I found while dumpster diving and some bread. I wanted to give the eggs the water test first before eating them just to make sure that they were safe to consume, but I was too tired and I went to bed early without eating. The next day I found out that one of my housemates got so sick he ended up having to go to the emergency room. My eggs were not in the fridge where I left them, but I saw the carton and the shells in the trash and my bread was opened. I had a hunch that it was him because there was a possibility that the eggs had gone bad, but I was also annoyed at the fact that he'd he'd helped himself to my food without asking. When he came back, I asked him if he'd eaten my eggs and my bread, but he denied. I then said, okay, but I hope whoever ate them doesn't get as sick as you did, because I found the eggs in a dumpster. His face immediately dropped and he looked visibly uncomfortable. He got angry and he went from saying that he may have consumed the food by mistake, as he wasn't paying attention and doesn't exactly remember, and was accusing me of poisoning him. He said it's a health hazard to bring such food into a communal space without warning everyone first, as it's not uncommon for people in shared places to eat others' food by mistake. He hasn't spoken to me since, and my housemates are siding with him and called me disgusting for doing that. A part of me feels like I was wrong because they were my eggs, but I wasn't fully intending on eating, and I didn't think I had to warn people against eating food that didn't belong to them, but I also do feel bad and guilty that he got sick. So Reddit, please tell me if I was in the wrong. No, you're not in the wrong. The other person is trying to act like they're doing this by mistake, but they're obviously not doing it by mistake. But also, don't dumpster dive for eggs. Are you joking? Edit, I want to clarify because I see comments that are suggesting that I may have done it on purpose. I didn't. I've been dumpster diving for some of my food recently, so I was fully intending on eating it, just like I have been eating the food that I've been finding while dumpster diving. I try to exercise caution, and thankfully it hasn't made me sick yet, but had he not eaten it, I was probably going to end up in the ER, because I was obviously going to eat it. I didn't randomly do it just to try and bait and catch whoever has been eating my food. Food poisoning is no joke. As I said, I just moved recently, and I'm trying to get on my feet. I also understand that although I make sure to wipe my food first, ultimately it is gross to put food that came from a dumpster in a communal fridge or pantry, and I won't continue to do so. I'll just put it in my room from now on. Yeah, like obviously they shouldn't be eating your food, but also if the eggs were bad, how did they even eat them? Eggs smell revolting if they go bad. How did they not realize there was something up? So yeah, I don't feel like you're in the wrong here, but also I'm sure that you could find a whole bunch of different types of foods that would be okay, but God, surely avoid eggs in the future. And also, to be fair, I can see why people are saying that they did this on purpose, because you're getting something that's notorious for going bad and being disgusting, eggs that is, out of a dumpster. Yeah, I don't know, I'm sort of confused, but if you're saying that you weren't doing it on purpose, then yeah, ultimately they shouldn't be stealing your food, because it's not a mistake like they said it is. Like, oh, I keep accidentally eating all of your food every few days. That's not a mistake or an accident. The next one is called, am I the a-hole for telling my son that he'll pay me back for the cheese and meat, or he won't be eating at Thanksgiving tomorrow? I'll keep this one short. Every year we have a charcuterie board before Thanksgiving meal at 6. Just something that everybody can pick at so they're not dying of hunger by dinner time. My son, 16, loves cheese, and due to this I make sure to label when he can't eat something. I labeled all the Thanksgiving stuff don't eat. Well, yesterday he went and ate all the fancy meats and basically ate from each block that I bought. I truly was pissed since I worked extra hours to pay for it, since the prices are awful now for a nice cheese. I told him he needs to go to the store and replace all of it, which would cost him around $70. One of the cheeses he ate was $18, or he doesn't get to eat the Thanksgiving meal. He's refusing to pay for it back, so no Thanksgiving meal. He'll eat a sandwich, and he thinks I'm being a horrible jerk. My husband is on his side and doesn't understand why I'm so pissed about it. Edit, thank you, I made up my mind. I already informed my mother-in-law of the situation. She offered to bring a nice cheese board if he still refuses. I'm giving him one last chance. He can buy it, not get Thanksgiving tomorrow or work for 11 hours to make up the money. I like that idea from a Redditor. I have a feeling he won't do either of the options given, so probably no Thanksgiving, and my relatives will understand. Oh yeah, you're definitely not the a-hole, and also why does your husband not understand it from your point of view? It's super easy to understand. I feel like it's a super simple one of, oh, these are the consequences of my actions. Like, you told them what was going to happen and you told them what they couldn't eat, and they still ate it anyway. Of course they need to learn that they can't do stuff like that. Yeah, like this comment says, not the a-hole, your son is, and to a certain extent so is your husband. Why would he do this? He knows it was for the big meal and it was labelled as such. Stick to your guns. No Thanksgiving dinner for him, and tell him he still owes you for the cheese and the meats that he ate. Yeah, definitely. You told them they can't eat it, and then they go and eat it. And what, you're just supposed to be okay with that? Definitely not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for telling my pregnant friend that her kid was going to get bullied for the name she plans on using? One of my friends found out she was pregnant a few months ago, and she's really excited to be a mother. I'm so happy for her, and I think she'd make a great mum. But there's one problem. She wants her baby's name to be unique and special, but the way she's going about it is terrible. What I mean is the name she plans on using is god awful. If it's a boy, she's going to name him Danger, D-A-Y-N-G-E-R. Yeah, spelt like that to be unique. And if it's a girl, she's going to name her Tinkerbell. I wish I was joking. I asked her if she was 100% sure, and I suggested that if she was dead dead set on those names to make them the kid's middle name. When she asked why, I told her flat out that the child would get bullied if she named them that. I know just how crappy kids can be. I got bullied for my name and I changed it when I was 19. She got really upset and told me I was being unsupportive and I was a crappy friend. She's been ignoring my texts ever since, and it's been more than a week. I'm starting to feel kinda guilty over what I said. No, you're not a crappy friend, you're a good friend. Am I the a-hole? Update, we had a conversation over a call. I decided to tell her about my experience getting bullied for years because of my name, Shaylee called Gayley, and it turns out she's been going through a lot. Birth complications run in her family and she's been really stressed out about it, along with finding out that her boyfriend, now ex of 3 years, has been exchanging dirty text messages with a co-worker of his. I had no idea about this and she expressed regret for taking out her feelings on me. I carefully brought up some of your points and I suggested using the name Belle for a girl with Tinkerbell as a nickname. She does think it's cute and she likes the idea. I also mentioned maybe using Dane as a first name with Danger as a nickname, which she wasn't quite as happy about. She did decide to use Danger, still spelt like that, but as a middle name, which isn't nearly as bad as using it for a first name. On the bright side, the kid can tell people Danger is my middle name. Thank you all for your advice, everybody. I really appreciate your help and suggestions. Right, so there is no a-hole in this situation. You 100% were not being a bad friend by saying that, but also your friend has been going through a lot and they said they didn't mean to take it out on you. So yeah, it sounds like everything's okay now. I love when this happens. That's such a nice end to the post, and I feel like you did the right thing for telling your friend what you did. You weren't doing it in a mean way or anything. Am I the a-hole for giving my granddaughter a DNA test? This one's about my granddaughter Lindsay. Now, Lindsay, 15, has it rough being middle child and she looks different from her other siblings. I truly was confused how she had blonde curly hair while the rest of the family has dark hair. I thought genetics was being weird and I love her. The issue came up when Lindsay told me her parents banned her from getting an ancestry test. I told my son and daughter-in-law that there was something fishy around her birth that she needs to know. They denied it and they told me to leave it alone. Now Lindsay is in high school and she went to a biology teacher. To put it bluntly, the teacher said that it was odd for her to have some traits. She came to me distressed, asking me to buy a DNA test since she needs to know. Long story short, she's not her mother's kid. My son got someone else pregnant and her biological mum gave her up. This has blown up the family while Lindsay is pissed to being lied to. I'm getting a ton of heat for getting her a DNA test. Now they won't talk to me, which is making Lindsay even more mad at them. Edit, because I've answered this multiple times. They were on the other side of the country when she was born, and I met Lindsay when she was about 6 months old. Really not hard to hide the whole thing. Edit 2, I'm confused why a lot of Redditors are treating this like she's 5 and not 15. All I did was buy it. She did all the paperwork and shipped it. It's not hard. No, you're not the a-hole. Lindsay would have done this no matter what. Lindsay obviously had a pretty good idea. They were gonna do this anyway. Like this comment says, not the a-hole. Lindsay already knew. The only part that she didn't know was which parent was hers biologically. Lindsay isn't dumb. She was gonna find out, or she was gonna continue to get lied to for 3 more years. Your son is trying to deflect the blame onto you because he's angry that he got caught lying to his kid and to his parent. Yeah, it really does seem like that. The top comment says, not the a-hole. Your son and his wife suck for lying to her until she's 15 and trying to keep lying to her even after she obviously started to question things. There are medical reasons a person might need to know what their genetics are or are not, and if you hadn't have helped her, she would have found out some other way. At least this way she knows that she has one friend and ally who'll be honest with her, take care of each other during this difficult time. Yeah, definitely. They should have been honest with them a long time ago. And also, the moment they started talking about it and having suspicions about it, that's also when they should have been honest with them about it. But no, they were planning to keep on lying to them. Yeah, no, you're not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for not changing my dog's name when my new neighbor's child had the same name? I feel like we don't even need to read this. No, you're not the a-hole. I, 36 male, am the owner of a Great Pyrenees/Australian cattle dog mix named Charlotte, 6 female. I live in a lower middle class suburb in an unspecified United State. I have lived here for about 6 years now, and I let Charlotte out to go potty roughly 6 times a day. It's always the same routine. I open the back door, Charlotte runs outside to pee and patrol the yard, and doesn't typically come back bounding back to the door until I poke my head out and call her name. About a week or 2 ago, maybe longer if I didn't notice, new neighbors moved in across my back alley. I had no intentions of interacting with them whatsoever, like ever, except today when I was executing the last step of Charlotte's aforementioned potty protocol. I stuck my head out and I called her name, but this time alongside the familiar sounds of my dog galloping up the porch steps was an adult human voice shouting something along the lines of, "Why are you calling my daughter?" At first I thought it might just be my new neighbors getting into a spat, until a couple of minutes later I heard pounding on my front door. I opened the door to an angry man twice my size glaring me down, he said something like, "Why the F are you calling my daughter into your house?" And I responded, "Your daughter's name is Charlotte?" And he just kind of kept glaring at me. In absence of a response, I followed up with, "Charlotte is my dog's name, dude." And he rolled his eyes at me and said, "I better change my dog's name," because he doesn't want his daughter, too female, getting confused and running into my house. I told him that's not going to happen, because not only did my dog have the name first, we also lived here first. Also, I don't like strangers making demands of me before even attempting to be polite. What I didn't say but really wanted to is that teaching his child stranger danger is his responsibility, not mine. He called me stupid and said that a human child obviously has priority over a dog for a name. I shut the door in his face and he stared at me through the peephole for a moment before he eventually walked back to his house. This last potty break, I went out with Charlotte and I stayed in the yard with her until she finished her business. But this guy just kind of stood in his yard with his arms crossed and glared at me the entire time. This guy has the audacity to think that everybody else should change their name because their daughter has the same name. Like, what, are you going to do that in every situation where you meet somebody who's a Charlotte or a dog who's a Charlotte? What the hell's wrong with people? For real? That's so unbelievably frustrating. And what, it's your job to make sure that their kid's okay, and you should change your dog's name because their kid has the same name? Like, the audacity to even say something like this. And it's so infuriating that they're upset about it and they think they're still right about this. The fact that they don't realize how stupid they're being is so annoying. And 100%, like this comment says, not the a-hole, double down, get another dog and name it his wife's name. Yeah, please, that would be so funny. I can't believe they're upset at you about this. Yeah, this one is the most obvious not the a-hole ever. The neighbor's out of their mind. Oh yes, every other person should work around me and the universe revolves around me, and everybody else should change their life to make my life easier. Like, no, this is your responsibility to be a parent, not for everybody else to change the names of their pets and stuff. So ridiculous. Am I the a-hole for refusing to pay for my stepdaughter's college? My 48 male stepdaughter Hannah, 18 female, is going to attend college. I've known her for around 4 years since I married her mother. The issue though is that we've never gotten along well. I have tried, but she always says that she doesn't like me and wants her real dad. When I try to tell her stuff or scold her for behaving out of order, she'd say, "You're not my father, you're just some stranger." My wife Emily asked her to behave properly as well, but she doesn't care to listen, and in the end she stopped telling her as well. I had to pick Hannah up at school once, and when a couple of people who didn't know I was her stepdad asked who I was, she said, "Oh, he's a servant," in front of my face. I was extremely mad at that, and it even resulted in a huge argument, although she played it off as a joke. But this was the last straw, and that happened a few months back, and after that I've always treated her as if she's invisible and barely had any interactions with her unless absolutely necessary. Well, she talked to me presently and said that she's got to apply to college and wants me to pay her fees. I refused, and I asked her to ask her real dad, who refused to pay for it himself. She began to protest and said I'm affecting her education and that I can't do that, but I did not relent, and I said she's not my business now. My wife says that refusing to pay is wrong and that I overreacted even though she's not being nice to me. Am I the a-hole? Is that a joke? I feel like you've underreacted. You haven't overreacted about a bloody thing. They called you their servant. Like the top comment says, not the a-hole. Tell her you can't afford it on your servant wages. Seriously, her two birth parents have had 18 years to save up for her college education. You've had 4 years of putting up with her rudeness with no backup or support from your wife, her mother, and she has the temerity to speak to you now that she wants your money. Now she can have 4 years of missing out on her dream college and think over how treating someone as less than human isn't a good life strategy. Yeah, and like the comment under it says, I feel that don't bite the hand that feeds you is kind of fitting in this case. It's plain stupidity to be rude for 4 years and then suddenly expect someone will be happy to throw money at you. Yeah, no, you're 100% not the a-hole, and your wife is way out of line as well. Like saying that you overreacted. You have a stepdaughter that's treating you awfully, and what, you're expected to pay for their college? Get out of here with that. You don't have to do anything, and the audacity that they even expect you to. Ugh, nah, that's so bad. Icky, gross, yuck even. Am I the a-hole for pointing out that my mum doesn't have custody of us while sitting at the Thanksgiving table? The title makes me sound like I ruined the day on purpose, but I promise I didn't. I just didn't know how else to put it, I guess. Anyway, me, 17 male, and my little brother James, 9 male, live with our older sister Eva, 26 female. James and I were removed from our mum when I was 10, and Eva did everything she could to keep my brother and I out of the system. I think it was because she was worried that we'd be separated, and I know she was in foster care for a little bit when she was was younger too, so I guess that was another reason she didn't want us to go in. She has guardianship of us now, and the adoption process is already going through. So today we're having a family dinner at a relative's house, and some people from our mum's side of the family, aunt, uncles, cousins, etc., were there with us. My aunt ended up making kind of a big deal out of the fact that Eva had me and James help with some of the prep for dinner. She ended up saying something like, "You shouldn't be bossing them around. They're not your kids and you're not their mother." Before anyone could even respond, I said, "Well, we haven't been your sister's kids for like 7 years now, so who do you think was doing her job instead?" My aunt got mad, and then eventually everyone was arguing. So yeah, dinner was ruined. A few of my cousins even texted me afterwards and said so, and pretty much everyone ended up going home. Eva told me that it's not my responsibility to defend her. Then she said she was sorry for the situation with her aunt. I feel bad because I made Eva feel bad, and because according to most of our family, I ruined the occasion with what I said. They think it wasn't the place or time for me to bring up my mother's situation, even if it was just in response to what my aunt was saying. I didn't mean to ruin dinner or anything, but if I was out of line, then I'll apologize. I'm just posting because I want to get some unbiased perspectives. Edit to add, I saw a few people ask me why no one in my mum's family helped my sister out when she was 19 and suddenly responsible for 2 kids, and honestly, I don't know. Even when Eva was a kid and she was taken from her mum temporarily, our relatives were given the option to keep her out of a foster home and to let her stay with them, but none of them took her in. Yeah, no, once again, you're not the a-hole. Your aunt started this. You shouldn't be blamed for it. The top comment says, "Not the a-hole. Your aunt was out of line to comment on what your sister asked you to do, and then she couldn't handle the truth when you spoke up. Too bad for her. Your sister is right that it wasn't your responsibility to defend her, but it was the right and honorable thing to do in my opinion. Congrats on your impending adoption. Your sister sounds like a gem." Yeah, definitely the aunt's fault and not yours. Am I the a-hole for refusing to make my daughter issue an apology to the class clown and telling the mother her daughter is a brat? My daughter, Ava 14, is a good kid in general. She gets good grades and is pretty quiet at school, sticking to her friend group and not causing issue. I was surprised getting a call today that I needed to pick her up since she got in trouble at school. Basically what happened was that the class clown, Mia, was messing around in class and dancing and singing during class for no reason. My daughter had had enough and told her to shut the F up. No one likes her and she's the reason no one enjoys school. A student recorded the whole thing. Mia ended up crying and they were both sent to the principal office. The principal wanted my daughter to give an apology to her. I told them no and that we're leaving. This started the mum telling me that her daughter needs an apology. I told her that her kid's a brat and she should learn how to behave in class, that if she wasn't annoying as hell, my daughter wouldn't have snapped after 5 months. She called me a jerk and my daughter is iffy if she needs to apologize, so I'm making this. Edit to clear stuff up. This was asked and the teacher was trying to get her back to her seat. This was in the middle of a lesson. She was trying and Mia was ignoring her and kept going. Also, since some people are confused, this wasn't a one-time thing. According to my daughter, she had 5 months of dealing with Mia and her behavior. Another question I've seen is, does she have ADHD? No idea, not my kid. If she does, it does explain some things, but it doesn't excuse it. Update 1. So some stuff has happened since I posted this. It got out what my daughter did to the other parents, and they've sent me email receipts of how many times they tried to get the school to do something about Mia. Most of the parents are pissed that Ava had to go to the principals. The principal has sent an email about conduct in the classroom and a new policy that if kids disrupt a class, they'll be taking action. Don't know what that means yet. Oh, right, okay, that's so interesting. So all the other parents were like, no, they're super frustrating and you shouldn't have to apologize. So this one is labeled as not the a-hole. This is an interesting comment, I feel like. Everybody sucks here, literally everyone. No one in this story comes out looking good. Mia obviously should sit down and shut up. She's being disruptive and taking away from the learning environment. The staff at the school and her parents need to recognize that Mia is being a problem and they need to take action. Your daughter took it way too far with the "nobody likes you" comment. You didn't recognize that your daughter did take it too far and you should apologize for that. Yeah, I feel like that's the only bit. I feel like everything the daughter said to Mia was fine, except saying this is why nobody likes you. But then also it sounds like it is pretty understandable. So yeah, I feel like it is leaning more towards not the a-hole. This comment says not the a-hole. At 14, these are either 8th graders or high schoolers. If this student is constantly derailing class and preventing other students from learning, she should be called out. Teachers really can't do anything in this day and age. Former teacher here. Peer pressure and public callouts can work, especially if it is the other student saying, hey, this isn't okay. One comment in 5 months isn't bullying. Your daughter lost her patience. There's a comment from OP saying that the teacher was there trying to get the kid to go back to her seat. This was in the middle of a lesson and it wasn't working. She had no no control of the room. I saw the video. Mia was completely ignoring her. Yeah, no, I feel like it is leaning more towards not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for refusing to make lasagna for Christmas after what my mother-in-law did last year? I, 30 female, have been together with my husband Michael, 31 male, for 7 years, married for 3 and dating for 4. My mother-in-law, 58 female, has always hosted Christmas ever since I've known him. I've always made a lasagna for Christmas and other special occasions. I'm essentially the family lasagna maker, and I honestly don't really mind since I love to cook and bake. However, last year my mother-in-law decided to make lasagna based off what she saw me doing when she was at my house, and a recipe that she got off the internet. I was surprised that she prepared a pan of her own, but didn't say anything, and I even got a small piece. It did not taste good, and it was barely even touched, while mine had almost half gone near the end of the dinner. That infuriated my mother-in-law, and she wound up doing a rant about how everyone loves me more than her and tried to throw my lasagna in the trash. What? I say tried because it mainly ended up on the floor. Michael and I quickly left after that, and my mother-in-law has not apologized for it since. Yesterday she called me to confirm what I was making for Christmas this year, and on her list of things I should make was lasagna. I politely said that I wasn't going to make a lasagna due to last year's incident, and I'd be happy to make anything else. My mother-in-law wasn't as polite and called me vindictive for refusing to make the lasagna over a small mistake. Oh my god, take some accountability. Are you joking? I just refused again, and it made my mother-in-law even angrier. So she told me that unless I show up with a lasagna in hand, she wouldn't let me be at the Christmas celebration. Oh, so immature. My husband says it's easier to just make the lasagna to keep the peace, and I shouldn't hold my mother-in-law's mistake that she made out of anger against her. Yeah, but they didn't even apologize. Word got out to my sister-in-law and brother-in-law from my mother-in-law, and they're saying I should also make it, even if it's just half of what I would usually make. Yeah, like the top comment says, my husband says it's easier to just make the lasagna to keep the peace, and I shouldn't hold my mother-in-law's mistake that she made out of anger against her. Sounds like he just volunteered to make the lasagna, not the a-hole. And also, like the comment under it says, premeditated, self-destructive, failed strategy, not a mistake. This woman wanted, for whatever reason, to upstage OP, went through the effort of trying to make OP's signature dish, did a poor job of it, then proceeded to rampage with revenge and destroy OP's leftovers. There are way too many deliberate actions in that event for any of her chosen behavior to be a mistake, and she hasn't even apologized. I'd be insisting that husband joins OP in whatever other Christmas celebration she'd prefer to attend. They can send a cheap frozen lasagna to mother-in-laws as their RSVP no. Yeah, super lame of the husband to not back up their partner. Like, the mother-in-law is obviously in the wrong, and yeah, it's not a mistake what they did. And also, the fact that the mother-in-law hasn't even apologized, that's enough reason for you to not want to go. But then when you do tell them that you're not going to make the lasagna this year, and they get rude and upset and start saying that you're being vindictive, the mother-in-law sounds so childish, and the fact that they didn't go, oh, you know what, I probably shouldn't have done that, and it was super inappropriate and stupid for me to chuck a tantrum like a child, and not even apologize? Yeah, nah, get out of here. You're definitely not the a-hole. It's pretty obvious who is. Am I the a-hole for asking my college classmate about her pubic hair? So, last weekend at college, my roommate invited a bunch of people into our dorm, a mix of girls and guys, and we were all drinking, and somehow the conversation got to the point where one of the girls, who I know, but we're not close friends, but we definitely had a friendly acquaintance relationship, at least until this incident, asked me if I was circumcised. I felt the question was invasive and personal, so I responded, "What's your pubic hair situation?" Trying to give her a taste of her own medicine so that she'd see how it feels to be asked an invasive question about your private area. And my question was less personal than hers. It was about a styling decision, which is done of your own volition and easily changeable, as opposed to something you had no say in and have no way to change, and hopefully realized that she'd overstepped the line. But instead, she just blushed and ran out of the dorm room. Now my roommate is mad at me and wants me to apologize to her, but I don't think I did anything wrong here. If she doesn't like having me ask her questions about her private area, she shouldn't be asking me questions about mine. Was I in the wrong here? No, I feel like what you're saying is completely right. And yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. She's the one who took the conversation in that direction. Ridiculous of her to then get upset when you play the same game. Yeah, 100%. But are they the ones who are saying that they should apologize? Or is it only the roommate that is mad and saying they should apologize to her? Because all they said is they started blushing and then ran out. So, like, were they embarrassed? And were they upset and saying that you should apologize? Because, yeah, it doesn't actually say that the woman they're talking about asked them to apologize. Yeah, no, I feel like this one's pretty simple. people. Like, yeah, they're the ones who are asking invasive questions. There are a few comments here saying a little bit of everybody sucks, but mainly not the a-hole. The next one is called, am I the a-hole for flipping out after he ate my son's food? I don't think I'm an a-hole. However, literally everyone I've spoken to is against me on this because it's just food. I would never make someone feel like crap over food, blah, blah, blah. So here I am, 30 female. I have a 13-year-old son named Colby with my ex-husband. Last year, my son desperately wanted to go to Japan because his father currently lives there, and my son had been there multiple times for visits during the summer and fell in love with it. He begged me to let him live with his dad for a year, and while it broke my bloody heart and gave me extreme anxiety, I agreed. I couldn't say no. He went there for a year and came back home in August of this year. As many could imagine, Japan has much different cuisines than the US does, and while my son wouldn't complain about anything I put in front of him, he did make a few comments about missing Japanese dishes, so I went on a few websites, got a hold of his dad, etc., and I was able to get some of the ingredients and recipes shipped out to me. His favourite one is some type of noodles with a dark brown spicy sauce. I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but since it's his favourite, I have his father send me out the noodles and the sauce, so my son can prepare it for himself at home, as well as buying him the fresh ingredients needed. Well, me and my husband's daughter 9 asked Colby the day before yesterday if she could have some of his noodles. He said no. He only said no because he's made the dish for her before and she wasted the entire thing because it was too spicy, so she doesn't like it, and therefore he said no and reminded her that she didn't like it. Before my daughter could even respond, my husband pipes up with, give her some. There's no reason why you can't share. So I stepped in and I said no. She's already had it and she threw it in the trash, and this is his food. He doesn't have to share his food. He just kind of walks off. Well, this morning my son asked me where all of his noodles were, 4 packages, and my husband says I ate them. I asked why the hell he would do that, and he said because I wanted to. Wow, they're trying to get their power fix. To me, this felt like a big F you because I told him my son didn't have to share his food, so I did lose it. He did this on purpose, I just know it. I told him he was a pig on a power trip and he should be ashamed of himself for eating my son's food. He says I'm ridiculous and I'm an a-hole for calling him a pig because he's overweight, simply because he was hungry and wanted to eat. Everyone else says I'm an a-hole too, as I said. Am I the a-hole? The top comment says, not the a-hole. Your husband seems to be on a power trip, and I'm thinking there was much more than one reason your son wanted to live with his father in Japan. Yeah, it's just food. However, it's food that was purchased by your son's father and then shipped to him from Japan. It belongs to your son and your son only. He does not have to give it to anyone that he doesn't want to, as it was a gift from his father. I really think you need to have a private conversation with your son, away from your husband, and ask him if your husband treats him poorly when you're not around. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if the answer was yes. Also, eating 4 packages of noodles in one sitting just to dominate your 13-year-old son is both a pig thing to do and extremely immature. It's the equivalent of licking all the cookies so no one else can have one. Editor add, if you choose to stay in this marriage, get your son a lockbox or a safe so that he can store his non-perishable food items in, and possibly even a small fridge with a lock on it if there are any perishable items that need refrigeration, because I guarantee you this is only the beginning. And OP said underneath, I'm pretty sure he would lick all the cookies just so no one else could have one. We were already on the fast track to divorce. Yeah, no, you're not the a-hole. Their stepdad is eating the gift that their dad got them, shipped all the way from Japan. Like, imagine having a stepson and feeling like you could do something like this. Well, also feeling like you could do this to anybody, but like it's your stepson. Bro, what are you doing? Yeah, that's such an immature thing to do. Like, unbelievably immature. And yeah, I don't feel like you're the a-hole even a little bit. I can't get over that. That's such a gross thing to do. There are so many comments here that are like, leave them and move to Japan. Like, yeah, how would you even look at somebody the same after they did something like this? And yeah, like this comment says, not the a-hole. Your husband sounds like an unbearable and immature a-hole. It's probably not even just a food to your son, but a connection to his father. Man, this makes me so mad. Yeah, and the audacity. And who's saying that you are the a-hole? I'm so happy you made this post and everybody is saying that you're not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for brushing my daughter's friend's extremely matted hair out so she could avoid a drastic cut? My daughter has a friend A, 13 female, who's been going through some health issues that I don't want to put here. A's mum passed away when she was little, so it's just her and her dad. Since he started dating his girlfriend, we'll call her C, A's needs have been pushed to the side a little, and he's just now noticed that A has been struggling. She's doing better now after getting the help that she needed. However, A's hair has been extremely matted as it hasn't been brushed for months. A had been hiding her hair under hats and hoods at home and trying to disguise it at school in buns. She stayed over at the weekend and only found out about her hair when they came downstairs after getting a comb stuck in A's hair trying to fix it. I comforted A as she was ashamed about her hair, but had hoped that she and my daughter could fix it. My daughter convinced her to tell me about it as she'd been scared to say anything to anybody, as she thought she'd be judged about it, as her dad's girlfriend has made comments about her appearance when she was going through her health issues. When A was going through her issues, I made it clear to her and my daughter that our home is a judgment-free zone, and if she ever wanted to come to me or my husband for help, then she'd get it. A then did ask for help detangling her hair, so that's what I did. We put on some films and we worked on detangling A's hair. It took hours, but it was doable. When A went home on Sunday, her hair was completely detangled and neatly braided into 2 Dutch braids. She was happy and she thanked me for helping her with her hair. Then on Monday, I got an angry phone call from C because she was meant to be taking A to get her hair cut due to how matted her hair was. Apparently C and A's dad had noticed how bad it was, and C had told me that she'd get it sorted. C is mad because the salon they were going to had charged her a cancellation fee for cancelling the day of the appointment. C wants me to pay her back for the cancellation fee as it's my fault for fixing A's hair when they were gonna go get it cut. I told her that I wouldn't be paying for it. I just did the right thing by A instead of going to the extreme option right away. C then said that A was no longer allowed to be friends with my daughter and they would sue me for the cancellation fee. It was £60, half the cost of the cut. My daughter told me that A knew about C wanting to cut her hair and A didn't want the haircut, which is why she went to my daughter for help. A, like my own daughter's, has long hair, so cutting the matted hair out would have meant her losing well over half the length of her hair. Am I the a-hole for brushing out A's hair so she avoided getting a drastic cut? Update, this got more attention than I thought it would. I'd like to clarify a couple of things. One, while I'm not going to go fully into A's health issues, the matted hair is the result of a depressive episode. Once things got better, she was just very embarrassed by the state of her hair, but didn't know how to fix it, so she hid it and it got worse. She is able to brush and wash her hair when she's okay. And number 2, A isn't being neglected by her dad. He knows he hasn't been the best dad to A and is trying to be better when it comes to her. Since A's health issues, he has been seeking help. I'm not going to report a man who I can see is trying to get better as a parent. A's dad, I'll call him Jay, came around earlier as he wanted to talk to me. A and C had gotten into a shouting match yesterday because of the cancelled appointment. C had told A that she wasn't allowed to see my daughter anymore until I paid the money I owed. This was news to Jay, and A told C that she was going to continue seeing her friend. A also told C that she hated her, and that if anyone was going to take the place of her mum, it would be me, because at least I cared about A as a person, and not just her appearance. Well, good on you, A. Jay wanted to know what had happened with A and why I owed C money. I explained it all to Jay, and he was horrified to learn that C was going to cut A's hair short instead of helping her. He'd been under the impression that the appointment had been to get her hair detangled, and would not have consented to A getting a big chop. He hadn't realised how focused C had become on A's appearance with her hair. He told me that he wasn't going to stop A coming around as he knows how important my family is to her. When her mum died and he fell apart, we provided the stability they both needed. I told Jay that A is always welcome here and she knows it, but it's her dad that she needs. She needs him to be there for her and to support her through whatever she's going through. Having her dad will mean more to her than having me there. Jay agreed with this and knows he hasn't been the dad that she needs and is going to try and be better for her. He's asked if I could recommend a family therapist who could help them, and I gave him a few names. Since A started going through her issues, Jay has stepped up. He's not the same dad that he was when they started, but he does still have a way to go to be the dad of the year. Since speaking with Jay, I've had angry texts from C, furious that I went behind her back and spoke with Jay when she was dealing with the issue. In the string of angry texts she sent me, she said horrible things about myself, A, and my daughter. I'm not engaging with her anymore. She's a walking red flag. I screenshotted them before blocking C and I sent them to Jay's work phone. Jay gave me his work number when he started dating C because she'd been screening and deleting messages before he saw them. She doesn't have access to his work phone. My daughter has been messaging A making sure she's okay, and she will be coming to stay at the weekend as she doesn't want to be at home when C collects her stuff. I'm not sure what is going on with that relationship, nor do I want to know, but it does sound like Jay is finally putting A first. Oh yeah, you're definitely not the a-hole. I was going to say, as long as A doesn't lose contact with you, but it doesn't sound like they're going to, so that's good. And yeah, the fact that they were going to cut the hair off, instead of at least trying to do what you did, yeah, you're definitely not the a-hole, and it does sound like Jay is realizing all of this. Yeah, you did the right thing for sure. Am I the a-hole for kicking out my future in-laws after they lost and almost killed my dog? I'm engaged to my fiance Meg. I own a large home. Meg spends most of her time at my place, but technically still has her own. We're in the process of moving her in with me this fall. Since my place has a lot of room and Meg's doesn't, I agreed to host her family from out of town for Thanksgiving. I'm gonna be blunt, I don't like Meg's family. They're all extremely conservative, conspiracy theorist, low-key racist, a woman's place is the kitchen types. Meg is very different from them, but is close with them. She hasn't seen them in a year, so I agreed that they could stay at my place for the holiday because I can usually tolerate them enough. Wednesday morning, Meg's parents arrive and things are fine. A few hours later, Meg's sister gets here. I have a dog named Lucy. This is my dog, not Meg's dog and not our dog. I had her for years before Meg was around, and Meg is not a big fan of dogs, although she likes Lucy. I was in the bathroom when the sister pulled into the driveway. Meg's mum calls to me and says, "I'm gonna let Lucy out front to say hi to Meg's sister," to which I explicitly said, "No, don't do that. She needs to be on a leash and I should handle her. Give me a minute and I can come help, but leave her inside." I know she heard me because she said okay. 2 minutes later, Meg comes screaming, saying that her mum let Lucy outside and she ran away down the street. I ran out of the house and I got in my car to drive after her, but I could never find her. I drove all around my neighborhood and adjacent neighborhoods trying to find her all day, but I just couldn't. She had my number on her collar, but I was terrified she was gone or got hit by a car or something. Meg drove around in her car throughout the day too, but her parents and sister did nothing. They just spent the day alone at my house. I went home and slept and then resumed the search in the morning on Thursday, Thanksgiving Day. I continued searching and I got a call in the afternoon that somebody found Lucy. I went and I got her and she was a mess. She had several bite marks and was bleeding in several places. I think she got in a fight with a wild animal. I took her to the ER immediately and they patched her up, and she will pull through luckily. But that process took a long time, so I didn't get home until Thursday night. Today I was exhausted and I pretty much locked myself in my room with Lucy to watch her. Meg's dad knocked on my door and told me to be a man and that the dog was back and it was just a stupid dog, so who cares? I told them all to leave right now. Meg was upset and said they didn't have anywhere, and I said I don't care, but they can't be at my home. They eventually left after I threatened calling the cops. Meg left with them and texted that it was rude for offering my home and then kicking them out, and they made an honest mistake. No, they did not. I felt that her mum did not listen to what I told her, and Lucy needs quite alone time to recover, and I never even got an apology. Am I the a-hole? The top comment says, "Not the a-hole. This could have been so much worse. Poor Lucy. Did the mum say anything to you after this? Did anybody apologize?" And OP says underneath, "No, I just got sassy remarks about how I didn't even make them a Thanksgiving dinner, so they had to go find a grocery store that was open." Nobody apologized other than Meg giving a "I'm sorry that happened and that you were worried." Yeah, like the comment under that says, "I'm sorry that happened and that you're worried." Meg isn't even saying that they were wrong. Until she understands and admits that they were wrong, there's no saving this relationship, and I'd be very leery even then. And how does Meg square that with Meg left with them and texted that it was rude for offering my home and then kicking them out? That was not an honest mistake. You gave them specific instructions and they decided that they knew better. She's defending the indefensible. Yeah, and then also the crap that the dad said. Ew. And yeah, Meg doesn't even care. I feel like the way they responded to this is a massive red flag, and the audacity of them to say that OP didn't make them the Thanksgiving dinner. Like, OP missed their Thanksgiving because of you, and they don't even care. They're not even like, "Oh, maybe I shouldn't have let the dog run away." And the crap that the dad said. Yeah, no, you're definitely not the a-hole, OP, and you should run in the opposite direction from a family like this. And I feel like that's enough Am I the a-hole for today, guys. Definitely time to read something wholesome. My granddad just called me to tell me how big his cauliflowers are growing, and it was so cute. They're twice as big as the ones you get in the shop. Oh, they're so happy. And yeah, that is a magnificent cauliflower. That could be the most beautiful thing I think I've ever read. They are so happy when you become a regular at a place and they learn your name and they start asking about your day. Yeah, how sweet is that? Like, "Oh, you remember me. Thank you for this. Cute new coworker is super cute and this is a problem." No, June 2014 me, it's not a problem because you're in love now and you have an apartment in Philly and a fat cat and you make Mexican food all the time. Dreams come true. And now you two are engaged. Everything is beautiful. Oh, congratulations. That's so nice. Dreams do 100% come true. Love seeing stuff like this. Am I the a-hole for expressing to my in-laws that I don't want to be their server for their family Christmas dinner? So, I'm a newlywed and my in-laws are rolling into town for Christmas and staying at my husband's and my new house. They mentioned wanting to dine out for Christmas dinner, but I offered to whip up a home-cooked feast instead. Unfortunately, they turned down the offer. Now, here's where it gets interesting. I'm currently working as a server in our town after recently being laid off from my corporate job. Lucky for me, the restaurant is shut on Christmas Eve and Christmas. Well, turns out my mother-in-law had other plans. She called up my workplace without even speaking to me beforehand and was asking for me to be their server for their entire Christmas dinner. I found out through my husband that I'd be playing the role of their server for their festive family celebration, and my Christmas gift would be a sweet tip and takeout from my restaurant. Seems a bit odd, especially since our restaurant isn't even going to be open on Christmas Eve or Christmas, and I'd be available to spend time with them on those days. They're scheduling this dinner the day before we close and making it their designated family celebration. Wow, the absolute audacity. I politely declined because let's be real, being excluded from Christmas dinner while working as their server, yeah, that's a hard pass from me. Unfortunately, I was told that I was being dramatic, and there's nothing weird about me being their server for their family Christmas dinner. Thoughts, anyone? Oh my god, how dare they? They think you're being dramatic because you don't want to do this? God, they sound awful. Why are in-laws always so bad? Every time we read about in-laws or mother-in-laws or anything, they're always the most awful people ever. Yeah, you haven't done anything that's even a little bit a-holy, but them on the other hand, edit, wow, I'm truly amazed by the overwhelming support I've received. I never expected this post to gain so much attention. Thank you to everybody who took the time to read and respond. I took the opportunity to establish clear boundaries during a FaceTime session, emphasizing that such behavior is not acceptable, particularly considering the racial and economic differences between us. As a biracial woman from a lower class family, it was crucial for me to assert myself and to not dismiss their behavior. I might take some time to respond to messages as there's a lot to sift through. Thank you all for standing with me. You've all helped me so much. Thank you. Edit/update number 2. Mother-in-law was upset that I'd taken a stand against her Christmas plans. My husband stood by my side through it all, supporting the decision to uninvite everyone who supported this decision. We're now focusing on creating a Christmas atmosphere that's positive and stress-free, sans the drama. Your words truly gave me the strength to navigate this challenging situation. If anyone has similar stories or more advice to share, I'm all ears. Yeah, no, you're 100% in the right, and I can't even stress enough how in the wrong the other people are. Like, yeah, you're not even invited to the dinner, but they want you to be the server. And also, it's not like it was your idea or something. It was their idea, and they're trying to get you to do it. And yeah, it's super demeaning and degrading. The top comment says, not the a-hole. Damn, that's insulting and spiteful AF. We don't want you to cook or be a participant in our Christmas celebration, but we'd love to come to your workplace and have you serve us. So yeah, technically you're there with us, but you can't contribute to the conversation, and you're required to be polite because it's your job. And to say that your gift is the tip and takeout, what the ever-loving you-know-what kind of BS is that? I'd tell your boss that you request to not serve them, or switch with a co-worker, or call out last minute or something. How in the hell does your husband not see the offense in their actions and isn't supporting you? Yeah, oh my god, they suck. And yeah, you're definitely not the a-hole. And yeah, you're doing the right thing, OP. If I were you, I wouldn't go anywhere near them for a long time. The next one is called, am I the a-hole for cancelling my best friend's bachelorette party after she fired me as a bridesmaid? I'm gonna try and sum this up the most I can. I'm a full-time student, so I'm currently living off student loans and what little hours I can work outside of school. I've spent around $1,000 on my best friend's wedding so far, $350 on the flight home to attend the wedding as I'm away for school, and about $100 on the gift I sent for her bridal shower. The maid of honor is currently very pregnant and having a rough time. She asked me to plan the bachelorette party. I agreed. I planned it perfectly and I had it as a surprise. I messaged the other girls the plan. When they all agreed, I went ahead and booked my idea. I spent, this is on top of the $1,000 I spent earlier, $400 on a limo to go bar hopping. The bride loves bar hopping, and I booked us a $700 Airbnb to crash in after. As of right now, the other bridesmaids did not chip in. This was out of pocket, but they said they'd pay me back later. About a month later, and 2 other girls got kicked from the bridal party group chat, along with a paragraph from the bride saying that we were no longer invited because we weren't quote-unquote honoring her wishes when asked. She didn't answer what she meant or what we'd done wrong. 2 days pass and she adds us back to the chat and apologizes, saying that she was just stressed. We all talk about it and we made up. Yesterday the same happened, except this time I'm the only one who got removed, with a paragraph going off on me, telling me that I'm not respecting her or her wishes, that she wishes that she never invited me or asked me to be a bridesmaid. When asked what happened or what I did wrong, again, radio silence. Today she messages me apologizing, saying that she's sorry for lashing out and that she'd like me there but not as a bridesmaid, as it would make her uncomfortable, and I'm not allowed to wear the dress I'd already bought as it's a bridesmaid's dress. I told her I respectfully declined as I couldn't afford another dress, as I've already spent too much on this wedding, and that I didn't want to make her uncomfortable on her big day. She then lashes out, telling me that I should just take more from my student loans to buy a second dress Yes. So with that, I went and I cancelled the Airbnb and the limo. I told the other bridesmaids what had happened and they agreed it was fair. One of them must have told the bride about the secret bachelorette party, as she messaged me telling me that I'm an a-hole and I've ruined her entire wedding as she now doesn't have time to book a new bachelorette party in time, and she nor any of the other bridesmaids have the money or savings to book anything. I also managed to get the refund for my flight, so really I'm only at about $450 for a wedding I'm no longer invited to. Am I the a-hole for cancelling the party and getting the money back? No, of course not. They 1,000,000% brought this on themselves. Why the hell do they feel like they can say awful stuff to you and then apologize as if it's okay? Like, oh, sorry for lashing out, like it's an excuse. And also, not to mention all the trouble you've gone to for this wedding and all the money you spent on it. There's also a comment here from OP. Yes, I didn't include this part, sorry, my bad. So the first time she messaged us, she didn't tell us nor explain what we were doing wrong. When we first all discussed it, she said that she just had a moment of panic and stress took over, and she said things that she didn't mean. The most recent time she told me that she'd be uncomfortable due to the fact that we had a fight. The fight was her just removing me from the group chat and then cussing me out. She never told me what I wasn't respecting her wishes on, but I will say she did know she had a bachelorette party, but the surprise was what it was going to be. I have spoke to the maid of honor since this post, and she said the bride told her that she didn't know how she felt about a skinny girl being next to her at the altar. Yeah, you need some new friends, OP, because this is not a friend. The bride definitely isn't your friend. The way they speak about you and the way they obviously view you, yeah, no, these aren't the actions of a friend. And yeah, you're for sure not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for telling my parents that my kids won't attend Christmas if everybody can't attend? My husband was injured when we were in high school, almost 18 years ago now, and uses a wheelchair now. We have 4 children, his 15-year-old son from a previous relationship, an 8-year-old daughter, a 5-year-old son, and a 1-year-old daughter. My parents usually host a big Christmas every year with all the kids and their families. Sometimes it's at their home and sometimes it's at a vacation destination. In previous years, it's always been accessible for my husband, but this year they've chosen to have it at a mountain ski resort that's largely inaccessible and would have a lot of activities that would leave my husband out, so we told him we're going to do our own thing for Christmas. No biggie, right? They responded by saying, how about you send the kids and you can do your own thing?
That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
We responded that we wouldn't be sending our kids and that if we couldn't all attend, nobody would attend. They're upset and they're accusing us of withholding the kids from something that brings them joy and being bad parents. Are we the a-hole? No, of course you're not. These have all been very obvious. Like, of course you're not the a-hole. The top comment says, not the a-hole. This is amazing. Of course not the a-hole. They've excluded your husband from Christmas and their solution is, oh, that's okay. You can just split up your entire family for the holidays. Do they have a problem with your husband? Because honestly, I'd almost feel like this would be less awful if they'd done it on purpose than if they'd been that level of ignorant towards him and your whole family. I can't believe they think you're bad parents. They owe you a huge apology, and your husband. Oh, it's so frustrating when people think that the other person is in the wrong when they themselves are being awful. Yeah, you're definitely not the a-hole, OP. The next one is called, am I the a-hole for telling my brother, I guess you go to jail? I, 32, and my brother Tim, 24, has been trying to go to film school. In July, I got a flag on my credit report. Someone tried to co-sign my name on a private student loan. I found out that my brother somehow got the information from my mum, thinking that I wouldn't notice. Tim is on the spectrum. He doesn't have great judgment, but my wife was pissed because we're living with my in-laws on the other side of the country, saving up for a home once if the interest rates drop, and I have kept my credit flawless, so I did the things you're supposed to do to report it for fraud. I tell my mum and she doesn't say much. It slowly comes out that my brother couldn't get a loan, and he found some paperwork about my parents' will that had my social security number on it, just laying around. He couldn't get the loan without a cosigner and put me down. It takes months for this to come out, so my wife and my in-laws pressured me to file charges on Tim. I told my mum what Tim did was wrong and illegal. My mum started crying and handed the phone to Tim, and I explained to him about what he did and that he needs a lawyer. Again, Tim is autistic and started panicking about what will happen to him after the headache of his actions, and I said, I guess you go to jail. Since then, Tim went into a bad state and his meltdown caused him to be on psychiatric hold. He's in bad shape and my family blames me because he keeps saying I'm going to jail. I don't know if he actually would for what he did, but because of what I told him, he's regressed pretty bad and has been in a panic for weeks and isn't getting any better. My parents did get him a lawyer to try to calm him down, but he's back in the hospital again for another stay. I feel like the mum is the issue here, and also what the brother did was wrong, and they obviously know they shouldn't do that. There's a comment here that says something just doesn't add up. If he really is as incapable as your mum portrays him, how would he have gotten the idea to use your info to make you a cosigner? I feel like there's more information that your mum isn't telling you and probably never will. It sounds like they both, brother and mum, thought we'll get the cosign loan and since we'll pay it off, OP will never have to know a thing. I wonder why your mum didn't just cosign for him instead of likely helping him pursue this course of action. Being on the spectrum isn't an excuse for criminal behaviour. If he's sharp enough to go to film school, I gotta think he's also not so far on the extreme end of the spectrum that he can't understand the difference between right and wrong. Not the a-hole. Yeah, there's definitely more stuff going on here. The top comment says not the a-hole. Identity theft and fraud are serious crimes. Has he ever been held accountable for his actions? And OP says, not really. My mum always covers for him saying that he was autistic. He knows right from wrong because he always acted like this when he got caught doing something bad. Yeah, it sounds like the mum has been the real enabler in all of this. Am I the a-hole for calling my girlfriend a biatch for lying about an emergency to test my commitment? My girlfriend Andrea, 29 female, and I, 29 male, have been together for a few months now. Everything had gone smooth until yesterday when she pulled off a ridiculous stunt. She called me late at night to say that she's seriously injured and having panic attacks and that no one else is with her as her parents are out, which was true, they were out. She said she also got some chest pains and she thinks she's dying and that she's in a really bad state and can hardly breathe. She was heaving while we spoke. She begged me to help her, said that she'd already called 911, but that she also wanted to let me know, and I was shocked. I took my car and I rushed to her house, and it was only after reaching there that I found out that she was joking about it. She met me joyfully and said that she only wanted to see how committed I am during an emergency, as that's an essential part of a relationship or something.
Okay, red flags all over the place.
I lost my temper and I asked her what the hell her problem was. She said that she was just testing me and I got pissed off. I called her an effing biatch and I told her that I did not deserve to be treated like trash and made use of like that. She was crying by saying that she only wanted to check whether I'm a good fit and that I overreacted. I left the house immediately and I haven't talked to her since. She's been texting me but I just ignored her. Am I the a-hole? Wow, yeah, you do not do stuff like that to your partner. Testing how committed you are. That's the most childish, red flag, immature sort of thing ever. Yeah, like this comment says, she was testing your commitment. All she did was prove to you that she doesn't deserve your trust or respect you as a person. Just tell her she made a great commitment test and thank her. Her test made you realize that she's not someone that you can commit to. Saved you a lot of time and trouble in the long run. And the comment above that one says, no, she's the a-hole. Testing you like that was a pathetic and childish thing to do. Find a new girlfriend. Not even married couples do that. She would have found out how committed you were when your relationship got to that stage. That's your red flag. Don't ignore it. And you called her an effing biatch in sheer anger. You had every right to be angry. I would have been just as angry and said something similar. OP did update this and said, after talking to her about it, I have decided to give her a second chance. She's apologized a lot and promised to never do that again. I'd be more careful, of course, and I won't be trusting her blindly, but I have thought that I'd give her one chance, especially since she's shown herself to be regretful. Yeah, that's a wild thing to do. And yeah, she didn't even consider how you felt or even think about how this would make you feel. Yeah, stuff like that isn't cute and funny, it's awful. Am I the a-hole for telling my friend's boyfriend that he shouldn't have been allowed to eat? Some friends and I decided to do the trend where we have a dinner and everybody brings a food that starts with the first letter of their name. There's one friend of ours that's a bit of a moocher. Whenever we go out, she never pays for stuff, whether it's the dinner bill or tickets for the movies. We always end up paying for her, but everyone accepted this and doesn't really have an issue with it. However, recently it's become worse. She's been dating this guy for a couple of months and she brings him everywhere with her, even when he's not invited. So now we have two people to pay for. Also, I feel like I have to say that they do have jobs and they're not struggling. It'd be different if they were broke, then of course I wouldn't mind. But yeah, we had the dinner last night and everybody brought food and put a lot of effort into it. These two, however, showed up with absolutely nothing, not even a bottle of soda. We were annoyed, but nobody said anything. It wasn't until the end of the night when they were leaving that I cracked a little. The friend's boyfriend was taking home all of the barbecue ribs that were left. What? I repeat, all of it, and it was a lot. Like, damn, be considerate at least. He emptied the entire tray of ribs into a container. Oh my god. I would never speak to these people again. How awful and rude do you have to be to do something like that? That's when I politely asked, can you maybe not take all of it? The others might want some too. He got all defensive and asked, why are you treating me like I'm stealing all the food? That's exactly what you're doing. What do you mean? He got angry, plopped the ribs back down and said, fine, I don't need your food. To which I replied, it kinda seems like you do, and to be honest, you shouldn't have eaten it all since you didn't even contribute again, as usual. Then my friend came, took him, and just left without saying anything. Now apparently she's angry with us, mainly me.
Would you excuse me for a moment?
Oh my god, the audacity! How self-centered and entitled are these people? Most of my friend group doesn't think I did anything wrong, but there are a couple who are saying that I shouldn't have said anything. What do you mean? Sorry, this one is so infuriating. Like, this person takes all of the food. They're lucky that that's all you said to them. The thing is that I didn't even say anything to my friend because I don't mind that she doesn't contribute. Her boyfriend was the one irritating me. He eats the most food but doesn't contribute, drinks the most alcohol, doesn't contribute, orders really expensive meals at restaurants, doesn't contribute towards the bill. Oh my god. What? So I'm editing the video right now, and it's actually kind of frustrating how much OP is going along with this, and I don't feel like I said that enough in the video. Like, why have you been putting up with these people and paying for them? Like, I don't think the friend group should have ever started paying for their friend, like on a frequent basis anyway. It's okay if it's every now and then, but they can't expect that you're gonna pay every time. And yeah, OP and the rest of the friend group should have put a stop to this a long time ago. Okay, I think that's all I had to say. Thank you for watching, guys. I guess I got kind of annoyed and snapped at him. I tried phoning her to clarify that I don't have any issue with her, but she's ignoring me. I don't know, maybe I should have left well enough alone. Okay, so first of all, your friend group has been far too kind to these people. If you're at a nice restaurant and somebody is ordering expensive stuff and they don't contribute to the bill, then guess what? They have an issue that they can take up with the restaurant. Why the hell should you pay for them? God, they sound so immature and entitled. Yeah, like the top comment says, you're not the a-hole for this event, but why do you and your friends tolerate them mooching like that? Tell them they need to pay their own way and do it. If you go to a movie, buy your own tickets and let them pay or leave. Get separate checks at restaurants, and when the server first comes to the table, tell them you'll need separate checks. As a former restaurant employee, I can tell you that it is fairly easy to split a check, especially if you know it'll be split before you even start entering things, and a royal pain to go back and split a check that you entered together. You and your friends have been complete doormats. When you let bad behavior repeatedly go unchallenged, it never stops and it often worsens. Yeah, they sound terrible, but you need to stop tolerating it. And yeah, I feel like OP's only issue is they put up with this crap for so long. Oh my god, I feel like that was rage bait or something. Imagining people like that, they sound so frustrating. Oh, I can't believe that. And they're getting upset at you? Unbelievable. Am I the a-hole for telling my sister that she's an idiot if she thought that her actions at her wedding wouldn't have consequences? P.S. I'm on my phone. So a bit of quick backstory. My biological dad died when I was young, and my mum remarried when my sister was 8 and I was 10. We're now in our late 20s. Stepdad focused a lot of his time providing for us, so I never got very close to him, but I am grateful for him. I'm engaged and my sister is going to marry in about a month. My wedding will be in a year. Both of us are close to our mum though. My sister, who I'll call Noelle, messed up in my opinion. At first I was on her side, but now I just sort of feel bad for my stepdad. Noelle isn't going to have him walk her down and give her away. I understand this is her decision, and when that came out, I helped my mum and stepdad understand that it was her choice. The turning point happened last week when she told us that he will not be sitting at the family table. When asked why, she made it clear that he wasn't family to her. Again, her right, but damn, he's the reason that we had such a good childhood and are debt-free. He paid for college and worked a ton. I knew this would result in them not going to the wedding, and they informed my sister. She called me upset and was ranting about how it was her wedding, that she was being abandoned. Oh, get out of here. I had enough, and I told her that she's an idiot if she didn't think that her actions wouldn't have consequences. She called me a jerk and hung up. I'm unsure if I was a jerk, and I feel guilty since I'm now closer to my parents, since I promised he can walk me down at my wedding. No, you're not a jerk, your sister is. And the audacity of your sister to say that she feels abandoned. Like what, maybe how the stepdad feels? God. Did they not think about for even a second what they would feel like when they said stuff like this? And yeah, not to mention that it sounds like you had a good stepdad. Your sister was pretty much only thinking about herself and being pretty hurtful in the process. The next one is called, Am I the a-hole for refusing to make my half-sister look better on her wedding day by showing up? My half-sister and I share a mum. She's 9 years older than me, 17 female. Her dad died when she was 5. Mum remarried to my dad when she was 8 and got pregnant with me straight away. Until I was 10, I thought she was the best person ever, and I wanted us to have a relationship like my friends had with their siblings, but she's she's rejected me as not being her real sister from day one. She also rejects my dad as anything other than quote unquote my mother's you-know-what buddy, and she's called him that to his face in front of other people. Oh my god, how awful. My dad always lets it slide, and mum will tell her that we're a family, to which my half-sister will say she's family, but my dad and I are not. Yeah, nah, the half-sister sounds so bad. When I was 6, my brother was stillborn when mum was about 6 months pregnant with him. She had grandma come over to watch my half-sister and me while she was in hospital, and we were told that something had happened to our brother. I was really upset because I'd been so excited and I wanted comfort from my half-sister. She told me to grow the F up and stay away from her. Oh my god. She also told me it was a shame the same thing didn't happen to me when mum was expecting me. Okay, so why is this even on this subreddit? Like, of course you're not the a-hole. Grandma was horrified and told her she'd regret saying that, but my half-sister told me that she wouldn't regret saying that about someone that she didn't love. The breaking point was that Christmas when I was 10. She decided to stay with a different family member for Christmas, but did show up to our grandparents for Christmas Day celebrations. I was excited to see her, and I thought the fact that she showed up meant that she might like me now, but after I tried talking to her, she turned on me and said that she didn't give an F about me or my life, and didn't want me to know anything about hers. She called me pathetic and asked me why she would care about somebody like me. She told me that if she could turn back time, she would have begged for mum to have an abortion because I was disgusting. It was at that point where I think I hit the point where I was like, you know what, fine. Over the last 7 years, I've seen her maybe 3 times. She avoids being where I will be, and she has made it clear to mum that if mum wants to see her, dad and I are not welcome, and we're not invited into her life. What a terrible person, straight up. Except now she's getting married and she invited me and wanted me there because questions were asked. Mum was so happy when my half-sister told her she really wanted me there. Mum was so eager to tell me. My half-sister even showed up to invite me personally, but I told her I wouldn't go. She explained that she needed me and why, and I told her I'm not going to make her look better by showing up. Ugh. I said that she wants me dead. I don't want her in my life, and it's as simple as that. Mum cried that we're siblings, and I told her I lost my only sibling when my brother was stillborn, that he would have been my only sibling because my half-sister sure as hell wasn't a sibling for me. She made it clear many times over that she didn't want it to be. My half-sister and mum both feel like I'm really in the wrong. Am I the a-hole? Your mum feels like you're in the wrong? Is this some sort of sick joke? This toxic ass half-sister just said that they only want them there to make them look better, and the mum is like, oh, I guess I'm gonna be upset at you. What? Oh, this one makes me mad. I really hope it isn't real. Sorry, by the way, I know I shouldn't doubt whether or not it's real, but only because the people in it are so awful. Oh, I'm so sorry, OP. And yeah, of course you're doing the right thing. Not only have they said possibly the most vile stuff ever to you, and made it clear so many times that they pretty much hate you, but the bloody reason they want you at the wedding is so that they look better. Also, by the way, that's not how that works. If you're this toxic and nasty of a person, nothing in the bloody world can make you look good. Yeah, wow, that was unbelievable. And also, just the part where they said that your dad is their mum's F-buddy, like that was a huge enough red flag, let alone all this other stuff. And of course, there are thousands of comments here saying that they're not the a-hole. Cause yeah, how could OP have done anything in this? Straight up revolting behavior from the half-sister. Like, I'm sure you guys have noticed in my videos, but I don't like to judge somebody's character entirely from what we read, and I try to avoid being mean or saying that somebody is a terrible person, because I feel like it's not my place to say stuff like that. But yeah, sometimes it's so unbelievably obvious. Like, oh yeah, okay, I don't feel like this person could say anything worse, and then they do, multiple times. Am I the a-hole for kicking my mother-in-law out of my house? For trying to convince my daughter to give her baby to my sister-in-law? I, 34 female, have been married to my husband for 10 years. We have 2 daughters together, 7 and 5. I have a daughter from a high school relationship who is 17. My daughter is 7 months pregnant. The father is in her life. They both are working hard, saving money. I've already had the necessary talks with my daughter, but she's dead set on being a mother to this child. My sister-in-law, 35, has struggled with fertility and basically has been told that she can't have children. They've been actively trying or just not using protection for the past 10 years and only conceived twice, ending in early miscarriages. My mother-in-law already brought up the idea of letting sister-in-law adopt this baby, which we told my daughter's wishes. The other day I came home from work and my mother-in-law was over, and I overheard her talking to my daughter about the idea, telling her how she wouldn't be fit to be a mother and sister-in-law is much more prepared, and how she wouldn't want to repeat the cycle because I had her so young. She then pulled a guilt trip and told her how sister-in-law's dream is to have a child. I simply opened the door and just said, "Get out." She stared at me in complete disbelief and then said I couldn't kick her out of her son's house. I said I can, and I just did. She left, but when my husband got home from work, he said he had a ton of messages about how I'm in the wrong and how I'm setting my daughter up for failure. My husband is on my side. Am I the a-hole? No, and once again, of course not. The top comment says not the a-hole. While I can't imagine the tough journey that your sister-in-law is on as she navigates her fertility struggles, your daughter's circumstance is not a patch job for your sister-in-law situation. There are tough conversations to be had when one is pregnant without planning it, regardless of age, but it was not your mother-in-law's place to have any of those conversations, and she didn't even approach it as a conversation. She was trying to manipulate your daughter emotionally. She deserved to get kicked out. She has no respect for boundaries or decency. Food for thought. Could you or your husband touch base with sister-in-law to see if she knew that mother-in-law was doing this? I hope she was unaware, but if she wasn't, it may necessitate a conversation with both mother-in-law and sister-in-law about boundaries and what is and not their place in regards to your daughter's pregnancy. Although I also encourage you to check with your daughter to see if she is willing and comfortable to have you advocate on her behalf this way. Yeah, 1,000,000%, and the comment under it too. Not to mention that the father of the child also has a say, and it sounds like he wants to be involved. They can try to bully OP's daughter, but they can't just go try to bully her boyfriend into giving up his child. Yeah, once again, unbelievable, and you're definitely not the a-hole. The next one is called, am I the a-hole for telling my boyfriend to order whatever he wants for dinner, and then getting upset with his choice? I, 20 female, have been dating this guy, 28 male, for about 7 months. I'm not a picky eater at all, but I am allergic to shellfish, and he knows that. When deciding what to eat, I told him he could pick, and he ordered shrimp scampi for 2. I was annoyed because I can't eat that, and he got defensive because I told him it was his choice, and that's what he chose. I didn't think I had to specify, you can pick something for us, but we both have to be able to eat it. I thought that was implied. Why order food for someone knowing that they can't eat it? But he thinks that whatever means whatever, and that it's my fault. Am I the a-hole? Edit, just to clarify, we always take turns deciding where to eat or where to order, and we eat together a lot, so we know what the other person likes and doesn't eat. We usually decide for ourselves, like, you want to order from so-and-so place, get me this, but at times we just have the other person order, like if one of us is running late or busy with something else. I was in the shower when he told me he was ordering Italian, so I just yelled for him to pick something. He's aware that I can't eat shellfish, and he's also aware that shrimp are shellfish, and he was aware that he was ordering for me as well since he got 2 portions. Edit number 2, I'm sorry if it wasn't clear. We take turns picking where to eat. We don't usually order for each other, but we have if the other person was late or busy. Yeah, no, once again, you're not the a-hole. Like, why would they do this? And also, why the hell are they upset about it? Like, this shouldn't be an issue in the first place. They should be like, oh yeah, okay, I really shouldn't have done that. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I won't do it again. But the fact that they think you're wrong about this, how? Like, what do you mean, bro? Come on. I feel like this one's annoying because it didn't need to happen. It's so bloody easily avoidable. And I feel like the fact that they can't go, you know what, I am definitely wrong about this, and just admit it and say sorry is kind of immature. And I don't want to say it, but it might be why they're 28 and they're dating a 20-year-old. And like the top comment says, not the a-hole. If I was making a dinner choice and I was given the option for whatever A, I wouldn't even order anything remotely physically near shellfish knowing that it could seriously hurt you. And B, consider what you like eating. I'm a little perplexed by his choices. I could get maybe he forgot that you hated pickles or ketchup or something and didn't have those omitted, but something that can make you sick or possibly kill you. I don't know how somebody forgets that at all. Yeah, 100%. And they're not even saying that they forgot it, are they? Their argument is that OP said get whatever, so they should be able to get whatever. Yeah, no, you're not the a-hole, OP. And also, out of everything you could have had for dinner, chooses something that has shrimp in it. Like, think about all the other options there would have been, but no, has to get shrimp. And also, I feel like if I did this by accident, or if somebody else did this by accident, even though this doesn't seem like it is an accident, but say you accidentally ordered shellfish and you forgot that your partner couldn't eat it, you'd immediately be like, oh crap, sorry, I didn't even realize, I didn't think about it. And you'd be apologetic, you wouldn't get defensive about it. But yeah, I don't think this was an accident. They must have been craving it or something and felt like it was a chance to have it. Yeah, super confusing. The next one is called, am I the a-hole for not passing on an heirloom to my daughter-in-law? I'm 48 female and my eldest is 22 male. He's been with his fiancée daughter-in-law since they were 20 and he does want to marry her. I'd always liked her before now. She's a smart girl. She fits in well with the family and she's driven. And she makes my son happy. Everything was all roses until they got engaged. Now, since I was little, I've been fascinated with jewelry. When I was older and married, I had my own income, so I started to collect rings. I would quote-unquote design them myself. I used to ask friends and family to give me cash I could put towards them, and then save up my disposable income towards whatever ring I wanted. Edit 2. Okay, so apparently this above paragraph is controversial controversial. It's the custom of my family since always to give cash in celebrations. It's also very normal in my community to ask your friends to give cash. I have done this myself for my friends. However, the majority of the cost of each piece of jewelry was always borne by me. Whatever I got from birthdays was a bonus top up, not something I relied on to be able to afford it. It'd be less than 10% of each piece, definitely not the bulk. 10% being the highest, but mostly it was around 3 to 4% if any. Sorry, but quite a few comments are being derailed by this. I wasn't buying one every year, but over time I have a nice collection of rings. My favorites are a sapphire with a halo of diamonds, an emerald in a trilogy with 1-carat diamonds either side, and a ruby set in a parfait band. After my son got engaged and we invited him and daughter-in-law to dinner at home, daughter-in-law asked to speak to me. She said that she'd been seeing my emerald ring over the years and she always wanted one. She pointed out that I wear it less often, which is true, and demanded that I gift it to her as an heirloom engagement ring. This is in addition to other wedding gifts and expenses that we had discussed as a family during dinner. This includes gold to the value of approximately £6,000, which is more than my entire wedding cost, and which I still think is a significant amount. This rubbed me the wrong way, and I admit I did accuse her of trying to pick through my estate before I'm even dead. I told her that the ring is mine and I can even sell it on my deathbed if I want to. She has no right to expect it, and she's being a rude brat by demanding it. She yelled at me that something like this can't just be sold. It should be an heirloom and it's normal for heirlooms to be passed on while the wearer is still alive. Yeah, but only if they want to give it away. Are you joking? I told her to leave if she was just at my home to demand my property, and then she stormed out taking my son with her. She's mad at me and my son said I should have passed the ring to her. Oh god, get out of here, dude. Since I have others and it would be a nice gesture to welcome her to the family. He says it's no different than his sister occasionally borrowing some of my pieces. Did they say they wanted to borrow it? No, they didn't. So it's completely different. My husband and my daughter are on my side, but this is the first time my son has shut me out like this. So am I the a-hole? Edit, daughter-in-law has an engagement ring already. It's beautiful and I'd call it expensive. This isn't a case of her being proposed to without a ring. Yeah, once again, you're not in the wrong here, OP. The top comment says not the a-hole. Your daughter-in-law is quite the entitled gold or emerald digger. If she wanted it for an engagement ring, the proper thing would have been for your son to discuss it with you. Her asking for it is shocking and rude. It's not an heirloom if you're the first owner in the family. Heirlooms tend to have generations behind them, and they're not necessarily given away during the owner's lifetime. Many family mementos are distributed as part of an estate after the owner is deceased. Don't loan anything to her or you'll never see it again. Yeah, how ridiculous. And yeah, so bloody rude of them to ask you. And like, yeah, the son wants to stand up for their partner, but that only works if the partner isn't obviously doing something wrong. Like if you asked anybody about this, they would say that they're doing the wrong thing, because they are, and it's super rude and it's super obvious. And yeah, it isn't an heirloom. Like you don't get to decide and be like, oh, okay, I want this, so this is gonna be an heirloom. No, they need to offer it to you. You don't go, oh, I'm gonna have this. Nah, get out of here with that. The next one is called, am I the a-hole for calling my nephew a sad beige baby? Edit, yes, I tried to apologize. This is also not about if I should apologize or not. Even if I was 100% in the right, I would still apologize for hurting her. Okay, so we don't bully my sister. The only time we make a comment is regarding her son, like when family and friends gift him something colorful and she throws it away or donates it. The sad beige baby is not an inside joke about her. It's an inside joke of a TikTok account. By the way, I was informed that Warner Herzog is not a designer. Lol. I just taken that for granted. Yes, I also call my children sad beige children. Like when they say they want a new toy or something, me or my husband go like, a sad beige toy for a sad beige child. We also call them feral trash baby, stinky man, poopy gremlin, and more. They call us stinky goblin man and gobbo, and it's my sister, not my sister-in-law. Okay, so they were the updates. Now the original post. I have 2 kids, a 2-year-old and a 6-year-old girl, and my sister has a son who's 1.5 years old. She's a mummy blogger and embraces the white and beige aesthetic. This reference reflects it in every room of her apartment, including seasonal decorations, and she is quite intense about it. I've never said anything to her about it as it brings her joy. Some months ago, I stumbled upon a TikTok channel where a woman adopts a fake German accent to quote-unquote review fashion for what she calls sad beige babies. I think it is really funny, and it's become an inside joke at our home. During our recent visit to her apartment with my parents and husband, my nephew was seated on my lap. We were playing. I was wobbling him on my lap and pretended to eat his little arms. As I was talking gibberish, I unintentionally slipped into the sad beige baby persona. I genuinely didn't anticipate it becoming an issue. However, when I mentioned sad beige baby, my sister became furious. She expressed frustration, stating that she's tired of people critiquing her decorating preferences. When my brother tried to explain that it was meant as a joke and that she's too anal about her aesthetic, aesthetic, she angrily spilled her red wine on the white tablecloth, exclaiming, "Are you happy now?" She then asked us to leave and has since inundated me with direct messages on Instagram, sending me numerous mummy accounts sharing the same aesthetic. My mother believes I should apologize for my unintentionally rude comment. I'm utterly taken aback because in truth, it wasn't even directed at my sister. My nephew happened to be wearing a beige sweater and made an exaggerated sad face, which prompted laughter, thus me calling him a sad beige baby. Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole for playing with your nephew, but you should apologize to your sister. She is hurt by it, and it was a silly thing to say in her home when you know she takes her aesthetic so serious. Justin, it reminded me of a meme but saying it was thoughtless and I shouldn't have said it. Knowing how proud you are of your home, I'm sorry. Edit, I wanted to clarify that my opinion is not the a-hole for saying something without thinking about it. Same as you're not the a-hole for stepping on somebody's foot for walking into them. I feel like OP would be the a-hole if they don't apologize, and OP responds to that comment. I tried to explain to her that it actually had nothing to do with her aesthetic, but my nephew's brown sweater, but she said she knew exactly how people thought of her, and the comment under that one says, it has everything to do with her aesthetic, and you know it does. It started because of somebody who criticizes your sister's aesthetic. You continued the joke in your own home to make fun of her aesthetic behind her back, and now you've done it so much that you're accidentally saying it to her and her child's face. Yeah, that comment makes a very good point. Like, how could the joke not be about them? And like, of course, when they saw this TikTok account, they would have been laughing and thinking it was funny because of their sister. But does that mean they're wrong for saying it? And also, should the sister be so sensitive about it? And also, is it a stupid trend? I've got so many questions here. Are they using their baby as like an accessory to their aesthetic? And maybe they realized that, and maybe that's why they got so upset about it. And it obviously is so much of a thing that it's become a meme, which is pretty funny. And also, is everything being beige bad for a baby? I don't know anything about this. And then also the reaction of the sister, like throwing red wine on something white, but at the same time, maybe OP shouldn't have said anything. Yeah, I don't know. This one has a lot of different aspects to it, but yeah, it is marked as not the a-hole. Actually, it's marked as there's no a-holes here. Let me know down below what you think, guys. The next one, and probably the last one for today, is called Am I the a-hole for laughing at my brother's girlfriend after she asked me why none of us like her? My 20 females brother Mark, 23 male, has been with his girlfriend 22 female Jane for a year. She's one of the most passive-aggressive, snarky people you'll ever meet. Her middle name is Petty. The thing that caused our family to keep her at arm's length was when she got mad at our mum for accommodating our younger sister's autism and not force-feeding her as well as allowing her to read at the table, something that calms her down. She got our mum's ass for quote-unquote enabling an entitled brat. Another example was when my mum supported Mark's decision to get a tattoo that he'd been saving up for years. Jane proceeded to call mum up to complain that he made the deposit with his hard-earned saved money and had an appointment set. She told mum she wasn't going to allow this quote-unquote emotional incest anymore, and that she's happy to make an appointment for all of us for family therapy as this enmeshment is making her uncomfortable. What? She's continued to make comments like these, specifically to mum, and it's disgusting how little respect she has for pretty much everyone but herself. She hasn't been invited to Christmas this year, but Mark is. It's unclear what they're planning to do yet. A few days ago, Jane called mum as mum had blocked her. She said she was 3 months pregnant and went on a long rant about the family dynamic. She then asked, "Why don't you all like me?" I laughed out of pure shock and I asked her if she was serious. She didn't even respond, just said, "I'll call you when you're in the mood to be more mature," and then hung up. I told mum about the situation and she's on my side, but Mark is fuming at me for laughing at Jane's question and angry at mum for being on my side. Mum just told him that he needs to talk to Jane about her constant comments and insults and that she's expecting an apology. Mark won't talk to me and Jane blocked my number. Am I the a-hole? Edit, the tattoo has got nothing to do with our mum. It's an octopus up his arm that my brother designed himself. He does art and wanted to be a tattoo artist. Yeah, no, you're definitely not the a-hole. Like, oh, why don't any of you like me? Is it because of my awful and disrespectful behavior? Yeah, maybe. The first one we're going to read today is called Am I the a-hole for wearing my wedding dress to somebody else's wedding? Please read the whole story before jumping to conclusions. I, 20 female, married my husband 2 years ago. We aren't rich and we don't care that much about weddings, so I wore my prom dress to my wedding. It's not a super fancy dress or anything, it's basically a long sequin dress in deep blue with one sleeve. For reference, there is a photo here, and I'll make sure that we put that on the screen. My friend Ciara, 22 female, was attending my wedding. Since the wedding, I wore it on a few occasions occasions because it basically is the only fancy dress that I own. Recently, Sierra was getting married and I was obviously invited. The wedding color scheme was dark blue and she requested fancy attire, so I thought my dark blue dress would be fine. It's not white and it's not even remotely close to a wedding dress. I also didn't feel like wasting any money on another fancy dress that I wouldn't ever wear again, especially since we aren't rich. So I showed up at her wedding in my dark blue sequin dress. It wasn't standing out or anything. Most of the guests were wearing even more fancy dresses. However, when Sierra saw me, she lost it. She yelled at me in front of all the guests, in front of her husband and my husband, saying that what I did was horrible and that no one shows up to a wedding dress in a wedding dress. I tried to reason with her, saying that the dress isn't a wedding dress. It's the only fancy piece of clothing that I own. I wore it to multiple occasions before and after my wedding. She didn't listen and kept yelling at me to the point that her bridesmaids and her husband started trying to calm her down. She also said a bunch of unsavory names to me. I was very upset with the drama and I decided to leave with my husband. Then I started getting texts from Sierra, who blamed me for upstaging her on her wedding, for driving a wedge between her and her husband, since he said that she overreacted massively. Oh my god, how the hell is that OP's fault, since he said that she overreacted massively and upset her friend over a dress? I decided to ignore them because I think she's being unreasonable, but a part of me does think I was an a-hole because I wore the dress to my own wedding. Oh my god, I can't believe they're blaming you, basically for their own actions. Sorry, I need to read that sentence again. Blamed me for driving a wedge between her and her husband, since he said that she overreacted massively and upset her friend over a dress. Well, hey, guess what? Maybe you shouldn't have overreacted massively. How is that OP's fault? And yeah, they literally told OP to wear something fancy, and like they said, they didn't upstage them even a little bit. Oh, this one is so frustrating. Yeah, like this comment says, this is your fancy occasion dress that you wore to prom and multiple other events and just happened to wear to your wedding. It's not a wedding dress, and Sierra manufactured a conflict where no one would have been the wiser. You didn't drive a wedge between her and her husband. She did by acting ridiculously. Not the a-hole, and Girlie's husband is right. She needs to get a grip. Yeah, definitely, this isn't your fault, OP. Like, yeah, of course, if it was a super fancy white wedding dress, then yeah, of course, you would be the a-hole. But that's not the case. From what you said, you didn't do anything wrong, and Sierra's making up an issue where there doesn't need to be one. Yeah, not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for refusing to give up me extra seat for somebody else's toddler on a flight that I paid for because I'm fat? I 34 female, am obese. I'm actively working towards losing weight and I've made progress, but I'm still obese as I'm typing this. I'm going over to see my brother and his husband for Christmas across the country, and because I am obese, I booked an extra seat so everybody can be more comfortable. I know it sucks having to pay for an extra seat, but it is what it is. I know Southwest Airlines has this customer of size policy, but I've had some bad experiences with Southwest, even before I was obese, so I wasn't doing that, and it's mostly my fault that I even got fat. Everything goes smoothly from checking in to security and boarding, at least at first. This woman comes up to me with a boy who appeared to be about a year old. She told me to squeeze into one seat so her son could sit in the other. She told me, not asked me. I told her no, and that I paid for this seat for the extra space. She made a big fuss over it, which got the flight attendant's attention. She told the flight attendant I was stealing the seat from her son. Oh my god. Why are people like this? Then I showed my boarding passes, proving that I in fact paid for the extra seat. The flight attendant asked me if I could try to squeeze in, but I said no. I wanted the extra seat I paid for. The boy, who the mum said is 18 months, was supposed to sit in her lap, so he could just do that. The flight attendant eventually told the mum to put her son in her lap. I got dirty looks and passive-aggressive remarks from her the entire flight, and I do feel a little bad because the boy looked hard to control. So am I the a-hole? No, you're not the a-hole. None of this is your fault. Like at the end there where you said you felt bad because the boy looked hard to control. It's not your responsibility to make it easier for this person. You paid for your seat and the extra seat. There shouldn't be any issues here. And the other person who does have the kid shouldn't be so bloody rude. Yeah, you're definitely not the a-hole, OP. Am I the a-hole for suggesting that we lock up the Christmas presents after what my niece did last year? Every year, my siblings and I, alongside our families, spend Christmas with our parents. We stay at their house for a few days. Everybody opens gifts together. It is hectic, but it's a lot of fun. The kids enjoy having one big sleepover with their cousins, and my mum likes having everybody home again. We all pitch in. It's a win-win. Last year, my brother married Sally. She has a 7-year-old daughter, Mindy. This was their first Christmas with us. It seemed like they were having a fun time. Christmas Eve, all the kids went to the finished basement to sleep. We told the kids to not open up gifts without us, and to wake us up when they did. This was repeated several times. So once the kids were asleep, we put all the gifts under the tree and eventually went to bed ourselves. themselves. The next morning, around 6 a.m, I wake up early and I head downstairs. I find the living room a mess. Half of the gifts were unwrapped, several of them had been ripped from their boxes, and there was Mindy playing with some of the toys. Most of the ones weren't even hers. She knows how to read and they were all labelled, so she knew this. I was in shock. I went and got my brother and Sally alongside the rest of the adults. Sally was super embarrassed. My mum was very upset. The other kids weren't up yet, so we tried to salvage what we could while Sally talked to Mindy. Not everything could be fixed, and she had broken a couple of toys completely. The broken ones weren't even her own toys. Luckily, not everything was damaged, and even the boxes that were, the kids didn't notice. But my nephew, sister's son, had one of his big gifts destroyed, and he was sad when everybody else got theirs. While he was told he'd have to wait for a new one to come back in. Sally and my brother reimbursed everybody. Mindy didn't get to open the gifts with everybody, but joined the festivities later. She did apologize, but kept on making excuses. She said that she didn't want to wait and she wanted to see what everybody else got. We're all preparing to go to my parents again this year. I put in the group chat that we should either lock the door to the living room this year or put a gate around the tree so nobody can get to it. I didn't even name their names, just specifically said no one. Sally and my brother got mad, accusing me of treating Mindy like a baby or an animal. I said I'm not, it's a precaution so none of the kids are tempted. They said this isn't necessary and that they're holding a mistake over Mindy's head. I said no, I'm not, I'm trying to make sure that we have no repeat. Yeah, well you kind of are holding the mistake over Mindy's head, but the real question is that fair enough? Probably, considering what they did, because I know it'll get asked. Mindy does not have autism or ADHD, and even if she did, my daughter has ADHD, and both my sister's kids are on the spectrum. They knew better. I don't think Mindy was malicious. She was only 6, but I do think that precautions should be made. My parents agree with me, and my brother is mad that I put it in their heads. Am I the a-hole? No, I don't feel like you're the a-hole, OP. Taking the precautions that you're talking about does definitely make sense, and of course, it is about Mindy. I can't really blame you though, considering what Mindy did. The top comment says, I mean, why wouldn't you do this? It kind of isn't just about Mindy, although of course it is about Mindy. She ruined Christmas and broke a lot of other people's toys, but you have a bunch of small children who are notoriously bad with impulse control. Why not lock the door or put a gate around the tree? Any child could be tempted by sleeping parents and gorgeously wrapped presents, all under a lit tree. She's still only 7. Also, if your kid is acting like a baby, they should be treated like one. Come on, Sally, the girl opened half of the Christmas presents, and you and your husband had to shell out to replace them. Wouldn't you rather lock the door to the room than risk having to put out and feel embarrassed all over again? Not the a-hole. Yeah, I feel like that comment is pretty true. If I was a kid that woke up on Christmas morning and I went out and I opened all the presents, ruining some of the presents as well, and the next year a family member said what OP said about having a precaution, I'd be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That's definitely fair enough. I did nearly ruin Christmas for everybody. Am I the a-hole for calling the police on my ex for abandoning his child at mine while his girlfriend was giving birth? I, 32 female, have been married to my ex Dan, 35 male, for 6 years before we divorced at the end of 2020 due to him cheating with Kate. Kate and Dan have a son who is 3, which was conceived and born during the pandemic while I was under high risk, and their entire affair has cost me some of my physical health, not just my mental. After the divorce, Dan moved out from my house and we haven't spoken since, and last week Dan suddenly dropped his son at my house without even giving me any warning or explanation. He only mumbled that Kate was giving birth to their second child and needs him in the delivery room due to complications. He left before I could even protest, and I've tried texting and calling multiple times and I haven't received a single reply. I don't know why he thought it's a good idea, as I had plans, and they definitely don't involve somebody else's child. I ended up calling the police and I've told them what happened and explained that it isn't my child and I haven't agreed to look after him, and his dad is not responding. They took the child and I didn't hear anything until the very early hours of the same day when my ex called me, calling me an a-hole, as the cops found him in the hospital and basically forced him out of the delivery room so he can look after his child. So we missed the birth of his second, and Kate had some complications, so she is in intensive care. He also started shouting and saying that his and Kate's parents are living on the opposite ends of the country and have medical conditions which mean they can't look after his son. I told him that he should have used his brain cells and thought about it in advance instead of dumping the product of his affair at my house, knowing that me and him are not civil, but I was called an even bigger a-hole. I have mentioned this to some of my family and friends, and while some people are on my side, others are agreeing with my ex, saying that I should have looked after the kid and I was an a-hole for calling the cops. What? Nah, no way. This entire situation is so weird and also not your responsibility, even a little bit. Like, oh my god, this person cheated on you and then they dropped their child off at your house to look after. The bloody audacity from the ex-husband. Oh, that's so awful and ridiculous too. Like, this is not not your issue. And also, how weird as well. Imagine you're with somebody and you're having a child with them, and then imagine you need somebody to look after your kid, and they were like, oh, I know who can look after my child. The ex that they cheated on? Nah. Like, yeah, it was probably their last resort, but still, that does not make it your responsibility. All of this is the result of the actions of the ex-husband, not you. The top comment says, not the a-hole. I mean, I do feel bad for that poor kid being dropped off at a total stranger's house, who then calls the police, and the police take him to his dad, and his dad is all stressed out and furious. That must have been a hellishly traumatizing night for him. But you didn't decide to traumatize the boy like that. His dad did. Of course, his dad should have had that figured out ahead of time, like what the plan was for looking after a 3-year-old if mum had to go to the hospital. Of course, the plan should not have included dump boy on ex without any notice. Yeah, 1,000,000%. And if the ex-husband has any issues with this, they should be like, oh, well, maybe I shouldn't have dropped them off there. It was their actions that caused all of this. Yeah, nah, not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for refusing to attend my in-laws' Christmas? Unless my sister-in-law removes the stocking that has a different name than the one I chose for my unborn son. To preface, I, female, have been with my husband Todd for 3 years. He has a son, 9, from his late wife. Todd is pretty close to his sister Monica. Their mum deceased and Monica has basically taken over. She's nice to me and all, but she seems to be a bit more controlling, especially when it comes to Todd. But that wasn't a real issue until after I got pregnant, after we found the gender of the baby, boy. She insisted on the name Tommy, but I refused because I already had a name in mind, and Todd loves it, but he chose to stay out of the fight, saying that maybe we should just let Monica call him Tommy. Wait a second, let me get this straight. Your husband's sister thinks that they get to name your child? What? What the hell? No way. I can already tell you're not the a-hole, OP. And what does Todd mean? Maybe we should stay out of the fight, and maybe we should just let Monica call him Tommy? Hey Todd buddy, that's an awful idea. You don't just go, oh yeah, whatever, and let somebody else name your child, especially if your partner doesn't like the name. Oh my god. Oh yeah, that won't cause issues down the track. Is this a joke? I refused and I asked her to please respect me and the fact that I'm the mum, not her, and she said okay. Like always, she's hosting Christmas for the family this year and invited me and Todd to Christmas dinner. I was intending on coming, that is until I discovered that she hung up stockings with her kids, nephews and nieces' names and hung up a Tommy stocking saying that it's for my son. No way, this can't be real, can it? I was livid. Yeah, you should be. I lost it on her and there was a huge fight. I told her I won't be coming to her Christmas dinner if she doesn't remove the stocking or put the real name, and then I left. Todd started yelling at me. What is Todd's problem? And when we got home saying that I was attempting to ruin an important family tradition, I can't believe this. Has Monica put Todd under a spell? Todd, your sister is the problem, not OP, and said I was attempting to ruin an important family tradition by refusing to come and said that I was overreacting and cannot be telling his sister what she should or shouldn't do in her own home. He tried to convince me to come, but I said no, not until she removes that stocking, and it doesn't look like she's going to because he spoke with her and he's now mad at me for making a huge deal out of it. Her husband Philip, who's usually nice to me, called yesterday saying that he spoke with Todd and that he'd be devastated if I caused the family to miss the event at Monica's house and ruin it not only for the adults but for the kids as well, since my stepson loves spending the holidays with his cousins. Today has been quiet and the only way we communicate is through Philip. I feel ashamed and maybe I did overreact. Am I the a-hole? Okay, so the only thing that makes any sense here is that Monica is a wizard and Monica is controlling the minds of her family. This is unbelievable. And what the hell is Todd doing? Todd is your husband. They're talking about naming your child and Todd is telling you to get over it and let his sister name your child. This is infuriating. Like, yeah, Monica is the problem here, but OP's husband Todd is not doing the right thing here. Yeah, like this comment says, are you seriously trying to tell me there's a whole family of adults who agree that it's acceptable that the aunt name her unborn nephew without the consent of the actual parents? What the F did I just read? Of course you're not the a-hole. And if I were you, I'd consider gifting my husband binoculars so he can look for his spine. As the child of a mum who didn't leave or work on a family or marital dynamic like this, I can tell you it doesn't get any better. It gets so much worse. I'd be running in the opposite direction. The entire family has lost their mind. Like, I can't believe they're making OP feel like they're in the wrong here. That's so awful. Imagine being in the position that Monica is, where one of your siblings is having a child, and you have the audacity audacity to think that you have any say in what they name their kid. Like, that's hilarious in itself. Yeah, nah, not the a-hole OP. Am I the a-hole for freaking out at my husband's thoughtful gift? Yesterday was my birthday. My husband was getting on my case lately about buying too many peppermint mocha lattes from Starbucks. He's hyping up this gift that he was going to give me first thing in the morning, so he surprised me with a homemade peppermint mocha latte that he made. The twist is that he made it with essential oils that some random lady at a health food store assured him was okay. I have a panic attack after he tells me that he fed me essential oils. I felt enraged and I hated when I looked on the essential oil bottle and it clearly states it was for use in a humidifier. He didn't even read the bottle before deciding to make me this sweet gesture with it. I've never been interested in essential oils, so he has no reason to think I'd want to ingest this. He says he isn't the a-hole because how could he know a shopkeeper would lie? Am I the a-hole for blowing up and telling him I'm so disappointed? Update, Poison Control said I'll be fine. And it's probably the panic attack that effed up my stomach. He bought the food safe peppermint so that he can redo the drink safely now. Husband understands that I'm not an essential oil gal and won't be giving me any more ever. Okay, I don't understand. Why would you want to flavor a drink with essential oils? They smell good. They don't taste good. That logic is like eating deodorant, isn't it? And also, say you had a partner and they absolutely love peppermint lattes, and then you were like, oh my god, I have a great idea. I'm going to make them a homemade peppermint latte. Why then would you not look up a recipe or something? You know, like, why would you trust to use a peppermint essential oil? That's so wild. Like, were they just making a random concoction and hoping that it tasted good or something? Yeah, no, that's so confusing, and you're not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for not wanting my sister at my wedding since she's in a wheelchair and will take up all the spotlight? My sister, 26, has been on and off out of the hospital. I'm going to call my sister Anna. Anna got cancer when she was 15 and she was able to beat it. Ever since she's been having growths, and anytime one appears, we are worried about the cancer coming back. My issue is that she always makes these announcements that she needs to go back to the doctors again at the worst times. At the beginning, I thought it was just bad timing, but it's happened so many different times when I hit a milestone. My graduation, my birthdays, my engagement party, and anytime she makes an announcement that she needs to go back to the hospital, my whole family flock to her. I've had my birthday dinner turn into my relatives flocking to her for the whole night. I had a dinner party to announce my wedding date for my relatives. It was going so great and it was such a fun time until Anna told mum she needs to go back to the hospital. Soon everybody forgot about the reason for the dinner party and it was quiet. My aunt even stepped in to do a prayer for Anna. Another event was taken over. I went low contact with her after that. She was invited to the wedding and it's in 2 weeks. I learned today that she's on and off in a wheelchair from my mum and Anna. She'll need to take it just in case for the wedding. I asked if the rest of the family was informed and she told me no. I told both of them they need to inform them. They told me they don't want to worry them and won't do that. I'd had enough and I told them you need to tell them before my wedding. Again, a no. I then informed them that Anna isn't invited. This started a huge argument about how I'm a ding-dong, and my point is that I'm sick of her stealing the spotlight, and that will happen if she rolls in with a wheelchair. Edit, I'm going to do a mass blast to all of my relatives saying that she's in a wheelchair and I'm unsure if she'll be able to make it to my wedding, and to keep my sister in their thoughts and prayers. I'm getting ahead of this. Yeah, the top comment. You need to sit down with your parents privately and in person if possible. Explain calmly that you love your sister, but she's been using her health situation to hijack every event in your life. Give the examples that you gave us and every single example you can recall. Explain that like them, you are concerned about her health, but you would like your wedding day to focus on you and your fiance. It's extremely important to you and you're asking them not just to comply, but to back you up too. Explain that you've asked her to inform everybody of her wheelchair use and she refused. You asked her not to make this one day about her, and she's signaling that she will not honor your request. After trying to come to a compromise, you and your fiance have decided that if she can't stop herself from springing this and continuing to demand everybody's attention at an appropriate time, your wedding, that it's best that she doesn't attend. It's been 11 years. Her situation is sad, but it's obvious that she's leveraged it and continues to manipulate everybody. You're not the a-hole. Yeah, definitely. And good on you, OP, for telling the relatives too. I hope it all works out. And yeah, if you had no reason to believe that they were going to make this all about themselves, then it'd be totally fine. But it sounds like they got a pretty good track record of doing this. And yeah, that's not acceptable at your wedding. So yeah, good luck and congratulations on the wedding too. Am I the a-hole for ordering food to go when my friend group wanted to split the check evenly? This has been an ongoing issue. I have a friend group that likes to eat nicer food. Personally, Personally, for me, I'm fine getting something cheap on the menu. The issue is they always want to split the check. I've had the conversation so many times that I want to pay for what I ordered. It results in an argument where I have to bend or everybody's mad at me. Yeah, I can already tell you're not the a-hole. They have absolutely no right to get upset at you for that. I also make a lot more money than my friends, so it always results in them basically calling me cheap. They don't get that I want to pay for my meal and that's it. Anyway, we went out to eat yesterday and they all ordered things that were around $30. I got the house salad and my total was $12. They told the server to split the bill and I didn't want to fight about it again. So I asked the server to add onto the bill an entree and a dessert for me to take home, and this resulted in my bill going up to the 30s. So they asked me what I was doing. I told them I was getting more food. They got upset that I increased the price that they needed to pay. This resulted in another argument and they think I'm a jerk. What? They don't even sound like good friends. Edit Reddit, I've done everything you've suggested. I've had the server take mine out and I pay for it. I've spoken to them. If I do anything that isn't splitting the bill with them, they get pissed. To be honest, OP, I wouldn't be going out to eat with these people. And also, I feel like that is the next step. Like, if they're not going to listen to you and you're being completely reasonable, like this entire time you've been paying money towards their food and they don't sound grateful for that, you've got every right to just pay for the food that you get. And yeah, if they're still going to get pissy at you about it, I wouldn't go out to eat with them anymore if I were you. And if they ask you why, you can just say that. Like, I tried so many times to explain to you that I only want to pay for my food, but every time you guys got upset at me. And also the fact that when you ordered the same amount of food as them, that they got upset at you for that. As in what? You're meant to get cheap stuff and pay for their food? Like, yeah, the fact that they got upset at you for making it completely fair, I feel like that's such a red flag for these being sucky friends. But if they're so insistent on splitting the bill, maybe you should order way more food than everybody else and do to them what they've been doing to you. And also, I don't like how they called you cheap as well because you don't want to buy expensive stuff. Yeah, you're definitely not the a-hole, OP. Am I the a-hole for telling my mother-in-law that she won't be seeing my baby after throwing a baby shower for herself? My husband and I are expecting our first child. We moved to be closer to his family. I'm no contact with mine. My mother-in-law has been referring to the baby as her baby this entire time. She'll say stuff like, I can't wait for my baby to be born. Oh God. My baby is going to be so loved. This rubs me the wrong way for reasons I can't explain, but my husband tells me to ignore her. No, she shouldn't be saying stuff like that. That's super weird. It's not just you who thinks it, OP. My mother-in-law wanted to throw me a baby shower and invite her friends. She said they made an agreement a long time ago that they'd celebrate each other's kids' weddings and births. Okay, this mother-in-law is so out of line. My husband and I eloped and we declined a reception for her friends since we don't know them. My mother-in-law told me that I owed it to her to let her throw the baby shower since I hurt her friends' feelings. Oh my God. By not having a wedding reception. I asked if I could invite my friends and she said no. What? Is this a joke? I'd be no contact with the mother-in-law. She said no, that this was for her friends and that if my friends wanted to have a baby shower, they could. I reluctantly agreed. My husband and I spent hours on our registry and my mother-in-law was asking for it so she could share it with her friends. She said that she forwarded the registry. She asked me what design I wanted on my cake and cookies. I told her flowers because I'm decorating the nursery in a garden theme. At the shower, they provided me with a mother-to-be sash and my mother-in-law a granny-to-be sash to wear. I noticed that the theme of the shower was circus animals. The cake had an elephant and balloons on it, and the cookies were animals. At first, I thought that maybe the floral theme was just too difficult, so I rolled with it until it was time to open presents. Every present was some sort of circus animal. Onesies, blankets, toys, nothing on my registry. I was a little confused, and I even went so far as to check my registry to make sure I hadn't goofed up and changed anything. I thanked everybody for their gifts, and I tried to sound as gracious as possible, but I was so confused. My husband, who's a little less tactful than I am, showed up at the end of the shower and noticed the theme right away. He goes, "What's up with the circus animals?" He looks at the presents and says, "This isn't what we asked for." Then he looked at his mum and goes, "Mum, what did you do?" She smiled and said, "I didn't like the theme you chose for my baby. I'm gonna decorate my baby's nursery at my house with circus animals, so I created a registry for myself." My husband said, "You did what?" She says, "My baby is gonna need a room at my house, so I threw a shower for myself." I lost my composure and I told her that she would not see my baby and to stop calling the baby hers. And my husband told his mum that she's delusional if she thinks we're gonna allow this. She started crying and said that we were just withholding her baby from her. What? We've been getting texts from the family since the shower, calling us selfish and ungrateful and saying that we ruined her joy of being a grandma. Oh, get out of here. Are we the a-hole? Is this real? Like, did we really just just read that? Oh, you ruined her joy of being a grandma. They don't want to be the grandma. They want to take your kid. Of course you're not the a-hole. The mother-in-law is out of their mind, absolutely unhinged and delusional. And yeah, don't go along with it for even a second, OP. Oh, I can't believe that. That's infuriating. I can't even imagine how you and your husband feel. The top comment says, not the a-hole. Make sure if she has keys to your home that the locks are changed. Make sure you invest in security cameras. Let the hospital know that your mother-in-law is to be nowhere near your baby. Let them know that you and your husband are the only two that fill out any paperwork. Honestly, no contact from the start. That way she has no grandparent visitation case. Document every creepy thing she does. Call your doctor and tell your pediatrician at the time to password protect your medical information. Your mother-in-law is unhinged and this has hands that rock the cradle vibes. Yeah, you're so not the a-hole, OP. And what the hell are the other family members talking about? Saying that you're selfish and ungrateful? Don't listen to them for a second. The mother-in-law sounds wild. And yeah, not safe for your kid to be around them. The mother-in-law is showing you so many different red flags. Yeah, you're not the a-hole, OP. Am I the a-hole for not continuing my reception after my husband went behind my back? My now husband Lucas, 26, and I, female, 25, were getting married. We decided to tie the knot as we're having a little girl together and we're madly in love. So leading up to the wedding day, Lucas told me that his best man Jacob wanted to propose to his girlfriend as it would be a great time and it's a nice venue to do it at. I said that I didn't want him to propose at our wedding as it's our special moment, not theirs, and they can do it sometime else. Lucas told me that his friend was mad that I didn't agree. I just wanted the wedding to be about us because it was our special day. After that disagreement, I thought nothing of it. Fast forward to my wedding day, we'd finished the church service and now we're at the reception and we're all having fun eating. I'm eating my food and then Jacob stops the music at the DJ booth to make an announcement. I just knew from that moment he was going to propose. I looked to see where Lucas was and he was holding red and white roses, walking out to stand in front of Chloe, Jacob's girlfriend, spelling out, "Will you marry me?" I was shocked that they went behind my back when I said no. I got up out of my seat and I walked out. It's been 2 days since the wedding and my husband cursed me out for not letting them have a special moment. I responded with, I wanted the day to be about us because it's our wedding, not theirs. And I am happy for them, but the worst thing was that even though I said no, you went behind my back about it. Since that argument, he moved out to the guest bedroom and now most of my friends are cursing me out on all of my socials. Am I the a-hole? Nah, you're right, OP. Not only was it your wedding day, but yeah, they went behind your back. Ew. You're getting married to celebrate your love together. If anybody's gonna have your back and not go behind your back, it's your partner. And the fact that they did sucks. The top comment says, not the a-hole, not the a-hole, not the a-hole. There are so many different posts on here and on the revenge forums about a-holes who propose at other people's weddings. It's a terrible thing to do, and I'm surprised his girlfriend didn't turn down the engagement for doing something like that. If he wanted a nice venue, he should have paid for a nice dinner or something, not use the celebration you just spent thousands of dollars on to make it about him. I'd be requesting the cost of their meals back, and the fact that your new husband went behind your back is also pretty terrible. Your friends who are cursing you out on social can easily be removed from your life. Your husband though, I think this is something that will have to be discussed in couples counseling so he can see what a selfish backhanded thing he did. Yeah, 1,000,000%. If everything you've said is true, I don't feel like you're in the wrong, OP. Am I the a-hole for changing my name after my dad gave it to his affair, baby? I, female 20, have a half-sister, female 7, that's a product of my dad's affair, and he thought it would be an amazing idea to give her my name. He started forcing us to get to know each other as siblings, and my mum, being the traditional wife that she is, led her into our home. Don't get me wrong, I don't hate the child because I understand that she's innocent in all of this. I'm actually working on getting over it and learning to love and accept her. However, I despise the fact that my dad decided to give her my name. I started hating my own name and I didn't want to be associated with it anymore. So the moment I got to college, I introduced myself under a different name to everybody. I got a certificate which had my new name on it, and when my dad saw it, he went berserk, claiming that I don't like his child and I don't respect her. My mum is also angry at him for what he did, especially since the name was given to me by her and not him. Whoa, okay, that one's interesting. But yeah, God no, you're not the a-hole, OP. That's so bloody weird. Are they trying to have a second you or something? What's his reasoning behind it? And yeah, pretty much like this comment says, not the a-hole. It's like he wanted to recreate you. It's creepy. I'm sorry this happened to you, OP. Am I the a-hole for telling a stranger that I'm not her therapist and to stop interrupting my checkout at the store? I feel like we don't have to read this. You're probably not the a-hole. I was at a bookstore last night after work. When I got to the register, it was empty. A moment later, an employee came back around with another customer. The other customer got in line behind me while still chatting with the employee. I could tell the employee was a little uncomfortable uncomfortable as she called me Ford. The other customer stood literally right behind me as the employee kept doing the brush off of, yeah, oh really, wow. The other customer was talking about how she'd recently been diagnosed with cancer, going into details about the treatments that she'd need, etc. Finally, she was quiet when it was all clear the employee was focused on my transaction and trying to ask the whole, do you have a rewards card, do you want one, etc. That's when the other customer turned to me and started giving me the same story. I said I was sorry to hear about her diagnosis and I went back to speaking to the employee. The customer still kept talking right in my ear, saying, yeah, I'm so pissed. Why'd this have to happen to me? Finally, I told her, you need to back up and give me some space. Stop interrupting our conversation. She started saying, I have cancer. I need to vent. I said, again, sorry to hear that, but we're not your therapist. Back up. She backed up and went silent. Employee looked relieved. I told my wife what happened and she told me that I was rude. The woman was clearly going through something. I said, as a former retail worker, I despise people who unloaded their days on me, and she was clearly making the employee uncomfortable while also standing right next to me. My wife said that I was still wrong. Am I the a-hole? No, you're not the a-hole. Like, yeah, you feel sorry for him, but it's super unfair what they're doing. And like this comment says, not the a-hole. She needed to be told. I've worked retail and this is a hard situation. You can't be rude, and at the same time, this person is making it very hard for you to do your job. She needed to vent, no doubt, but she can't go around talking at strangers like that. Yeah, definitely, you did the right thing by saying something, and I also don't really feel like what you said was that rude. Am I the a-hole for not wanting to give my nephew a puppy after he attempted to steal one from me? I'm 25 female. My dog Dove had puppies. She's a golden lab. I promised my nephew Dion, 10, that he could have one of the puppies when they're ready. He was so excited. So last week when Dion and my sister came over, he asked if he could see the puppies, which I said yes. He went in to see them. Me and my sister were catching up. Then we heard Dove barking, which alerted me to go check on Dion and Dove. Dion was standing in the corner with his hands behind his back. We could hear the puppy's muffled cries and I pulled him forward, and I'd found that he'd put the puppy in a plastic bag. I told him off and I asked him what he was doing. He started crying and said that he wanted the puppy now and that he was taking this one home. I told him no, you already know that they're too young and that they need their mother's milk. Dion had a tantrum. My sister had to take him home. Dove was understandably agitated and was now wary on who comes nearer pups. I decided over a couple of days that I didn't trust Dion to have one of them. So when my sister came out to visit, I told her that I didn't want to give Dion one of the puppies after what he did. She got upset with me and said it was a mistake and he learned his lesson. I said he didn't even apologize. She said, what for? The puppy was fine. Oh, come on. I got angry then and I said, what if Dove hadn't alerted us? The puppy could have died. She said I was going to break his heart if I go back on my promise. I said, I'm sorry, but that's my final decision. And she left angry. I've since been getting people on my back about breaking my promise and that I'm a liar. I even got a video message of Dion crying and calling me names. I'm starting to feel bad. Am I the a-hole? No, you're not the a-hole. Of course you're not going to trust him with a puppy. Like, how could you trust him with a puppy? And the bit where you said that he didn't apologize and your sister was like, what for? That's so frustrating. Like, what do you mean, what for? Yeah, you're not the a-hole, OP. And like the top comment says, absolutely not the a-hole. 1, you don't put a living animal in a plastic bag. 2, you can't reasonably expect to receive a dog if you've tried to steal it. You can't shoplift from a store, get caught, and then try to remain in good standing as a customer. Same thing applies here. Number 3, it's your choice what happens to the puppies, and it's your choice who you sell them to, not her. And 4, you're not a liar. Had Dion not stolen the puppy or hid it from you and scared the mum, you would have kept your promise. However, the situation changed and therefore the promise is void. I'd keep a good eye on your puppies to make sure she doesn't try and take one for themselves. Yeah, that bit at the end there about the promise is so true. Like, yeah, you promised them that they could have a puppy, but obviously after what they did, that's going to change. And how did they not expect that? Surely they realize they're in the wrong, don't they? But they really want a puppy or something? Yeah, you're so not the a-hole, OP. Am I the a-hole for not participating in my fiance's weird Christmas underwear tradition? This year I celebrated Christmas with my fiance's family for the first time. Before we went to my fiance's parents' house, my fiance warned me that his parents usually come short in the amount of food they cook for Christmas dinner, and that there's often not enough for everybody. What I didn't expect though was to be expected to participate in the family's weird tradition. Apparently they've got a long-standing tradition where instead of drawing straws, they'll throw all of their underwear into a bin and then go and take turns wearing a blindfold and drawing a pair of underwear from the pile, and drawing the smallest pair of underwear correlates to drawing the smallest straw. What? Ew. I'd never heard of this tradition, so I felt blindsided when right before Christmas dinner, my fiance's mum yelled out that it was time to pull the straws to decide the order of who got to plate up their food first, in case there wasn't enough for everybody. At first I thought the family was joking when they announced this, so I laughed, which made my fiance get real defensive. I volunteered to get my food last, so I wouldn't have to participate, but my fiance just got even more annoyed and asked me to just try to be a bit more agreeable. Oh, get out of here. The whole thing was kind of weirding me out, so I called an Uber and I went home. Now things are real tense between me and my fiance, since now he says I made a bad impression by acting like I was too good for their family tradition. Am I the a-hole? Is this a joke? Fiance, OP didn't make a bad impression. Your family made a super weird first impression by doing this. That's hilarious. It doesn't even sound fun. I don't understand what possibly is even good about this. Like, how is that not just a giant pain? It's weird and there's no way that's fun. And they're doing it to decide the order of who got to plate up their food first. Hey family, you can literally just talk to each other. You don't need to play with each other's underwear, you bunch of weirdos. And the fact that the fiance is getting upset at you for not doing this, if I were in your shoes, OP, I would be completely convinced that they were joking. The top comment says, what the hell, not the a-hole? This doesn't seem like it could possibly be real, but I also don't know how you'd even come up with this, so I'm inclined to believe you. Number 1, it's gross as hell to have to touch other people's dirty underwear, even more so when they're not people you're directly related to or particularly close to. Number 2, it's weird and embarrassing to have your underwear on display for everybody. Plus, imagine your underwear being the smallest or the largest pair, or having a period stain on it or discharge. My in-laws should never see my underwear, and I don't know if I'd feel worse about them seeing the tiny sexy ones or the more full coverage ones I wear on my period. And number 3, they have to know that this is not a normal thing. You could have and should have been warned. And number 4, this problem could have been easily fixed by them simply making more bloody food or asking guests to bring a dish to share so there'd be enough to go around. Once again, not the a-hole, I would have noped right out of there too. And if I were you, I'd tell your fiance that I am too good for their family tradition because it's weird and trashy. Yeah, it is. It's so gross. And what a dumb tradition. I can't get over this. It can't be real, can it? And yet that's right. Why are they taking it so serious? And the fact that the fiance is upset at you? Yeah, no, they can do that. I would have left as well. Like, oh yeah, okay. I'll just take my underwear off and put it in a bin with all of your underwear. What the hell? And I still can't believe the fiance was mad at you. What a joke. And yeah, like that comment said, you can just ask somebody to bring some more food. You don't have to touch each other's underwear. Am I the a-hole for telling my friend's dad that my mum returned everything he got me for store credit for herself? So last year, my mum married Mark and we moved to a new state. We have a 3-bedroom house. My mum and Mark have 1 room. Mark's daughter Lily, 10, has her own room. And I, 13 female, share one with my brothers, 16, 18, and 22. Mark doesn't want my mum to work, but he also doesn't give her money for us because that's our dad's job. So I was kind of on my own to get anything I needed. A guy at my school noticed that I don't have a lunch most of the time, so he started bringing extra food for me. And then I started going to his house after school. They've been really nice to me. They take me out with them and they got me a pair of shoes because mine were too small. They went all out for me for Christmas. I got 2 pairs of boots and another 2 pairs of shoes, 6 pairs of jeans, 4 leggings, like 20 shirts, 2 jackets, a raincoat, rain boots, umbrella, a new backpack and water bottle, and even some hair stuff and some makeup. They also got me glasses, but that wasn't really a Christmas present. My mum took everything back for store credit and she used it to get herself stuff. Oh my god, what? My friend's dad picked me up the day after Christmas to take me to camp. He signed me and my friend up for cooking camp during winter break, and I told him what happened. He called CPS and they came to camp to talk to me a couple of days later, and then they came to the house and now I'm staying with my friend and his dad. He reordered everything he got me, plus he had me go into Target and some other stores to get a couple of things until everything gets here. But my mum's really mad that I told him, and she's saying that I got her into a lot of trouble, so I wanted to know if I was wrong for telling him that she returned everything. No, definitely not. Like, oh, what are they? The consequences of their actions? Oh, I'm so sorry, OP. The top comment says, you're not the a-hole and you're not wrong. Parents take care of their kids. That's our job and our privilege to do. I'm so sorry, OP, but your mum and your stepdad were mistreating you and neglecting you. Your friend's family was able to see this, and I'm so glad they got CPS involved. And OP says, my mum has never been this mad at me before. I think I'm going to be here a long time. My friend's dad had me pick out new paint and furniture for my room. Yeah, but they're only mad at you, you, OP, because they're getting in trouble and they got caught. They're mad at you because they're selfish and they're self-centered. They're annoyed at you because they're in trouble because of their own actions. Yeah, that's not your fault. Oh, I'm so sorry, OP. That's bloody awful. I'm so glad you've got a good friend and they've also got a good family. Wow, unbelievable. Am I the a-hole for not telling my former fiance that I bought her dream house? Probably not. 10 years ago, my fiance left me, 38 male. A few weeks before our wedding, we grew up in a small town. We were friendly, went to the same school, but we never were in the same clique. She was one of the popular kids and I wasn't. A few years after college, I moved back home when my dad got sick. I found a job in my field about 45 minutes away from home. I'd help take my dad to his chemo appointments. It was during one of those appointments I ran into my ex. She now worked at the hospital. One day while waiting, I asked her out. It turned out that we shared a lot of the same interests. It seemed like our relationship was going great. About a year or so into dating, we moved into a rented house together. The following year, I proposed. So we began looking for a house. My ex always wanted to live in her grandparents' house on the lake near our town. Her family was forced to sell the house when her grandparents died because of an inheritance dispute. 6 months before our wedding, a chance event happened. The couple who bought her grandparents' lake house had grown tired of our snowy winters. It took some work and nearly all of my savings, but I was able to buy her dream house. It was going to be a surprise wedding present, so I didn't dare tell her or anybody in her family my plans. A month before our wedding, ex and her friends went to Miami for a bachelorette party. I'm not all that sure what happened there. Part of me doesn't really want to know, but I do know that her high school boyfriend was there. Oh God. When she got back from the trip, she broke down and confessed that she was afraid to get married and she wanted to call it off. It was a mess. She later moved to Florida and eventually married the high school boyfriend. I ended up moving back to the city for an amazing job, and in the meantime I still had the lake house. With the help of my mum and dad, we started to fix up the lake house. It took a few years. My mum and dad would look after the contractors while I was in the city. Having that house was perfect when everything got locked down. I was able to escape the city and work remotely from the lake house. I now live here full time and I'll work remotely. This summer we had 4th of July at the lake house. My sister-in-law used some photos from the lake this summer in her Christmas card. One of those cards made it to ex's cousin. The cousin recognized the house. The Saturday before New Year's, ex's mother and sister were at my front door. After pleasantries and answering their initial questions, they made an offer to buy it. I refused. They were not happy. A few days after, I got a long text from my ex. This was the first time in about 9 years that she's even talked to me. She called me and asked for keeping it from her. Her family is blaming her for losing the house again. She then asked me to sell it. I still have no intention to sell. Now her and her family are complaining on social media that this is some sort of revenge. Am I the a-hole? No, of course you're not the a-hole. And the bloody audacity of the family and your ex. Ew, so gross. So yeah, you chose not to tell them that you bought it, which by the way is completely fine. They ran off to a bloody bachelorette party and then dumped you right before the wedding when you bought the bloody dream house of theirs. Like obviously you're a very thoughtful and caring person. I don't know about the ex. Yeah, you're definitely not the a-hole. But if you showed them like this is when I bought it before you dumped me, I didn't buy it later as revenge, then yeah, there's nothing they can do about it. Yeah, like this comment says, I'd be petty and I'd post on social media the date on the contract when you purchased the house and explain that if it wasn't for ex cheating on you and leaving you for her new husband, this would have been her house as a wedding gift, but instead of having it be a painful memory of the hurt she caused you, with the help of your family, you were able to bond with your family even more by working on the house together, and that this house will now always stay in your family for generations to come. The audacity of your ex and her family is crazy. Now after you and your family spent a decade fixing it up, they're trying to lowball you out of the house. I assume their offer wouldn't cover the cost of renovations and any appreciation on the house, because that definitely seems on brand for people like that. And when that didn't work, they took to social media to complain. Not the a-hole. I'd post the entire story on social media and then block everybody in the family. Yeah, please do that, OP. They 100% suck. And you're not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for telling my mother-in-law that if she expects me to get a DNA test for my son, then I want her to get a DNA test for my husband? I, 30 female, met my husband, Stephen, 32, at a friend who was a cousin's party. We instantly connected and we started dating not long after. We've been happily married for 5 years now and we have a 4-month-old son. I meet my mother-in-law at his uncle's funeral. He asked me to attend it in support of him. Before we left, his cousin warned me about mother-in-law. He said she wasn't the nicest person and she had impossibly high standards to meet and can also be judgmental, so don't take it personally. She does it with everybody. I did ask my husband and he agreed that mother-in-law can be quite judgmental, but not to worry, that he'll be there for me. I felt like they gave me the sugar-coated version of her because she was terrible. She made a scene about bringing a stranger to a family funeral, but my husband cut her off and said his aunt, who was his uncle's widow, said that he could. She spent the rest of the funeral giving me nasty looks and making passive-aggressive comments. She made a scene at our wedding, but that's a different story of its own. But after minimal contact with mother-in-law, my husband eventually got around to telling her I was pregnant. I expected her to be angry and to have a go at him, but she surprised us both and was the complete opposite. She was excited about being a grandmother. She was congratulating us. Her attitude did a complete turn, and I grudgingly allowed her to visit. When it was time to give birth to my son, she wanted to see my son being born, but I refused. That's when her ugly side reared its head again, and she caused a scene and was thrown out. I refused to let her visit us at home. My husband agreed, but she ran crying and apologizing. She said she was just overwhelmed about being a grandmother, and her emotions got the better of her. Against my better judgment, I relented and said okay. When she first held him, she looked at me and said he was beautiful. I went into the kitchen to get us a drink, and then I could hear my husband telling her to get out. I went back in. She started yelling he needed to get the baby tested because he doesn't look like anybody in their family. He kicked her out. She took to social media and told everyone that I cheated on my husband and that my husband needs to get a DNA test to prove that he was the dad. She got a lot of attention for that, so I made my own post and I said I'd get a test when she gets a test for her son, and that just made everything worse. She rang my husband up telling him to take it down. He just hung up on her. Everyone divided and questioning my husband's paternity since she had such a strong reaction to it. Now even my husband is starting to wonder and making me feel like I went too far, and I'm thinking, am I the a-hole for saying that? Nah, definitely not. They sound bloody awful. The top comment says not the a-hole. She doesn't sound stable at all, and I'd be worried about what she'd do around the child. Even if she was just another friendly incestuous boy mum, that mood swing going from one extreme to another in a blink of an eye goes beyond a-hole and into dangerous territory. Also, her demanding to see the birth and immediately taking to social media also indicates that she has no concept of boundaries. To have someone like that around your child, even if she doesn't do anything drastic, could be very damaging. Also, if she wants to make her delusions public, she can handle your public response. If you don't want a witch hunt, don't make a pyre. Yeah, definitely. Unstable is the word for it. That's 100% what she is. Like, yeah, it's one thing to be a little bit rude or a little bit toxic or whatever, but this person sounds like they're on an entirely different level. They pretty much don't ever talk to them sort of level. Yeah, you're not the a-hole, OP. Am I the a-hole for refusing to call my niece anything else but her chosen name? My 27 female husband, 33 male, and I are currently taking care of his recently orphaned niece, 8 female, with the plan to later adopt her. Her first name is Kelly and middle name is Anne, fake names, but she prefers to be called Anne and has been that way for a few years now. She introduces herself as my name is Kelly Ann, but you can call me Anne. My sister, 29 female, is 8 months pregnant with her first child and several months ago found out it's a girl. She's always wanted to name her daughter Anne and is excitedly telling everybody. Upon learning of Kelly Ann's situation and how my husband and I plan to adopt her, my sister told me a few days after that we should start telling Kelly Ann to call herself Kelly instead of her middle name. She said that 2 Anns in the family will be confusing, so Kelly Ann needs to get used to being Kelly. My husband said she's being ridiculous and if anything it's her baby that needs renaming. Because Kelly Ann has been calling herself Anne for years, my sister argued that she's announced her baby's name many months ago and we only plan to adopt Kelly Ann recently, so we should be the one making her rethink how to call herself. I joined my husband's side and I told my sister Kelly Ann can call herself however she chooses to. My sister and her husband called my husband and me a-holes for stealing her baby's name. So am I the a-hole? No, you're not the a-hole. Why should Kelly Ann have to change what she calls herself over something as stupid as it's confusing to have 2 Anns? Pretty sure that's not a big deal, and your life as a person and what you want to call yourself matters way more than having a little bit of confusion in the family. It's bloody stupid, and the audacity of them to think that she should change? Nah, definitely not. Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. No one should have to choose a different name. I know a few families with cousins who share a first name, and it's not a big deal. If your sister doesn't want to have 2 Anns, then she shouldn't use it, but expecting a child to adopt a different name than she has been using, just because she, the sister, has decided to use the selected name is entitled and mean to say the least. Your sister and her husband are being absurd. A, there's not really any such thing as stealing a name, especially a common one like Anne, which I realise is fake, but presumably you chose similar fake names. And B, Kelly Ann has been alive for far longer than their child has been, and using the name for longer too. Out of curiosity, if you were to later adopt an older child into the family who came with the same name as one of their kids, would they also expect you to change that child's name? Ludicrous. Yeah, the audacity of some people. And the annoying part is they think they're right, and they have the gall to call you guys a-holes. Yeah, you're not the the a-hole, OP? Am I the a-hole for refusing to pay for dental fees after a kid broke his teeth on a macadamia nut? My friend 39 female June brought her 8-year-old son Stephen over to my house today. June and I were just chatting over a cup of tea when there was a scream from the kitchen. We rushed to find that Stephen had tried to eat a whole macadamia nut with the shell. For context, the nut is a white nut surrounded by the hardest and most smooth chocolate looking shell you've ever seen. He'd obviously thought it was chocolate and tried to eat it from a closed Tupperware container on the kitchen island. Was gonna crack them with a hammer later. My friend first admonished Stephen for eating something obviously not meant for him and took him to the emergency dental, where she later learnt that he cracked one of his molars, and it was apparently quite bad. Apparently, as it's still his first set of teeth, they'll just be pulling it out. But she wants me to pay for at least half of it, as it was my macadamia and it was on my kitchen island and accessible. Am I the a-hole? Right, so they must have just chucked the nut in their mouth and like immediately bit down on it super hard without even tasting it, because you'd realise pretty fast that there isn't chocolate on it, and ultimately it's not your fault and it's not your responsibility. They could have done this with anything. The macadamia nut is irrelevant. They could have done this on anything, and they shouldn't be randomly eating stuff. And what, they're saying that it's your fault because it's your macadamia nut? You and your macadamia nut caused all of this mess. Yeah, but not really, you know? Yeah, it's not your fault, OP. It's definitely the kid's fault, and the way that your friend is handling it is super silly. Like, yeah, stuff at the dentist is ridiculously expensive, and that definitely would have been unexpected, but at the same time, it's not your fault. They're blaming everything but their kid. It's the evil macadamia nut that's the issue. But yeah, the expectation of you paying for at least half of it is wild. Am I the a-hole for refusing to let my parents rename me? My 15 male parents gave my sister, 16 female, brother, 13 male, and me nature names, and more specifically, water nature names. My sister is Ocean, I'm Cove, and my brother is River. They wanted our names to have a theme without being matchy with the same initials, so we got our names. The story was told to us when we were little, and my parents were proud of the names they gave us. Back when we were all stuck at home, my parents started to express regret about their choices for us. They actually told us over dinner one night that they wished they'd given us better names, and apologized for making us live with the names that we were given. A few months after that apology, my mum and dad told us they wanted us to be Elizabeth, James, me, and Michael. They said that since we were kids and we weren't in college yet and nobody had their license at that point, it'd be the best time to do it. All three of us said that we didn't want to change our first names. My dad looked into whether they could do it when we said no, and all answers he got pointed to a very strong no, but it was also unusual to change our older kid's first name, so they went ahead and tried anyway. But once we were asked if we wanted different names, they were told no. My parents brought it up a lot to us afterward. My brother asked why they wanted to name him Michael and said the name was crappy. They told him Michael was a timeless name that would age well and gave him some nickname choices. He said he hated it, so they asked if he would consider Charles instead, which he said was an even bigger no. Our parents focused really hard on him for a while because he'd asked the question about the name, so they figured he was the most open. So far, none of us have agreed to the name change. I told my parents that I know they regret the names, but we're all used to them and we like our names and we don't want to go for more boring and common names. My parents argued that in the future we'll regret it and we'd have to pay for it ourselves when we're adults, and we realised having weird names does not age well. I asked why they can't let us get there if we ever do. They said that we should be thinking more of our futures, and they accused me of having a really bad attitude because I said James was as bad to me as Cove is to them now. They told me to look online, and I did, and I saw a lot of hate for our names, but I told them it still didn't change my mind. My parents said that we should respect them enough as parents to allow this, and that we're all being disrespectful. Am I the a-hole? Oh my god, no, not even a little bit. These are your names that we're talking about, and if you guys don't have an issue with them, that's the end of it. And if they don't realize that, that's their issue, not yours. They should be like, you know, we don't really like these names anymore, but if you kids are still happy with them, then that's all that matters. But to try and force you guys to change them when they know that you like the names, what, they don't see an issue with that? And also the fact that they told you the names that you were gonna change your name to, that's hilarious. The top comment says, not the a-hole, I think Cove is a badass name. Also, it's wild to me they just suggested names they wanted you to change to, and didn't even ask you if you had a name that you'd rather be called. If you're worried about the future, you could always add a more traditional middle name, which you choose, and then you'll have the option in your professional life of going by your middle name if you prefer. Yeah, and also, ultimately, you don't need to worry about your name. Guarantee it's probably not going to cause that many issues, and it's your name and you like it. Like, think about Joaquin Phoenix's family. There's River Phoenix and there's also Rain Phoenix. When you think about River Phoenix or you think about Rain Phoenix, you don't think, oh, that's a weird name. It's a name, and also they're nice names. Yeah, wow, that's so wild. And yeah, you and your siblings are not the a-hole, OP. Am I the a-hole for being pissed that my daughter-in-law won't accommodate my allergy, so I'm not going to her dinner? I'm very, very frustrated. My son has been married to my daughter-in-law for 3 years now. I've always made extra dishes that didn't include meat to accommodate her. No matter how much it was a pain to do, I always made sure she had options to eat when I hosted or she was over. She's vegetarian and at one point tried to go vegan. My son and her never hosted due to living in a small apartment, but now that's changed because they've just bought a home. They're having a dinner this week and I called her to remind her that I'm allergic to nuts. She then informed me that she doesn't have time and to bring my own food. She told me that she cooks a lot with different nuts and she can't make adjustments to her menu. This is where I might be the jerk. I told her I won't be going and neither will my husband, that I've accommodated her for years and not once have I made her bring her own food. And this started an argument where she thinks I'm being unreasonable. My husband is on my side, but my son and her are very upset. No, you're not in the wrong, OP. Edit, stop downvoting people who say there are allergies that are not life-threatening. They are correct. My allergy is not life-threatening. If it was going to kill me, I wouldn't be okay with any of the dishes having nuts. I just asked for one that I can eat. I can be at a table with nuts. This actually personally annoys me. Allergic reactions are a spectrum from very mild to kill you. Also, for everybody saying allergies get worse every time people have it are incorrect. Some allergies can be improved through exposure therapy, which is usually done at a doctor's. My daughter has done that with her shellfish allergy. Yeah, no, you're not the a-hole, OP. Like you said, you've accommodated them for so long and they're not willing to do it even once, and then they call you unreasonable? Like, what are they talking about? Am I the a-hole for telling my girlfriend that my loyalties lie with my baby brother? My little brother recently moved in with me. It was a huge shock at first. My brother Will, 17, is female to male. I, male 34, had no idea that he was trans or even questioning his gender. He always seemed perfectly happy as a girl. You know, he was very feminine presenting and all. Turns out he came out to our parents after getting his hair cut and they didn't take it well. From what he's told me, he wasn't exactly kicked out. They just started being unbearable. They were calling him Myla in every sentence they said, just to annoy him, I suppose. Mum kept on booking him in for appointments to get hair extensions and lashes done. Our dad didn't let him wear the male uniform to sixth form and so on. It got so bad that he literally took a train from down south all the way to up north to ask if he could live with me. Of course, I said yes. The house is big enough to have him live here. There's 4 bedrooms and an attic room. My girlfriend Nico, 32, was irritated when she found out. We've discussed her moving in before Will came, and now she's telling me that she won't move in until Will leaves. I've explained to her that Will isn't a child that we'd have to constantly supervise, that if anything, he's the one making the place more livable. He's very insistent on adding on to the home decor and so on, as well as being better than me at cleaning, and that the house is large enough to still have privacy even with him around. Nico's argued that it's not truly ours if Will is always there, that we won't be able to start trying to conceive, that she's not willing to live with a quote-unquote hormonal and rebellious teenager, and that she's just flat out uncomfortable with Will being near her and living with her and her son, male 10, all in the same house. Yeah, this is not looking good. Ultimately, I've told her that my loyalties are with my baby brother, who's homeless and vulnerable. Unlike the grown woman that has a good paying job and a home of her own, she called my mum up to complain about it, and she said that I was in the wrong for prioritizing Will, and Will said that he doesn't want to be causing problems in my relationship. Oh my god, you're not the a-hole, OP, and I've got a pretty good suspicion that you've got a transphobic girlfriend. There are so many red flags here from your girlfriend. Like, first of all, the fact that they went behind your back and called your mum, who's already been bloody awful to your brother. The fact that they said your little brother is going to be a hormonal and rebellious teenager, and that they can't conceive with your brother in the house when they themselves have a 10-year-old son. And also, they straight up said that they're uncomfortable having them in the house. Yeah, the girlfriend is 100% the issue here. You're doing the right thing, OP. Your parents have been awful to your brother, and your brother needs somebody and needs support, and you're being that, which is bloody beautiful. But yeah, the girlfriend, not so much. Am I the a-hole for telling my brother-in-law to pay me $700 for my lost coat when I bought it for $100? Last year, I was at the mall with my fiance when I saw this awesome cashmere and wool coat. It was so perfect in every way, and there was only one left in my size. But the best news was that it was on clearance for $100, so I bought it without a second thought. I've worn it several times last year, but it hasn't been cold enough this year for me to break break out the coat. Last week when I saw the news about the upcoming cold front, I decided it was time to take it to the dry cleaner so that I can wear it this week. And after tearing all of my closets apart without seeing it, I asked my fiance if she'd seen it. She told me that she hasn't seen me wear it in a while, so she lent it to her brother to wear to a wedding. I was annoyed at hearing this, but I decided to not make it a big deal, so I simply told her brother to bring it back so I could get it dry cleaned. Thursday rolls around and he hasn't brought it back, so I asked her about it again. Nothing. Come Friday and I haven't heard anything, so I called him. He said that he told my wife on Tuesday that he got drunk at the wedding and lost my coat. I was super annoyed at this, so I told him that he owes me the exact coat from the exact brand. Last night my fiance came home from work in a mood and handed me $100. She said that her brother dropped off the money and I shouldn't have made her brother pay for the coat since I knew that he doesn't make very much and I haven't worn it but a handful of times. Oh my god, no way. I looked at the $100 and I told her I wanted a replacement coat or the amount it currently costs so that I can buy a new one and that $100 will not cover it. She said he went to the store and it costs $700 now, but she knew I only paid $100 for it, so she told him $100 would cover the cost. I argued that $100 doesn't buy me a new coat. We went back and forth, but we couldn't find any common ground. She offered to throw in an extra $100 of her own money and said sarcastically that I'm coming out ahead. I argued that I'm still out a coat and nothing will satisfy my loss except for a replacement coat. She argued that I don't have to have the exact coat and that I can buy a similar one with $200. She thought I was being ridiculous and called her parents on speakerphone. Of course, they sided with their children and her dad tried to say that a man shouldn't be so hung up on a coat. I told him that a man replaces what he loses, so now they're all mad at me for wanting to make a profit from their son and intimating that he's not a man. Am I wrong for wanting the same coat as a replacement? No, definitely not. You're not trying to make money. You just want what you had back. Yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. I don't see this as an attempt to make a profit. I see it as a man wanting his coat replaced. Just so happens the value of the coat went up. If a thief steals from a home and takes gold bars from a safe, when the thief is convicted and ordered to pay restitution, the current value of the gold bars is considered. Even if the value of the gold bars were significantly less at the time of purchase, the brother-in-law needs to have some integrity and take some personal responsibility. He borrowed the coat and he lost it. Brother-in-law is an a-hole for losing the coat, but it happens and the correct response is to replace it. And girlfriend is definitely an a-hole for lending the coat without even talking to OP about it. Girlfriend is also an a-hole for not being forthcoming with OP about brother-in-law losing it. And girlfriend is also an a-hole for deciding how much brother-in-law should pay to replace the coat on her own without even consulting OP. There are some red flags with OP's girlfriend that he should probably take into consideration. Yeah, 100%. The girlfriend is the one who lent it to them without even asking. Definitely the brother-in-law is in the wrong, but so is the girlfriend. The comment under this one says not the a-hole. Obligatory. You don't have a brother-in-law issue, you have a fiance issue. Talk to her that it was absurd of her to just randomly lend out your stuff without even asking, and that this was only exasperated by the lent object getting lost. It's now up to her to replace the coat she took. Whether she makes her brother pay for it is irrelevant. She's the one that took your coat without asking. She's responsible for a reasonable replacement. Maybe asking $700 is a bit much, but she can go with you to the shop and waste the time finding a comparable coat and pay for it, investing both the time and money that she's expecting you to invest. Edit, my last paragraph was maybe not perfectly worded and I'm getting way too many comments on it, so let me rephrase. Maybe asking for the $700 in cash can be seen as trying to make a profit. It's better to make clear that you want the same coat, or at least a coat that you consider equal as the one that was taken, either by having brother-in-law hunt down where or how he lost it, or your fiance pays the time and financial cost to get you the coat, whatever it may cost. Yeah, definitely. And the way the girlfriend is downplaying it too, acting like there's no issue, yeah, that sucks. And you're not the a-hole, OP. Am I the a-hole for telling my niece to keep it together until you can get the hell out? I 42 male parted ways with my brother 42 a while ago based on differences of opinion, but he called me recently. He saw a video of his daughter 16 slandering and insulting him on her friend's podcast. Apparently she'd been going behind his back and hanging out with people that he didn't like for years. I parted ways with him when she was 5, and at that point she already liked me a lot more than him, and he wanted me to talk to her about respect. Before I was about to talk to her, he showed me the clip from the podcast in question, and his daughter said, "Oh yeah, I freaking hate my dad. Trash human." No, like he's kept me from learning about being a mechanic. He says a woman doesn't need a degree, just an apron and a cookbook. I asked if he really believed that, and his answer boiled down to, well, yeah. I said nothing, and I waited until I met his daughter. I told her, move out as soon as possible. Your father's an absolute fool, and I wish I'd been here to correct him. When you've escaped, I'll support you as much as I can. Obviously, her father had a bit of a blow up. I said nothing and left as he seethed and called me an a-hole. Am am I the a-hole? Right, so I feel like you're not the a-hole. Did you say it in front of him? Like in front of the dad? Because I feel like you should have said this to your niece, not in front of their dad. Did they say it in front of him? But yeah, no, ultimately you're not the a-hole. And good on you for being there for your niece. It's super gross to be around stuff like that. And it does sound like they need to get out. The top comment says not the a-hole. OP, on behalf of everybody who's ever been in some way oppressed and discouraged by a parental figure, I want to say thank you for not only having your niece's back, but also assuring her that you have her back in the future. Am I the a-hole for banning my husband's sister from my house until she uses the names of my twins? I, 38 female, am married and have 2 children. Twins, Amy and Nina, 6 female. We live in the same town as most of his families in the house that I inherited from my grandfather. It is the biggest house in the family, so we often do host family gatherings. My husband's younger sister, Jane, 31 female, has been traveling for work ever since her early 20s. Mid-2022, she moved in with her fiance about a half an hour drive away from us, and after that, Jane shows up regularly at family gatherings and rebuilds relationships with her family members. The only thing she never bothers to do is address my daughters by their names. Amy and Nina are identical twins. I understand when people refer to them as the twins, but I think it's important that their individuality is respected. I always tell family and friends that now that they're 6 years old, it's important for them to have their own identity, and if possible, please treat them as individuals rather than a pair or a unit. My girls have different interests and hair and dressing styles, so it's not too hard to tell them apart. Jane always insists on calling the girls the twins and makes no effort to distinguish them. I asked her many times to treat them as individuals, like her other nieces and nephews, and Jane would say, okay, and then keep on doing the same. Last Christmas, Amy made paper cranes and Nina painted flower pictures as their Christmas gifts to everybody in the family. They signed their names and individually handed the gift to everybody. Jane's fiance had to work this year and didn't join us, so after brunch she video called him in the living room while the rest of us did our things nearby. Her fiance saw the crane in her hand and asked where she got it, and Jane said, oh, one of the twins gave it to me for Christmas. The other twin drew some flowers. I felt that this was a disrespect, as my girls put a lot of effort into the gifts and deserve to have their private dedication recognized. When everybody left, I told Jane I expected her to call my girls Amy and Nina from now on, and to treat them like individuals and know their differences. Jane said that she won't bother as my girls are too young, so I told her that she's banned from my house until she learns how to address my girls by their names. Jane just stomped off. My husband agrees with me. A few days ago, my mother-in-law called to plan my husband's birthday in early February. I told her we could have the party at my house like usual, but Jane would not be invited. My mother-in-law was alarmed and asked me why, and when she learned of what happened, she was mad at Jane. Jane called me a few hours ago calling me an a-hole for making a big deal out of something so insignificant. She said that my girls would be known as the twins whether I like it or not, and once they get older, people will recognize them as individuals, but not now when they're young and just a couple of girls. She said that she deserves to be with her family for her brother's birthday, and I need to let it go. Am I the a-hole? No, you're not the a-hole, OP. You've told them about this multiple different times, and they're not respecting it. And like this comment says, not the a-hole. Maybe address Jane as so-and-so's fiance instead of using her name. Yeah, definitely. See how they like it. It's super intentional that they're still doing this, especially when they know that it upset you. And how bloody hard would it be for them to just use their names? Not very. Yeah, you're definitely not the a-hole, OP. Am I the a-hole for accepting the prize money for winning a game I didn't even know that I was playing? So I, 21 female, went to my granddad's 80 male house last week, and he handed me a jar full of cash with my name on it. He told me to count it, and it came to £3,200. I asked him what it was for, and he explained the rules of the game that he'd been playing with the whole family. From the 1st of December 2023 to the 31st of December 2023, every time a member of a family visited him, he put £100 in the jar for every hour they spent with him. At the end of the month, the person who spent the most time with him would receive all the money in the jar, and the others would get nothing. He obviously didn't tell anybody that he was doing this, so that nobody spent extra time with him to get the money. I won his game by £600, so 6 hours more than the person who came second, my uncle. At first, I didn't even want to accept the money, only because I didn't feel like it was right to play games with people without them knowing, especially not your family. But after a while, he convinced me to take my prize money because I earned it. When I got home, I told my parents about the money, and I explained his game to them. I told my mum where she came on the scoreboard, 4th, and she was understandably upset at her father for making us unknowingly compete with each other. Then she told the rest of the family via a group chat. So now pretty much my whole family is mad at my granddad for doing this, but also at me for accepting the money. He's an old man, and he's not exactly a millionaire, so they think that I should have refused the money and confronted him for what he did. I think that if he's willing to play this game, then he obviously has no problem with giving the money away, and he did insist on me taking it. Also, he's always been a weird guy, so although I don't agree with what he did, did. I'm not too surprised, so I don't think I should have had to start an argument with him about it. Edit, sorry I didn't make it clear enough. This took place between December 1st and December 31st of last year, so only lasting a month. Each person who visited him had a separate jar, so my jar had 3,200 in it because I spent 32 hours with him. Other people had different amounts in their jars, but I only received what was in mine. Another Reddit, thank you for all your responses so far. I've seen a lot of comments about how his game was unfair because some people have more free time. That's completely true, although in this case, don't assume that just because I'm young I have more free time. I have a full-time job, a partner, and a small side business to run. I've got significantly less time than most of my family, apart from maybe my uncle, who works slightly more hours than me. The majority of my family work part-time or not at all, and only my aunt has a young kid to attend to, but she doesn't work either. I'm not saying the game was fair, but I think most of my family would not have trouble finding the spare time to spend with him. Some would just rather be doing anything else. Yeah, you're not the a-hole, OP. You haven't done anything wrong here. I don't like how your mum reacted to it and put it in the family group chat and stuff. Yeah, I suppose maybe you could have not told him, because it does sort of seem like the granddad didn't expect anybody to find out. But also, it's a weird thing for your granddad to do. And like a lot of people in the comments say, it's kind of manipulative. But yeah, you're not the a-hole, OP. You were put into this position. Am I the a-hole for telling my husband that I'll move back in once my stepdaughter and her family move out? I married my husband when his daughter Trudy was 22. She's now 36. He was 47 and I was 32. I have two kids, 20 and 18 now. Both are away at college. Trudy never liked me and that was fine. She has a mother and she was a full adult living on her own when we met. Her parents had been divorced for 6 years when I met her father. We live in a city with a lot of tourism, so it was an easy decision to keep my apartment and do short-term rentals when my kids and I moved in with my husband. We also use it for out-of-town guests. Trudy and her family of 4 moved in with us. We agreed that after the holidays I'd stop taking reservations for my apartment and they could move in there. They would sign a lease and we would rent it to them without collecting rent so they could build up rental history and money. Trudy moved in last October. It was hell. She doesn't help around the house and neither do her kids. Her husband is working his ass off to get money together for them, so he comes home exhausted. And he's more help than her or the kids. The three of them leave dirty dishes everywhere, dirty laundry everywhere. The house is just a mess. And I've spoken to all of them, including my husband, about this. My son-in-law's the only one who makes an effort. Trudy literally said that I live in her father's house, so I don't get to tell her what to do. My husband didn't back me up, so I moved out. My apartment is now empty since the holidays are over. I said I didn't want them treating my property like they were treating my husband's home, and they're all mad at me for leaving and changing the plan. She actually threatened to sue me since they signed a lease. I told her to go ahead since I could prove that I never got the agreed upon deposit or first and last month's rent, which we were going to cover to help them start over. I've been here for a week now and it's great. No noise, no mess, a much better commute for me to my work. My husband's been spending a few nights a week here with me. He wants me to come home and give them the apartment like we agreed. I said I would do that if we went back to his house that minute and it was in good shape. Narrator's voiceover goes here. It was not. It was disgusting. Like it smelt bad. It was like if 5 teenage boys were there living without any supervision. She saw me looking around in disgust and said that it wasn't her fault and that the mess was because they didn't have their own living space. Yeah, sure. I turned around and I went back to my place. I offered to let my husband move in with me if he wants them to have their own space. He won't because he's retired and likes where he is. So like I said, they're all mad at me. My husband, Trudy, her kids. Trudy's husband is the only one who understands my position. I'll no longer agree to let them in my apartment and I'll also only move back once they leave. No, of course you're not the a-hole. The top comment says my husband has been spending a few nights a week here with me. No, if you want him to take this seriously and deal with them, that has to stop. I offered to let my husband move in with me. Again, no. His lack of firmness, his failure to back you up, that's what created this mess. He doesn't get to use your sanctuary to evade that. Stop giving him this getaway. Make him live in the squalor that he was enabling. Oh, and not the a-hole, of course. And equally, of course, you'd be insane to let them trash your place. Yeah, 1,000,000%. And that's enough Am I the a-hole for today. That was such an adventure and I hope you guys had a wonderful time. But let's read something a lot more wholesome. I never want my kids to mess up and think, Dad's gonna kill me. I want their first thought to be, I need to call my dad. Parenting with fear isn't parenting at all. It's tolerating a child's presence until they're old enough to mind themselves. Yeah, that's so true. And parents like that are the best. You text me that you're sad. Me, I'm coming over to cheer you up and nothing can stop me. Oh, trudging through the snow on a 1-horse open sleigh. That's so beautiful though. I'm here for you and I always will be. I just drove a guy home from a bar and for the whole 15 minutes he talked about how excited he was to see his wife. This is so good and pure. Oh, that's so lovely. I'm so excited I get to see my wife. That's so cute. What a legend. Am I the a-hole for making my wife pay for something she gave away? My wife has a bad habit of giving away or lending out things that don't belong to her. I've lost count of how many times I go to look for something of mine only for her to say that she lent it to somebody. She also takes forever to get the item back. She once lent my stuff to a co-worker and refused to ask for it back for a month, and I'll never forget the day that my usually quiet, reserved son snapped at her for trying to give away his Nintendo Switch. If I wasn't also fed up with her behavior, I would have washed his mouth out with soap. I've had countless talks with her, but she continues to do this. My son and I have resorted to locking up anything we didn't want touched, which is something we shouldn't have to do in our own home. Last week I won a $300 tent in a raffle. I had no plans on using it, so I was gonna sell it. When I found a buyer, I went to look for it and I couldn't find it. When I asked my wife, she said she gave it to a friend of ours. Oh my god, this is infuriating. I got mad at her and I said she had no right to give it away. Her defense was since I didn't spend money on it and I wasn't planning on using it, it made sense to give it away for free. Yeah, but it doesn't belong to you. You don't get to decide that. I told her that wasn't her decision to make, but she kept just repeating herself. I'd had enough of this and I said she's either going to pay me herself or get the money from who she gave it to, and if not, I'd get law enforcement involved. Since she'd rather die than ask a friend for money, she paid me out of her own pocket. This issue eventually got around to her family. While they did say she should have talked to me first, they also reprimanded me for asking for payment. They reasoned that since I didn't actually buy the tent, I didn't lose any money, and it went to a friend who could actually put it to good use. I got several texts saying that I should be ashamed for extorting my wife for money. I think I have every right to want to be paid for something of mine that was taken, but everybody keeps emphasizing the fact that I didn't technically buy the tent and didn't want it, so I have nothing to be upset about. Am I the a-hole? Is this a rage bait sort of post? Oh my god. You're not the one that should be ashamed of your actions, OP. And the fact that you asked for money is kind of beside the point. Your wife is the one who should be ashamed, acting like they get to give away your stuff. That's unbelievable. And also trying to give away their son's Nintendo Switch. How dare they? Oh, that's so annoying. They have absolutely no right to feel like they can do that with other people's stuff. And now they're shifting the blame onto you. No, you're not the a-hole, OP. And the family's only saying that sort of stuff because obviously they don't know the full situation. Take her stuff and give it away. Like, what the hell? Yeah, like this comment says, not the a-hole. 1, it's ridiculous that a boundary even needed to be set in the first place. It's basic human decency not to give away stuff that isn't yours. Number 2, it doesn't matter what it costs. If it doesn't 100% belong to her, then she has no right to unilaterally decide what happens to it. That's hugely disrespectful in any partnership or human interaction. She wouldn't be happy if you gave away a seldom used piece of her jewelry on the basis that it was gifted to her and therefore it cost her nothing. Her generosity should not come at her loved one's expense. And the stuff about their kid and the Nintendo Switch, think about how that's going to make their kid feel. Like OP said, they literally have to lock their stuff up so that their mum doesn't try and get rid of it or something. I can't believe we're starting the episode with such an aggravating post. Yeah, you're definitely not the a-hole, OP. Am I the a-hole for refusing to hand over my college fund for my little sister's surgery? I, 17 male, am the oldest kid in my family. My parents have 2 biological kids, me and my 12-year-old sister, and they adopted my 4 other siblings. I had dozens of foster siblings over the years as well. My parents have struggled to make time and have the money for all of us. It has meant a lot of sacrificing, and mainly on my part. My parents were able to make sure that all of my younger siblings had at least one activity outside of school, but they never did that for me. I was forced to play football when I was 5, but by the time I was 7, my parents had started fostering, and I was no longer doing that. My siblings all get to do something they like. For example, Cora does dance. Some of my other siblings are in music classes. The younger kids were also prioritized with school field trips, so they always got to go, while I haven't been since I was 6. The last time I asked was when I was about 9, and my parents told me to work for the money to pay. My grandparents found out what they said, and they gave me the money, and then my parents took it off me to use for the household. My grandparents were so mad at them for that. They delayed my tonsil surgery by 2 years because they prioritized 2 foster kids and 2 of my siblings' surgeries over mine. My grandparents saw how much I was getting the short end of everything with my parents, and they set up a college fund for me. It's a lot of money, and it really caught me off guard. My parents do know about it, but they can't access it. They only know about it because of a fight with my grandparents over the lack of saving for my future, when they have saved something for my other siblings. My parents said the money my grandparents saved should be divided equally, because $350,000 is a lot to save for one grandchild when you have multiple. That money is still there, and I do have plans for it, but my younger sister is 5 and she needs a pretty major stomach surgery. She's had a lot of health trouble since her birth, and my parents have paid a lot of money on her medical expenses. They were told this surgery could turn her life around and give her a chance at living with less pain and less stomach complications. It could give her a more normal childhood because she can't do a lot. They don't have the money for the surgery, and they want me to give them the money to pay for it and for the expenses afterward. They said they'd need 270 grand for the whole thing, and maybe they can give some of it back, but they might need even more. Might need even more if stuff gets more complicated. I told them they can't have that money, and they lost it, and they told me I was being selfish, and I argued back that they take from me all the time. I asked why they didn't take the money they saved for all of my siblings and use that. Why does it have to be mine? They said that I'm putting college before my sister's future, and accused me of being unwilling because she's my sister through adoption and not my biological sister. Am I the a-hole? No, OP, you're definitely not the a-hole. It sounds like they've been putting everybody ahead of you for so long. Like, obviously, hopefully the younger sister is okay, but I feel like you have reason to believe that they're gonna take a lot more than what they actually need. And the fact that they said they need 270 and also they might need more, they want to take all of your money, OP. And if they have been treating you like this, they're not gonna leave you with any money. Not to mention the money belongs to your grandparents and they've been saving it for you and your education. Like, of course, you want the younger sister to get the surgery, but also your parents should not expect you to pay for it. OP said in the comments, technically, I think my grandparents would give it to me if I asked, but I also want what they saved it for. I want to go to college and actually have a chance to have some money to fall back on as well, after learning that my siblings have all got something saved for them, and I had nothing until my grandparents. I was really able to think about what I want my future to be. I don't actually know that my parents have had insurance for the past 2 years. I remember that was an argument between them when my mum got sick and was afraid to go to the doctor because of the expense. The real bloody issue here is that a surgery can cost 270 grand. What the hell? And also, this money has come out of the pockets of the grandparents, and they've been saving the money for OP's education. And yeah, whatever you decide to do, OP, you're not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for telling my mum that she has zero right to name my wife's and my child, and her opinion is not wanted or important here? My mum is being the mother-in-law from hell to my wife right now, and I snapped at her recently over this, and I have laid some boundaries down, but I am questioning my reaction to her. So my wife Kenzie, 25 female, and I, 25 male, have been married for just over a year, and we're expecting our first child this year. This will be my parents' first grandchild, and this has caused some craziness from my mum. She has been aiming most of this at Kenzie, but I did step in when I learned how pushy my mum became. This started right after our pregnancy announcement. My mum went to Kenzie and told her we should name our child Roger if we had a boy, and Elizabeth if we had a girl. Roger was my mum's grandfather, and she wanted to name me or one of my brothers Roger, but Dad vetoed the name every time. Elizabeth is her favourite girl name, and my dad vetoed that for my sisters too. Kenzie told her that we weren't really looking for name suggestions, and we had discussed a few already. My mum told her the names were important and they should be used. Oh my god, what? Of course they don't get to name your kid. The fact that they're trying to guilt trip you into using the names that they like, that's a giant red flag. A couple of weeks after the first incident, my mum asked Kenzie if she knew whether baby Roger or baby Elizabeth was joining the family. Kenzie told her that neither of those names were in the running, and we didn't know yet. Kenzie mentioned mum bringing up the names to me, but then downplayed how pushy she was being, so I said nothing at that point. We learned that we were having a boy, and my mum became so pushy that she ordered blankets and clothes with the name Roger embroidered on them. The first that we knew of this is when she gave us a little door decoration with the name Roger on it. I told my mum then that we hadn't finalised the name yet and wouldn't be announcing it until after he's here anyway. She went to Kenzie yet again and told her she was pissing her off by refusing to comply. Oh, how dare they? They argued about it, and Kenzie told me about it afterward. I went to talk to my mum and make some things clear, and she asked why nobody in this family wanted to use the names that she loved. I told her that was something she should work through herself because we're not obligated to use them for her. Yeah, 100%. She then sent a gift package with all the clothes and blanket with the name Roger, and she sent them to my wife and then posted them on social media, and this made people assume that we'd chosen the name Roger. This is when I lost it, and I went over to confront her about the pushiness. She told me it was important to take her opinion on board as my mum and our son's grandma, and that's when I told her she had zero rights to name our baby, and her opinion wasn't wanted or important here. My mum told me it was rude to dismiss her opinion and her feelings as unimportant, and I should definitely have more respect for her. It made me realise that we need space from her right now, but also I do wonder if I went too far. Am I the a-hole? OP, you would be the a-hole if you didn't say something, and you did not go too far. I don't feel like you even went far enough, to be honest. The way that your mum has been acting, she's lucky to bloody see your child. And also, when you don't name your child Roger, how is she gonna act around your child? Is she gonna keep being like, oh, hey Roger? And the audacity of your mum to say that what you said to her was rude after all the crap that she's been doing. Oh my god, yeah, like the top comment says, not the a-hole. I don't think you went far enough. You need to make these boundaries really, really clear with your mum up front. May I also suggest, number 1, no more contacting Mackenzie without also including you on the messages. You should be the only point of information between your parents at this stage. Number 2, reminder that you're now mum and dad, and you make all of the choices regarding your baby. There'll be no comply with grandma BS in your household. And number 3, tell your mum you love her and you're excited for her to be a grandma, but this is not gonna fly. Number 4, tell her that moving forward you're not accepting suggestions on names or parenting styles or gear or anything else, and that you will ask if you need anything. And number 5, ask for a public retraction on Facebook of the name. Good luck, this will get worse if you don't get it together immediately. Yeah, 1,000,000% OP. She thinks that because she's your mum and she got to tell you what to do, that she has say over your own child. And guess what? She doesn't. And the fact that she's trying to say that you need to comply, yeah, you've got some serious conversations to have with your mum, OP. You definitely didn't go too far. Like the top comment says, you need to go further, because guaranteed if they're saying stuff like this, they don't get the message. They need to know how unacceptable this is. The posts have been absolutely wild today. Am I the a-hole for not telling my dad's guest that I marinated the chicken with milk? It was my 18-mile dad's 43 birthday. He wanted me to cook for him and some friends, and I said yes. Met some of them before. One of his friends is also my girlfriend 18's dad. I did what my mum taught me. Use milk to make the chicken tender. A couple of them were surprised that I managed to cook roasted chicken well. I told them, thanks, I just marinate it with milk to make it tender. And one of them panicked. Turned out that he has a milk allergy and gets digestive issues. My dad started berating me, saying that I should have told them ahead of time that I was using milk and to check if anybody is allergic. No, that's not your responsibility, OP. And that it was careless of me to not check first when milk is a common allergy. Update, I talked to the guy about it. I told him I'm sorry that I didn't ask first, and he said that it's his fault for not telling me. Yeah, it is 100%. He then assured me that he didn't get any reaction, and that milk only makes him gassy. He said it's actually him being lactose intolerant, but that he sometimes says allergy instead. Yeah, it's not your responsibility to ask everybody about their allergies, OP. If somebody's lactose intolerant or they have an allergy, they're the ones who need to say that, and obviously this person knows that. But yeah, it's so out of line for your dad to get angry at you about this. It's not your fault, OP. Am I the a-hole for refusing to divide my will amongst my grandchildren instead of my children? I, female 65, have 2 children, male 50 and female 41, both married. My son has 1 child, my daughter has 4. I've talked to my children about being my emergency contact now that I lost my common law husband a year ago. My daughter then told me that it wasn't fair that I'm leaving my estate split in half between her and my son because she had 4 children. I don't agree. Am I the a-hole? Yeah, the top comment. I'm very sorry about your husband. Half seems fair to your children, and they can divide their portion among their children as they see fit. To look at it from the other side, why should your son get less than half because his sister had 4 children and he only had 1? Yeah, it genuinely doesn't make any sense to do that. Yeah, you're not the a-hole, OP. And funny enough, if you did do what your daughter said, that would be unfair. Like your daughter saying that it's unfair that you're leaving your estate split in half between her and your son because she had 4 children, but it would actually be unfair if you did what your daughter is asking. I'm assuming that your daughter wants more money than your son, which yeah, would be completely unfair. How does your daughter not realize that? Yeah, you're not the a-hole, OP. Am I the a-hole for refusing to lend my designer purse to my sister-in-law for her wedding? I, 24 female, have a Chanel purse that was a gift from my parents when I graduated college. It's by far the most expensive thing I own. My brother recently got married, and his new wife Amy asked if she could borrow my Chanel purse for their wedding day photos and the reception. Amy doesn't own any designer bags and really wanted one to complete her wedding look. I politely declined to lend her my purse. That purse is extremely valuable to me, and the thought of something happening to it makes me very anxious. Amy called me selfish and materialistic for not lending it to her for the wedding. She said I was more concerned about a status symbol than helping family. What? You're the one who wants the bloody status symbol for your photos, and obviously it's got a lot of sentimental value. It's not just because it's a nice bag. My parents and brother also got upset with me, saying that I should be willing to share my things with family, but I don't think I should have to hand over my most prized possession just because it's for a wedding. Now the whole family is angry with me. Am I the a-hole for not lending my sister-in-law my expensive designer purse for her wedding? She's acting like I ruined her big day over this, but I think it was an unreasonable request. It's not that them asking for it was unreasonable, but their reaction to you saying no was so unreasonable. And like the top comment says, not the a-hole. I find it funny that she called you materialistic for not lending her the purse, yet she needed the purse to complete her outfit, and the only reason she wanted your purse was because it was expensive and designer. So in other words, she's mad that you wouldn't let her be materialistic with your items. No, family does not always lend everything. Walk into the house next week and borrow the TV, borrow their car for the week. She wanted the purse because it was the nicest closest thing. She knew that was close to OP, and she was gonna assume that just because you're family that you'd say yes. It's your stuff, you choose who you lend it to, and everybody is wrong. And if your parents are so upset, tell them to buy a one. And also, there are a lot of comments underneath this saying it, but also, why do you need a purse in your wedding photos? Am I the a-hole for not taking her home immediately after period mishap? I was in a 2-hour lab and my girlfriend messaged me. Her period started and she doesn't have tampons or pads or Advil. She said she can't drive home. It hurts that bad. So she's gonna skip class and I need to take her home. She was waiting at my car. I messaged my friends and they said they were good to record the class for me. Some of my classes don't give PowerPoints, purposely so you don't have to go, but they said they got me and they'd record the lectures. The 2-hour lab I was in was trickier though. I have a quiz each lab halfway through that's 20 minutes long, and these quizzes are 40% of our grade. He also does not do remakes, no exceptions, so I can't miss it. It'd be 5 points straight off my grade, and I need an A in that class. I take my grades really serious because I want to get into medical school. I wouldn't miss that lab if my house was on fire, lol. Missing the rest of lab would suck too. My friend said they'd record it, but unlike my lectures, our lab is completely visual, so a recording's useless, but I decided I'd skip for it anyway, and just bug my friends and TA to teach me the material that I missed. I told her I'd be 30 minutes for me to take the quiz, and then I'd skip the rest of lab, but she said, wow, so your grades are more important than me and my health? I said it's not more important, but it is important. I said she could go to the bookie at our school and buy Advil. She was nearby because I parked my car in the garage of that building, but she said she's in too much pain to go. She said that she's bleeding through her clothes and has no tampons. It would be embarrassing and I'm wrong for making her wait. I said all the bathrooms on campus have free tampons. I told her to go grab one from any of the bathrooms, but she said again that she can't move because she's in too much pain. At this point, I'm not really sure what to do, but I'm already missing my classes and the rest of lab for her, which I never do, so she should say that I'm trying to accommodate her. I told her it's not far at all, only like a couple of minute walk to the elevator, but I'd buy her tampons and Advil from the bookstore if she waited for me. She said, holy hell, I don't have a choice. I guess I'm waiting, but you're being such an a-hole right now. You care about your grade more than you care about me. I was like, oh my god, lol. I was frustrated and said that you have your period at the same time each month. Why didn't you bring tampons and Advil? This isn't a surprise, which resulted in her getting upset that I was making it her fault, and she called me sexist and said that I have no idea what it's like for her. I agreed I didn't, but said I'd be there in 20 minutes. I took the quiz and I ended up meeting her at my car 20 minutes later with Advil, tampons and water, but she's not happy. She's been ignoring me since and keeps making passive-aggressive comments. Am I the a-hole here? Should I have skipped the quiz? No, you're not the a-hole, OP. It's not your responsibility. It's your girlfriend's responsibility to be aware of this. The top comment says, a lack of planning on her part now constitutes an emergency on your part? Come on. If she told me that she couldn't wait 20 minutes, I would have responded that I was sorry to hear that and to let me know how she resolved her problem because she wasn't accepting the help I could provide. Your girlfriend has to manage her period. It's an unfortunate fact of life that periods can be painful, also inconvenient, messy, and even from hell sometimes, but everybody with one needs a system for managing it independently, unless they're a chronological child. Not the a-hole. I've had a period since before the 4th grade, and I'm just not able to accept a person who needs my intervention to manage the crisis of menses. She couldn't walk to a tampon station. She couldn't ask a friend to bring her one. She needed you to leave a class that you'll be penalized for to manage something that just keeps coming back and that she's well familiar with. Come on, I fainted from period pain, and I've had dry heaves and the whole monstrous ordeal that menses create, but nobody else is to blame for my horrible periods or any lack of planning that leaves me unprepared to manage. She's not 9. This isn't about sexism. It's about her managing a recurring biological function. And yeah, like the comment under it says, she was able to walk all the way to OP's car, yet going to the bathroom for a free tampon was too far. Not the a-hole. Am I the a-hole for not letting my sister use my prom dress that I paid for? So I know it might seem a little bit stupid, but it is important to me. It's currently an argument with my family. I, 25 female, had my prom in 2017, and I bought my entire prom outfit for myself due to my family not having the best economy, and I saved for over a year to be able to buy my dream dress and jewelry. Everything in total was about $300, which is a lot for us. I had an amazing time, and that dress is very important to me since I've never had the best self-confidence and it made me feel beautiful. Now my sister, 18 female, let's call her Annie, is having her prom later this year, and she asked if she could use my dress as well. She loves it and wished to use it. I told her that I'd prefer if she didn't since it's so important to me. I also have a neurological disorder and it makes it hard for me to let other people use my things, and she said okay and said that she at least wanted to ask, but she was fine with finding another dress, and I said I'd help pay if she wanted, and if she wanted she was welcome to use the jewelry. She will wear the hair accessories. I've got a pretty stable income. Annie thanked me and said we could go shopping together. Now I live about 3 hours away from my family due to school, and I don't go home often due to not having a car. I came home last week to visit as my nephews, cousins' kids, she's like a sister, are getting baptized. When I walk through the front door to my parents' house, Annie is wearing my prom dress, and my grandma and mum are taking measurements. What? I asked them what they're doing, and they said that I'm being an a-hole for not letting Annie use it. She's my quote-unquote baby sister after all, mum's words. I got upset and I screamed at Annie to take it off, which I later apologized for. She believed that I changed my mind since mum said that I agreed to it. I yelled at my mum and grandma because they tried to go behind my back and even changed the dress to better fit Annie. She's 155 pounds and I was almost 300 when I wore it. I cried and I yelled at them. As soon as Annie came back with my dress, I took it and I packed it down, saying that I'd stay with my cousin. Now my family is torn. Some people are agreeing with me and some are saying that I'm the a-hole for not letting Annie use it. I don't feel like I was in the wrong for not letting her use it. After all, it was my dress that I paid for, and I even offered to pay for her dress. So am I the a-hole? Edit, since a lot of people have mentioned not wearing it again, I have worn it since. It's not the typical prom dress, it's more a flowy summer dress. Also, the reason I didn't bring it with me is because I live in a dorm room and I can only bring the essentials with me. Once I move to a bigger place, I planned on bringing all my stuff to my new place. The dress is currently at my cousin's place and I might bring it back with me when I go home. Please don't blame my sister for this. Her and I have talked it out and we're on good terms. We'll buy a dress together once her prom gets closer. May. Yeah, of course you're not the a-hole OP. They were literally gonna resize it for your sister. And like the top comment says, if they're cutting up the dress to fit Annie's frame, then you're not letting her use it. You're giving her the dress. I don't see how they can make the dress fit you again after. Not the a-hole. No is a no. Annie can also save for her things. And yeah, like the comment under that says, Annie wasn't at fault in this. The mum and grandma are. They lied to Annie. OP was gracious by saying no, but she can use the jewelry and buy her a dress. Yeah, definitely. Am I the a-hole for not letting my niece be the flower girl at my wedding? I, 25 female, am getting married next month. My brother and sister-in-law have a 5-year-old daughter, Emma. They assumed Emma would automatically be the flower girl in my wedding. See, that's the issue. Don't ever assume stuff. The issue is that I've asked my best friend's daughter, Hannah, 6 female, to be the flower girl instead. Hannah's mum is my maid of honor and she's like family to me. When I told my brother and sister-in-law that Hannah will be the flower girl, they got really upset. Of course they did. They said I'm choosing friends over family and breaking their little girl's heart by not giving her this special role. I've tried to explain that I've known Hannah her whole life too, and that it's a sweet full circle moment to have her in the wedding. We have a very special connection that I don't have like this with Emma, even though I love Emma too, but my brother said I'm a selfish aunt and setting a bad precedent in our family. Now they don't want Emma involved at all. Oh my god, they're being difficult for no reason. My parents think I should let both girls be flower girls to keep the peace, which I thought was a cool idea and I initially didn't think of that. When I told my brother and sister-in-law that this would be great, they declined and said they don't want her to do it anymore. Am I the a-hole? No, you're not the a-hole, OP. It's another situation where family members think they have a say in something that they really don't, and yet it's completely up to you, of course, and the audacity of them to get upset about it. And also the keeping the peace idea from the parents, that's kind of annoying too, because you don't need to keep the peace. Your brother and sister-in-law are the ones who need to change, not you. You haven't done anything wrong, OP. You've just got some entitled family members, and like this comment says, they've broken their own little girl's heart by setting up the expectation, and now they're butthurt blaming you and taking their ball back. Sheesh, not the a-hole. Yeah, definitely not the a-hole, and I feel like that's enough of this subreddit for today. Time for something wholesome. When you make the honk signal to the truck driver and they honk for you, 7-year-old me. Oh my god, yeah, and this applies to any age. You made my day today, truck driver. We box ourselves in because we're afraid of being different, but it's okay to be unique. Break out and show the world your true beautiful shape. Yeah, damn right, that's so true. We're all different and we're all unique, and I guess you just have to stay true to yourself, because that's the whole thing with the not like the other girl sort of stuff, and people who are trying to be different just so they can be different. Like if you just do what you want to do, and yeah, break out and show the world your true beautiful shape, then you will be uniquely you. Very wholesome. So my mum accidentally ordered an extra small dog bed, but he's still grateful. Oh, he definitely is. Like I don't quite fit on it, but that's okay. I really appreciate this. And on that beautiful note, thank you for watching everybody. I hope you had a wonderful time. And if you did and you want to see more Am I the A-hole episodes, make sure you like and subscribe. And the comment of the day today goes to Silver Starlight. I've been noticing the chapter division. It's pretty funky and very useful. Wonderful video. Thank you for cheering us up every day. By the way, thank you for the support. That means so much to me. And yeah, that's so funny because I wanted to bring this up in an episode. I do definitely forget, but from now on, I'm going to try and put timestamps on the episodes just so you guys know when one story starts and the next one starts and the next one starts. I feel like it'd be pretty handy to have that. So yeah, thank you for noticing, and I'll try not to forget to do that. And thank you for the support, guys. Make sure you look after yourself and make sure you have a beautiful, amazing rest of your day. And you know what I'm about to say because I say it every single day. Bye!